September 19, 2024. Timothy was handing out flyers in the streets of Manila. The sweltering heat from the sun was unbearable due to him being inside a mascot. That's right. A few days ago, he saw the job poster, hiring a mascot for 600 pesos for 6 hours. That's 100 pesos or roughly $2 per hour. As someone like Timothy who has an unending financial responsibility, such as his mother's medications, his sister's school allowance, and their family daily needs, he didn't have the luxury to say no. He had to swallow his pride. Inside the oversized foam suit, sweat dripped from his forehead down to his chin, soaking the undershirt he wore. His throat was dry, his legs ached, and every time a kid laughed at him or a group of teenagers whispered while pointing, he felt his dignity shrink a little more. But this was money that meant his sister could eat at school tomorrow, or that his mother could take her blood pressure medicine for another week. Not only that, he was also a freshman. Even though he got himself a scholarship in the University of the Philippines, which had free tuition, there was a risk of him getting expelled because his grades were in a nosedive. After all, he had to be busy making money instead of studying. Just endure, Timothy, just a few more hours. But his vision started to blur. His knees wobbled. The sounds of honking jeepneys and chattering passersby grew muffled, as if he were sinking underwater. Shit, not now. He tried to steady himself by leaning on a post, but the mascot's heavy foam head tilted sideways, unbalancing him. The flyers slipped from his hand and scattered across the sidewalk, and then everything went dark. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the smelly and sharp antiseptic. The ceiling above him was white. To his right, a curtain divided his bed from another patient. His body felt heavy, but at least the suffocating heat was gone. He blinked, confused. An IV line was attached to his arm, and a pulse monitor beeped faintly beside him. A hospital. Tim, a familiar voice broke through his haze. He turned his head and saw his younger sister, Angela, age 10, sitting on a chair beside the bed. Her uniform was wrinkled, her hair tied in a messy ponytail, and her eyes were red as if she had been crying. "Brother, you scared us," she whispered, gripping his hand. "They said you collapsed on the street." Timothy's throat was dry, but he managed a weak smile. "Where's Mother?" She was talking with the receptionist to handle the medical fees. "I believe it's free, brother, since we are at a public hospital." Timothy felt a small wave of relief. At least they didn't have to pay thousands for this. Still, guilt gnawed at him. His mother, already frail and stressed enough, had to face hospital staff just because he pushed himself too far. He exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment. "Good, that's good." Angela lowered her gaze, still holding his hand tightly. "Brother, you can't keep doing this. You're not a robot. What if next time you don't wake up?" Her words stabbed deeper than he expected. He wanted to say something reassuring, but he couldn't. She was right. Every day he walked a razor's edge, working multiple jobs while trying to keep his grades afloat. His life felt like it could crumble at any moment. The curtain slid open again, and his mother entered the room. She was wearing her old faded blouse, her hair pinned in a hurried bun. Her face looked more tired than ever, but her eyes softened when she saw him awake. "Timothy," she said, her voice both relieved and scolding at the same time. "Son, you nearly gave me a heart attack." "Sorry, Ma." He tried to sit up, but she gently pressed his shoulder back down. "Don't move too much. The doctor said you need rest." He nodded. A lump formed in his throat as he looked at her. This woman had sacrificed everything for them, working small jobs and skipping her own medication just to save money for Angela's schooling. And now, because of him collapsing on the street, she was forced to spend another day worrying. "I can't keep living like this," he thought bitterly. "I can't keep dragging them down." As he stared at the ceiling, frustration boiling inside, it happened. A soft ding echoed, not from the hospital machines, but inside his head. System detected. Reconstruction system initializing. Timothy's eyes widened. A faint, glowing blue screen appeared before him, floating in midair. His mother and Angela didn't seem to notice it at all. "Welcome, Timothy Guerrero. You have been chosen as the host of the reconstruction system." What is it, brother?" Angela asked. "You are not seeing what I am seeing," Timothy asked and continued. "It's floating right before my eyes." Angela and his mother looked to where he was staring at, but there's nothing. "Wait. You are seeing things, son." No. His mother's voice wavered as worry etched deeper into her face. "Your condition may be worse than the doctor said." "Brother, are you sure you're okay?" Angela asked, panic rising in her tone. "So they can't see what he was seeing, huh?" Still, it made them worry. "Oh, don't worry. I'm just saying random things." Timothy chuckled weakly, trying to brush it off. His mother frowned but said nothing, though her eyes lingered on him with worry. Angela, still gripping his hand, looked unconvinced. The glowing blue panel still floated in front of him, patient and waiting. Reconstruction System's manual core functions. Decomposition: break down any non-living object into its base materials. Reconstruction: reform decomposed matter into a new object. Random reconstruction: the system selects the outcome. Specified reconstruction: the host specifies the desired object. Supplementation: if the object being reconstructed is slightly lacking in materials, the system will automatically fill in the missing parts. Usage rules. The host may perform one reconstruction per day. Unused reconstructions accumulate. Example, if the host does not use the ability for 3 days, he will have 3 available uses stored. Reconstructions are consumed once the process is complete. Restrictions. Cannot reconstruct living beings. Cannot create something from nothing. An item must be decomposed first. Reconstructions must remain within the approximate size and mass of the original object. Small differences are automatically corrected through system supplementation. Example, a 200G phone can be reconstructed into a 300G phone, with the system filling in the missing mass. However, extreme differences, e.g., a stone into an entire car, are not possible. Example reconstructions: old cracked phone, brand new flagship smartphone; fake diamond, real diamond; rusty bike, modern mountain bike; cheap knockoff Rolex, certified Rolex with documents; totaled sedan, luxury car. Reading that, Timothy's brows knitted. What the heck was that? Did heatstroke mess up his brain and caused him to see things? Wait, he was familiar with this vibe system. He had read it before from manga, manhwa, light novels, and anime, and certainly it looked like it. And it said he can reconstruct anything and even transform one object to another. If it was real, then their financial situation can change. Like, imagine reconstructing an old phone to a brand new phone. He could sell it and make a huge profit, but how can he try it? Definitely not in front of his family or any other people. He has to wait first to get discharged and then try it in his home. Later in the evening, Timothy was checked by a doctor who cleared him for discharge. Just like his little sister said, there was no need to pay as it is covered by a government program. Then she hailed a tricycle passing down the road, and it pulled right next to them. Timothy sat at the back of the driver while his mother and Angela squeezed inside the cab. The driver revved the engine, and the tricycle rattled along the uneven road, weaving through jeepneys and motorcycles. He was still thinking about the system earlier. Reconstruction. He had been meaning to try it out once they got home to see if he was crazy in the head or not. Not long after, they arrived at their house, which was located in Tondo, Manila. It was a squatter settlement, the kind where plywood walls leaned against cement blocks, rusted tin roofs creaked with every gust of wind, and the sound of karaoke from a neighbor's hut blended with the cries of babies and barking dogs. Narrow alleys crisscrossed the rows of makeshift homes, with laundry lines stretched overhead and children playing barefoot. It wasn't much, but it was their home. Timothy helped his mother down from the tricycle while Angela skipped ahead, greeting a few familiar neighbors. They squeezed through the narrow alleyway until they arrived at their 2-story house. The lower floor was patched together with hollow blocks, plywood, and old tarpaulin nailed over gaps where rainwater usually leaked. A rusty electric meter hung crooked near the doorway, and the cement steps leading inside were cracked and uneven. The first floor served as their living room, though it was more of a cramped common space. A faded sofa with torn fabric sat against the wall, beside it an old TV that sometimes worked if you smacked the side. The corner shelves were filled with worn-out appliances: an ancient rice cooker, a broken electric fan, a busted blender, things too expensive to throw out, so they were left to gather. Upstairs were the bedrooms. Wooden stairs creaked dangerously whenever someone stepped on them, and the plywood walls rattled if the neighbors on either side slammed their doors too hard. But at night, when everyone was together, it was home. Angela ran inside first and tossed her bag onto the sofa before rushing upstairs. "Timothy, can we talk?" his mother asked with a serious tone. "What is it, Ma?" Timothy tilted his head to the side. It sounded serious. "I know you are doing hard things for your sister and I, but the doctor said if you keep overworking yourself, you might not make it next time." His mother's voice broke a little, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her faded blouse. Timothy frowned. "Ma, don't worry. I'll be careful." No, she cut him off firmly, but her eyes were already glistening. "Don't just brush this off. You scared me today. I thought I was going to lose you." His mother sat down on the worn-out sofa, her shoulders slumping. "I failed you both. I failed as a mother." "Ma," Timothy whispered, his chest tightening. She shook her head, tears spilling now. "As much as possible, I wanted my children to only study, to dream big, to live better lives than mine. But look at us. Because of me, you had to grow up so fast. You had to work instead of focusing on your studies. You collapsed on the street just to keep us alive." She buried her face in her hands. "What kind of mother am I if my son has to suffer like this?" Timothy's heart twisted. He moved closer and sat beside her, gently placing a hand on her trembling shoulder. "Ma, don't say that. You didn't fail us. You raised us. You kept us alive. That's more than enough. But I wanted more for you, not this. Not this kind of life. I wanted you to focus on school, to graduate, to have good jobs." Her voice rose slightly at the end, filled with anger at herself rather than them. Timothy squeezed her hand. "Ma, you don't have to apologize. I am not blaming you for our situation. This is life and we have to live with it. It's the reason why I'm determined to finish my studies so I can give you a better life. And I am not the only one working here, Mother. You are too. I can see your sacrifices. Don't worry, Ma. I will swear that I will get you and Angela a better life. I promise that." Hearing that, his mother wrapped her arms around him tightly. You shouldn't have to make promises like that, Anak, she whispered. You're still so young. You should be thinking about school, about your dreams, not carrying this family on your back. That's my job, not yours. Timothy closed his eyes, his hand gently patting her back. But I want to, Ma, because this family is my dream. You and Angela were the reason I'm still fighting. I don't care how hard it gets, I'll never stop. One day, I'll make sure you don't have to cry like this anymore. And then, almost like it could hear his thoughts, the blue screen of the system flickered faintly in the corner of his vision again. Reconstruction available, 1. He clenched his fist against his knee, determination hardening in his chest. I will go to my bedroom now and take a rest, Timothy said. His bedroom was cramped, barely enough space for a single bed and a narrow study table pushed up against the wall. The ceiling fan above creaked with every rotation, doing little more than pushing the hot Manila air around. There's one window, though, that could help cool down his room. It wasn't much, but it was his little sanctuary. Timothy shut the door quietly and leaned back against it, exhaling. His chest was still tight from his conversation with his mother. The look in her eyes, the regret, the fear, burned itself into his memory. He hated it. He hated that she thought she had failed them. That's why, if this system was real, he had to use it. His eyes shifted to the corner of the room where a small cardboard box sat. Inside were odds and ends he'd kept over the years, an old cracked phone that no longer turned on, a busted wristwatch, even a fake diamond ring one of his classmates once joked about buying in Quiapo. Timothy swallowed hard and sat on the edge of his bed. All right, let's test this thing. As if responding to his voice, the faint blue screen shimmered before him. Reconstruction system online. Available reconstructions 1. He picked up the fake diamond ring. Reconstruction target, fake diamond ring. What would you like to turn it into? Timothy thought for a moment. According to the ability of the system, it can reconstruct any object into anything it wants so long as it's within its mass and size, though it can still adjust for allowable parameters. So if he could turn this fake diamond ring into a real one, he could sell it to a jewelry shop and make money out of it. But wait. Before he could reconstruct anything, since he only has one try, and it has a limit of one per day, he grabbed his smartphone with cracked screen and browsed the internet. He typed in, Diamond Ring Prices Philippines 2024. Within seconds, dozens of search results popped up. He clicked one from a local jewelry retailer. The listings made his jaw tighten. 0.5 carat solitaire diamond, ring 95,001 carat engagement ring GIA, certified 280,000 2 carat diamond ring 18,000 gold, setting 700,005 carat luxury diamond ring 3,200,000 10 carat flawless diamond, ring price on request estimate. 10M 15M. Damn, just 1 or 2 carats could already change our lives. If this system can really turn this fake ring into the real deal, even a 1 carat piece would pay for Ma's medicine, Angela's schooling, and my allowance for years. He scrolled further, opening a new tab where to sell diamonds in Manila. A list appeared, pawnbrokers e.g. Cebuana Lulier, Palawan Pawn Shop, Valerica. Easy cash but offers way below market value. Luxury jewelry buyers e.g. Lucerne Jewelers, Golden Hills Jewelry, Milade Jewels. Require certification GIA IGI before buying. Auction houses e.g. Leon Gallery, Salcedo Auctions. Could fetch higher prices, but only for extremely rare pieces and with lots of paperwork. Private buyers online forums, Facebook Marketplace, OLX. Risky but potentially profitable. Scams everywhere. Timothy rubbed his forehead, so it's not as easy as just handing it over and getting cash. They'll want papers, certification, proof it's legit. Almost on cue, the blue panel flickered again. Reconstructed luxury items will include appropriate certification and documentation. Timothy froze, his eyes widened. Wait, so if I reconstruct this ring, the system will automatically give me the paperwork? Affirmative. Certified documentation is generated alongside luxury reconstructions. His heartbeat quickened. That meant no questions, no shady excuses. He could walk straight into a jewelry buyer with a certificate in hand and sell it legally. For the first time, his lips curled into a shaky grin. This is it. This is how we'll escape this hell. Okay, let's reconstruct this fake diamond ring into a real one, Timothy said, his hand tightening around the cheap piece of jewelry. The blue panel glowed brighter. Warning, be specific. Note, broad or vague commands will be interpreted by the system. Results may differ from host's intended outcome. Timothy blinked. Wait, what do you mean? Lines of text scrolled before him like a machine patiently lecturing him. Example, if host commands turn this fake ring into a real ring, the system may reconstruct it into a basic silver ring with a small natural stone, a plain gold wedding band, a low-quality real diamond of poor cut and clarity. However, if host specifies turn this fake diamond ring into a 1-carat flawless round brilliant diamond set in 18,000 white gold with GIA certification, then the system will reconstruct exactly that. Timothy swallowed hard. His pulse quickened as he realized the implications. So the word is in the detail. It's like coding, like writing commands for a computer. If I'm vague, I might end up with something worth a few thousand pesos at best. But if I'm precise, this fake trinket could become millions. The system pulsed again. Tip: the more detailed the specification, the closer the result will align with host's intent. Reminder: the reconstructed object must still fall within size and mass allowances. Supplementation will cover small differences. Timothy exhaled sharply. He glanced at the listings on his cracked phone again. 280,000 for a 1-carat GIA certified ring, 700,000 for a 2-carat, millions for 5 or more carats. His fingers trembled slightly as he held the fake ring in front of him. All right, let's do this properly. He cleared his throat, speaking carefully, word by word. Reconstruct this fake diamond ring into a 1-carat flawless round brilliant diamond ring set in an 18,000 white gold band with complete GIA certification and valuation documents, and a ring box. The blue panel hummed softly, then a progress bar appeared in midair. Processing, decomposing object, reconstructing. The fake ring in his palm began to glow, heat radiating from it as if it had been plucked from a forge. Timothy's eyes widened as the dull, glassy fake stone dissolved into sparkling motes of light. The cheap brass-colored band warped, reshaped, and solidified into a polished white gleam. In less than 10 seconds, the glow faded. A brand new ring rested in his trembling hand. The diamond sparkled with such brilliance it looked like it captured every light in the room. Its edges refracted rainbow hues across the peeling walls of his bedroom. The band was smooth and flawless, stamped with a tiny hallmark, 18,000 WG. Beside it, 2 folded slips of paper, and a ring box appeared out of thin air, gently landing on his lap. His hands shook as he unfolded one. GIA report, diamond grading certificate. Carat weight 1. Cut excellent. Color grade decolorless. Clarity grade flawless. Origin natural diamond. The second was a formal appraisal, signed and stamped by a licensed jeweler, listing the market value at 280,320,000. Timothy's jaw dropped. His throat tightened. Holy shit, it worked. The ring gleamed between his fingers like a piece of another world, and for the first time in his life, Timothy felt like he was holding the key out of poverty. But then another line of text appeared. Note: use caution when liquidating high-value reconstructions. Sudden influxes of wealth may attract unwanted attention. Okay, system, I will try and sell this tomorrow. The alarm on his phone blared, pulling Timothy out of sleep. He groaned and groped blindly on the side of his bed until his fingers found the cracked screen. Ugh, shut up, he muttered, swiping it off. It was September 20, 2024. Friday. No classes for him today. A chance to sleep in, maybe. Then his mind clicked awake. The ring. His eyes widened as he sat up abruptly, heart hammering. For a second, doubt clawed at him. What if that whole thing was just some hallucination from heat stroke? What if the system was just my brain short-circuiting yesterday? He scrambled toward the small study table at the corner of the room. On it sat the plain cardboard box where he'd left the fake diamond ring. His breath caught. The box wasn't empty. His hands shook as he opened it. Inside, cushioned neatly against a velvet lining that hadn't been there before, was the diamond ring, the same one from last night. And beside it, folded neatly, were the 2 documents. Timothy's throat went dry. He picked them up with trembling fingers. GIA report, diamond grading certificate. Genuine valuation certificate, 280,320,000. It wasn't a dream, it was real. He slumped back into his chair, pressing the papers against his forehead. Oh my God. The room felt smaller, tighter, as if it couldn't contain the enormity of what this meant. We're not doomed anymore. Ma's medicine, Angela's schooling, I can pay everything. We won't starve. Just as the wave of relief crashed over him, the familiar blue panel flickered in his vision. System notice, reconstruction count reset. Reconstruction available 1. Resets every midnight. Timothy's jaw clenched. His pulse quickened all over again, so it really resets every midnight. His voice cracked, half in awe, half in disbelief. I can do this every single day. The implications hit him like a freight train, that he can reconstruct anything out of value into more value. He grabbed his cracked screen phone again, hands trembling as he typed. Best place to sell diamond ring in Manila. Search results flooded in. Timothy scrolled, his eyes darting across the names. Cebuana Lulier, Palawan Pawnshop, Valerica. Easy money, but the comments warned, they'll rob you blind. Offer only 30 of the real value. Luxury jewelry buyers Lucerne, Golden Hills, Milliday Jewels, My Diamond PH. Official shops in malls like Greenbelt, Glorietta, SM Aura. Require certifications but pay close to real market value. Auction houses Leon Gallery, Salcedo Auctions. For rare or unique pieces, takes time, only for the rich crowd, private buyers. Marketplace groups, jewel forums, and sketchy listings. Easy scams, dangerous meetups. He had researched this yesterday, but since this was real now, he has to. Timothy frowned, his thumb hovering. Pawn shops, too lowball, private buyers, no way I'll get stabbed or scammed. Auction houses, too much time. He tapped the second option. Luxury buyers, yes, this is the safest. Big malls, CCTV, official stores. They'll test the stone, check the GIA papers, and pay in cash or deposit. Less risky. His heart thudded, but won't they wonder where a broke college kid from Tondo got a flawless 1-carat GIA diamond? As if reading his mind, the system's panel flickered. Note, reconstructed luxury items are registered with legitimate paper trails. Provenance is untraceable. No suspicion will arise unless multiple identical pieces are sold to the same buyer. Timothy blinked, so it covers even that. Damn. For the first time in years, he felt like the weight on his chest was loosening. He wasn't helpless anymore. He had options, but he wasn't stupid. He couldn't just waltz into a shop in slippers and a faded t-shirt and expect them to take him seriously. He needed to look presentable, at least decent enough that he didn't scream squatter kid holding millions. He rose to his feet and checked his wardrobe, a rickety wooden cabinet that leaned slightly to one side. The hinges squeaked when he opened it, and the smell of old fabric greeted him. Inside were only a handful of clothes, 2 faded polo shirts, 3 threadbare t-shirts, a pair of washed-out jeans, and his school uniform. None of them screamed respectable enough to convince a jewelry buyer he was serious. Damn it, Timothy muttered under his breath. If I walk into Greenbelt wearing this, they'll think I'm some delivery boy who picked up the wrong package. He sat back on his bed, rubbing his chin. He needed at least a collared shirt that looked clean, maybe slacks that weren't torn at the knees. Almost instinctively, his eyes drifted toward the glowing blue panel still faintly hovering in his vision. Reconstruction available, 1. He blinked. Wait, clothes count too, right? They're non-living objects. What if? He rummaged through the bottom of his cabinet and pulled out his old high school uniform, a white polo shirt with yellowed armpits, frayed cuffs, and a missing button. It was useless now, too small and too worn out for Angela to even use in the future. His lips curved into a grin, perfect test subject. He held the shirt in his hands, then spoke firmly. Reconstruct this polo shirt into a brand new men's business attire set. A slim-fit white long-sleeve dress shirt, black slacks, a leather belt, and polished black leather shoes, all in my size. The panel flickered. Processing. Decomposing object. Reconstructing. Light swirled around the shirt, its fibers unraveling and dissolving into shimmering motes. Within seconds, the glow reformed into a neatly folded outfit resting on his bed. Timothy's jaw dropped. The shirt gleamed crisp white, the fabric smooth and tailored. The slacks looked like they came straight from a boutique, with a leather belt coiled neatly on top. Beside them sat a pair of glossy black leather shoes that actually smelled new. He reached out, touching the fabric. Holy crap, so even I can reconstruct a full set of clothes. The material was soft but firm, nothing like the cheap synthetic blends from Divisoria. This felt expensive. Note, all reconstructed clothing adapts automatically to host's measurements. Comfort and fit guaranteed. Timothy chuckled nervously. Nice. He quickly changed into the outfit. For the first time in his life, when he looked into the cracked mirror on his wall, he didn't see a struggling student in second-hand rags. He saw someone else, someone who looked like he belonged in Maikati's high-end malls. And of course his appearance complemented his attire. He was, let's say, above average when it comes to look, with a height of 5'9". The only reason he doesn't have a girlfriend despite his good looks was because he couldn't sustain a relationship. Okay, let's go. Timothy grabbed his battered backpack, slipped the velvet ring box and documents safely inside, and headed for the door. His nerves were jittery, but excitement coursed through his veins. This was it, the moment he'd test if the system could really change his fate. When he went downstairs, the house was strangely quiet. No clattering from the kitchen, no Angela humming while brushing her hair. He poked his head around the sala and kitchen corner. Empty. He frowned. Ma, Angela. His eyes landed on the clock nailed crookedly above the TV, 7:10 a.m. Of course, Angela's classes always started in the morning, and his mother. She would have already gone to her stall in the wet market by this time, which meant the house was his. Perfect timing, Timothy whispered. No need to make excuses about why he was heading out in a crisp business outfit with a suspicious little box in his bag. He pulled out his cracked phone, unlocked it, and tapped open the Anka's app. His thumb hovered a second. His heart thudded. He had barely 200 left in his Gcash wallet, barely enough for a one-way ride to Maikati. He exhaled sharply. Relax, Tim. If this works, 200 is nothing. He booked a rider. Within 2 minutes, a notification pinged. Your rider is on the way. Timothy stepped outside, locking the rickety door behind him. The morning sun beat down on the narrow alleyway, illuminating stray dogs, barefoot kids chasing each other, and neighbors sweeping their doorsteps. A few glanced curiously at him. Hey, handsome. One neighbor teased, eyeing his sharp outfit. Job interview, another asked, raising an eyebrow. Timothy forced a smile. Yeah, something like that. He ignored the whispers as he reached the main road. Soon, a motorcycle slowed to a stop in front of him. The driver, wearing the iconic green Anka's jacket and helmet, lifted the visor. "You Timothy?" "Yes, Poe. Hop on, sir." Timothy climbed on, slipped the spare helmet over his head, and clutched the small handle at the back of the seat. The motorcycle roared to life, weaving into traffic. As they sped down the streets of Tondo, Timothy's thoughts spun faster than the wheels beneath him. Greenbelt, a mall he had only ever seen in Facebook photos, a place of glass walls, luxury shops, and air-conditioned hallways. He pressed a hand to his backpack, feeling the box inside. His heart thudded. "Please, let this work." The Anka's driver merged onto Roxas Boulevard, the salty air of Manila Bay brushing against Timothy's face. Skyscrapers began to rise in the distance, shimmering in the heat. For the first time in his life, Timothy wasn't heading to a minimum wage shift. He was heading toward the possibility of freedom. By the time the Anka's driver dropped him off at Greenbelt, Timothy was sweating bullets, not from heat, but nerves. He tugged at his newly reconstructed shirt and slung the backpack over one shoulder as he stepped onto the polished pavement outside the mall. He glanced up at the glass facade of Greenbelt 5, the kind of place he'd only seen from tricycle windows or on Facebook posts of classmates showing off their weekend mall trips. Security guards stood by the doors, their crisp uniforms and radios making him feel even more out of place. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his cracked phone and checked the time. 8:15 a.m. His heart dropped. "What the hell?" Timothy muttered under his breath. He quickly searched on Google Greenbelt Mall hours. Opening time 1100 a.m. He dragged a hand down his face. "Damn it. I was too excited I didn't even check. 3 whole hours." Stared at the glass doors that wouldn't budge until late morning. His stomach churned with both nerves and hunger. He hadn't eaten breakfast either. Great, just great. Now what? He wandered toward the park in the middle of Greenbelt, where there were benches under shade trees. A few joggers passed by, maids walked expensive dogs, and early morning professionals sipped coffee from Starbucks. Timothy sank into a bench, clutching his backpack protectively. 3 hours to kill. He couldn't just sit here staring. Then it hit him. He pulled out his phone again, opened YouTube, and typed "how to sell a diamond ring." The results flooded in. One thumbnail caught his eye immediately. Pawn Star's Best Diamond Negotiations compilation. Timothy smirked faintly. Why not? At least I'll learn how to talk without sounding like an idiot. He plugged in his cheap earphones and hit play. On the screen, Rick Harrison examined a diamond with his magnifying loupe. "This is a nice stone. But without certification, I can only offer you half." Timothy leaned forward. "Certification? Right, that's my advantage. The system gave me documents." The next clip showed a customer stubbornly demanding $10,000 for his ring. Rick countered with $4,000. The haggling went back and forth until they settled at $6,500. Timothy muttered under his breath, "Rehearsing, sir. This is a GIA-certified flawless 1-carat diamond. The valuation is $280,000 to $320,000. I can't go lower than market range." His voice cracked a little. He cleared his throat and tried again, lowering his tone. "No, sir, this isn't a pawnshop item. It's certified. If you can't match the value, I'll find a different buyer." He paused, wincing. "Shit, I sound too arrogant." He rewound the clip, listening to how professionals negotiated. He practiced again. This time he imagined the jewelry shop staff across from him. "I understand you have to profit too, but with certification this strong, I know the value. 280,000 is fair. 250,000 is my lowest." He exhaled slowly. That sounded better, more realistic. An elderly couple walked by, giving him odd looks as he muttered to himself. Timothy ignored them and kept practicing. Minutes ticked into hours. By the time his phone battery hit 40, he had watched enough clips to pick up the basics. Don't look desperate, don't accept the first offer, and always highlight the certification. At one point, his stomach growled so loud he almost laughed. He bought a 50 siapaw and a bottled water from a nearby kiosk. Finally, he checked the time. 1058 a.m. People had started to gather by the glass doors of Greenbelt. Timothy stood up, slinging his backpack tighter, his palms sweating. Velvet box inside felt heavier than gold bricks. "This is it," he whispered to himself, heart hammering. "Don't screw this up." The guards finally unlocked the doors, and the cool rush of air-conditioned air spilled out. Timothy stepped inside with the rest of the crowd. The marble floors gleamed under the lights. The scent of expensive perfume, brewed coffee, and polished leather filled the air. Every shop window displayed things he couldn't even dream of affording: Rolex watches, Gucci handbags, Cartier jewelry. He adjusted his reconstructed shirt collar and squared his shoulders. For once, he didn't look like a kid who came from the slums. And with every step toward the jewelry wing of Greenbelt, Timothy's nerves tightened. He was on Greenbelt 5 jewelry wing. Names like Lucerne, Golden Hills, Milliday, and My Diamond glimmered in elegant fonts above storefronts, each one lit with warm lights that made the jewelry inside sparkle like stars. Security guards with earpieces stood discreetly by the entrances, and sales attendants in tailored uniforms waited behind glass counters. Timothy's mouth went dry. This was it. One step too shaky and they'd know he didn't belong here. He He paused in front of a shop with a polished wooden facade and gold letter signage, Golden Hills Jewelry. Inside, rows of rings and necklaces gleamed under spotlights, and a chandelier glittered from the ceiling. Taking a steadying breath, he pushed the glass door open. A faint chime rang. Immediately, a beautiful saleslady in a sleek black dress approached him with a professional smile. "Good morning, sir. Welcome to Golden Hills. Are you looking for something specific today?" Timothy's throat tightened. His rehearsed lines fluttered in his brain like nervous birds. He forced himself to straighten his shoulders, his hand brushing against the velvet box inside his bag. "Yes," he said, clearing his throat. "I'd like to have a diamond ring appraised." Saleslady's smile didn't waver, but her eyes sharpened slightly. She gestured toward a counter. Timothy's heart pounded as he walked to the glass counter. Another staff member appeared, this one an older man in a suit with a jeweler's loop tucked into his breast pocket, clearly the appraiser. "Good morning," the man said warmly, though his tone carried the weight of experience. "I'm Mr. Santos, senior appraiser. May I see the piece?" "Name's Timothy." He carefully unzipped his bag and pulled out the velvet ring box. Even the motion felt surreal. He placed it gently on the counter as though it were a bomb that might go off. The staff's eyes flickered subtle but intrigued. This wasn't a cheap pawnshop item. Mr. Santos opened the box. The diamond within caught the light instantly, scattering rainbow hues across the glass counter. Even the saleslady's mask of professionalism cracked slightly, her eyes widening at the brilliance. Timothy swallowed. "It's a 1-carat, flawless round brilliant cut, set in 18,000 white gold. It comes with GIA certification." He slid the folded documents forward. His hand trembled slightly, but he forced it to stop. Mr. Santos put on his glasses, unfolded the papers, and scanned them carefully. He nodded slowly, then picked up the loop and lifted the ring delicately with tweezers. The next minutes were agonizing. Timothy's pulse roared in his ears as the jeweler turned the ring under the light, peered through the loop, and muttered softly to himself. Finally, Mr. Santos set it down with a satisfied nod. "This is genuine," he said. "Excellent cut, decolor, flawless clarity. The certificate checks out. Quite an impressive piece, young man." Timothy exhaled, relief flooding his chest. "May I ask where you acquired it?" Timothy's rehearsed answer sprang to his lips. "It was a family gift, sir. But we've decided it's better to liquidate it for expenses." The jeweler's gaze lingered, but he didn't press. He'd probably heard dozens of similar explanations before. "Well," Mr. Santos said, folding the papers neatly. "At auction, this could fetch around 300,000. Here, at retail buyback, our offer would be 260,000. Timothy's heart skipped. 260,000. His family's yearly expenses covered in one transaction. But his rehearsals echoed in his head. "Don't accept the first offer." He inhaled sharply, steadying his nerves. "Sir, I appreciate the offer, but given the flawless grade and GIA certification, I believe 280,000 is more than fair. That's the low end of the market valuation." Mr. Santos's lips curled faintly, amused. Most people folded immediately, but this boy had spine. The jeweler leaned back. 280,000 is indeed fair. But we must also consider overhead. Tell you what, 270000, cash or direct deposit today. Final offer. Timothy clenched his fists subtly behind the counter. 270,000. 270,000 pesos, more than he had ever dreamed of holding in his life. He forced himself to stay calm, not leap on it like a starving man. He nodded slowly. 270,000. I can accept that. The saleslady smiled, and Mr. Santos extended his hand. Timothy shook it, his palm damp with sweat. "Very well. Please give us a few minutes to prepare the paperwork and process the payment." He waited. Timothy rested his arms lightly against the counter, trying to appear calm while his eyes darted to the glass displays. Rows of diamond rings, necklaces, and earrings sparkled like bottled starlight. Each had a tiny tag beside it. 120,000, 250,000, 600,000. He tapped his foot nervously, fingers brushing against the strap of his bag. Every tick of the clock on the wall felt like a hammer in his chest. Then Mr. Santos returned, holding a clipboard of documents. The saleslady followed, smiling politely, and behind them came a woman in a sharp black blazer suit. She had neatly tied hair, pearl earrings, and the kind of confident poise that screamed manager. "Sir Timothy," Mr. Santos said, laying the paperwork on the counter, "we'll just need you to fill this out for our records. Name, address, contact number. Standard procedure for all high-value transactions." Timothy nodded quickly, gripping the provided pen. His handwriting shook at first, but he steadied it. Name, Timothy Guerrero. Address, he hesitated, then wrote their Tondo address. He wondered for a moment if it would look suspicious, but Mr. Santos didn't bat an eye. Contact, his cracked phone number. He finished the rest of the fields and slid it back. "You did well, sir," she said politely. "For a piece of this quality, 270,000 is a very fair deal. Please wait while we prepare the payment." Timothy's heart hammered faster. "It's real. It's happening." The manager motioned to the saleslady, who opened a drawer behind the counter. To Timothy's shock, she pulled out a money counter machine and several neatly wrapped stacks of 1,000 bills. Timothy's mouth went dry. He had never seen that much cash in his life, not even close. The machine whirred to life as the manager slipped in the stacks, the bills flipping rapidly, clack, clack, clack. The digital screen beeped with each count. 100,000, 200,000, 270,000. Timothy gripped the counter tighter, his palms sweating. "Here you go, sir," the manager said, setting the bundles neatly into a slim black envelope with the Golden Hills logo. She slid it across the counter as if it were nothing more than a Starbucks receipt. Timothy reached out slowly, almost reverently. His fingers brushed the envelope and a shiver ran up his spine. 270,000 pesos. "Please double-check the amount," the manager added, professional as ever. Mr. Santos gave him another approving nod. "Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Guerrero. If you have any other pieces you wish to liquidate, don't hesitate to return." "Other pieces," Timothy nearly laughed. "If only you knew, it fucking worked." It fucking worked. Timothy was super elated from the outcome. If no one was around, he would have literally jumped from joy and shouted to the heavens about making 100,000 pesos in a single morning. Not 170,000 pesos. The black Golden Hills envelope in his backpack felt like it weighed 10 kilos. His hands kept brushing against it, just to make sure it was real, not some dream that would vanish when he blinked. 270,000. He whispered to himself, grinning ear to ear. "I really did it." The memory of Mr. Santos's nod and the manager sliding those crisp bills across the counter kept replaying in his head like a highlight reel. For the first time in his life, he wasn't broke. He wasn't scraping by on 100 mascot gigs or handing out flyers under the scorching sun. He wanted to treat himself. That 50 siapao earlier wasn't enough to celebrate something this big. His stomach rumbled as if agreeing. He glanced around the polished floors of Greenbelt. Restaurants lined the hall's Starbucks, Italianese, a ramen house with steaming bowls on display, and a steakhouse whose menu he didn't even dare to check yet. The scents wafting out made his mouth water. "Damn, I can actually afford this now," he muttered. Just saying it felt surreal. His stomach gave another growl, making him chuckle under his breath. "I wonder how steak tastes like." For years, steak was something he only saw on TV commercials or in the Facebook posts of rich classmates who bragged about eating at hotels. To him, meat usually meant thin slices of pork from the wet market or chicken skin fried until crispy. Steak was a foreign concept. He stared longingly at the steakhouse across the hallway. Through the glass, he could see waiters in white shirts and aprons serving sizzling plates, the aroma of seared beef drifting out every time the door opened. His hand brushed the envelope again. 270,000. He could easily afford one steak meal. He could order the biggest one on the menu and not even make a dent in his newfound fortune. "Okay, let's go." Timothy took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and walked toward the steakhouse. Each step felt like he was trespassing into another world. The glass doors opened smoothly as a waiter in a crisp white shirt bowed slightly. "Good afternoon, sir. Table for one." The sir still made Timothy twitch inside, but he nodded. Yes, he was guided to a small table by the window. The chair was cushioned, the table covered in a pristine white cloth with neatly folded napkins and polished silverware laid out. A small vase with a single flower sat in the middle. Timothy's heart pounded. The waiter handed him a leather-bound menu. Timothy opened it carefully, like it might explode in his hands. Ribeye steak 1,500. Tenderloin 1,800. Wagyu special 3,500. His eyes widened slightly, but he forced himself not to flinch. For once, these prices didn't mean impossible. They were within reach. He swallowed, his throat dry, and pointed at the ribeye. "I'll have the ribeye steak, medium rare. With rice, please, of course, sir. Would you like anything to drink?" He hesitated. "Just water." He wasn't about to burn extra pesos on a fancy wine he didn't understand. "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment." The waiter collected the menu and walked off, leaving Timothy sitting stiffly in the plush chair. He glanced around. At the next table, a man in a suit was cutting into his steak with practiced ease, chatting casually with a woman dressed in designer clothes. At another, a family of four laughed while clinking glasses of wine. They are really from a different league. Minutes later, his order arrived. The waiter placed the sizzling plate in front of him, and the smell nearly knocked Timothy back. The ribeye glistened under a drizzle of butter, juices pooling around it. On the side, a mound of steaming white rice and a medley of vegetables. "Enjoy your meal, sir," the waiter said before stepping away. Timothy stared at the plate. His stomach growled so loud he laughed softly. 1,500. "Don't disappoint me," he muttered, picking up the knife and fork. He sliced into the steak, the knife gliding smoothly through the meat. Pink juices bled onto the plate. He lifted the first bite to his mouth, hesitant, then took it in. His eyes widened. Holy! The flavor exploded on his tongue. Juicy, tender, seasoned just right. It melted in his mouth in a way no Carandaria barbecue stick ever could. He chewed slowly, savoring every fiber. This is insane," he whispered before diving in for another bite. He ate slowly, deliberately. Each mouthful felt like a revelation. The rich, buttery meat paired with simple rice made him grin like an idiot. For years, he had been surviving on instant noodles, hot dogs, and cheap fried food. This was a different universe. By the time he set down his fork, the plate was wiped clean. His stomach was full, warm, and satisfied in a way it had never been before. The bill came soon after, neatly tucked into a small folder. 1,500 exactly. Timothy pulled two crisp 1,000 bill from the envelope and slid it inside. A minute later, the waiter returned with 500 bill change. Timothy rose to his feet and left the restaurant. Timothy stepped out of the steakhouse with a full stomach, the warm aftertaste of the ribeye still lingering. For once, he didn't feel the pang of regret that usually followed spending money. The black envelope in his backpack pressed against his shoulders like a reminder. 270,000. Even after the steak, it barely made a scratch. He walked slowly through Greenbelt, eyes darting to every store window. He'd never really done this before, just walked and looked without instantly thinking, I can't afford that. For the first time in his life, he allowed himself to imagine. At first, he thought of himself. His cracked phone, taped at the back to keep the battery from falling out, felt heavier in his pocket. He passed by a Samsung store, then an Apple shop. The glowing iPhones on display practically called out to him. Sleek, fast, untouched by years of second-hand wear. 70,000 for the latest iPhone, he murmured, staring at the price tag. His gut twisted. Normally, he would have laughed bitterly and walked away. But now, he tightened his grip on the envelope strap. Why not? Then his thoughts shifted to Angela. His little sister's shoes were nearly falling apart, taped at the sole, laces frayed. She always said it was fine, that they still worked, but he knew better. Passing by Nike and Adidas, his gaze settled on a pair of simple white sneakers. Not flashy, but sturdy. Perfect for her. Nearby, he saw a pastel backpack, something she could use for school instead of the worn-out hand-me-down she carried now. He smiled faintly. She'll go crazy over these. Then he pictured her faded blouses, stretched thin from years of use. She never bought anything new for herself, always saying, you two first. Timothy stopped by a boutique selling simple but elegant dresses. A modest floral one caught his eye. Something that would make her look younger, brighter, like she wasn't carrying the weight of the world every day. His chest tightened. She deserved that. Before he knew it, Timothy had walked into the stores and made the purchases. Sneakers and a backpack for Angela, a dress for his mother, and for himself, finally, a brand new smartphone. Sir, he was still getting used to that. He spent over 90,000 pesos. Yes, he bought that iPhone 16. By the time he left Greenbelt, his arms were full of shopping bags. He must have looked like one of those professionals after payday, carrying gifts home. The weight didn't bother him at all. If anything, it felt good. But he wasn't done yet. Timothy hopped into a grab car and told the driver to take him to the nearest Jollibee. Usually, the grab driver would refuse to entertain requests because it's not part of the services, but with the tips, the driver agreed. In the drive-thru, he ordered 1 bucket of chicken, a box of spaghetti, and drinks. After that, the driver took him home. On the ride home, he couldn't stop smiling. He pictured Angela's eyes lighting up at the new shoes and bag, tearing up when she saw the dress, both of them laughing around the table with fried chicken and spaghetti like they hadn't in years. But as the grab car weaved through traffic and the familiar streets of Tondo began to creep into view, a knot formed in his stomach. Wait. How the hell was he supposed to explain this? His smile faded as the realization hit him like cold water. He had walked into Greenbelt looking like an office worker and walked out with over 90,000 worth of shopping bags. A new iPhone, branded sneakers, a dress from a boutique, fast food for dinner, things he couldn't even dream of affording yesterday. Ma wasn't stupid. Angela wasn't stupid either. They both knew he was barely scraping by with mascot jobs and handing out flyers. Shit. What am I supposed to say? Oh, I magically sold a diamond ring worth 270,000. He almost laughed at the absurdity. No way they'd buy that. He pressed a hand against his backpack, feeling the crisp weight of the Golden Hills envelope. If Ma saw this, she'd demand answers. Worse, she might panic and think he stole it or got mixed up in something illegal. The grab driver's voice pulled him out of his spiraling thoughts. Boss, we're almost there. Timothy nodded absent-mindedly, eyes darting to the shopping bags beside him. He needed a cover story, something believable, something simple. His brain scrambled. Scholarship grant? No, too big a lima would want paperwork. A lotto win? Possible. He would just tell them that they took the ticket. That should work. The grab stopped in front of their narrow alley, and Timothy carefully gathered the bags in his arms. The driver gave him a curious glance. He wasn't every day someone from Tondo hopped off with boutique bags and Jollibee takeout, but Timothy just forced a smile, tipped him, and stepped out. The neighbors were out as usual, kids playing tumbang preso, old ladies gossiping on plastic chairs, men smoking while watching a basketball game on a busted TV. Timothy could feel their eyes trailing after him as he tried to balance the shopping bags, the Jollibee box on top like a crown. While big time, one of the neighbors joked, laughter rippling. Payday? Another teased. Timothy just gave a tight smile and hurried down the alley. When he reached their door, Angela was already peeking from inside. Her eyes went wide at the sight of the bags in his arms. Brother, she whispered, stepping aside to let him in. The moment he entered, he saw his mother was sitting on the sofa, her faded blouse wrinkled, her tired face sharp with suspicion. Her gaze flicked from the shopping bags to the Jollibee box to Timothy himself. She rose to his feet with an alarmed look on her face. "Timothy," she repeated, her voice rising just slightly. "Where did you get that?" Timothy's throat tightened. He gently set the bags down on the small wooden table, the glossy shopping logos looking completely out of place in their cramped sala. The smell of fried chicken and spaghetti filled the room, almost mocking the tension. Angela glanced from their mother to her brother, clutching the pastel backpack he had bought her. "Brother, did you win something?" she asked softly. Timothy forced a smile, though his palms were damp, something like that. His mother crossed her arms, her brows furrowing deeper. "Don't play with me, son. Did someone give you this? Did you borrow money from someone dangerous?" "It's a lotto, Ma," Timothy blurted out, forcing the words out quickly before his throat could lock up. Both his mother and Angela froze. Angela's eyes widened, her grip on the pastel backpack tightening. "Lotto, Kuya, you mean you won." His mother, however, wasn't smiling. She narrowed her eyes, her arms still crossed. "Lotto," she repeated with a tone of disbelief. "You think I'll believe that so easily?" Timothy swallowed hard, trying not to look away. It wasn't a jackpot or anything crazy. "Just a small win, enough to buy some things for us, Ma. Enough so we don't have to worry for a while." His mother stared at him for a long, tense moment. The silence made Timothy's palms sweat even more. He tried to keep his breathing calm, but inside his head he was already panicking. Does she believe me? Should I have said something else? Finally, she sighed and sat back down on the sofa, the suspicion in her eyes softening into weariness. "A lotto win, huh?" she muttered, rubbing her temple. "I don't know what's going on with you, Timothy, but if you're lying to me, if this is something dangerous, you'll ruin yourself and you'll drag us down too." Timothy quickly shook his head. "No, Ma, I swear it's safe. It's nothing illegal. Please, just trust me on this." Angela, still clutching the backpack, smiled shyly. "Ma, maybe brother's telling the truth. Look, it doesn't matter where it came from right now. For the first time, we can actually eat Jollibee together." Her words made his mother glance at the box of chicken and spaghetti. The smell filled the small sala, cutting through the heavy mood. Slowly, she exhaled and gave a small nod. "Fine," she said, her voice still cautious. "I hope where you get the money from is legal." Angela's grin widened, and she quickly pulled plates from the cabinet. Timothy released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He sat down at the table, helping unpack the food. As Angela placed fried chicken on each plate and Ma quietly ladled out spaghetti, Timothy forced a smile. The tension had eased for now, but he knew it was temporary. His lotto excuse bought him some time, nothing more. "I need to be more careful," he thought as he bit into a piece of crispy chicken. "If I keep coming home with things like this, Ma won't let it slide again." But when Angela giggled over her new sneakers and his mother, despite herself, smiled faintly at the taste of spaghetti, Timothy felt a warmth in his chest. At last, he had bought something big for his family, and that in itself was so fulfilling and self-rewarding. He went to his bedroom and locked the door. Inside, he finally grabbed the new iPhone 16 from the paper bag, and well, he doesn't want to open it yet. The fact that he had brought his little sister new shoes and bag, and his mother a cloth was too much for them. What more if they saw him using the latest iPhone? Well, he'll keep his current cell phone for now and use the new one when he is not at home, and he has to study the system. So the restrictions, one use per day, is it indefinite? Will he be able to reconstruct anything per day? In that case, he'd get 365 reconstruction per year, which is overpowered. He leaned back against the wall, staring at the ceiling. That's 365 reconstructions in a year. 365 diamonds, or Rolex watches, or cars, that's billions. The thought made him shiver. He glanced around his room. The cracked electric fan, the rickety study table, the pile of old, broken junk in the corner were all worthless before. But now they weren't trash anymore. They were raw material, potential gold mines. He picked up his old, busted watch from the table. Its glass was scratched, the leather strap peeling. Normally, it would have been worth nothing. But with the system, he could turn it into a Rolex complete with papers. A single one could sell for millions. His throat tightened. So this is what it means to have power. The problem was money flow. He couldn't just keep buying luxury items and saying lotto forever. His mother would catch on. Neighbors would gossip. People in Tondo didn't walk around with Rolexes and shopping bags from Greenbelt every week without raising suspicion. He rubbed his temples, thinking, no, I can't just keep spending like crazy. If I'm smart, I can make this look like a business. Buy cheap stuff, resell it, make it look like I'm hustling. His eyes narrowed. That was it. Flipping. People did it all the time. Buy and sell phones, secondhand cars, watches, sneakers. Nobody questioned it. If he slowly built himself up as a small-time reseller, he could mask the insane profit margins the system was giving him. Buy and sell, Timothy muttered under his breath. It's going to be the recipe for his success. With this system, he had been given a glimpse of what he could be in the future, a rich person, and he will claim it. It was September 23rd, 2024, Monday. Timothy woke up early in the morning with a yawn and turned off the alarm buzzing from his current smartphone. Available reconstructions 3. He smirked Saturday, Sunday, and now Monday 3 full reconstructions waiting to be used. He hadn't touched the system over the weekend, not out of laziness but strategy. He wanted to build up charges, test how far he could push the limits. If he could stockpile this ability, then he had the flexibility to experiment. But today wasn't about experimenting. Today was school, and unfortunately it was exam week. Ah shit, Timothy muttered, dragging a hand down his face. I haven't studied at all. His notes sat untouched in his bag, buried under old flyers from one of his past jobs. He was a freshman in mechanical engineering at the University of the Philippines Diliman, one of the hardest courses in the country. Survival required both brains and time, and Timothy had been bleeding his time dry for side jobs. Now he had money, but exams didn't care about money. All right, just wing it, he sighed, like always. He threw on his faded jeans and a shirt after taking a bath, grabbed his bag and checked his Gcash balance. Barely enough left for a ride. He booked an Ankas. Minutes later, a motorcycle pulled up at the mouth of the alley. Timothy slipped his helmet on, careful not to let his bag knock against the Jollibee wrappers still sitting in the trash pile nearby. He climbed on, the driver revved the engine, and they wove out of Tondo's tight streets. The ride to Quezon City was long, but Timothy didn't mind. The wind whipped against his face as they sped along Roxas Boulevard, then EDSA, weaving past traffic and jeepneys. For once he wasn't thinking about bills or odd jobs. His mind was on campus, on exams, and on how much he hated what he was about to see. By the time they reached the University Avenue, his eyes narrowed. A parade of shiny European cars rolled past the iconic ablation statue. BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, a Porsche, even a Maserati idled near the curb. Chauffeurs in pressed uniforms opened doors for students dressed in designer brands. Some were laughing loudly, some scrolling on their brand new iPhones, others chatting in English accents they probably picked up from international schools. The so-called burghers, the children of senators, congressmen, tycoons. Timothy clenched his jaw. He climbed off the Ankas and shouldered his worn-out bag. He stood for a moment at the entrance, watching the display of privilege. One girl stepped out of a white BMW, her bag a Louis Vuitton that probably cost more than his mother's yearly medicine. A group of boys in pastel polo shirts joked beside a parked Porsche. Timothy's lip curled. Burgess, he muttered under his breath. They should have enrolled somewhere private instead of here. This is a public school and there is a reason for it. Not everyone can afford a quality education and they are stealing the spots. Okay, that's enough. Timothy shook his head and pushed the bitterness aside. Exams were waiting and he needed his head clear. There was still time before his first class, so he went straight to the cafeteria. Normally, he would have skipped breakfast. His routine was to gulp water, ignore the hunger pangs, and wait until lunch for a cheap 40 rice meal. But now he had money, plenty of it. He stepped inside the UP Diliman cafeteria, the mix of smells instantly hitting Himfried Longanissa, garlic rice, hot dogs, scrambled eggs, and cheap instant coffee. Students were already crowding the tables, some reviewing notes, others half asleep over their trays. Timothy got in line, scanning the menu board. Silog meals at 65, pancit canton with egg 40, burger steak 75. His eyes lingered on the Tapsilog combo, the most expensive breakfast meal on the board 90. Before, that would have been unthinkable. He'd always stick to the cheapest option just to survive the week. But today he stepped up to the counter without hesitation. One Tapsilog with extra rice, he said, and a coffee. The cashier glanced up, then punched the order. 110, sir. Again that word. It still felt strange, but Timothy pulled out a crisp 500 bill from his walletone of the fresh bills from Golden Hills yesterday. He handed it over without flinching. The cashier's eyes flickered, probably noticing the unusually new bill. Change, sir, 390. Timothy pocketed it and carried his tray. The Tapsilog plate was steaming, the beef tapa glistening in oil, garlic rice fragrant, and egg sunny side up perfectly done. For once he didn't wolf down his food like a starving dog. He ate slowly, savoring every bite. So this is what breakfast feels like, huh? Sitting down with a full plate, not worrying if you'll still have fair money later. He leaned back with his coffee, watching the other students. Some were rich kids with their Starbucks tumblers, their MacBooks open as they scrolled through online reviewers. Others were just like him. Ordinary students in worn-out outfits, their eyes already tired from too much cramming and not enough sleep. He may have not reviewed for the exam, but having a boosted mind due to breakfast was enough energy for him to solve basic problems. Still, he was on the risk of failing. He failed his prelim term. Failing midterms meant low chances of passing the course in the finals. If the system also gives its user a brain enhancer, that would be best, Timothy said and then paused. He realized something, brain enhancer. He remembered Limitless, that movie where one pill turned a washed-up man into a genius, his brain operating at full capacity. Nootropics, cognitive enhancers weren't exactly fiction anymore. Timothy had skimmed articles online about students abroad buying supplements to cram for exams. Most were just caffeine in disguise, but some scientists were working on real stuff. But of course it's fiction, it's not true. But what if the system can do that? The system hadn't spelled everything out. Sure, it gave him rules: no living beings, size and mass restrictions, one reconstruction per day, but it never said anything about time. Was he bound by what existed in 2024? Or could he leap ahead? Timothy's eyes darted to the blue panel faintly hovering in the corner of his vision. Available reconstructions 3. The system didn't care about market shelves or release dates. It cared about detail, about specifications. If he typed out, reconstruct this tablet into a pharmaceutical-grade nootropic drug capable of enhancing focus, memory retention, and problem-solving ability for 12 hours without side effects, would the system follow through? His heart hammered. If that was possible, exams wouldn't be a problem. He could ace every subject, secure his scholarship, and never risk failing out of up again. But then doubt clawed in. What if the system rejected it? What if it counted as futuristic or not possible? Worse, you had if it worked but messed with his brain permanently. He stabbed at the garlic rice with his spoon. No, I need to test it first. Something small. His mind churned. What's a safe test run? Maybe reconstructing candy into a brain enhancer pill. Timothy scraped the last of the garlic rice off his plate, drained the bitter dregs of his coffee, and stood. If the system could create a pill like that, then today wouldn't just be exam day. It would be proof. He slung his bag over his shoulder and stopped at the small convenience stall tucked at the corner of the cafeteria. Colorful rows of candies lined the shelves: flat tops, Mentos, Skittles, the kind of sugar rush students chewed on before quizzes. Timothy grabbed 10 Mentos and 15 pesos. He slipped into the nearest CR and locked himself inside one of the stalls. He lined them up on a sheet of tissue, but another question nagged him: one reconstruction per day. Did it apply only to a single object, or could multiple items count as one if they were of the same kind? He eyed the pile of candies. 10 pieces, same material, same purpose. It's vague, he muttered, but who cares? Time to find out. He steadied his breath, focusing on the faint blue panel hovering in his vision. Reconstruction target: 10 assorted candies. Specified desired outcome. His throat was dry, but he forced the words out carefully. Reconstruct these candies into 10 futuristic pharmaceutical-grade nootropic pills. Each pill should enhance focus, memory retention, and problem-solving ability for 24 hours. 0 side effects. Tasteless and easy to swallow. Shelf stable. The candies began to glow faintly, their bright wrappers and sugary shells melting into light. Timothy's eyes widened as the glow condensed into a neat, transparent vial that shimmered into existence on top of the tissue. Inside were 10 pale blue capsules, perfectly uniform, each the size of a multivitamin. Reconstruction complete. Output: 10x cognitive enhancement capsules. Duration of effect: 24 hours each. Side effects: none. Timothy's hands trembled as he picked up the vial. They looked real, legit. He popped the cap, tipped one into his palm, and stared. Holy shit, he whispered. He didn't even have to check the label. The system's confirmation was enough. He had just made something that shouldn't exist. A drug straight out of science fiction, conjured from 10 pieces of candy worth less than a jeepney ride. His mind raced. If he took one now, he'd breeze through the exam like a machine. Memorization, logic, formulas, none of it would matter. He'd have 24 hours of genius-level cognition, but his throat tightened again. What if it backfired? The system said no side effects, but was that really guaranteed? Well, there's only one way to find out. Timothy gulped one of the pills. At first, there was nothing. Seconds later, there was a tingling sensation like static electricity brushing across his scalp. His eyes widened as the feeling spread down his neck, into his chest, then into his fingertips. His vision sharpened, as if someone had turned the contrast up on reality. And then something stranger happened. Numbers, not written on the walls, not hallucinations, but memories. The derivative of sine is cosine. He muttered without meaning to. His voice cracked as his mind raced. The derivative of cosine is negative sine. Chain rule: d dx of fgx equal fgxgx. Limit of sin xx as x approaches 0 is. When he froze, wait, he had barely studied that part. Back when the professor was droning on about limits and differentiation, Timothy had been busy staring at the clock, worrying about which job he had to run to after class. He had skimmed through YouTube crash courses before, but most of it slid right out of his head the next day. Yet here it was, as if someone had dug through his brain, scraped out the junk, and reorganized it into neat, labeled folders. He staggered back against the stall door, his hand gripping the cold metal. Holy shit, I remember everything. Formulas stacked themselves in his head like puzzle pieces clicking into place. Integration by parts, volume of revolution, the damn epsilon delta definition of a limit concepts. He never fully wrapped his head around now played like a slideshow in his mind. He pulled his cracked phone from his pocket, opened his calculator app, and typed in a random integral: 3x2 plus 2x plus 1 dx int 3x2 plus 2x plus 1 dx 3x2 plus 2x plus 1 dx. Instantly the answer appeared in his head before the app could load. x3 plus x2 plus x plus cx3 plus x2 plus x plus cx3 plus x2 plus x plus c. He blinked. I didn't even think about it. I just knew. Heart pounding, Timothy scrolled further into his photo gallery, where blurry lecture slides from last semester still lingered. He tapped one, squinting at the professor's notes on triple integrals, a nightmare he had completely given up on before. But now, he read the first line and the solution pathway unfolded instantly in his brain, step by step, like watching a YouTube tutorial at 10x speed. Only the narrator was him. He whispered under his breath, unable to stop the grin spreading across his face. I can solve this. I can solve all of this. A surge of adrenaline hit him harder than any caffeine ever had. It was like his brain had been running at 20 all his life, and suddenly someone yanked the throttle wide open. Timothy looked down at the vial of remaining pills, his hands trembling slightly. This is game changer. He stuffed it back into his pocket. With this, I can ace every exam, keep my scholarship, graduate at the top. Hell, I can probably learn anything. For the first time in his academic life, the upcoming exam didn't feel like a looming execution. It felt like a chance. He exhaled, steadying himself. All right, let's test this out for real. Timothy flushed the toilet for cover noise, slipped the empty candy wrapper into the trash bin, and walked out of the CR with a new fire in his eyes. Timothy pushed into the classroom a few minutes before call time. Half the class was already there, heads bowed over reviewers, highlighters squeaking, calculator covers clicking open and shut. Rows of battered armchairs fanned out toward the windows. At the back, near the far pane where the morning light turned dust into glitter, she sat alone. Tiffany Co. white knit top tucked into a black leather skirt, Gucci belt gleaming, a quilted bag with matching hardware hanging neatly from the chair. Gold-framed glasses rested on the bridge of her nose, strands of long brown hair slipping past her ear as she read. A tiny Tiffany tag pendant winked at her throat like a punchline to her name. Burgess, Timothy's brain said automatically, but the word carried less bite than usual. He took his usual seat, unfortunately, the one beside her, because the last time he came early was never. Today it was open. He slid into the armchair, trying not to jostle her stack of neatly clipped notes. They were color-coded, margins ruled with a precision that would make an architect jealous. Despite the flawless packaging, she was very clearly cramming. They'd shared this math class all semester, a mix of freshmen from different colleges. He was mechanical engineering, she was chemical engineering. They had never spoken with one another despite the close proximity, maybe because that's just how the upper class works. 5 minutes later, Timothy sat in silence, palms flat on the armchair, tracing his breath like he'd seen monks do on YouTube. The pill's clean hum held steady behind his eyes. Around him, paper rustled, pens clicked, last-minute prayers were whispered. The door swung open. Their professor, thin, angular, chalk already smudged on his cuffs, strode in hugging a stack of test booklets like a judge carrying verdicts. Conversations died on impact. No notes, no phones, no whispering. If you stand, you submit, he said without looking at anyone in particular. 2 hours, 10 questions. He started dealing booklets down the rows. Each thud felt heavier than the last. When one landed on Timothy's armrest, the room seemed to narrow to white paper and black ink. He read and swore inwardly. Even with the pill, it was a minefield. The very first problem was an implicit differentiation nightmare, where x2y plus lny equal ex3, and he had to find dx in its cleanest form. The second twisted the chain rule around an exponential nested 3 layers deep, with bases and powers swapped in places meant to trip even the confident. Then came logarithm straps hidden in change of base formulas, questions where careless algebra meant certain failure. One problem asked for the nth derivative of ln1 plus x evaluated at 0, clearly a Taylor expansion in disguise, but disguised cruelly. Trigonometric derivatives filled the middle section, not the easy on sine and cosine but combinations of tan x sec x, or an identity wrapped in an arc function, where one slip in algebra would eat 20 minutes. Another question merged product and quotient rules with trig simplifications that only the sharpest could untangle under time pressure. And just when the students thought they'd survived, the professor unleashed hyperbolic functions, a derivative of sin x cos x hidden inside an exponential acoth x that blew up at x equal, if you weren't careful, and finally, a proof question that asked them to show that d dx tan x equals sec 2x from first principles. Even Tiffany, whom Timothy assumed was untouchable in math, was stiffening beside him, her pen pausing just a second too long on the first implicit derivative problem. The kind of pause that meant inward panic, even if her face stayed calm. For everyone else, it was slaughter. But for Timothy, the pill made the pathways light up. Derivatives flowed through his brain like water following carved channels. He started writing, one line after another, answers forming without hesitation. 10 questions, 2 hours. He finished in 20 minutes. Timothy stood, and immediately all eyes were on him. The sound of chair legs scraping the floor echoed across the classroom, louder than it should have. Every head turned. Pens froze mid-scratch, calculators paused mid-click. The silence cracked into whispers. What is he doing? Did he finish? No way, it's only 20 minutes. Even Tiffany's hand stilled above her paper. She turned slowly, her brows knitting together behind her glasses. For someone who always seemed untouchable, always composed, the sharp gasp that escaped her lips betrayed genuine shock. The professor's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Guerrero, are you telling me you're finished?" "Yes, sir," Timothy answered calmly. The professor set the chalk down, crossed his arms, and studied him for a long moment. The man was a terror, infamous across multiple colleges for his exams, his high standards, his failure rates that gutted entire sections. He had made this test deliberately brutal, implicit differentiation layered with chain rules, trigonometric tricks hidden in proofs, hyperbolic derivatives disguised as logarithms. He expected at least half the room to drown. Yet here was this boy, average at best all semester, standing like he'd just solved a crossword puzzle. "Step forward," the professor said finally. Timothy walked to the front. He laid his booklet on the desk. The professor pulled it closer, flipped it open without ceremony, and reached for a folded sheet beneath his lesson plan and answer key. The class held its breath. Page 1. The professor's eyes flicked from the question to Timothy's solution to his own key. His brow twitched. He flipped to the next. Page 2. His lips pressed together. He checked a derivative 3 times, moving his pen to confirm each step. Perfect. Page 3. He stopped, scanning faster now, hunting for mistakes, signs of luck. But every line flowed, every simplification landed exactly where it should. By page 5, the professor's composure slipped. His eyes widened, not fully, but enough for the front row to see. He turned another page with a sharper flick than intended. Students craned their necks, trying to read his expression. Finally, the professor closed the booklet with a snap, his knuckles whitening against the cardboard cover. He looked up at Timothy. "Mr. Guerrero," he said slowly, "how did you get it all right?" Hearing that, the class erupted from shock. No way, perfect score. Impossible. Some students groaned, clutching their heads like they had just witnessed an alien land in front of them. Others whispered with a mix of awe and envy. Even Tiffany was shocked, as she expected nothing from him, as she considered him average. She wasn't even halfway through this exam, and here was Timothy, who she barely noticed until now, getting it all right. The professor raised a hand, silencing the noise with just his presence. His sharp eyes bored into Timothy, not angry, but burning with something deeper: suspicion, disbelief, and the smallest trace of curiosity. "You've been scraping by all semester, Guerrero," he said, "barely passing quizzes, struggling with problem sets, and now," he tapped the closed booklet with his finger, "Thock, now you solve the most difficult exam I've written this year in 20 minutes. Timothy met his gaze without flinching. "I studied hard, sir." A ripple of laughter, half disbelieving, broke from the back row. The professor silenced it instantly with a glare. His eyes didn't leave Timothy. "Studied hard, you say?" He leaned forward slightly. "Hard enough to beat every trick I laid out. Hard enough to solve implicit derivatives most graduate students stumble over." Timothy didn't answer right away. He could feel dozens of eyes boring into him. For a heartbeat, the pill's sharpened clarity urged him to say something bold. But he swallowed it back. Modesty was safer. "I just understood it this time, sir," he said carefully. The professor searched his face for a long, heavy second, like a hawk watching a rabbit that suddenly sprouted wings. Then he leaned back and exhaled through his nose. "Sit down, Guerrero," he said at last. His tone wasn't mocking nor dismissive. It carried something different: respect, wariness. Even Timothy couldn't tell. Timothy bowed his head slightly and returned to his seat. "Continue your exams," he ordered. 1 hour and 25 minutes remain. His classmates resumed their exams, and after 1 hour and 25 minutes they all passed their papers. The professor is the type of a professor who would check the papers the moment it was passed so that the students themselves can calculate their grades. And nearly everyone got a 0 on their test, even Tiffany, who looked pale as she stared at her paper. Her perfect handwriting filled only half the booklet, deductions slashed in red ink across every other line. She bit her lip, eyes lingering on the bold 010 scribbled at the top. For someone who was always composed, always the untouchable Burgess who never seemed to falter, the cracks showed. Timothy didn't linger. He had his own classes to attend, and just like what happened in this classroom happened there also, by late afternoon. Timothy adjusted the strap of his bag as he made his way toward the exit gate. His shift at the cafe shop was starting soon, still needed money, and part-time work couldn't just vanish because of one diamond ring or one perfect exam. The streets outside were buzzing with jeepneys honking, vendors calling out about quack-quack and fishballs, and students spilling out of campus in chatter. But then he stopped. Near the gate, standing just a step away from the iron bars, was Tiffany Coe. Her polished look hadn't faded, white blouse tucked neatly, skirt perfectly pressed, leather bag hanging from her shoulder, but her face was different. It had a tight and determined expression, and she was just blocking his way. And she wasn't moving aside either. Timothy slowed, confused. Coe," he asked cautiously. "What's this about? I want you to tutor me." Timothy blinked. He actually glanced behind him, half expecting she was talking to someone else. Wait, What? I want you to tutor me, she repeated. Her fingers gripped her bag tighter, betraying the nerves underneath. You finished that exam in 20 minutes and got everything right. She hesitated, her voice dropping just a notch. I can't afford to fail this class. I need your help. Timothy just stared, speechless. Out of all the things he expected, mockery, accusations of cheating, maybe even Silence wasn't on the list. Tiffany Coe, the lawyer's daughter, the rich girl who never spoke to anyone, was asking him for help, and not just help, tutoring. He had to come up with a reasonable explanation to turn her down. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can, Timothy started carefully. I have a part-time job. My schedule's already packed and… I'll pay you, Timothy blinked. What? Tiffany's tone was matter-of-fact, almost impatient, like she had already expected his excuse. I'll pay you for every session, handsomely. He stared at her, caught off guard. How much are we talking about here? She adjusted her glasses, her eyes never leaving his. 2,000 per session. Minimum 2 sessions a week. Timothy's jaw nearly dropped. 2,000, he echoed, almost choking on the words. That was nearly triple what he made in an entire day at the cafe that was after running back and forth, sweating bullets for hours. In a week with just 2 sessions, he'd make more than what he usually earned slaving away every night. The offer was so tempting it made his chest tighten. And then, like a light bulb, the thought clicked, this could be perfect. If he suddenly started improving at math and showing signs of wealth, people would be suspicious. But if he was tutoring the Burgess Tiffany Coe, rich, brilliant, and known for her connections, then no one would question it. It would be the perfect cover when he began using the reconstruction system to earn real money. Timothy rubbed the back of his neck, feigning hesitation. That's a lot. You're really sure about this? Yes. Her tone was firm, the same determination in her eyes. I don't care about the money. I need to pass. And you? She hesitated for the briefest second. Clearly know what you're doing. His lips curled into the faintest smile. All right, deal. They both pulled out their phones. Tiffany's was the latest iPhone, shining like it had just been unboxed. Timothy's was the cracked old unit he'd been nursing for years. Well, good thing he hasn't opened his own iPhone or else she might get suspicious. They exchanged Facebook details without a word, the ping of a new friend request sealing their strange new partnership. Just as Timothy slid his phone back into his pocket, the low hum of an engine pulled up beside the gate. A massive black LC300 eased to a stop. The chauffeur stepped out in a crisp uniform, opening the back door. Ma'am Tiffany, he said with a bow of his head. Tiffany turned back to Timothy one last time, her expression unreadable. I'll message you tonight. Be ready. Without waiting for his reply, she slid gracefully into the plush backseat. The chauffeur closed the door with a solid thunk, circled to the driver's side, and the SUV glided away like a silent beast. Timothy stood at the gate, staring after it, the roar of jeepneys and the chatter of students suddenly dull in comparison. He exhaled slowly, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Tutor, huh? 5 hours later. The hiss of the espresso machine faded as Timothy hung his apron on the hook in the back room. His shift was finally over. The cafe was empty now, the tables wiped down, chairs stacked, and the smell of roasted beans lingering in the air. He flexed his wrist, sore from 5 hours of bussing tables and taking orders. Good night, Tim, one of his co-workers called as they clocked out. Good night, he muttered with a tired smile. He stepped out into the Manila night. It was almost 11 p.m., the streets around Katapunan quieter than usual but still alive with jeepneys rumbling by, tricycles darting through traffic, and the occasional group of students laughing too loud after a long day. Timothy adjusted his bag on his shoulder and began the walk toward the jeepney stop that would take him home to Tondo. His phone buzzed. He pulled out the cracked screen device. A blue messenger bubble lit up the display. It was Tiffany Coe, tomorrow. 8 a.m. Meet me at my condo. I'll send the address. Timothy stopped under a flickering streetlight. He stared at the message, rereading it twice. Early morning, that was unusual, but then again he didn't have class tomorrow morning. By some stroke of luck, or maybe fate, it actually lined up perfectly. Another message appeared, this time with a pinned location. Tiffany Coe, 1 Sarandra Residences, BGC, don't be late. He rubbed his neck, half laughing to himself. Tutor gig, huh? In BGC, what the hell did I just sign up for? But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. 2,000 per session, twice a week. That was more than enough reason to hop on the MRT and make the trip across the city. He typed back a quick reply. Timothy Guerrero, got it. See you tomorrow. He shoved the phone back into his pocket. Timothy sighed. A lot of things were happening. Recent lithe reconstruction system, the sudden rush of money, the pill that magically enhanced his brain, and now this tutoring. It was truly a blessing that the reconstruction system had appeared in his life. He still had 2 reconstruction attempts left, and just like he planned, he intended to let them accumulate day by day so he could utilize them effectively when the right opportunities came. September 24, 2024. Is this the place? Timothy hopped down from the motorcycle rider of Anka's while his eyes were fixed on the towering skyscraper in BGC, 1 Sarandra Residence. The glass facade gleamed in the morning sun, framed by palm trees, trimmed hedges, and the rhythmic hiss of sprinklers watering manicured lawns. Security guards in crisp uniforms stood near the entrance, radios clipped to their belts. SUVs and sedans rolled past, dropping off suited professionals and housewives with designer bags. It looked like another world far removed from the cramped alleys of Tondo. Timothy adjusted the strap of his backpack nervously. Damn, this place looks like a five-star hotel. He walked toward the lobby, each step heavier than the last. His freshly reconstructed polo and slacks kept him from looking completely out of place, but the nerves inside him churned like boiling water. The glass doors parted smoothly as he approached, cool air washing over him. Inside, the lobby was all polished marble floors, golden lights, and modern furniture. A chandelier hung above, reflecting against the walls. At the far side was a reception counter manned by two women in neat uniforms. Timothy's footsteps echoed softly as he approached. The receptionist glanced up, her polite smile flickering as her eyes scanned him. "Good morning, sir. May I help you?" Timothy froze for half a second. He had never spoken to a condominium receptionist in his life. His throat tightened. I'm here for." He hesitated, fumbling his words. "I'm here for, Tiffany Co." The receptionist's polite expression didn't falter, but Timothy swore he caught the slight arch of her eyebrow. She tapped on her keyboard quickly. "Do you have an appointment with Ms. Co?" "Appointment," Timothy repeated, blinking. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Yeah, she asked me to come." The receptionist gave him a polite but skeptical look. Her tone remained professional, but it carried a faint edge. "Sir, may I ask your name?" "Timothy Guerrero," he replied quickly. His voice cracked just slightly, making him wince. The receptionist typed again, then picked up the phone beside her. "One moment, sir. I'll need to verify with the resident." Timothy stood there stiffly, shifting from foot to foot as people walked past behind him, professionals in tailored suits, a mother with a designer stroller, a teenager in branded sneakers. Everyone moved with an air of belonging while he stood at the counter like a fish out of water. His cracked phone buzzed in his pocket. He fished it out and opened Messenger. "Timothy Guerrero, I'm here, at the lobby." He stared at the screen, waiting. The receptionist spoke softly into the phone. "Good morning, ma'am Tiffany. There's a Mr. Guerrero here asking to see you. Do we allow him to come up?" Timothy's ears burned. Every word of that conversation felt like it was broadcast to the entire lobby. Then the receptionist paused, listening, her expression shifting ever so slightly. Finally, she nodded. "Understood, ma'am." She set the phone down and gave Timothy a more genuine smile. "Ms. Co confirmed. Please wait for a moment while we process your visitor's pass." The receptionist slid a clipboard toward him. "Please sign here, sir. Name and time of entry." He scribbled his name with shaky handwriting. She then handed him a laminated card clipped to a lanyard. "Visitor's pass. Please wear it visibly at all times. Ms. Co's unit is on the 18th floor. Take the elevator to your right. Security will guide you upstairs if needed." He turned toward the elevators, trying not to look as awkward as he felt. The elevator doors slid shut with a soft chime, sealing him inside a mirrored box. His reflection stared back at him, nervous, but dressed better than usual. For once, he looked like he almost belonged in a place like this. As the elevator hummed upward, Timothy's stomach twisted. What was he even doing here? He wasn't a real math genius. It was all the pill. Without it, he'd be just another struggling student. But 2,000 per session was 2,000, and with Tiffany Co vouching for him, no one would ever suspect the truth. The floor display ticked upward 10, 11, 12, until finally 18. The doors slid open. The hallway was lined with carpet, its silence almost unsettling after the noisy lobby. Wall sconces cast soft golden light and the air smelled faintly of lavender. Timothy walked slowly, counting door numbers until he found it. Unit 18C. He swallowed, adjusted his backpack, and raised his hand to knock, but before he could, the door clicked open from the inside. Tiffany stood there, her hair tied neatly, wearing a casual blouse and jeans this time instead of her usual polished school outfit. She looked less like the untouchable rich girl on campus, and more like a normal college student, though her poise never faded. "You're here," she said simply, stepping aside. "Come in." Timothy nodded stiffly and entered, his eyes immediately darting around. The living room alone was bigger than his entire house in Tondo. A glass coffee table stood between two white couches, modern art hung on the walls, and floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a sweeping view of BGC's skyline. The kitchen gleamed in stainless steel at the far end. Timothy tried not to gape. Nice place." Tiffany gave him a flat look, as if the compliment barely registered. "Shoes off, please. We'll study at the dining table." Timothy quickly slipped off his shoes, lining them neatly by the door like she said. He followed her toward the dining area, where her laptop and a stack of math reviewers were already spread out. She sat down, adjusting her glasses. "We'll start with derivatives. I need you to explain what you did on that exam." Timothy's throat tightened. He forced a smile, pulling out a chair. "Sure, let's get started." "Sorry, can I use your restroom for a second?" Tiffany blinked, then pointed down the short hall. "Left side." He nodded, slipped inside, locked the door, and leaned over the sink. From his pocket, he drew out the small vial 9 capsules left. He stared at one for a brief second. No risks today. He had to perform. He popped a pill, dry swallowed and breathed. The familiar tingle rolled across his scalp and down his spine, then settled behind his eyes like someone cleaned a foggy window. Lines, rules, and patterns from calculus clicked into focus. He washed his hands, stepped out, and returned to the dining table. All good? Tiffany asked, already flipping open a thick reviewer. Yeah, he sat, pushing his notebook between them. Let's start with the exact kind of problem your prof loves: implicit differentiation with traps. He began talking her through it, step by step, breaking the solution down in plain words instead of just rushing through formulas. Every time you see a term with y, you treat it like it's a function of x. That means whenever you differentiate it, you attach a little tag d over dx. Most students forget that. That's where the mistakes happen. Tiffany nodded slowly, following along as he circled parts of the example problem. You keep those dx terms together, Timothy continued. Once you collect them on one side, you can factor them out and then divide. That's the cleanest way. Don't waste time trying to shuffle them around randomly. She scribbled notes, lips pressed together in concentration. I usually convert everything into sine and cosine. It's messy, but at least I feel safe. That's fine if you've got 20 minutes per problem, he said, his tone almost teasing. But in exams like yours, don't. Stick with the native forms. It's faster. Her pen paused for a moment before she nodded again, conceding. All right, faster. Timothy leaned back slightly, watching her try a similar problem on her own. He let her stumble for a bit before cutting in. Careful, you missed the inner derivative. See it, you need to multiply by that too. Otherwise, your answer will be short by a whole factor. She cursed softly under her breath and corrected herself. Good, Timothy said. That's the adjustment you need, spotting where the inner functions hide. It's always about layers. Outer, middle, inner. Label them in your head if you need to. Tiffany glanced up at him, a faint crease between her brows. You make it sound simple. It is simple, he replied, once you've burned the patterns into your head. That's all calculus really is, pattern recognition. The faster you see it, the faster you solve. They moved on to another set of problems. Timothy kept his explanations sharp and focused, never letting her drift into unnecessary detail. When she overcomplicated a solution, he cut her off. Stop, don't expand that, you'll drown yourself. Keep it in compact form, see, 1 line instead of 5. Her eyes widened slightly as the shortcut clicked. That actually makes sense. Exactly, less writing, less chance for errors. And your professor, he loves clean answers. If you give him messy work, he'll dock you even if you're right. By the third example, Tiffany was starting to anticipate his cues. When he asked how to start, she already muttered the correct approach before he even explained. Her pen moved faster, more confident than before. Timothy smirked. Not bad. Looks like you're getting the hang of it. She leaned back in her chair, exhaling. It's clearer when you say it. The textbooks always make it sound like a puzzle. You make it sound like steps. Timothy laughed. Well, I have no choice. If I want to graduate and have a better future, I must study hard. But weren't you failing in your prelim? I think you were one of the students who got lowest scores, Tiffany asked. Well, that's because I have no time to review the lectures because I have a part-time job. I figured that if I am going to pass this program, I must know how to manage my time effectively, Timothy explained. Of course, most of it is lies. There was really no time for him to interview because he had worked. Even at work, when he had an opportunity to review, he wouldn't even remember it, so it's practically hopeless. That's why he envied other students who only need to study and their parents will take care of the rest. He trailed off, realizing how bitter that sounded. He forced a small laugh and shook his head. Sorry, I don't mean it like that. Just saying you don't have to carry the same weight as some of us. Tiffany's pen stopped mid-scribble. For a moment, she didn't respond. Then she closed her notebook softly, her expression unreadable. You think having all this means I don't have weight to carry? She asked quietly. Timothy blinked. Well, yeah, I mean you don't have to worry about bills or rent or your mother's medicine or anything like that. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. Maybe not those exact things, but you don't know what it's like on my side either. Timothy tilted his head, curious despite himself. What do you mean? My dad's a lawyer. My mom runs businesses. They expect me to perform perfectly. Grades, reputation, everything. Her voice was steady, but there was a tightness underneath. I'm not allowed to fail. Not one subject, not one exam, because if I do, they'll see it as weakness. And weakness isn't tolerated in my family. Timothy frowned. He hadn't expected that. She went on, eyes hardening. So yes, I have a condo. I have a car waiting outside. But every privilege comes with strings tied around my neck. If I stumble, it's not just about mates, about disappointing an entire family that doesn't know how to accept less than perfect. The silence stretched between them. He cleared his throat. Guess. We're both fighting different battles, huh? She gave a small, humorless smile. Looks like it. Timothy tapped his pen against the table, trying to ease the heaviness. Well, if you're serious about passing, then stop overcomplicating problems. Stick to what I showed you. Clean, fast, accurate. That's what will save you. Tiffany nodded, pulling her notebook open again. Then don't hold back. Teach me everything and I will pay you. And so the tutoring session lasted until afternoon, with Tiffany ordering foods from Grab so they could eat while studying. and at 5 p.m., Tiffany asked something. Timothy, what is your dream? My dream. Well, my dream is simple, to finish my study. Timothy paused. Well, that was his dream first before he got the reconstruction system, but now armed with one, it has changed. My dream is to become a businessman, buy and sell, and I'm planning on starting one soon, Timothy said. Tiffany tilted her head to the side. You were supposed to say finishing your studies, but you want to start a business. What kind of buy and sell? Jewelry, cars, anything that the middle to upper rich class wants, Timothy answered coolly. But how will you get the capital for that? I have been saving a lot of money, Timothy said, though it's a lie. You'll see in the coming weeks, Tiffany smiled. Very well, I'll pay you $2,000 now. I hope that it will help you build your capital. And if you did start a business, please show me around. I'd like to see. No problem, Timothy said, extending his hand, offering a handshake. Tiffany took it and shook his hand. The time struck 6 o'clock in the evening, and finally an honest day's work was done. Here's your 2,000 pesos as we agreed, Tiffany said, handing out the two 1,000 bills. I'll bear that in mind. So how are you going to return home? I'll book Ankas since public transportation from here to my home is a hassle for me, Timothy replied. How about I book you a grab car? And seeing the weather outside, it's drizzling. It may get stronger later. You don't want to get caught in the rain, right? But I don't know if I can afford. Tiffany shook her head before he could finish. Then I insist. Her tone was firm, the same kind of confidence she carried in class when she answered a professor's question. Timothy opened his mouth to protest again, but her fingers were already moving across her iPhone screen. A few taps, a soft chime, and she said calmly there. A grab car will be here in 5 minutes. Timothy rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. You really didn't have to. Think of it as part of your pay, she cut in, adjusting her glasses. Besides, it's nothing, just a ride. Nothing, for her maybe. For him, the thought of spending 200 to 300 pesos on a single trip had always been unthinkable unless it was an emergency. He wasn't used to this kind of convenience. She studied him for a moment, then nodded, satisfied. Good, now go before the rain gets worse. Timothy slipped on his shoes by the door, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Receptionist downstairs would probably eye him again when he left, but at least this time he'd be heading home in a private car. The grab car, a Toyota Vios, was waiting outside the lobby just as she said, headlights glowing against the drizzle. The driver, a middle-aged man with a friendly face, waved. Sir Timothy, yeah, that's me. He climbed in, sinking into the clean leather seat. As the car pulled away from BGC, Timothy leaned his head against the window, watching the city lights blur through raindrops. In his pocket, the crisp 2,000 peso bills felt unreal. It felt the same when he got his first 100,000 pesos from the jewelry. He has 3 reconstructions left, and once he got back home, it's time to make a business plan to get as much money as he can from scraps. 2 hours later, he arrived at his home in Tondo. He didn't pay anything as Tiffany covered the fare. He arrived at his home's doorsteps and saw his mother. Ma, Timothy reached for her hand and bowed as he rested his forehead on top of her hand. I just returned from a tutoring session and got paid. Here's 1,000 pesos, buy any dinner you'd like. No, this is your money. Ma, come on, I insist, Timothy said, gently pressing the bill into her palm. It's not every day I get to bring something home like this. Please buy whatever you want, maybe even meat, not just tinola with neck and wings again. No worries, just order from Jollibee, Angela knows how. With that, Timothy went upstairs and locked himself in his bedroom. He sighed, it was quite a long day, but now that he was in his bedroom, it's time for the planning to commence. He sat on the bed and browsed his phone. He knew the reconstruction system was overpowered. The ability to turn scrap into something luxurious meant that the business perfect for him was buy and sell. And a while ago, he saw this Facebook post about vloggers vlogging about their work as a second-hand car reseller. One of them was from JC Garage that sells dirt cheap cars and was infamous for cars breaking down after the transaction. He planned on getting into a car reselling business. The reason? It's one of the popular businesses out there, and with a lot of pages dedicated to car selling, means that he has to jump in the hype. Not only that, he has the advantage over his competitors. He can buy a sedan for 50,000 and reconstruct it into brand new condition and sell it for 600,000 or more. That's a huge profit margin. If he was going to join the market, then he needed a huge capital. He can have that covered by reconstructing another jewelry so he could get 1 or 2 million cash and use that cash to buy multiple junk, flooded, second-hand cars from the marketplace and build his own dealership by renting a space. And he also had to store a lot of reconstruction attempts so he could buy multiple cars at once, and he needed a driver's license. He estimated in his head he needed 2 months. By that time, he would have 60 reconstruction attempts. Okay, time to lock in, Timothy said to himself. 2 months passed like the wind, and Timothy barely recognized his own life anymore. Gone were the endless late nights at the cafe, scrubbing tables for a few hundred pesos. He had quit without regret the moment his savings reached stability. Now his days revolved around 2 things: tutoring Tiffany Co. and expanding the quiet empire he was building in secret. The reconstruction system had become his greatest weapon. Every midnight, without fail, another chance stacked onto his tally. By now, 60 shimmering attempts were waiting in reserve, 60 chances to turn worthless junk into fortune, 60 golden bullets aimed at poverty's head, and he had already made good use of them. Tiffany had noticed it first. "You're sharper than ever these days," she remarked during one of their sessions, watching him glide through explanations as if he had memorized entire textbooks. What she didn't know was that he had reconstructed an entire vial of brain enhancer Pils 30 capsules born from a handful of Mentos. One reconstruction, 30 doses. He didn't take them every day, only when he needed to teach Tiffany or face his own exams, but the difference was staggering. Every time the pill kicked in, his mind blazed like a forge, and his tutoring transformed from simple lessons to masterclass. She had increased his pay without hesitation. What started as 2,000 per session was now 5,000, twice a week, sometimes thrice when exams drew near. For Tiffany, the money was pocket change. For Timothy, it was another step out of the pit he had been born into. Beyond tutoring, his true fortune came from jewelry. Scrap rings, fake watches, tarnished necklaces, bought them for next to nothing in Quiapo and Divisoria, then reconstructed them into flawless luxury items with complete certifications. Golden Hills Jewelry, Lucerne, Milladale had seen Timothy return more than once. He was careful never to flood one shop with too many items, spacing his visits across the city. A ring here, a Rolex there, a necklace the next week. Always modest, always explained as inheritance or family property. The numbers piled up faster than he imagined. His first deposit into a BDO account had been shaky, his hands sweating as he handed over the crisp bills. But now, the account balance stared back at him like a quiet crown, 2,432,000. He sometimes caught himself just staring at the digits on the ATM screen, as if willing them to vanish so he could confirm it wasn't all a dream. But it was real. His name, his money. With money came responsibility. He had applied for his driver's license right after his tutoring sessions stabilized, and the test felt laughably easy with a pill sharpening his thoughts. The examiner had barely finished asking questions before Timothy answered them. Within weeks, he had the plastic card in hand, his ticket to mobility, to freedom. That same freedom led him to his next move. The plan was clear, cars, but to do that, he needed space. He found it in Tondo, not far from his own neighborhood, a wide, open lot tucked behind high concrete walls and an iron gate. It was cheap, just $50,000 a month, because nobody wanted to set up shop in a place where the roads flooded and the neighbors whispered about crime. For Timothy, it was perfect. It could fit about 15 units. The walls gave him cover. No one would see when a rusted Corolla rolled in and a week later drove out gleaming like brand new. Inside, a shipping container-sized room served as his office. He furnished it with only the basics for an old desk, a chair, a filing cabinet, but it was his. He handled the paperwork himself too. Barangay clearance, DTI registration, BIR filing. He greased the right palms when needed, reconstructing documents to look flawless when offices dragged their feet. Within weeks, everything bore his name, flawless auto resale. Standing inside the lot for the first time, Timothy felt the weight of his journey settle on his shoulders. The drizzle from the sky pattered against the tin roof of the office. He brushed his hand against the rough wall, imagining it filled with cars waiting to be sold. "I guess I'll have to build a scaffolding to protect the vehicles from the elements. How long would it take? 2 weeks. And for the cost of 100 to 200,000 pesos. Okay, let's do it." Timothy wasted no time. The very next morning, he went to a local hardware supplier and asked about material: steel tubes, galvanized sheets, bolts, paint, and concrete mix for footings. The clerk gave him a rough estimate, around 180,000 for a simple roof structure that could cover 10 to 12 cars. Labor was extra, but Timothy already had a plan. "I'll handle the workers myself," he told the man confidently. "Just deliver the materials here." The supplier raised an eyebrow. "You sure, boss? That's a big job, normally needs contractors." Timothy smiled faintly. "I'll manage." By the end of the week, trucks began unloading steel and roofing panels into the lot. Neighbors peeked curiously through the gate, whispering about what kind of business was setting up in their backyard. Some thought it was a junkyard, others guessed a warehouse. Timothy didn't mind the rumors. The less people knew, the better. Inside, he had hired 5 local men for labor neighbors who usually took on construction jobs. 600 a day plus meals was more than enough to keep them motivated. They worked fast, hauling beams, welding frames, and slowly raising the skeleton of a roof. Timothy supervised closely, brain buzzing with calculations. The system gave him the option of reconstructing the steel into finished scaffolding instantly, but he decided against it. That would raise too many questions. Better to let the workers handle the visible part, and he'd adjust things in secret when no one was around. Smooth welds, stronger beams, perfect alignment. Within 10 days, the roof was nearly complete. A simple but sturdy shelter stretched across half the lot, ready to protect cars from the sun and rain. When the last nail was hammered in, Timothy stood at the center of the lot, looking up at the finished structure. It wasn't flashy. No big signs yet, no cars gleaming under the lights. But it was the foundation of something far larger. Flawless auto resale, he whispered, tasting the words like they were already carved into a signboard. He had the money, he had the license, he had the space. Now all he needed were the cars. Timothy sat at his desk inside the container office, the hum of the electric fan stirring the warm Tondo air. His laptop screen glowed in the dim light, Facebook Marketplace stretched open across the tabs. He leaned forward, fingers drumming against the desk as he typed in keywords, second-hand car as his where is, flooded unit, engine problem, negotiable. Within seconds, the listings poured in. Sedans, SUVs, Vansall marked down to rock-bottom prices because the owners were desperate to get rid of them. To Timothy's eyes, these weren't junk. They were stepping stones. He muttered to himself, all right, 2 million capital, spread it out wisely. Mix of sedans for quick flips, SUVs for bigger profit. The first listing caught his attention immediately, 2012 Toyota Vios, 45,000. Condition flooded during habitat, engine won't start, interior smells of mold. Timothy grinned faintly, perfect entry point. He called the number, voice steady. Within minutes he had negotiated the seller down to 40,000, cash on the spot. The owner, a man in his 50s, sounded almost relieved. The next day, a flatbed tow truck rumbled into the Tondo lot carrying the muddy, waterlogged Vios. Its paint was dull, headlights fogged, and the upholstery inside looked like it had hosted a swamp. Neighbors peeked again from across the alley, whispering, but Timothy waved them off. He ran his hand across the hood. 40,000 in. Let's see how much out, but not yet. He wanted to stockpile first. His next target was bigger. 2014 Toyota Fortuner, 120,000. Condition, transmission failure, needs overhaul. Normally, a transmission repair alone would scare away any buyer since it could cost up to 200,000 at the casa. For Timothy, it was nothing. A single reconstruction would erase the issue and more. He called the seller, a young man who admitted he couldn't afford the repairs. If you can bring cash this week, it's yours, the man said. Timothy didn't even haggle. 120,000 for a Fortuner was already a steal. 3 days later, another tow truck delivered the hulking black SUV into his lot. Scrolling through again, Timothy found a different type of listing. 2010 Hyundai Starex, 95,000. Condition, engine overheats, radiator leaks, a C busted. He tapped his chin. A Starex was valuable not just for family use but as a shuttle van for companies. If he could reconstruct it into perfect condition, it would easily fetch 500,000 pesos. On my list, he muttered, sending a message. After a bit of back and forth, the seller agreed to 90,000. By the end of the week, his lot was beginning to fill. The Vios, the Fortuner, and now the Starex lined up under the half-built scaffolding. Each still looked battered, dense, and mud-visible, but Timothy's eyes saw only future cash. He wasn't done. 2015 Honda Civic, 180,000. Condition, flood damaged, engine won't crank, interior soaked. The seller sounded frustrated on the phone. Are you even going to buy? All those who inquired backed out the moment they learned it's a flood unit. Cash, tomorrow, 170,000. A pause, then a sigh, deal. When the Civic arrived, Timothy couldn't hide his excitement. Its sleek red body, even with scratches, looked promising. Under reconstruction, it would shine again like it rolled fresh from the dealership. One more. He wanted at least 5 models in his opening lineup. 2013 Honda CR-V, 150,000. Condition, transmission slipping, check engine light on, rough idle. Most buyers would run. Timothy leaned back in his chair, calculating. After reconstruction, this SUV could command 600,000 or more. He met the seller in Quezon City, bringing cash in a discreet envelope. The man was shocked at how fast Timothy agreed. Most people just look and disappear, the seller muttered, shaking his head. Well, your problem now, boss. Over the next 2 weeks, tow trucks became a common sight outside Flawless Auto Resale. One after another, the battered vehicles rolled in, stacking neatly inside the gated lot. 2012 Toyota Vios 40,000 2014, Toyota Fortuner 120,000 2010, Hyundai Starex 90,000 2015, Honda Civic 170,000 2013, Honda CR-V 150,000. Timothy kept a ledger in his office, writing every transaction by hand. Total spent so far, 570,000, but he wasn't done. With 1,354,000 in the bank, he planned to use almost everything. Okay, let's go for a higher year model, Timothy said, scouring the market again. Timothy scrolled deeper into the listings, filtering for 20,162,020. His pulse quickened. Newer units meant higher resale margins once reconstructed, and the market loved seeing latest year models at prices well below dealership rates. 2017 Toyota Innova, 280,000. Condition, diesel engine knocking, white smoke, needs overhaul. Timothy's lips curled into a grin. 280,000. That's practically giving it away. He tapped the seller's number. Boss, I'll be honest, the man on the other inside, the engine overhaul alone could run you 300,000. I just don't want the headache anymore. Timothy leaned back in his chair, voice casual. How about 260,000 cash this week? Silence, then a resigned chuckle. Fine. Just get it out of my driveway. 2 days later, another tow truck rolled into Tondo, this time hauling a silver Innova that looked perfectly fine from the outside. Its problem was hidden in the heart, but Timothy knew the system would erase that with a single flicker of blue light. Next, he aimed higher. 2018 Mitsubishi Montero Sport, 420,000. Condition: flooded last typhoon, interiors stink, transmission issues. He whistled low. Flooded Montero. Owners must be crying inside. Retail value still near 1.3 million. This time he arranged to meet the seller in person. A weary-looking man in his 40s stood by the gate of a Pasig subdivision, arms crossed. The Montero sat on the curb, still damp, smelling, its once proud chrome grille dulled. Cash, the man asked, skeptical. Timothy held up the envelope. 400,000. No haggling, I'll tow it today. The man blinked. Everyone else just wanted to lowball me at 300,000. You're serious? Timothy simply nodded. He had no reason to bargain harder because once reconstructed, this SUV could double its value instantly. His lot was filling up faster than he thought possible. By the second week, the Vios, Fortuner, Sterks, Civic, CRV, Innova, and Montero were lined like fallen soldiers waiting for resurrection. Still, he wasn't satisfied. He wanted variety, something premium to attract the upper-class market, those who wanted luxury for less. Scrolling again, one listing stood out. 2016 BMW 3 Series, 600,000. Condition: check engine light, electrical system glitching, ABS fault. Timothy's heart skipped. Luxury cars were rare in his world, but this was the chance. If he could reconstruct it to pristine condition, sell it for 1.5 to 1.7 million, his reputation would soar overnight. He dialed the number. The seller, a frustrated expat about to leave the country, sounded eager. If you take it this week, I'll drop it to 580,000. I just need it gone. Done, Timothy said without hesitation. Purchases so far. 2012 Toyota Vios 1.3e Silver Metallic 40,000 2014. Toyota Fortuner 2.5G Diesel Black 120,000 2010. Hyundai Sterks Gold CRDI White Pearl 90,000 2015. Honda Civic 1.8e Crimson Red 170,000 2013. Honda CR-V 2V Urban Titanium Gray 150,000 2017. Toyota Innova 2.8G Diesel Luxury Beige Metal 260,000 2018. Mitsubishi Montero Sport GLS 2.4 Diesel Cool Silver 400,000 2016. BMW 3 Series 318, Alpine White 580,000. Remaining capital 154,000. He tapped his pen on the desk, calculating margins. If each reconstruction pushed resale values to even 60-70 of market price, he stood to rake in 10-12 million easily. Okay, time to reconstruct this fuckers, Timothy cursed. He approached the 2012 Toyota Vios first, its silver paint dulled by years and its interior still smelling faintly of floodwater despite the sun beating down on it for days. The sight of mold-speckled seats would scare any normal buyer, not him. He pressed his palm to the hood. Reconstruct this car into brand new dealership condition. Keep the odometer reading the same. The panel blinked. Reconstruction complete. The Vios shimmered, its grime dissolving in ripples of light. The dents smoothed out, the cracked headlights gleamed crystal clear, and the silver metallic paint deepened into a flawless shine. The cabin smell changed. Tugon was the mildew, replaced by that unmistakable new car scent. Timothy opened the door. The seats were pristine, the dashboard glossy, not a speck of dust in sight. He slid into the driver's seat, running his hand across the wheel. The digital odometer still read 92,347 km, just as he wanted. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. God, it even smells new. This was no longer a junker worth 40,000. It was a certified pre-owned unit he could confidently sell. He stepped out, smiling faintly. 550,000 minimum, he muttered, writing it down in his notebook. Next was the 2014 Fortuner, black paint dulled, its engine lifeless from transmission failure. Timothy didn't even hesitate, hand on the hood. Reconstruct to brand new condition, odometer unchanged. The SUV pulsed with blue light. The dull black surface turned mirror smooth, chrome accents gleamed, and its stance seemed to rise taller, prouder. Inside, the leather seats softened, the stitching redid itself, and the faint smell of grease vanished into the scent of leather conditioner and plastic wrap. Timothy climbed in, brushing a hand across the steering wheel. The odometer stayed at 101,221 km. Perfect, he smirked. Retail this at 1,100,000, maybe 75 of market value. Should sell quick. The 2010 Sterks had been a depressing sight, engine overheating, radiator leaking, the AC busted. To Timothy, it was just another test. Palm to hood, reconstruct. The white pearl paint brightened instantly, almost glowing under the afternoon sun. The clunky sliding doors slid open with a whisper, revealing a spotless, cooled interior. Even though a sea blew fresh air as if it had rolled straight from Hyundai's factory, he sat inside for a moment, grinning. He could almost see it, families using it for vacations, companies snapping it up for shuttle services. 650,000, easy. Next was the 2015 Honda Civic Crimson Red. It had been a flood-damaged mess, its engine seized. Reconstruct. The effect this time was dazzling. The red paint flared back to life, a gleaming crimson like a sports car ad. The flood-stink interior was gone, replaced with firm, spotless upholstery. Timothy revved it smooth as butter, no hesitation, no cough. He grinned, 780,000, and some rich kid will buy it the moment they see the paint shine. The 2013 CR-V had been plagued by a slipping transmission and rough idling. Not anymore. One reconstruction later, the titanium gray body looked immaculate, the SUV standing tall and reliable. The odometer ticked just as it had before, 87442 km. Timothy chuckled, 950,000, maybe a million if I play it right. The 2017 Innova had been the easiest win. Diesel engine knocking, white smoke issues that terrified middle-class families who otherwise loved the model. With reconstruction, it became a shining beige metallic gem. He sat inside and felt like he was in a showroom demo unit. 1,050,000, maybe 1.1 million. Families will fight for this. The 2018 Montero Sport was one of his biggest bets. Flood damaged, interior stinking, transmission iffy. He remembered the seller's bitter face as he handed over the keys. Now, under the system's glow, the silver body was pristine. The SUV looked like it had never touched floodwater in its life. Inside, the leather gleamed, the dashboard screen flickered to life instantly, and the faint new car smell filled the cabin. Timothy laughed aloud this time. 1,100,000 at the very least, probably more. Finally, the crown jewel. The 2016 BMW 318i Alpine White, electrical glitches, ABS fault, check engine light. Timothy took a deep breath, hand firm on the hood. Reconstruct to brand new condition, odometer untouched. The glow this time felt heavier, like the system itself knew this was different. The white body shone like polished marble, the rims glistened, and the interior. Plush leather, glossy trim, every surface perfect. He climbed in, fingers brushing across the steering wheel where the BMW logo gleamed proudly. The odometer read 64,883 km, honest mileage, but the car itself looked untouched by time. His chest swelled, 1,650,000, and I'll still undercut the luxury market. Timothy stepped back, surveying his lot. Hours ago, it looked like a graveyard of broken vehicles. Now it looked like a dealership showroom under the open sky. 8 gleaming cars lined up, their paint reflecting the weak Manila sun, every surface flawless. Neighbors whispered beyond the walls, wondering how rusted junk turned into polished steel overnight. Timothy didn't care. The walls were high, the gate thick, and he had his story ready: refurbishing, repairs, buy and sell hustle. He pulled out his notebook, jotting down the figures. Projected sale prices. 2012 Toyota Vios, 550,000 2014. Toyota Fortuner, 1,100,000 2010. Hyundai Stairx, 650,000 2015. Honda Civic, 780,000 2013. Honda CR-V, 950,000 2017. Toyota Innova, 1,050,000 2018. Mitsubishi Montero Sport, 1,100,000 2016. BMW 318i. 1,650,000. Total projected, 7,780,000. From an investment of 1.81 million, Timothy's hands shook slightly as he set the pen down. His lips curved into a slow grin. This is it. A test run worth 6 million in profit. No one can stop me now. Timothy spent the next 2 days doing what every modern buy and sell dealer did, taking pictures. Armed with his new iPhone, he spent the morning moving each car into position under the scaffolding. He snapped wide shots of the exteriors, close-ups of the interiors, and even shots of the engine bays. No shortcuts. If buyers online wanted proof, he would give them proof. Leather stitching, infotainment screens, spotless dashboards documented it all. By nightfall, his camera roll looked like a brochure. Timothy opened Facebook Marketplace and started uploading. One by one, he listed the cars. 2012 Toyota Vios 1.3e Silver Metallic, 550,000 2014. Toyota Fortuner 2.5G Diesel Black, 1,100,000 2010. Hyundai Stairx Gold CRDI White Pearl, 650,000 2015. Honda Civic 1.8e Crimson Red, 780,000 2013. Honda CR-V2V Urban Titanium Gray, 950,000 2017. Toyota Innova 2.8. G Diesel Luxury Beige Metallic, 1,050,000 2018. Mitsubishi Montero Sport, GLS 2.4, Diesel Cool Silver, 1,100,000 2016. BMW 318, I Alpine White, 1,650,000. Each post came with multiple picturesque front, rear, sides, interiors, engine bay and a short description. Flawless auto resale, Tondo. Freshly refurbished units, clean papers, honest mileage. Cash only. PM for viewing. He hit post. Within minutes, the flood began. The marketplace circus. Notifications buzzed nonstop. PM last price boss. Trade-in, sir swap, Rusi 150cc, I'll add 20,000. HAHA scam, there's no Fortuner in that model worth 1.1 million legit. Nice units but overpriced. Fortuner 2014 should be 800,000. Timothy scrolled through, half amused, half irritated. Trolls were expected. He ignored the ridiculous swap offers and sarcastic comments. But sprinkled among the noise were the real ones. Is the Fortuner still available? Cash buyer. Viewing for CRV this week. Interested in Civic, sir? Can I bring my mechanic? Timothy's pulse quickened. These were the ones that mattered. He replied politely, always keeping it professional. Yes, available. You may visit Flawless Auto Resale in Tondo. Message me for location pin. The first appointment locked in faster than he expected. A man named Roland, profile picture with his family in Tagaytay, confirmed he wanted to see the Fortuner. He would come Saturday, 10 a.m., bringing cash and his own mechanic. Timothy leaned back in his chair, grinning. Showtime, Saturday morning. By 9:30, Timothy had already washed the Fortuner twice, making sure the black paint shimmered like glass. The tires gleamed with fresh tire black, the interior smelled faintly of leather wipes, and the engine bay was spotless enough to eat from. At exactly 10, a gray Toyota Hilux pulled up outside the gate. Two men stepped out. Roland, mid-40s, polo shirt tucked into jeans, looked like the type who knew his way around deals. Beside him was a man in overalls carrying a scanner-tooled mechanic. Morning, boss, Roland greeted, eyeing the signboard Timothy had finally hung above the gate. Flawless Auto Resale. You're the one I messaged. Yes, sir, Timothy. Welcome. He waved them in. The mechanic's eyes immediately scanned the lot, lingering on the BMW for a second before focusing on the Fortuner. There she is, Timothy said, gesturing proudly. 2014 Toyota Fortuner, 2.5G diesel, 101,000 mileage, clean papers. Roland circled the SUV slowly, running his hand over the hood, the doors, even crouching to check the underbody. The mechanic opened the driver's door and slid in, pressing buttons, sniffing the air, clicking the switches. No foul odors, the mechanic muttered. Aircon blows cold. Upholstery looks new. He gave Timothy a skeptical look. Did you upholster? Timothy smiled calmly. Refurbished interiors, sir. Everything brought back to original spec. The mechanic popped the hood. Timothy's heart pounded, but he kept his expression neutral. The scanner clicked into place. Lights blinked, numbers scrolled. Roland peered over his mechanic's shoulder. Well, the man frowned, tapping buttons. He unplugged the scanner, plugged it again, waited. After a long silence, he said flatly, no errors. Zero fault codes. Engine bay looks factory. Even the belts and hoses, everything feels new. Roland raised an eyebrow. That's so. To be honest, boss, the mechanic said, scratching his head. Either this unit was overhauled by Toyota themselves, or, well, I don't even know, it's perfect. Timothy's lips twitched upward. Would you like a test drive? Minutes later, Roland was behind the wheel, Timothy riding shotgun and the mechanic in the back. The Fortuner purred to life with one twist of the key, engine humming smoothly. They rolled out into Tondo streets, the suspension absorbing bumps easily. Roland pushed it harder down a stretch of open road. The diesel engine responded instantly, torque pulling them forward with confidence. He glanced at Timothy, impressed. Handles like brand new, Roland admitted. He braked hard at an intersection, steering into a U-turn. The SUV stopped without a squeak, ABS kicking in flawlessly. From the back, the mechanic muttered. I'm speechless, boss. I can't find any faults really from this unit. They returned to the lot after 15 minutes. Roland parked, killed the engine, and sat in silence for a moment. Then he turned to Timothy. Your post said 1,100,000, correct? Yes, sir. Roland rubbed his chin. Most Fortuners of this year go for 900,000 to 1 million. Piero this. This feels different. Timothy leaned forward slightly, tone firm. Sir, you saw it yourself. No faults. Honest mileage, clean papers, refurbished to factory condition. You won't find a Fortuner this solid at that price range. Roland studied him, then chuckled. You're a tough one, Mr. Guerrero. All right, 1.05 million. Cash today. Timothy's pulse spiked. He had expected hardball negotiations, but Roland was already offering over $1 million. He pretended to hesitate, then nodded. Deal. They shook hands. The rest of the afternoon was a blur. Timothy pulled out the papers he had prepared. ORCR, deed of sale template, photocopies ready. Roland counted out thick stacks of bills on the desk inside the container office, his mechanic watching like a hawk. When the last signature was written and the money tucked neatly into Timothy's drawer, Roland grinned. Pleasure doing business, son. If the rest of your units are like this, you'll have no shortage of buyers. The Hilux left with the Fortuner being driven by Roland. Timothy stood at the gate, the hot Manila sun blazing overhead, his chest heaving. He pulled the drawer open again, staring at the million-peso stack inside. From 120,000 investment to 1,050,000 return, almost 10 times profit. He shut the drawer, locking it carefully. Then he leaned back in his chair, smiling to himself. 1 down, 7 to go. Word of Timothy's dealership spread faster than he imagined. The Fortuner sale had lit the spark, and now curious buyers began streaming into Tondo to see what this so-called flawless auto resale was really about. The black Fortuner that had rolled out under Roland's hands carried with it an unspoken endorsement, flawless. By the following week, Timothy was no longer dealing with just curious messages on Facebook Marketplace, was fielding serious inquiries, each one punctuated by, "Can I bring my mechanic?" He welcomed it. The first to arrive was a corporate driver scouting for a shuttle van on behalf of his employer. They wanted the Hyundai Sterks. The man showed up with a clipboard, flanked by a grizzled mechanic who carried not just a scanner tool but a full inspection kit. Timothy led them to the white pearl van gleaming under the scaffolding. The mechanic circled the vehicle with slow, deliberate steps. He crawled underneath with a flashlight, checked the radiator, tested the AC, even sniffed the vents. Then he ran the scanner. Minutes later, he emerged from the driver's seat with wide eyes. "This unit feels like it rolled off the line yesterday," he said flatly. "No hidden faults. Even the belts are fresh." The driver turned to Timothy. "What's your asking price again?" 650,000, Timothy answered calmly. The driver didn't even haggle. "We'll take it." An hour later, the van drove off the lot, now bound for a company fleet. Timothy tucked away the payment, another mountain of crisp bills swelling his drawer. 2 days later, a young man in his 20s arrived with his father. They were looking for a first car, and the crimson-red Honda Civic caught their eye immediately. The father, cautious, insisted on a full inspection. The mechanic they brought opened every panel, pulled back the carpeting, and scanned the system twice. He even took oil samples on a rag, shaking his head in disbelief. This car was supposedly flood-damaged. The father asked suspiciously. Timothy nodded, his tone steady. "Yes, fully refurbished to original condition. Honest mileage kept. The test drive sealed it." The Civic purred down the road, smooth acceleration and responsive handling making the son grin ear to ear. When they returned, the father whispered to his son, then extended his hand. 760,000, cash. Timothy nodded. Deal. Another flawless transaction. By the weekend, an entire family arrived, husband, wife, 2 kids looking for something dependable. They had been eyeing the 2013 Honda CR-V. The father's mechanic worked silently, scanning and checking until he finally looked up, stunned. "No issues. This is as clean as it gets." The wife climbed into the passenger seat, feeling the upholstery. "It smells new," she whispered. The kids cheered in the back, pretending to claim seats. When the family returned from the test drive, the husband's face was already set. 930,000, he said, "and we'll take it today." Timothy shook his hand, another million sliding into his ledger. The Innova sold almost too easily. Word had spread among middle-class families that a 2017 model was available in Tondo for a fraction of dealership prices. 3 families came to view it on the same day. One mechanic after another plugged in scanners, checked suspension, brakes, electronics, all whispering the same thing: no faults. The beige metallic MPV looked showroom new, and the competition between families turned tense. Finally, one father raised his voice, 1,050,000, and I'll pay now. The others stepped back, defeated. The Innova rolled out that afternoon. By now, Flawless Auto Resale's reputation was cementing itself. Buyers came not just from within Manila, but from nearby provinces, curious how a dealership in the backstreets of Tondo was offering cars that felt untouched by time. The silver Mitsubishi Montero Sport went to a businessman from Cavite. His mechanic admitted during inspection, "I can't find a single trace of flood damage, not even in the wiring." The businessman paid 1.1 million without hesitation. And then came the crown jewel, the 2016 BMW 318i. The buyer, a sharply dressed entrepreneur, arrived with a specialist mechanic who brought high-end diagnostic tools. They combed over the sedan for nearly an hour, running every check possible. Finally, the specialist exhaled. "This is the cleanest second-hand BMW I've ever seen." The entrepreneur smirked. 1.6 million. "Take it or leave it." Timothy nodded, pulse racing. He had expected a drawn-out negotiation, but the deal closed swiftly. Watching the alpine white BMW glide out of his lot felt surreal, like watching his dream drive away and leave behind a fortune in its place. By the end of 2 weeks, Timothy's once empty lot was nearly bare again. One by one, the cars had left, replaced by heavy envelopes stacked neatly in his desk drawer and digits swelling in his BDO account. Projected 7.7 million, reality nearly the same. Standing at the gate one evening, he looked at the empty scaffolding, the scent of rubber and diesel still lingering faintly in the air. Beyond the walls, neighbors whispered about how junk cars kept rolling in and spotless units kept rolling out. Timothy didn't care. Let them wonder. He had built the foundation. The real empire was only beginning. He turned back to his office, notebook in hand. "Time to restock," he muttered. Timothy sat back in his container office, the drawer where Roland's Fortuner payment once sat now replaced with neat receipts from BDO. Over 7.7 million capital lay waiting in his account, and he wasn't about to let it sit idle. The first batch had proven his concept. Now it was time to scale. He cracked his knuckles, opened his laptop, and dove into Facebook Marketplace again. This time he filtered for 20,202,024 models only. Go newer, go bolder, he muttered. People will pay premium if they see the latest plates. The listings didn't disappoint. 2020 Toyota Hilux 2.4G Diesel Attitude Black 350,000. Condition, flooded during Typhoon Ulysses, dead engine, moldy interior. The photos showed a once proud black pickup half submerged in someone's driveway. The seller admitted he just wanted it gone, tired of repair shops quoting $700,000 for an engine and wiring replacement. Timothy's lips curled. $350,000 cash. Tow truck tomorrow. 2021 Toyota Innova 2.8G Diesel Thermalite Gray 420,000. Condition, transmission slipping, check engine light, flood exposure. Family swore by Innovas, and Timothy knew once refurbished, this would be an easy sell. The owner had already bought a replacement unit and wanted the headache out of his garage. 2022 Honda Civic RS Turbo 1.5 Rally Red 500,000. Condition, ECU fried, dashboard dead, water damage on carpets. The seller sounded desperate. Bro, Casa quoted me $400,000 just for the ECU and wiring harness. That's not even fixing the rest. Timothy chuckled. Cash, $500,000. I'll pick it up this week. 2020 Honda CR-V2 S Modern Steel Metallic 400,000. Condition, engine stalling, ABS and airbag lights flashing, flood history. The SUV sat ugly in pictures, streaked with mud stains inside, but he saw past it. With reconstruction, it would be showroom ready. 2021 Mitsubishi Montero Sport GLS 2.4 Diesel Sterling Silver 650,000. Condition, flooded, transmission limp mode, interior reeking of mold. This one had multiple watchers, but none had the guts to gamble that much on a flood unit. Timothy had no fear. 2022 Toyota Fortuner V2.8 Diesel Platinum White Pearl 750,000. Condition, turbo issues, electronics fried by water seepage. He remembered the success of his first Fortuner. This one was newer, sleeker, and white pearl families loved that. Timothy leaned back, satisfied so far, but he wanted halo cars too, something to cement flawless auto resale's reputation. Scrolling deeper, 3 listings made his breath hitch. 2021 Toyota Camry 2.5G Attitude Black Mica 600,000. Condition, flooded, hybrid battery error, interior carpets ruined, luxury sedan appeal. Once reconstructed, it would be irresistible to executives. 2020 BMW Z4 Roadster Misano Blue Metallic 1,200,000. Condition, floodwater up to the seats, ECU dead, soft top moldy. Most people wouldn't even touch it. Timothy grinned. Once his system restored it, this convertible would sell itself. 2022 Lexus RX 350 Sonic Titanium 1,500,000. Condition, severe flood damage, electrical system fried, interior mold infestation. The ad looked tragic, leather warped, dashboard lights flickering, but Timothy could already picture it reborn. By the end of his scouting spree, his notebook looked like a treasure map. Restock ledger 20,202,024 models. Flooded damaged units 2020 Toyota Hilux 2.4G Diesel Attitude Black 350,000 2021. Toyota Innova 2.8G Diesel Thermalite Gray 420,000 2022. Honda Civic RS Turbo 1.5 Rally Red 500,000 2020. Honda CR-V2 S Modern Steel Metallic 400,000 2021. Mitsubishi Montero Sport GLS 2.4 Diesel Sterling Silver 650,000 2022. Toyota Fortuner V2.8 Diesel Platinum White Pearl 750,000 2021. Toyota Camry 2.5G Attitude Black Mica 600,000 2020. BMW Z4 Roadster Misano Blue Metallic 1,200,000 2022. Lexus RX 350 Sonic Titanium 1,500,000. Total spent $6,370,000. Remaining capital $1.3 million. The following weeks were a blur of tow trucks. Every few days, another truck rumbled through Tondo's narrow streets, neighbors whispering as they watched luxury wrecks roll through the iron gate. The Hilux came first, still smelling like stagnant river water. The Montero followed, streaked with brown-tied lines across its doors. The Z4 drew the loudest gasps. Who the hell brings a BMW convertible to Tondo? Timothy ignored the chatter. He stood in the lot, arms crossed, watching as each ruined vehicle took its place beneath the scaffolding. Hilux, Innova, Civic, CR-V Montero, Fortuner, Camry Z4, Lexus RX, 9 cars in total, each one a husk written off by their owners, each one a jackpot waiting for his touch. Inside his container office, Timothy flipped open his ledger again, tapping the pen against the table. First batch gave me 7.7 million. This batch, he smirked. This batch could push me past 20 million. He slid the notebook shut, stepping out into the humid Manila night. The faint stink of flood damage hung in the air, but Timothy only smelled profit. Tomorrow, the reconstructions would begin. The following morning, Timothy stood in the middle of his lot, staring at the 9 husks lying beneath the scaffolding. 9 ruined machines, 9 jackpots. The scent of mildew and rust clung thick in the air, the kind that made neighbors wrinkle their noses when they passed by. But to Timothy, the stench was nothing more than the smell of money waiting to be printed. He rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the first target, 2020 Toyota Hilux 2.4G Diesel Attitude Black. The pickup was a wreck. Mud caked its wheel wells, its engine bay looked like a grave, and the seats reeked of river water. Timothy placed his palm on the hood. Reconstruct to brand new dealership condition. Keep the odometer the same. The familiar glow spread. The floodlines vanished, paint polished itself into a glossy black mirror, and the engine roared to life in silence. Inside, the mold evaporated, replaced by the crisp leather plastic scent unique to Toyota cabins. Timothy slid into the driver's seat. The odometer read 38,291 km untouched. Believable. He grinned. Market value is 1.5 million. I'll post it at 1.1 million for fast turnover. 2021 Toyota Innova 2.8G Diesel Thermalite Gray. The MPV's transmission had been its death sentence. Repair shops quoted insane prices, scaring the owner into practically giving it away. One reconstruction later, the Innova gleamed like a showroom demo unit. The transmission shifted smoother than silk, the infotainment screen flickered alive, and even the dull gray paint shone proudly. Timothy scribbled in his notebook, 1.2 million listing. Families will line up for this. 2022 Honda Civic RS Turbo Rally Red. The sporty sedan had been a sad sight, its carpets waterlogged and dashboard dead. Now, after the system's touch, the Rally Red paint blazed under the sun, aggressive and sharp. Timothy revved the engine's smooth turbo whistle, flawless response. He chuckled, 1.3 million. Some rich kid will fight for this. 2020 Honda CR-V2 S Modern Steel Metallic. The SUV's ABS and airbag lights had once flickered like a death sentence. Not anymore. The glow reset every circuit, every bolt, every hose. Timothy leaned back in the seat, noting the odometer at 44,110 km. Perfectly believable for a 2020 model. He marked it down, 1.4 million. Shouldn't last a week online. 2021 Mitsubishi Montero Sport GLS 2.4 Diesel Sterling Silver. The Montero had reeked like a swamp. The reconstruction erased every trace of floodwater. Its chrome grille gleamed, the leather interior looked untouched, and the suspension flexed like a brand new release. Timothy grinned wider, 1.6 million listing. Cavite and Pampanga businessmen will eat this up. 2022 Toyota Fortuner V2.8 Diesel Platinum White Pearl. Timothy's favorite so far. He remembered how the first Fortuner sale had changed everything. This one was even newer, even sharper, and the pearl white paint made it irresistible to families. He opened the driver's door and inhaled. That signature blend of leather, fabric, and faint glue, a scent no detailer in the world could fake. He tapped his pen. 1.9 million. I'll undercut the market by just enough. 2021 Toyota Camry 2.5G Attitude Black Mica. Luxury sedan flood casualty. The interior had once been a swamp of mildew. Now it was elegant black leather stitched with refinement, the hybrid system humming flawlessly beneath. Timothy brushed the dash, impressed by how quietly it purred. He leaned back, 2.1 million. Corporate execs will drool over this one. 2020 BMW Z4 Roadster Misano Blue Metallic. The convertible that had made neighbors whisper. Its soft top was once moldy, the ECU fried. Now it was art. The Misano Blue Metallic paint shimmered like liquid sapphire, the soft top folded down with mechanical precision, and the cockpit smelled like Bavarian leather straight from Germany. Timothy started it, the purr was a song. He laughed, shaking his head. 4 million. And someone will still think it's a steal. 2022 Lexus RX 350 Sonic Titanium. The monster of the bunch, once a flooded corpse, now the crown jewel. The Lexus logo gleamed on the grille, its headlights bright and sharp, the cabin exuding luxury. Timothy tapped the start button, silence, then the refined hum of a V6 waking up. 4.5 million, minimum, he whispered. By sunset, all 9 cars stood gleaming, side by side. The lot looked nothing like a back alley yard in Tondo, it looked like a premium dealership. Timothy wiped sweat from his brow, snapped a few wide shots on his iPhone, then began the process he now knew well. Facebook Marketplace Blitz. Post after post. 2020 Hilux 1.1 million. 2021 Innova 1.2 million 2022, Civic RS 1.3 million 2020, CRV 1.4 million 2021, Montero Sport 1.6 million 2022, Fortuner V 1.9 million 2021, Camry 2.1 million 2020, BMW Z4 4 million 2022, Lexus RX 354.5 million. Each with dozens of photos, exterior, interior, engine bay. Each captioned short and professional, flawless auto resale refurbished to original condition, clean papers, honest mileage. PM for viewing, he hit post. The circus began again. Notifications buzzed nonstop. Swap sir, motor and 20,000 ad. HAHA scam, no Z4 in Tondo. Interested in Lexus RX, can I bring a bank appraiser? Civic still available. Cash. Timothy ignored the noise. Among the trolls were the gold nugget serious buyers, already asking for location pins. By the second week, units started rolling out. The Hilux went first, bought by a contractor who needed a reliable pickup. His mechanic shook Timothy's hand. This is the cleanest flood unit I've ever seen. No traces left. The Innova followed, snapped up by a family from Bulacan. They drove it home that same afternoon, the kids cheering inside. The Civic RS went to a college student whose parents wanted him in something flashy but reliable. They paid in cash, smiling all the way. One by one, they sold Montero to a Pampanga businessman, Fortuner to a family in Quezon City, Camry to a Makati lawyer, CRV to an OFW balikbayan. Each sale fattened Timothy's bank account. By the time the BMW Z4 rolled out, bought by a young entrepreneur who couldn't believe his luck, Timothy was already past 20 million in profits. And the Lexus RX, that one sold last to a businessman who showed up with a banker and a mechanic. Both walked away stunned. The banker signed off, and 4.5 million transferred directly to Timothy's account. The empty lot again. 2 weeks later, Timothy stood in the lot once more. The scaffolding shaded nothing but oil stains and tire tracks. Every unit was gone. His BDO account balance was obscene. He had turned flooded husks into gold, and Nabadibar's mechanics or bankers could find a single fault. Timothy leaned against the office door, arms crossed, a smile tugging at his lips. That's when he heard it, the low hum of an engine outside the gate. He frowned, stepping forward as the sound grew closer. Then the gate clanged as someone knocked lightly. Timothy opened it and froze. Standing there was Tiffany Coe. Her crisp white blouse and black skirt were immaculate, her glasses catching the Manila sun. Behind her, a sleek SUV idled. Timothy, she said evenly, eyes flicking past him toward the lot. I hope I'm not interrupting. Timothy forced his shoulders to relax, masking his pulses' quick hammering. Not at all. Come in. He stepped aside and Tiffany walked in, heels clicking against the rough pavement. Her gaze swept across the open lot, lingering on the scaffolding, the tidy container office, and most of all, the lineup of gleaming cars parked in perfect formation. A crimson Civic, a pearl white Fortuner. Sleek blue curve of a BMW Z4, her brow arched. So this is what you've been busy with. Timothy swallowed. Yeah, flawless auto resale, my business. Tiffany walked toward the Civic first, running her fingertips lightly across its hood. Impressive lineup. Civic RS, Fortuner V, even a Camry. She turned, her tone careful but curious. How does a man from Tindoho I know was working part-time in a cafe not too long ago suddenly start something like this? The words weren't accusatory. If anything, they carried genuine curiosity, maybe even a hint of admiration. Still, Timothy felt the weight behind them. He forced a calm smile. It wasn't sudden. I saved every peso I could, piece by piece. I started small flipping a few items, building capital. Eventually, I bought my first junk car, fixed it up, resold it, and rolled the profit into the next. Tiffany studied him for a long moment, as if measuring the truth in his eyes, but restoring vehicles to this condition. She gestured toward the Fortuner, its pearl white paint gleaming. That takes a massive amount of capital, not to mention facilities. Even mechanics with established shops can't make a flooded car look brand new. Timothy let the silence hang for a moment. Then he shook his head gently. I'm afraid I can't share all my methods. Trade secrets, you understand. If I gave away the formula, I'd have no edge in this market. For a second, Tiffany's lips curved into the faintest smirk. Mysterious, aren't you? He met her gaze steadily. I'd call it being careful, but tell me, Tiffany, why are you here? And more importantly, how did you find me? She glanced toward the CRV parked under the shade. An acquaintance of mine bought from you recently. He couldn't stop raving about the experience and said the car was flawless, inside and out. Naturally, I was curious who the man behind the dealership was. Timothy's brows lifted. Acquaintance. May I ask who? Roland Torres, she replied without hesitation. You sold him the black Fortuner. Timothy almost laughed in relief. Ah, Mr. Torres. Yes, he was one of my first customers. Good man, I see. Tiffany's eyes lingered on him again, as though recalibrating her image of who Timothy Guerrero really was. The boy who had once scraped by with part-time jobs now stood as a businessman with a thriving dealership. Her voice softened. So, about our tutoring sessions, do we still continue? It looks like you're making more here in a week than most professors do in a year. Timothy chuckled, shaking his head. Yes, we'll continue. Knowledge is still important for both of us, but I'll need our sessions scheduled in advance now. My time here is unpredictable. Fair enough, Tiffany said. She adjusted her glasses, her eyes drifting toward the Lexus RX at the far end of the lot. Its metallic finish shimmered like liquid silver. For a moment, she said nothing. Then with calm certainty, she asked, how much for the Lexus? Timothy blinked, caught off guard. The RX 350, yes. She walked toward it, opening the door with practiced ease. The interior leather caught the light, spotless and refined. Tiffany ran her hand across the dashboard, inhaling the subtle scent. This is the kind of vehicle my father would expect me to drive. Timothy's mind raced. He had planned to list the Lexus at $4.5 million, already a bargain compared to its $6.5 million market value. But this was Tiffany, his student, his. What exactly? He couldn't overthink it now. $4.5 million, he said evenly. Clean papers, honest mileage, refurbished to factory condition. Tiffany closed the door, meeting his gaze with a curious expression. You know, I walked in today wondering how a boy from Tondo pulled this off, and I'm still wondering. But one thing's certain, your work speaks for itself. She pulled out her phone, her fingers moving swiftly across the screen. A chime echoed between them. My father was also a major shareholder in Toyota Motor Philippines, Tiffany said matter-of-factly, slipping her phone back into her purse. I grew up around cars, boardrooms, launches, even technical briefings. Those things were dinner table conversations. So when I say this Lexus looks like it rolled straight out of the dealership, I mean it. Timothy froze for a moment, then forced a steady nod. That explains your interest. It explains my standards, Tiffany corrected. She circled the RX slowly, heels tapping against the concrete, her gaze sharp. I know what's genuine and what's dressed up. Most refurbished cars I've seen look polished on the surface but show their scars underneath mezzanine panels, uneven wear, electronics failing after a week. Yours, she trailed off, brushing her hand across the fender. Yours are different. Too perfect, Timothy's jaw tightened. For a second he felt as though she could see through the walls of his secret reconstruction system itself. But he reminded himself she couldn't, no one could. Like I said, he answered smoothly, trade secrets. I've built this dealership to stand out. Word of mouth does the rest. Tiffany studied him, lips pressed into a thin line. Then she smirked again, almost playfully. You're better at dodging questions than I thought, he shrugged lightly. And you're better at asking them than most customers. But tell Muhi Bai here. With your connections, you could walk into any Toyota or Lexus dealership in the country. She stopped in front of him, her eyes steady behind those gold-rimmed glasses. Because, Timothy, I like to know where my money goes, and I like to know the people behind it. Besides, she gestured toward the Lexus, this unit is priced well, too well. If I can buy the same car here for $4.5 million instead of $6.5 million, why wouldn't I? Timothy exhaled slowly. She was sharp, pragmatic. Exactly the kind of buyer he wanted and exactly the kind of person who could be dangerous if she dug too deep. Fair enough, he said finally. I'll prepare the papers. Or CR deed of sale template. You'll have everything ready to review. Not just me. Tiffany's tone softened but carried weight. My father's people will go through it. Lawyers, accountants, even his own mechanic. If they find a single red flag, Timothy, the deal's off. Are you ready for that? Timothy met her gaze without hesitation. Let them check. They won't find anything. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then Tiffany gave the faintest nod, a glimmer of approval flickering in her expression. Good answer. The following morning, Timothy barely had time to sip his coffee before the hum of engines announced their arrival. Two SUVs pulled up outside Flawless Auto Rizalon, a gleaming white Prado, the other a black Alphard. Their tinted windows rolled down just enough for a driver to wave toward Timothy's gate. He opened it himself, hiding the slight tension in his chest. 5 men stepped out, 2 in crisp polo shirts carrying briefcases, the kind that screamed lawyers. Another pair wore Toyota Motor Philippines jackets, mechanics judging by their calloused hands and tool bags. The fifth, older, carried himself with the weight of authority, likely an auditor or accountant. Timothy pasted on a professional smile. Good morning, gentlemen. You must be here on behalf of Ms. Ko. The older man gave a curt nod. That's correct. We're here to inspect the Lexus RX 350 she intends to purchase. I trust it's ready. Timothy gestured toward the far end of the lot, where the metallic Lexus shimmered under the scaffolding. It's waiting for you. The team moved with military precision. One lawyer began sorting through documents at Timothy's desk, checking OR, CR, and deed of sale drafts. The accountant hovered nearby, flipping through photocopies. Meanwhile, the mechanics descended on the SUV. One crouched immediately, flashlight in hand, scanning the underbody for telltale rust. The other opened the hood, pulling out a diagnostic scanner. The Lexus engine bay looked like a surgical theater, gleaming plastics, spotless hoses, immaculate metal. The mechanic ran a rag across the dipstick, sniffed, frowned, then checked the coolant reservoir. Every fluid looked brand new. The scanner beeped, running its cycle. The first mechanic glanced at his partner. 0 codes, no errors. That's impossible, the second muttered, brows furrowed. Even a lightly used unit should throw something in ABS log, a minor voltage discrepancy. This is clean. Timothy kept his hands folded behind his back. The first mechanic straightened, eyes narrowing. Mr. Guerrero, Ms. Coe told us this Lexus was acquired cheap due to flood damage. Is that true? Yes, Timothy said evenly. It came from a seller who couldn't handle the restoration. I bought it in that condition. Then where are the signs? The man's voice sharpened. A flooded car always leaves scars. Rust hidden under carpets, mud in the crevices, corrosion in connectors. Even if you overhaul everything, some trace always lingers. He gestured sharply at the RX. This is nothing, not even the faint smell. It's as if it never touched water. Timothy met his stare without flinching. That's the point of what I do. Restoration down to the smallest detail. The second mechanic pulled open the passenger door, yanked the carpets aside, and ran his hand along the seams, bone dry. No residue, no rust flakes. He checked the bolts on the seats pristine like they'd never been touched. His frown deepened. This looks factory. Every single bolt torqued to spec, every seam clean. He straightened, turning to Timothy. Tell me honestly, did you swap the entire chassis? Because if you did, then this isn't the same car you bought. Timothy allowed a faint smile. No chassis swaps. Same unit. Every part refurbished, replaced, or restored to original specification. The first mechanic crossed his arms. That would take a workshop larger than anything in Tondo, not to mention millions in capital. How did you? The accountant had been listening quietly. Now he looked up from the paperwork. The numbers line up. OR and CR are clean, no encumbrances. Deed of sale is standard template, everything legal. One of the lawyers closed his folder with a snap. From a legal standpoint, I see no red flags. The transaction is valid. The first mechanic wasn't satisfied. He approached Timothy again, eyes sharp. Tell me this, Mr. Guerrero. If I buy a car from you that's been through flood, will it really last? Electronics, sensors, hybrid systems, those fail after months, not weeks. My reputation depends on it lasting. Every car I sell, I stand behind. If I let even one fail, flawless auto resale is finished, so I make sure they don't. The mechanic studied him, waiting for cracks. There were none. Finally, the older, manklily the leader stepped forward. Enough, we've seen all we need to see. The Lexus RX passes inspection. The mechanics looked reluctant, but said nothing. They packed up slowly, the lawyers stacking documents, the mechanics stowing their tools. The Prado and Alpha engines roared to life again, rolling out of the narrow Tondo street as neighbors peeked curiously from doorways. The following morning, Timothy barely finished arranging the chairs in his office when another car rolled up to the gate. This time, it wasn't an entourage of lawyers or mechanics, it was a sleek black LC300. The rear door opened and Tiffany Coe stepped out, heels clicking against the pavement. She looked perfectly composed as always, yet there was something sharper in her eyes this time. Good morning, she said simply. Morning, Timothy replied, opening the gate wide. Your team was thorough yesterday. The Lexus passed. Tiffany nodded once, her gaze drifting past him toward the SUV parked under the scaffolding. I expected nothing less. My father's men don't miss details. She walked directly to the RX 350, trailing her hand along its fender as though she already owned it. I'll take it, she said, turning to face him. 4.5 million, as you quoted. Timothy blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her decisiveness. We can finalize the papers now. I have everything prepared. They stepped into the container office, where Tiffany reviewed the documents with the same meticulousness as her lawyers had. Her signature flowed across the page with steady grace, and within the hour, the Lexus RX 350 officially transferred to her name. The transfer slip and payment confirmation rested on the desk between them, 4.5 million wired directly into Timothy's BDO account. He exhaled, offering a polite smile. Congratulations, the RX is yours. Yes. The sun slid behind the maze of rooftops, and Tondo turned the color of rust. Timothy swung the iron gate shut and dropped the bolt with a solid, satisfying clank. He killed the lights, leaving only the warm glow inside the container office. The oscillating fan ticked each time it swung past center. A faint smell of tire shine and fresh leather still hung in the air like the echo of a long, loud day. He sat, cracked his knuckles. This has been a long day. But looking at the cars that were still on the lot, he knew for sure that flipping cars was good business for a reconstruction system. For a man like him who had once lived with nothing, he now dreamt of having everything. Not just comfort, not just a house with a gate and an air-conditioned room. Nohai's mind reached further. He thought of names that stood at the top of the world: Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. Titans who had reshaped industries, not just bought and sold in the shadows of them. If he wanted to be like Musk, Zuckerberg, or Bezos, he couldn't stay in cars forever. A dealership was a good cover, a good stepping stone, but it wasn't the kind of business that ballooned into billions overnight. He rubbed his temples. So what industry does? His fingers hovered over the laptop keyboard before he finally opened a browser tab and typed, what are the fastest growing billion-dollar industries? Dozens of articles, reports, and infographics appeared. Timothy's eyes flicked rapidly as he read. Technology. energy, AI, pharmaceuticals, renewable power, EVs, software as a service, biotech, e-commerce. Every word felt like a door to a different future. But what was the capability again of his reconstruction system? Well, one thing for sure was that it could reconstruct anything, and not just into its prime condition. It could also reconstruct an object into something that didn't even exist yet, something from the future. The brain enhancer pill was proof. A handful of cheap Mentos, fed through the system, spat out capsules straight out of a science fiction movie. He had swallowed one and felt his neurons ignite, his brain firing like a supercomputer. That wasn't science of the present, it was something else, a glimpse of technology decades, maybe centuries, ahead. Timothy leaned back in his chair, the whirring of the old oscillating fan filling the silence of the container office. His laptop screen glowed with market forecasts and industry projections. Articles spoke of billion-dollar valuations, unicorn startups, trillion-dollar global sectors. Words like AI, energy, biotech, e-commerce, renewables repeated across every site. He drummed his fingers against the desk. Well, the talk in the industry is artificial intelligence, as there was seemingly a race to it between nations. But how could he use his reconstruction system to make a complex AI system? AI is already off the list. He needs something. How about technology? It requires a huge funding and definitely not feasible for a college student like him. After all, what credibility does he have aside from his being an average at best? This is hard, Timothy muttered under his breath, frustration creeping up from him. Flipping cars is good, but the reconstructing system is too overpowered to be used to restore second-hand flooded cars. Timothy leaned forward, chin resting on his clasped hands as the thought sank in. The stock market. For decades, it had been the playing field of the rich, a world where fortunes rose and fell in seconds, where information was more valuable than gold. People studied charts, trends, and economic signals like they were deciphering prophecies. Others simply cheated insider trading, leaks, collusion. But what if he could skip all that? What if the system gave him something better than any hedge fund algorithm? His fingers tapped restlessly against the desk. He remembered the way the brain enhancer pill had been born from nothing but cheap candy. If the system could reconstruct a piece of junk into advanced biotech, then why not software? Why not data systems, predictive engine? He muttered, the phrase tasting electric on his tongue. What if I reconstruct a calculator into a program that predicts stock movements? Or maybe even a phone into an AI assistant that spits out tomorrow's winners and losers. The idea sent a shiver down his spine. The car dealership had made him rich in pesos, yes, but he knew pesos weren't the real currency of power. Dollars were, markets were. 1 billion pesos was impressive in Manila, $1 billion shook the entire world, and if he could predict the stock market with accuracy. But then his logical mind fired back. Stocks weren't simple. Prices weren't always rational. Even the best analysts in Wall Street admitted that human fear and greed shaped markets as much as supply and demand. Could the system give him something to cut through that chaos, or was he simply fantasizing? He leaned forward again, restless energy building inside him. Still, it's complicated. How about pharmaceuticals, like the brain enhancer pill? Yeah, good luck convincing scientists how he made the pill. Cure for cancer. He can't start his own pharmaceutical company. Best thing he could do if he would go down that route is to sell the formula to the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world. But even that was dangerous. The moment he sold something so advanced, the wrong people would start asking questions. Where did this kid from Tondo get access to knowledge that billion-dollar labs hadn't cracked in decades? They'd demand proof, drag him into tests, dissect him and the pill until they found an answer. Timothy rubbed the back of his neck, a cold sweat prickling. No, pharmaceuticals are too hot to touch. Not yet. He clicked to the next tab, scanning another industry list. AI, EVs, renewable energy. Each had promise, but each came with its own set of walls, capital, factories, patents, scrutiny. He imagined himself trying to compete with Tesla or Google and laughed bitterly. That wasn't ambition, that was suicide. Well, I'm not giving up. Still, I'm not going to live my life with this system by just flipping cars. The moment he returned home to his house in Tondo, Timothy went straight to his bedroom and lay there staring at the ceiling. His mind was still fixated on the business he wanted to start. The buy and sell business was doing good, and he had been profiting a good amount of money out of it. Just like before, it wasn't enough. I know I thought about this before, but what if I just sold advanced technologies to $1 billion company? He opened the browser on his iPhone and searched specifically for AI. According to it, there was an AI race going on and the market is in the billions. And what does a company need to train AI? He searched further. Page after page, article after article. Reports from Bloomberg, Wired, even Reddit threads filled his screen. Every one of them seemed to repeat the same theme: computing power. It wasn't just about data. It wasn't even about the algorithms. Everyone had access to similar models, similar code. What separated the winners from the losers in the AI race was simple: the hardware to train them. Timothy sat up, brow furrowing. GPUs, he muttered aloud. Graphics processing units. Originally designed to render video games smoother, now they were the backbone of modern AI. The articles explained how one company, NVIDIA, was practically holding the world by the throat. Their chips weren't just powerful, they were essential. Training a large language model or an image recognition system required thousands of high-end GPUs working in parallel. The price tags were obscene. Each top-tier GPU cost thousands of dollars, and companies ordered them by the hundreds, sometimes thousands. One line caught Timothy's attention like a flashing siren. AI companies without access to state-of-the-art GPUs face years of disadvantage compared to competitors who secure them early. He leaned back, his mind racing. So that's the bottleneck, he whispered. Not the software, not the hype. The real power is in the chips. He kept scrolling. His eyes widened at the numbers. NVIDIA's market cap had exploded past $1 trillion. Competitors like AMD and Intel were scrambling to catch up. Entire governments were throwing billions into semiconductor fabs, desperate not to be left behind. Timothy's pulse quickened. If the reconstruction system could create something more advanced than even the best GPS something, beyond 2024, tech wouldn't just have a business. He'd hold the keys to the next industrial revolution. But a pit formed in his stomach at the same time. Selling brain pills was risky. Selling flood-free cars was manageable. But selling hardware that outpaced NVIDIA, that was like painting a target on his back. Governments would come. Corporations would come. Some would offer checks, others would send men in the dark. Still, he couldn't shake the thought. What if I reconstructed a GPU into something 20 years ahead? He muttered. How much would that be worth? The idea pulsed in his skull, impossible to ignore. Let's try it, but I need a GPU. Perhaps I should go to an internet cafe and purchase one, Timothy muttered. The thought alone felt surreal. The same cafes where he once spent his nights grinding Dota matches or typing papers for school were now his hunting ground for something far bigger. The next day, Timothy found himself walking down a familiar Manila side street, neon signs flickering above rows of cramped computer shops. The air smelled faintly of dust, fried food, and cigarette smoke. A faded tarp banner read PC Express in big red letters. Inside, shelves groaned under the weight of motherboards, RAM sticks, and a few GPUs locked behind glass. Can I help you, boss? The shopkeeper asked, chewing gum lazily. Timothy scanned the glass case. Most of the cards were mid-range GTX 1060s, RTX 2060s, a lone RTX 3060 looking almost proud under the fluorescent light. Nothing like the monsters NVIDIA was selling to corporations, but enough to serve as raw material. That one, Timothy said, pointing to the RTX 2060. Second hand if you got one. The shopkeeper raised a brow. Planning to play Cyberpunk, Timothy forced a faint smile, something like that. Minutes later, he walked out with a used 2060 tucked in a box under his arm, its warranty long expired. He paid $8,000, barely a dent in his new fortune, but possibly the start of something bigger than the entire dealership. Back in his Tondo bedroom, he placed the GPU on his desk, still smelling faintly of dust and solder. The fan on the card looked worn, but the system didn't care about scratches. He placed his hand on the casing, heart thudding. System, he said slowly, reconstruct this graphics card. Transform it into a state-of-the-art GPU designed for artificial intelligence training and supercomputing. It must remain electrically compatible with today's computers, but contain technology 20 years beyond 2024 standards. Implement fabrication at 2 nanometer scale or smaller. Integrate stacked HBM memory directly on die for maximum bandwidth. Optimize for energy efficiency and cooling using futuristic materials. Deliver exaflop-level processing power per card. And finally, Timothy's voice steadied. Generate a blueprint in printed paper form beside schematics, diagrams, full engineering documentation so that I may understand exactly how this unit is designed. The GPU glowed under his hand, the faint blue shimmer deepening until it filled the room with an almost electric hum. The old casing dissolved, traces of circuitry knitting themselves into impossible complexity. The air buzzed with the faint smell of ozone. When the light faded, the battered RTX 2060 was gone. In its place lay something sleek in alien black metal with sharp, polished edges, its surface etched with faint, glowing lines that pulsed like veins. Letters appeared across the shroud, softly illuminated, Neural Core NX1 quantum-optimized AI processor. And next to it, fresh sheets of paper slid onto the desk as though pushed by invisible hands. He picked one up, his heart hammering. Blueprints, full schematics. Node diagrams, transistor layouts, exotic materials he had never even heard of. Every detail printed in neat, legible lines. This is it. Timothy stared at the black, alien-looking GPU, its faint veins of light slowly dimming until it looked inert, like any ordinary piece of hardware. Only it wasn't. Every instinct told him this was something the world had never seen before. He forced himself to look away and picked up the blueprints. Page after page of dense technical drawings spread across his desk. Transistor counts in the trillions. An architecture labeled Q-Nexus Parallel Flow. Cooling requirements that referenced materials he had never heard of, graphene lattice thermal sheets, phase shift conduits, nanofluidic reservoirs. Even the way the memory stacked was decades ahead of anything he'd read about online. Timothy let out a shaky laugh. This is insane, but paper and schematics were one thing, proof was another. If he wanted to sell Thizer, even Uzith had to test it. His mind raced. How do you test a GPU that doesn't exist on the market? Timothy rubbed his forehead. No PC, no test. Simple as that. The reconstruction system was powerful, but it didn't make him careless. If he tried to build something too flashy, someone might notice. Better to do it the old-fashioned way by a rig, keep it low profile. The next afternoon, Timothy slipped out into the streets of Tondo. The air was heavy with exhaust fumes, the sidewalks crowded with street vendors selling fried bananas and bootleg DVDs. He passed a row of cramped internet cafes, their neon PC rent 20 HR signs flickering above narrow doors. One cafe near the corner had a handwritten cardboard sign taped to the window, for sale used desktop units. Message the cashier. Timothy stepped inside. The air was thick with sweat and cigarette smoke, the hum of dozens of machines filling the cramped room. Boys hunched over keyboards, shouts of Rush B, echoing from a game of Counter-Strike. At the counter, a sleepy-looking man in a tank top raised an eyebrow. Yes, boss, I heard you're selling used desktops, Timothy said, keeping his tone casual. The man jerked a thumb toward the back. Old rigs, nothing fancy. 10,175 each. You haul it, it's yours. Timothy followed him behind the rows of humming PCs. In the corner, stacked against a peeling wall, were 5 battered cases. Beige, scratched, one with a dent in the side panel. Outdated, sure, but functional enough to test hardware. He pointed at one. I'll take that unit. The cashier shrugged. Cash? Timothy pulled out a wad of bills, crisp from the bank. The man's eyes widened for a second, then he counted them quickly and shoved the tower toward him. No monitor, no keyboard, just the case. That's fine. Getting it home was the trick. The tower was bulky, heavier than he expected. He stepped out of the cafe and hailed a passing tricycle. Timothy lifted the PC. Tondo. Your Pier 4. The driver whistled. That's heavy. I'll 120. Timothy nodded without haggling. He slid into the cramped sidecar. The PC balanced on his lap as the tricycle rattled down uneven streets, weaving past jeepneys and pedicabs. Neighbors peered curiously when he finally arrived, watching as he struggled the tower through the gate and into his bedroom. Inside, he set the battered desktop on his desk with a thud. Dust coated the vents, and the side panel groaned when he pulled it off. Inside was a jumble of aging parts-worn fans, tangled cables, a mid-range CPU that had seen better days. Timothy wiped his palms on his jeans and reached for the Neuralcore NX1. The alien GPU pulsed faintly as if aware of what was coming. He lined it up with the PCIe slot, heart pounding, and pushed. Click. The card slid in perfectly, locking into place like it belonged there all along. He stared at it for a long moment, then whispered, All right, let's see what you can do. He reconnected the panel, plugged the power cable into the wall, and pressed the button. The machine hummed to life. The fans whirred unevenly at first, sputtering like an old jeepney struggling uphill. Timothy held his breath, half expecting smoke or a blown fuse. But then something shifted. The faint glow from the neural core bled through the vent, soft, steady, alive. The monitor flickered once, twice, then stabilized. Instead of the sluggish boot screen he expected from a second-hand rig, a sleek black interface spread across the display, lined with silver glyphs and code he didn't recognize. His throat tightened. That's not Windows. A message appeared, sharp and deliberate, as if typed by an unseen hand. Neural Core NX1 detected. Initializing quantum-optimized environment. Lines of diagnostics scrolled rapidly. Temperatures, clock speeds, memory bandwidth all off the charts. Numbers he knew were impossible. The GPU wasn't running at gigaflops or even teraflops. The scale went further, units he'd only ever seen in speculative papers. Exaflops. Timothy leaned closer, heart hammering. It's real. It's actually real. A second prompt appeared. Would you like to initiate benchmark mode? He swallowed hard and clicked yes. Instantly, the desktop roared to life. The old fans whined, straining to keep up, while the neural core stayed cool, its glow brightening with each passing second. The monitor displayed a simulation, millions of particles colliding, rendering in real time with no lag. Even NASA-grade supercomputers would struggle with this, yet the NX1 handled it effortlessly. After less than a minute, the benchmark stopped. The result blinked onto the screen, performance index, 20.7 exaflops. Estimated 2,500x current market leading GPU. Timothy's knees went weak. He had to grab the desk to steady himself. 2,500 times. This isn't just a head, this is. He trailed off, unable to even finish the sentence. Another line appeared, blueprint archive available. Predictive simulation functions online. He blinked. Predictive simulation. His hands trembled as he navigated the menu. Options unfolded: financial forecasting, molecular modeling, logistics optimization, climate predictions. Each came with submenus, as if the GPU wasn't just for rendering graphics but for bending reality through raw computation. What the heck is this GPU? This is too complicated, Timothy said and added, okay, should I email NVIDIA? Okay, how do I approach this? Timothy pondered as he uninstalled the GPU. He held it in his hand, staring at the sleek alien surface pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. This shit is too futuristic, but how about if I email NVIDIA about this? How would they react? The thought hung in the air, absurd but tempting. He pictured some engineer in Silicon Valley opening the email, reading through the specs he had pulled from the blueprint's 2-nanometer fabrication, quantum parallel architecture, exaflop performance. They'd either laugh at him or forward his message to the FBI. He rubbed his temples. No, if they are visionaries, they will look into the details. If not, then I'll know they're just another bloated corporation sitting on their monopoly. The thought tightened in his chest, equal parts fear and adrenaline. He looked at the blueprint's agonimpensable schematics sprawled across his desk like treasure maps. His pulse hammered. If he hesitated too long, he knew he'd bury the idea and never dare again. Timothy sat back down, powered up his laptop, and opened a fresh email. His fingers hovered above the keyboard. To NVIDIA Research Division, he muttered, typing the address he had dug up earlier from a buried page on their corporate site. Subject, urgent proposal, next-gen GPU architecture. His throat went dry. He attached a PDF he had cobbled together from the blueprints, just enough detail to seem credible, but still insane by today's standards. Fabrication node, 2nm. Memory, stacked HBM integrated on die. Architecture, Q-Nexus parallel flow. Cooling, graphene lattice thermal sheets, nanofluidic reservoirs. He added a note, dear NVIDIA research team, I have stumbled upon a design that may change the course of GPU development. These schematics describe a processor 20 years ahead of current standards. I am sending them in good faith, believing that your company has the expertise to recognize their potential. If you wish to discuss further, please reply to this email. Regards, TG. Timothy hovered over the send button. This is insane, he whispered. Either I'm about to make history, or ruin myself. And then, with one decisive click, he sent it. The email whooshed away, leaving his inbox silent, empty, heavy with consequence. Timothy stared at the screen, his reflection ghostly in the glass. What did I just do? The oscillating fan clicked. Outside, a jeepney roared past, kids laughing in the alley. The world went on as though nothing had changed, but Timothy knew better. Somewhere across the world, an inbox in NVIDIA's research department had just received an impossible message, and all he could do now was wait. At NVIDIA's Santa Clara headquarters, the research division's inbox pinged with another unsolicited message. Dr. Alan Mercer, senior hardware architect, skimmed the subject line with mild irritation. Urgent proposal, next-gen GPU architecture. He almost dragged it straight to spam. 99% of cold emails were crank theories or students pitching new algorithms that broke physics. But something in the attached PDF's file size caught his attention. It wasn't a 2-page rant. It was hundreds of pages. Great, he muttered, clicking it open. The first few lines made his brow crease. Fabrication node, 2nm. Q-Nexus parallel flow architecture. Exaflop level throughput. Integrated HBM on die. Graphene lattice cooling. He leaned back in his chair. What the hell is this? Nearby, Priya Desmukh, another architect, noticed his tone. What's up? Alan rotated his monitor so she could see. She skimmed, her expression shifting from bored to incredulous. Exaflop throughput per card. That's impossible. We're barely scratching petaflops with server racks. And graphene lattice thermal sheets. That's science fiction. Exactly. Alan flipped further through the PDF. The schematics were shockingly detailed. Transistor-level diagrams, interconnect blueprints, memory integration strategist, things that looked legitimate at first glance. Priya frowned harder. Wait, this doesn't read like crackpot pseudoscience. Whoever wrote this actually knows layout. These are coherent designs. It's just completely unmanufacturable, Alan finished. He tapped the monitor. Look at this transistor density. At 2nm scale, quantum tunneling renders half of this useless. We don't even have fabs capable of that yield. TSMC and Intel are struggling with 3nm, and this guy's talking about Q-Nexus parallel flows. What even is that? Priya snorted marketing jargon. Alan scrolled to the cooling section and let out a short laugh. Nanofluidic reservoirs, phase shift conduits. This person must have binged a stack of sci-fi papers. Still, the more they read, the stranger it became. The layouts weren't hand-wavy sketches, they were precise, layered diagrams. The level of detail was too high for a casual prank. Priya folded her arms. It's either a genius trolling us or someone with too much time. Either way, Alan said, dragging the email into a flagged folder. There's no way to build this. Not now, not for decades. Even if the physics worked, the supply chain doesn't exist. Materials, impossible. Fabrication, impossible. Cooling, impossible. He hit forward and typed a short note to his supervisor, received another unsolicited breakthrough GPU design. Schematics look clean but fundamentally unbuildable with current or near-future manufacturing. Recommending archive for reference, but no action needed. He hit send, then leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. Some guy out there thinks he reinvented the GPU. Cute, Priya chuckled. Yeah, at least it's more entertaining than the perpetual motion machines we usually get. And with that, the world's most advanced GPU design centuries ahead was buried in NVIDIA's miscellaneous submissions folder, dismissed as impossible. But not everyone in Santa Clara dismissed it. Hours later, Dr. Ethan Kwan, one of NVIDIA's most respected senior scientists, was combing through the miscellaneous submissions folder, a habit he'd kept for years. Sometimes gold hides in the trash, he often told his graduate interns. He clicked on the flagged PDF, half expecting nonsense. Instead, his eyes widened. Q-nexus parallel flow, he whispered. His fingers traced the transistor diagrams on screen. The logic structure wasn't pseudoscience, it was elegant. Too elegant. Whoever wrote this understood bottlenecks in parallel processing better than anyone Ethan had ever met. He leaned closer. The stacked HBM design integrated on die-solved memory bandwidth in a way NVIDIA's own engineers had been struggling with for years. The cooling diagrams, impossible to manufacture, no aligned disturbingly well with theoretical models Ethan himself had sketched privately, models he thought were decades away. This isn't a prank, he murmured. Who the hell sent this, TG? I better reach him out. Timothy stared at his reflection in the dark laptop screen, then at the clear vial on his desk. He popped one, dry swallowed, and braced a hand on the table as the familiar prickle spread across his scalp and down his spine. The fog lifted. Concepts that had felt slippery an hour ago now clicked into placid throughput versus latency, memory coherence domains, NUMA topologies, quantization error bounds. Acronyms lined up in neat rows in his head like troops waiting for orders. He exhaled, opened Zoom, and clicked the invite link. The window bloomed to life. A face appeared, mid-50s, Korean-American, square glasses, careful eyes that didn't waste motion. Bookshelves behind him, a whiteboard thick with graphs and block diagrams. Dr. Ethan Kwan in the lower left. Mr. TG? Ethan's voice was even skeptical but not unkind. Timothy, he said. Guerrero, Timothy, I'm Ethan. I read your submission. The faintest smile. It's been an interesting day. I imagine, Timothy said, keeping his own voice level. Ethan glanced off screen, then back. I want to be transparent. Most cold submissions are noise. Yours is not noise. It's also not buildable with today's supply chain. That's the official position you already received. But I asked for this call because the architectural ideas are unusually coherent. Timothy nodded. Understood. Before we talk theory, Ethan said, do you in fact have any physical prototype? You'd be surprised how many people claim they do and then show a plastic shroud with an LED strip. Timothy picked up the card. The camera auto exposed against the matte, black body as he held it toward the lens. The shroud's faint, vein-like tracery pulsed once, then settled. The heatsink fins, the unusual power distribution plane, the unfamiliar backplate geometry all visible. Ethan leaned closer to his camera. He wasn't smiling anymore. He was studying. That's not an off-the-shelf cooler. What am I looking at on the power side? I don't see conventional 12 VHP PWR. Alternate bus, Timothy said carefully, angling the card. The board steps from a 48V rail internally. The VRM array is distributed 16 phases per quadrant, phase shifted, with interleaved inductors embedded in the plane. It reduces ripple at the die package boundary. Ethan blinked once. That's a reasonable answer. He looked genuinely intrigued now. Edge connectors, physically PCIe X16. Logically negotiates as Gen 5, but the device multiplexes a secondary sideband for high-throughput DMA to the host over a proprietary link if the motherboard exposes a matching header. If not, it falls back to PCIe only. Ethan sat back a hair. You've thought through the deployment hurdle. Timothy lowered the card. The pill kept his mind steady, quick, but he forced himself to speak slowly. I also generated full schematics. He lifted a printed binder, his sanitized subsatan, thumbed a few pages near the camera, macro floor plans on die HBM stack diagrams, thermal interfaces labeled graphene lattice sheet, phase shift microchannel, nanofluidic reservoir. Ethan's eyes tracked every line. Let me ask the blunt questions, he said. Claimed performance, single card exaflop class throughput for AI-relevant math. In FP8 and lower formats, it sustains into 1018 ops, second BF16 it degrades proportionally. Mixed precision kernels can be fused on diatensor units operate inside a quantum-assisted scheduler I labeled Q-nexus parallel flow. Ethan was quiet a beat longer than a beat, so you're claiming roughly 1,000 times an H100 on comparable matrix ops. Yes, he steepled his fingers. And cooling, 3-tier. A conventional vapor chamber at the base. Above that, a graphene lattice sheet spreads hotspots laterally into phase shift microchannels. The channels cycle a nanofluid that transitions between metastable states under load, dumping heat across a larger surface with minimal pumping overhead. There's a passive capillary assist, so if the pump fails, it doesn't cook itself. That language is specific, Ethan said. He kept his face neutral, but his eyes were alive. And memory, HBM is stacked on Dino interposer. The stack is co-fabricated. Ultra-wide, low-swing links into the compute fabric minimize energy per bit. The memory controller can present as contiguous to software, but internally it's 4 banks with a crossbar and predictive prefetch that cooperates with the scheduler. And the scheduler, Ethan pressed. Everyone overpromises on schedulers. Timothy let the words come. The pill made the abstractions crisp. The scheduler doesn't just dispatch warps. It predicts dependency graphs across kernels, rematerializes subgraphs to minimize data movement, and assigns them to tensor tiles that are electrically near the relevant HBM banks. It treats the chip like a small city, keep work near its food. That wrung a half laugh out of Ethan, which he quickly suppressed. You mentioned quantum-assisted, not qubits, Timothy said quickly. Classical hardware augmented with quantum-inspired heuristics for optimization. Think annealing, like behavior implemented in specialized units. They explore schedule permutations in parallel and collapse to low-cost solutions faster than a greedy approach. Ethan nodded slowly, as if convincing himself he could keep listening without stopping the call. Okay, he said softly. If fifth is real, one card like that could stand in for roughly 1,000 H100s. Which means a single desktop could do the work of a data center aisle. Which means, we are in a new world. Timothy didn't smile. That's my read. Ethan's posture changed. He switched from skeptic to operator. Why did you send it to us? Timothy weighed his answer. Because you're the only group on Earth with the full stack, software, compilers, libraries, customers, and most importantly, distribution. I could email a paper to a lab, but they won't ship anything for a decade. You ship, that's fair, Ethan said. And your intent, Timothy met the camera, to sell it, the prototype and the full blueprint. The words seemed to turn a key behind Ethan's eyes. He didn't hide it. All right, he said, voice clipped. Here's what happens next. We do not evaluate something of this magnitude over Zoom from an unknown laptop in Manila. We need to see it in person in a controlled environment. Chain of custody. Benchmarks we trust. NDA. Legal. The works. I expected that. I'm going to recommend we bring you here, Ethan said. Santa Clara. We can book you as an external collaborator to expedite visas, fly you in business to keep the unit safe, and set you up in a secure lab. If the prototype runs our internal test suite and even 10 of your claims hold, we escalate to the CTO within the hour. If it hits 100, he stopped himself, breath hitching once. Then this is the most important call I've had in 20 years. Timothy's pulse tapped at his throat. He kept his tone even. Ground rules on my side. The prototype does not leave my possession without a signed NDA that explicitly covers reverse engineering. Any ephemeral imaging is done in my presence. No destructive analysis until after a term sheet. And the blueprints stay with me until we agree on valuation and conditions. Ethan's mouth twitched, not a smile, not a frown. You've done your homework. I've been burned before, Timothy lied smoothly. Understood. Ethan glanced off screen. I'll loop legal and a VP in research ops. We'll send you a draft NDA in the next 24 hours. Tight, fast, protective. Once signed, we schedule travel. I'll be your point of contact, and I'll personally staff the lab with 2 people I trust. Deal, Timothy said. One more thing, the prototype uses a non-standard 48V rail adapter. I'll ship the harness spec with the NDA so your lab can prep a clean bench. Ethan nodded. We can source 48V easily. We'll also prep instrumentation for power telemetry and thermal mapping. Do you have any constraints we should know about? Don't run synthetic power viruses. The thermal system will handle it, but it's designed to operate under AI like workloads matrix multiplies. Attention, not for mark style nonsense. Also, we'll need to build a slim compatibility layer so your test harnesses see the device as a CUDA target. Can you do that? Timothy lifted a thin sheaf of paper. I already wrote stubs for the driver API, shimmed against your user space calls. It's enough to run matmul and GEMMs. Ethan blinked again. All right. He drew a slow breath, and when he spoke next, the scientist vanished and the executive peeked through. If this bears out, Timothy, you realize what you're holding. Yes, one card could replace 1,000 of ours. Training timelines collapse. Inference costs evaporate. Entire product lines become legacy. This is not just a faster chip. It's a strategic weapon. I'm aware, Timothy said. You chose well, Ethan said. We know how to move fast when it matters. They both fell quiet a moment, the soft hiss of Zoom's audio filling the pause. Ethan leaned forward. If we empathetically get through validation, we'll talk structure, acquisition, licensing, joint venture. There are paths where you keep a royalty on every unit, or a lump sum plus equity, or a skunkworks inside our org with you leading. Keep options open until we have data. Fair, Timothy said. And Timothy, Ethan added, voice lower, more personal until we meet in person. Do not show that card to anyone else. Not a friend, not a journalist, not a potential investor. You don't want to trigger attention you cannot control. I won't, Timothy said. One last sanity check, your internal back of the envelope. You said one card could replace 1,000 H100s. You stand by that. Ethan looked straight into the camera. If your stated exaflop range is real, yes. 1nx1 equals roughly 1,000 H100s for the kinds of tensor ops that drive modern AI. That is revolutionary in compute, in economics, and geopolitics. He let the weight hang. It's the kind of thing countries fight over. I figured, Timothy said softly. Ethan exhaled, decisive again. Watch for an email from me and legal within the day. Use a secure address. When we have signatures, we move. Fast. The call ended a minute later with formal goodbyes, nothing flowery. The screen went black. The room seemed to exhale with it. Timothy set the NX1 down on the desk like a sleeping animal and pressed his palms flat to the wood until the pill-fueled buzz eased into a steady hum. Santa Clara, NDAs, lab benches, 1,000 H100s in one hand. Shit, this is really valuable. Timothy told his mother only half the truth. He said he was going on a short vacation, alone, 3 days at most. She didn't ask where, only reminded him to stay safe and eat on time. He hugged her, promised pasalubong, and left with nothing but a backpack and a hard black case chained discreetly to his wrist under his jacket. The case held the future. A day later, after a long flight, Timothy found himself walking into a quiet corporate campus in Santa Clara. The place felt different from Manhwaedit, colder, efficient in a way that pressed on the lungs. Glass towers rose above manicured lawns, each one humming with secrets of silicon and code. A guard escorted him through side doors, elevators, and badge readers until he reached a room sealed by double doors. Inside waited Dr. Ethan Kwan and 2 colleagues. They weren't smiling. Their eyes were sharp, calculating, but not unfriendly. The air smelled faintly of metal and recycled air. Timothy nodded, setting the case on the table. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was worth it. They didn't waste time. Papers were signed in disclosure agreements, lab safety rules, promises that nothing would leave Timothy's sight. He read them carefully, every clause. Only when he was satisfied did he unlock the case and lift out the card. The strange black GPU looked otherworldly under the lab's white lights. Vein-like lines glowed faintly across its surface, pulsing once before settling back to a soft shimmer. The room went still. Not an LED strip. Zoe, the thermal engineer, muttered under her breath. That's real. They handled it carefully, sliding it into a waiting test computer. The lab filled with the quiet hum of fans and instruments. Monitors came alive with graphs and numbers Timothy barely understood, but the scientists understood all too well. The first test was simple, like a warm-up exercise. A problem that usually took several seconds finished before they could blink. Eyebrows rose. They pushed harder. Larger tests, more complex. Normally, training an AI model could take hours, even days. Here, the progress bar barely had time to appear before vanishing. This isn't possible, Ravi, the software lead, whispered. His voice trembled between awe and disbelief. Power draw? Ethan asked quickly. Stable, Zoe replied, eyes locked on her instruments. No overheating, no spikes. It's like the card doesn't care what we throw at it. By the third round of tests, the truth was undeniable. One single card, the size of a forearm, was doing the work of entire rooms filled with NVIDIA's best GPUs. Ethan finally spoke, his voice low, steady. Timothy, do you realize what you're holding? That one card has the power of at least 1,000 of our top-line H100 GPUs. 1,000. Do you understand what that means? Timothy forced himself to nod calmly. Inside, his chest hammered. I had a guess, he said carefully. The tests continued for hours. Everything they threw at the card it handled. Training tasks, simulations, benchmarks, nothing slowed it down. The scientists whispered to each other, writing notes in frantic scrawls. When the session finally ended, they gathered in a small glass meeting room beside the lab. Sandwiches appeared on the table, untouched. How was this built? Ethan asked at last. His tone was casual, but Timothy could feel the weight behind the question. He kept his face steady. In pieces, some parts modified, some rebuilt. A lot of trial and error. He shrugged. I can't share the full process right now. Not until contracts are settled. Zoe frowned. Even with unlimited money, no workshop on Earth could produce this. Timothy only gave a vague smile. Trade secrets. They didn't push further, though he could feel their curiosity burning. Instead, Ethan slid a folder across the table. I'll be blunt. If this card is real and we've just proven it is, then it changes everything. Training AI, scientific research, national security. This isn't just faster hardware, Timothy. It's a strategic asset. Timothy opened the folder. Numbers filled the page numbers with more zeros than he had ever seen attached to his name. $100 million up front. Followed by royalties or stock options or lump sums depending on how he wanted to structure it. He read in silence. His palms itched. His mother could live 100 lifetimes on this money. He could buy houses, cars, companies. He could erase poverty from his family tree forever. But then a sharper thought cut through the haze. If they were willing to start with hundreds of millions, then the true value was at least 10 times that. Maybe more, maybe uncountable. He looked up slowly. This is generous. Ethan leaned forward. It's also conservative. We have to assume risks. Manufacturing, supply chains, politics. But yes, Timothy, it's the kind of offer we don't give lightly. Timothy closed the folder, keeping his expression unreadable. I'll need time to think. The 3 scientists exchanged quick glances. Ethan gave a single nod. Of course, you have our respect either way. Just understand what you carry isn't just valuable, it's dangerous. If word gets out, governments, corporations. They will come for it and for you. I know, Timothy said quietly. They escorted him back through the polished halls, past the quiet guards, out into the California sun. He shook Ethan's hand one last time. No threats, no pressure, just a warning in the man's eyes, decide wisely. That night, in a hotel room overlooking the city lights, Timothy stared at the GPU resting on the desk beside him, a single object that could shift the balance of the entire computing world. He thought of the hundreds of millions on the contract. He thought of how casually they had named the number, as though it were pocket change to them. He thought of how much more it must be worth. By the time he boarded his flight back to Manila, his decision was made. He carried the GPU home, still locked in its case, and told NVIDIA only one thing: I'll think about it. Santa Clara, California. The glass-walled conference room on the 12th floor was never meant for casual meetings. When the lights dimmed and the screens lit up, it was for strategy, not routine. And tonight the atmosphere was sharp enough to cut air. Dr. Ethan Kwan sat at one end, still running on caffeine and adrenaline. Beside him were Zoe and Ravi, who had been in the lab. Across the table, several senior directors, heads of RD, and legal advisors. And at the far end, his trademark leather jacket over a black T-shirt was Jensen Huang, NVIDIA's CEO. He rarely sat in on raw research discussions, but this was not ordinary research. The projector hummed, casting slides of raw benchmark results. Zoe began. These are real. We repeated every test, 3 times. The card Timothy brought in sustained performance at levels that should be impossible. On the graph, a thin green line representing the mysterious GPU sat far above the plateau of every H100 cluster NVIDIA had in-house. Training tasks that normally take 20 hours finished in under 2 minutes, Ravi added, with no thermal throttling, no instability, and power draw held at a consistent 48V profile, completely alien to anything in our lineup. A silence settled. No one dared to make a joke. Finally, Jensen spoke. His voice was quiet, but it carried across the room like iron. And you are absolutely certain this isn't fabricated? Ethan leaned forward. I watched it myself. It ran workloads we've used for internal stress tests for years. It performed exactly as the claims in his PDF described. I don't believe in miracles, but this was real silicon, not a mock-up. Jensen's brow furrowed. And this young man, Timothy Guerrero, who is he? One of the directors tapped his tablet, pulling up a dossier. Timothy's face appeared on the screen. ID photos, a scanned university record, his limited online footprint. Freshman at the University of the Philippines, the director said, mechanical engineering, first year, no published research, no history in the semiconductor field, no ties to our industry. His background is ordinary. The words hung like smoke. Zoe shook her head in disbelief. Then how the hell did he get this? A freshman. He shouldn't even know how to spell HBM, let alone integrate it on die. Ravi leaned back, rubbing his temples. Either he's a genius the world has overlooked, or he's fronting for someone else, someone who wanted us to see this. Or Ethan interjected, he stumbled onto something by accident. He was vague about how it was built. Said pieces, modified, rebuilt. That doesn't explain anything. My gut says he didn't design it from scratch. Then where did it come from? Jensen asked. His tone was not curious. It was demanding. No one had an answer. The room shifted as the projector clicked to another slide, the financial offer. The $100 million draft deal. He refused, Jensen said flatly. Yes, Ethan confirmed. He said he'd think about it, which means he knows it's worth far more than what we put on the table. He's right, Zoe admitted reluctantly. If one card equals 1,000 H100s, then the market value isn't hundreds of millions, it's billions. Tens of billions if scaled. The cloud providers would tear each other apart for this. Jensen's eyes narrowed. Then why walk away? Money is usually enough. Maybe he's considering building his own company, Ravi suggested. Start a business around the chip. License it. Sell his own AI boxes. If he controls the prototype and the blueprints in theory. Jensen tapped his fingers against the table, thinking. So why hesitate? Because he knows leverage when he sees it, Ethan said grimly. Every day he holds onto that card, its value rises in his mind. He's not stupid. He understands that whoever controls this technology controls the future. The silence deepened. Finally, Jensen spoke again, voice calm, almost soft. Then we make sure it's us. The words landed like a verdict. He stood and paced slowly. This is bigger than performance numbers. This is geopolitical. One card like that makes supercomputers obsolete. Whoever holds the design dictates AI progress, military simulation, even financial modeling. If it gets into the wrong hands, we're talking about a weapon, not a product. The legal advisor cleared her throat. Do you want us to pursue acquisition negotiations more aggressively? Yes, but carefully, Jensen replied. He's cautious. If we pressure too hard, he might run. And we can't let this disappear into the wild. Ethan frowned. And if he refuses to sell at any price? Jensen stopped pacing and looked directly at him. His expression was unreadable. Then we raised the price. Everyone has a number. How much are we willing to obtain that technology? Jensen pondered for a moment, then came up with a number. If that chip really did perform as advertised, we might have to offer him $500 million to $1 billion. Hearing that, the room went very still. $1 billion. No one said it out loud, but the figure changed the gravity in the glass box. Half the faces went pale, the other half looked like they'd just seen the future slip through their fingers. Ethan cleared his throat first. If we anchor there, we're admitting what this is. Word leaks and every sovereign fund on Earth comes knocking, or worse, 3-letter agencies. Jensen didn't blink. Word will not leak. Legal laned in. Then we need a controlled channel. No email. No paper until we're ready. And we need Export Control Council in the loop from minute 1. If it even smells like quantum-adjacent compute, Bison State will classify it as sensitive technology. Zoe tapped the table, unable to hold back. Price aside, time is our enemy. If he shows that card to anyone else, even a video, it triggers a stampede. The director with the tablet scrolled. We ran a deeper check. He's clean. No shell companies, no unusual travel until last week. Family, mother, and a younger sister. School, University of the Philippines, mechanical engineering freshman. Side business, a registered used car lot in Tondo, Manila. Cash heavy but taxes filed. No obvious handlers. Ravi exhaled, so he's really just a kid with a God-tier chip. Or a kid holding someone else's God-tier chip, Ethan said, more to himself than anyone. If we are willing to make that offer, it's best that we inform him about it. In the Philippines, Tondo, Manila, Timothy just returned from his trip from Los Angeles, United States. He breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that he was finally home after that tiring trip. In his mind, the offer of NVIDIA lingered in his mind. They were serious about getting the chip in his hand. Well, who wouldn't? Imagine one chip could do the work of 20,000 H100. Every company would scramble for it. Oh, Timothy, you are already home, his mom greeted. Good evening, Mom, Timothy said. How was your vacation? She asked. It was productive, Mom, he replied, and then looked around his house and then realized. He was a man being offered a multi-million dollars for a chip, and yet he resided on a squatter site in Tondo. This should change. I have been thinking, Mom, what if we move out from here? Timothy suggested. Move out? She tilted her head to the side. You mean moving to a different house? As much as I would, but I can't, son. I don't have the money. Money is not the issue, Mom. I can take care of it, Timothy said. He has the money from his car dealership business. With 10 million pesos, or about 176,000 USD, he could buy a decent house in the Philippines. My son, his mother froze, her voice catching on the words. She set down the mug she was holding and looked at him more carefully. You don't have to do that. No, Mom, this can't be done. I don't want us to live in this place anymore. Not that I don't like it. It's just the environment of living in this place. I have the capability. I will even send Angela to a private school. Look, I will take care of it, Mom. Without waiting for a reply from his mother, Timothy went straight to his bedroom on the second floor. Timothy pushed open the creaking wooden door to his bedroom and let out a sigh. The small space that had once been his sanctuary now felt cramped, unworthy of the weight he carried. He sat down on the rickety chair in front of his desk, opened his battered laptop, and typed into the browser, houses for sale in Manila. Dozens of listings popped up. He clicked through them one by one: suburban subdivisions in Quezon City, townhouses in Pasig, gated communities in Parañaque. Each photo made his chest tighten with possibility. Clean streets, spacious living rooms, real kitchens. Bedrooms where his little sister Angela could study without the noise of tricycles and karaoke bleeding through the walls. A house in Antipolo with a balcony and a view of the city, 9.8 million. A townhouse in Alabang with 3 bedrooms, a garage and a small garden, 11 million. A newly built home in Cavite gated community near schools and malls, 8.5 million. Not bad, Timothy murmured, scrolling further. For the first time, the dream felt within reach. His dealership income, combined with what he already had saved, made moving out realistic. He bookmarked a few listings, leaning back in his chair, imagining his mom cooking in a modern kitchen, Angela laughing with new friends in a safer neighborhood. For a moment, life felt simple. Then the laptop pinged. New email notification. Timothy frowned, clicked it open. The sender line froze his breath from NVIDIA Research Ops. Subject: revised proposal confidential. His heart hammered as he opened it. The message was short, precise, and heavier than anything he'd ever read. Dear Mr. Guerrero, following our recent discussions and in light of further internal evaluations, we wish to present a revised offer. NVIDIA is prepared to purchase the prototype GPU currently in your possession, along with its schematics and complete blueprints, for a sum of 500 million USD, 500 million United States dollars. This represents a substantial increase from our preliminary draft and reflects the extraordinary potential of your work. The offer includes immediate transfer of 500 million upon execution of the agreement, additional royalties on future products derived from the technology, subject to negotiation, legal protections and confidentiality terms under U.S. and international law. We urge you to consider this offer seriously. The opportunity to collaborate with NVIDIA will not only provide you with financial security, but also ensure that this technology is developed responsibly and at scale. Kindly respond within 7 business days. Sincerely, Dr. Ethan Kwan. Senior Scientist, NVIDIA Research Division. Timothy stared at the glowing numbers on the screen. $500 million, $500 million. Timothy repeated in a shocked tone. Wait, shit, how much is that in Philippine peso? He checked the conversion rates and it was around 28,435,500,000 pesos. How to read that? 28,435,500,000 pesos. He clutched his hair with his hands. Shit, they are serious about giving that much money. Of course they will. The chip was a technology from the future, and it came from just a reconstruction system by turning a second-hand GPU into that. It's life-changing money, and NVIDIA is willing to spend that much money, a company worth trillions of dollars. Should I just give it to them? I was just trolling with the reconstruction system to see if I could make a futuristic GPU, and since they already know, they will poke me until I agree to their offer. I have to think about this. This is a lot of money. If I accept their offer, I will give them the chip and I will receive that money. And with that money, I can live a more comfortable life. But what if I don't? Make a business out of that chip, and instead of NVIDIA having that technology, it will be me. He considered that thought, but since NVIDIA learned of the technology, they won't let him conduct business in peace. He was starting to regret sending an email to the company. Well, if may be the case, but he still has his reconstruction system. He could just open a business in a different enterprise. That $500 million is a huge capital, and the potential is limitless. Okay, what should I do? Timothy closed his laptop and pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. The numbers still danced their 500 million USD, glowing like they'd been seared into his brain. 28 billion pesos. It was absurd, unreal. It felt less like money and more like something out of a dream, the kind that left you sweating and wondering if your mind had broken. $500 million, he muttered to himself. Do you even realize how much that is, Guerrero? He looked at the cracked mirror and saw a 20-year-old kid who had just been offered more money than presidents controlled. And yet, it wasn't enough. Not enough because the fact they had raised the offer fourfold meant this wasn't their ceiling. This was their opening hand in a high-stakes game. If they were ready to give him $500 million, then the chipped prototype sitting under his bed in a black case was worth tens of billions, maybe even hundreds, once commercialized. He pulled the chair back, sat down, and opened the laptop again. What can I even do with this thing on my own? He asked the dim room. He pictured it, a company with his name on it, Guerrero Technologies or something like that. AI boxes powered by his chip, servers so powerful they could fit entire data centers into a single rack, the world's cloud giants lining up at his door. Then the fantasy cracked. He didn't have a fab, he didn't have a team. He didn't even have a lawyer he could trust, let alone the infrastructure to scale. The reconstruction system could produce one prototype at a time, maybe more if he stacked more GPUs, but where it will come from is difficult to justify. It's easy to start a technological business when you have millions of dollars of money, especially ones that are futuristic in nature. NVIDIA had the factories, the fabs, the distribution networks, the engineers. Selling to them meant the chip would actually make it into the world, instead of gathering dust in his bedroom. He leaned back, fingers tapping against the desk, but selling too low was stupid. It would mean giving away the future for a discount price. The rules of negotiation, he said, recalling something he'd once read in a random business forum. If they're desperate enough to raise the offer this high, then they still have room. You never accept the first number that shocks you. He opened the email again, rereading Dr. Kwan's words. We urge you to consider this offer seriously. Urge, not demand. That meant they wanted him on their side, not fighting them. For now, he still had leverage. Timothy opened a blank draft and stared at the blinking cursor. What do I even say? He cracked his knuckles, thought for a long minute, then began typing. Subject Ray, revised proposal confidential. Dear Dr. Kwan, I appreciate your revised offer and the seriousness with which NVIDIA has approached this matter. I have given the proposal deep thought, and I agree with your assessment. The technology I currently hold has the potential to reshape the computing landscape. That said, we both understand its true value is far greater than the figure presented. The ability of one unit to replace thousands of H100s, combined with full schematics and blueprints, is not just a product, it is a generational leap. If NVIDIA truly intends to secure exclusive rights to this design and prototype, I am willing to continue discussions under one condition, that your offer reflects the full weight of what is at stake. Raise the offer and we can move forward. I await your response. Regards, Timothy. He read it over 5 times, trimming and rephrasing until it was sharp, professional, and unshakable. No pleading, no desperation, just leverage. When he was satisfied, he hit send. The email vanished into the void, leaving Timothy with the silence of his room once more. He leaned back and exhaled, his pulse loud in his ears. There, he whispered. Now let's see just how far they're willing to go. Hours ticked by. Timothy didn't sleep. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling fan as it spun lazily, his thoughts racing. What if they walk away, he thought. What if I just lost $500 million because I got greedy? But then he shook his head. No, they wouldn't walk away. The way they looked at that chip in Santa Clara, the way the lab techs muttered like they'd seen got it wasn't something they could ignore. NVIDIA was already in too deep. They needed him. Still, he couldn't ignore the weight pressing against his chest. He turned, saw the black case peeking out from under his bed. It almost seemed alive, humming faintly in his imagination. That single card held the fate of billions, maybe the entire trajectory of human computing, and it was his. The next morning, Timothy shuffled into the kitchen bleary-eyed. His mother was cooking rice, humming to herself. The smell of garlic filled the air. "You didn't sleep?" she asked without turning. "Too much on my mind," Timothy said. He sat at the small table, rubbing his face. "Is this about that business of yours?" she asked, glancing at him. He smiled faintly, something like that. She set down a bowl of rice in front of him. "Don't push yourself too hard. Money is good, son, but if you lose your peace of mind, it's useless." Her words cut deeper than she knew. Timothy nodded, forcing a bite down his throat even though he couldn't taste it. Peace of mind was exactly what he didn't have. By midday, he refreshed his inbox for the 100th time. Still nothing. His stomach twisted with both fear and anticipation. He paced his room, glancing at his phone every other second. He knew the reply would come. The only question was, how much higher would they go? 500 million had already broken the ceiling of anything he thought possible. Would they dare to double it, triple it? $1 billion. Timothy clenched his fists, heart pounding. Whatever their next number was, it would tell him everything. And as he was in class, his phone buzzed. He discreetly picked it up, and there he saw an email from NVIDIA. The classroom buzzed with noise, students shuffling papers, the professor droning on about stress analysis, the squeak of chalk against a faded blackboard. Timothy barely heard any of it. His phone had just lit up with the subject line that made his chest seize. From NVIDIA Research Ops. Subject: Final Proposal, Strictly Confidential. His hand shook as he tapped it open under the desk, pretending to jot notes in his pad. "Dear Mr. Guerrero, after internal deliberation and executive review, NVIDIA is prepared to raise its offer for your prototype GPU, along with the schematics and complete blueprints. Our revised offer is 1.2 billion USD, 1 billion, 200 million United States dollars. This offer represents the full weight of our commitment. It is, however, also our final and absolute limit. The risks associated with production, the uncertainty of scaling, and the unprecedented nature of the design prevent us from going further. The terms remain as before: immediate transfer of funds upon execution of the agreement, royalty structure subject to negotiation, comprehensive legal protections, both U.S. and international. We urge you to consider this as our last and best proposal. Sincerely, Dr. Ethan Quinn, Senior Scientist, NVIDIA Research Division." Timothy's eyes blurred. He blinked twice, rereading the number. 1.2 billion. He whispered under his breath, "Holy shit." His classmate beside him, Tiffany, gave a quick glance, then looked away, thinking Timothy had just overreacted on something he had read. He slouched deeper in his chair, his head spinning. 28 billion pesos had already been insane. This was 68 billion. His mother couldn't even imagine that amount. He himself couldn't. That wasn't just family money or buy a house in Antipolo money. That was reshape the country money. That was never worry about the future again money. But the wording stuck to him. Final offer. Absolute limit. He snorted softly. Yeah, right. If they had doubled from 500 million to this, it meant they could still go higher. They were just scared. Scared of what would happen if he walked away. And that thought gave him an idea. If NVIDIA wouldn't budge further, maybe their rivals would. AMD, Intel, even Google or Microsoft. These companies had the hunger and the wallets to go to war for something like this. He pocketed his phone, waiting for the bell to ring, every second dragging like wet cement. Finally, dismissal. Students shuffled out, chatting, laughing. Timothy stayed back, pretending to fix his bag, then stepped out with his phone pressed tight to his chest. It buzzed again, a follow-up. Incoming Zoom invite, NVIDIA Research Ops. His throat tightened. They wanted to talk immediately. He glanced around the hallway. Too many students, too much noise. He couldn't risk being overheard. He ducked quickly toward the restroom, pushing open the heavy door. The smell of disinfectant hit him. The bathroom was mostly empty except for one guy washing his hands. Timothy waited until he left, then locked himself into the farthest stall. He set his backpack on the toilet tank and pulled out his laptop, fingers trembling as he accepted the call. The screen lit up. Three faces appeared: Dr. Ethan Kwan, stern and watchful Zoe, the thermal engineer, brows knit, and a suited man Timothy hadn't seen before, his expression corporate and unreadable. Probably legal, maybe executive. Timothy kept his voice even. "I read your email." "Yes." Ethan folded his hands. "As we stated, the 1.2 billion figure reflects the absolute maximum we can justify internally. It comes with royalties, protections, and the chance to be part of something that will outlast all of us. This is not a decision we reached lightly." Zoe leaned in. "It's more than just money, Timothy. We're offering resources. The labs, the engineers, the supply chains that make this real. No one else on Earth can give you that." Timothy tilted his head, playing calm even as his heart jackhammered. And if I say no, the suited man spoke, voice clipped. Then you walk away from the only realistic path to scale this technology. Others will make promises, but they don't have the infrastructure. We do. And if you walk, you may find those others far less forgiving. There it was, the polite warning wrapped in business speak. Timothy let the silence stretch, watching them shift slightly on screen. Then he leaned closer. You say it's your final offer. I hear you, but let me be blunt. If that's really your ceiling, then maybe I should forward the same blueprints to AMD, or Intel, or even Microsoft. Let them have a look, see how much they value it. The air in the Zoom call thickened. Ethan's eyes widened slightly before narrowing again. Zoe muttered something under her breath, and the suited man's jaw tightened. Ethan finally said, Timothy, be careful. Playing companies against each other in this arena isn't like selling cars. These are trillion-dollar corporations. Once multiple players are aware, the situation escalates rapidly. That's the point, Timothy said evenly. I don't need rapid escalation, I just need the truth. If you're telling me this tech is worth only $1.2 billion, fine, I'll test that by asking your competitors. Silence again. Zoe spoke softly, almost pleading. Timothy, do you even understand what you're holding? This isn't just a product, it's national security. If you start shopping it around, governments will notice. And when they do, you'll lose control of it entirely. Timothy leaned back, forcing himself to look calm. Inside, his palms sweated. Then maybe you should think about what it takes to make me not do that. The suited man cut in, voice tight. Timothy, will need a direct answer within 72 hours. If you intend to explore other options, understand that once word leaks, the situation will no longer be private. He met the man's stare through the screen. Noted. Ethan sighed. Timothy, please. Think carefully, don't throw away the stability of a lifetime for the chaos of greed. This deal is fair, more than fair, and it's safe. I'm going to drop the call now. How much more do you want? Another figure chimed in, and it was the CEO of the NVIDIA. Sir, Timothy sighed. You are lowballing me. You are only offering $1 billion for a technology that could make billions. How about you give me $20 billion? Timothy tested if they would bite at his ridiculous offer. The technology he has can make them billions and kick out any competition if they manage to reverse engineer the technology, which would take them about 5 years once they have the machinery and equipment to produce it. Done. You have your $20 billion, Jensen replied. Timothy blurted, his eyes wide. He leaned closer, as if maybe his ears had betrayed him. You're serious? Jensen's face filled the screen, calm, unshaken, his leather jacket collar catching the faint lab lights behind him. Why, you weren't. Timothy's throat went dry. $20 billion. For a moment he almost laughed in disbelief. He had thrown out a ridiculous number, expecting mockery or outrage. Instead, they had swallowed it whole without a single cough. Timothy rubbed his temples. This is insane. Zoe looked like she was about to collapse in her chair. Ravi, who had joined the call midway, kept muttering something inaudible. Ethan stared silently at Jensen, caught between awe and disapproval. But Timothy's mind raced faster than his pulse. If they could so casually agree to $20 billion, what did that mean? It meant he had undersold himself. It meant this technology, his technology, born from a second-hand GPU he reconstructed with a flick of his system, was beyond priceless. He wanted to laugh, he wanted to scream. Instead, he smirked to himself. Just how overpowered are my abilities? All this, and it was only one card, only one blueprint. And in his head he knew the truth, the reconstruction system could push further. He could make chips a decade ahead of this one if he wanted. 15, 20 years ahead. If NVIDIA thought this prototype was revolutionary, what would they do if he dropped something even further down the timeline? Could dominate the entire landscape. But right now, $20 billion was sitting in front of him, wrapped in Jensen's calm, unwavering voice. All right, Timothy said at last. If that's the deal, then let's lock it in. $20 billion, full rights to the chip, the schematics, the prototype. Once the money clears, it's yours. Jensen's smile faded into something sharper. The silence stretched heavy, as though the entire company was holding its breath on the other end. At last, Jensen gave a single nod. $8 billion up front, the rest upon progress milestones. Done. Timothy's chest loosened, though he forced himself not to show it. Inside, adrenaline thundered like a storm. $8 billion. That alone was already more than enough to reshape his life, his family's life, 1,000 times over. With that, he could buy security, houses, land, and empire. Then we have an agreement, Timothy said quietly, his voice calm but his palms damp with sweat. Ethan scribbled something off screen, probably notes for the contract. We'll send a new draft within 24 hours. Secure channels. Review it carefully, Timothy. Once you sign and we arrange the transfer, the funds will clear. Wire transfer immediate, Timothy nodded. And I'll keep the prototype and blueprints until I see the money. Jensen didn't argue, of course. We'll coordinate the logistics. But no, once the transfer is made, you won't just be rich. You'll be visible. People will wonder. Governments will watch. Are you ready for that? Timothy swallowed. I'll manage. Jensen gave the faintest smile. Then welcome to the future, Timothy Guerrero. The call ended. Timothy sat there in the bathroom stall, staring at the black laptop screen that reflected his stunned face back at him. He leaned back, pressing his head against the cold tile wall, and finally let the laughter come. quiet at first, then louder, bubbling out of him like he'd lost his mind. $20 billion, he gasped. From a junk GPU I bought secondhand. Goddamn. He wiped his eyes, still chuckling, the sound echoing off the empty walls. This was it. This was his win. The following morning, Timothy didn't bother going to class. His professor could talk all day about maths, but what he had sitting in his inbox mattered more than any quiz or attendance sheet. He sat cross-legged on his bed in the dim light of his cramped Tondo room, phone open, eyes fixed on the new email marked confidential contract draft. His heart thudded in his chest. This was the paperwork that would make him, officially, the youngest billionaire in the Philippines, maybe in Asia. But he wasn't stupid. He knew corporations didn't just hand over $20 billion without protecting themselves. Contracts were weapons dressed up as paperwork. Timothy reached into his drawer and pulled out the familiar small vial. He popped a pill, dry swallowing it with a gulp of warm water. Within minutes, the fog in his head lifted, replaced by razor-sharp clarity. Every word, every clause on the screen sharpened into focus like he was reading it under a microscope. "All right, let's see if you're trying to screw me," he muttered. The contract was long, nearly 100 pages full of legal jargon that would have made his head spin on a normal day. But now, under the pill's effect, it unfolded neatly in his mind like puzzle pieces snapping into place. Clause by clause, section by section, payment structure, $8 billion upfront, wire transfer within 72 hours of contract execution. The remainder tied to milestones of technical validation and reverse engineering. Intellectual property transfer, exclusive and permanent. The moment the funds cleared, all rights to the prototype, blueprints, and future derivative works passed to NVIDIA. Confidentiality, he was barred from disclosing details to third parties, including governments, competitors, or private investors. Breach meant automatic forfeiture and legal pursuit under U.S. and international law. Timothy raised his eyebrows at that one, so they're already worried someone might come knocking. He scrolled further, waiting for the catch. Some hidden clause about only paying partial amounts or clawing back funds if he sneezed the wrong way. But it wasn't there. He read it again. And again, each time the same conclusion rang in his head: they're not screwing me. It wasn't perfect, it was still weighted in their favor, of course, but for the most part it was clean. Timothy leaned back, exhaling slowly. His hands trembled as he closed the laptop for a moment. $8 billion. Just typing his name on that signature line would trigger it. A crooked laugh slipped out of him. From Tondo to $20 billion, but there was one problem. If they send him $8 billion, then that means it's going to get taxed. Fuck. Timothy shot up from his chair, phone in hand, heart thudding like a drum. For the first time since Jensen said done, he wasn't thinking about houses or cars or yachts. He was thinking about the Bureau of Internal Revenue and some smug government official cutting a chunk out of his empire before it even existed. He tapped frantically into his phone's browser. Search, Philippines tax foreign wire transfer $8 billion. The first result slapped him across the face. Large remittances and deposits above $500,000 are automatically flagged and reported to the Anti-Money Laundering Council AMLC. Shit, 500,000. That's just 10 grand. I'm talking $8 billion. He scrolled further, his eyes scanning every word. Another line made him groan aloud. The Bureau of Internal Revenue BIR may classify incoming foreign transfers as taxable income if not proven otherwise. Donors tax, income tax, or capital gains tax may apply depending on documentation. Income tax, that's 30-something%. He slapped a palm over his face. Do they seriously think they deserve $2.5 billion for doing absolutely nothing? They'll just steal it and buy SUVs and build mansions in Forbes Park. Timothy leaned back against the wall, mind racing. If the money hit his BDO account, the government would not only notice, they'd probably freeze it pending investigation. He could already imagine some fat bureaucrat in a barong, grinning while processing fees shaved billions away. No, not happening. They're not touching a single cent. His thumb hovered, then typed another query. Search, how billionaires avoid taxes Philippines. A dozen results, blogs, legal advisories, shady forums. He opened one from a Manila law firm, wealth management through offshore structures. Offshore corporations in the British Virgin Islands BVI, holding companies in Singapore or Hong Kong. Trust funds registered abroad to manage assets. Another page talked about tax residency. If he parked his money offshore and only brought in what he needed for living expenses, the BIR couldn't touch the bulk of it. Timothy bit his lip. So I need a foreign account, outside the Philippines, where this government's dirty hands can't reach. He scrolled deeper, ending up on a Reddit thread of all places, how to avoid BIR stealing my money if I get rich. One commenter wrote, don't ever deposit life-changing money straight into a PH bank. Use Singapore, Switzerland, or Cayman Islands accounts. Open a holding company, let the funds flow through there, then only remit small amounts locally. Timothy whispered Singapore. He searched again. Search, open bank account Singapore non-resident. The answer possible but usually required flying there, showing proof of funds and a minimum deposit. Some banks wanted 200,000. Timothy snorted. 200,000. I'm about to bring in 8 billion up front. But a problem lingered. Nvidia would want a legitimate account to wire to. They wouldn't transfer to some shady crypto wallet or Gcash. It had to be secure, traceable, and legal on their books. He drummed his fingers on the desk. Okay. Strategy. Step 1, don't let the money touch the Philippines. Step 2, set up an offshore holding. Step 3, maybe register a company abroad, Delaware, Singapore, or even Dubai. He kept scrolling, pill-enhanced focus cutting through the jargon. Articles said wealthy individuals often used shell comparison paper. The company received the funds, not the person. That way, tax applied in the jurisdiction where the company was based, often at much lower rates. Timothy exhaled. So if Nvidia wires to a Singapore company account I own, no Philippine tax, clean, and if I need pesos, I just loan myself money from the company. The plan was forming, risky but clear. He opened another tab. Search Philippines Omla 8 billion wire transfer. The page made his gut twist again. Transactions of 500,000 or more are automatically reported. Suspiciously large inflows may be frozen pending investigation. He cursed louder. Frozen. Imagine it $20 billion stuck in limbo while some senator asks where I got it. No fucking way. His eyes darted to the black case under his bed, the prototype still humming faintly in his imagination. That card had put him in this position, but the money wasn't his yet. One wrong move and it could all be seized before he touched a cent. He scrolled again, fingers flying. Search Singapore Trust Fund Billionaire Safe. The article explained wealthy families often set up trusts in Singapore or Switzerland. The trust technically owned the assets, shielding them from local governments. Beneficiaries like Timothy just receive controlled disbursements. That's it, he muttered. If I put it in a Singapore trust, they can't touch it. I only bring in what I want. But another problem clicked. How would he explain to Nvidia? They were expecting him to provide bank details. If he gave them a BDO account, the government would pounce. If he gave them a Singapore account, they'd need proof he even had one. Which means, I need to set it up before signing. Timothy rubbed his chin. That meant another trip abroad. Maybe not the US this time. Singapore was close, just a few hours by plane. He could do it quietly, tell his mom he was attending a conference. For the first time since the number 20 billion landed on his desk, Timothy felt something other than excitement. He felt hunted, like sharks were already circling the blood in the water. He opened his notes app and started typing furiously. Plan, don't use BDO or any Philippine bank. Open offshore account in Singapore DBS, UOB, or HSBC. Register shell holding company if needed. Wire funds there. Only remit small amounts home for expenses. He paused, staring at the list. This is insane. I'm still a freshman and now I'm planning offshore tax evasion. A laugh slipped out, shaky and bitter. He shook his head and muttered, no, not evasion, protection. They don't deserve a single dime out of it. Okay, shell company it is. He dropped his phone on the bed and lay back, staring at the cracked ceiling. From Tondo, squatter alleys and rusting rooftops, to planning offshore banking like some billionaire tycoon. He opened his browser, thumb tapping through airline apps. Flights flickered on the screen, Hong Kong, Seoul, Kuala Lumpur, but his eyes fixed on one word, Singapore. A direct flight departing in less than 6 hours. Economy was packed. Business class still had seats. The price tag was steep, but Timothy barely noticed it. He had made more money reselling cars in a week than the cost of this ticket. And compared to the numbers Nvidia was throwing around, the fare might as well have been loose change. Book now, the confirmation email hit his inbox a second later. He packed his things up and prepared to head to the airport. He booked a grab car and set the destination to NAIA Terminal 3. The grab car pulled up in front of his street, its hazard lights blinking. Timothy slid into the backseat with his backpack hugged close. The driver gave him a quick glance through the rearview mirror. NAIA Terminal 3, sir. Yeah, Timothy answered shortly. The car moved through the traffic-clogged arteries of Manila. Jeepneys belched smoke, buses swerved in and out of lanes, vendors pushed carts between vehicles. Timothy barely noticed. His gaze stayed glued to his phone, watching the map inch forward like it was taunting him. Every red light, every stop felt like a trap. He kept checking his watch as if the seconds could somehow betray him. Terminal 3 stretched out in glass and steel, crowded but orderly. Families clustered with balikbayan boxes, businessmen in press suits checked their watches, and tired tourists shuffled forward with half-closed eyes. Timothy adjusted his backpack strap and took a deep breath. This is it. He joined the line at the entrance, passport and booking confirmation ready. Security scanned his bags, waved him through after the routine inspection. The moment he stepped inside, cool air washed over him, and the noise of the city dimmed to the controlled hum of the terminal. He walked past rows of check-in counters, neon screens flashing destinations. Singapore Airlines, Flight SQ919. There it was. He approached the counter, slid his passport and booking details forward. The attendant's practiced smile never faltered. She typed, printed his boarding pass, and returned everything with the same line she had probably said 1,000 times today. Boarding in 2 hours, gate 114. Enjoy your flight, sir. Timothy clutched the boarding pass like it was made of glass. Gate 114, 2 hours. He drifted toward immigration, the line crawling forward under the bright fluorescent lights. His heart jumped at every stamp of the officer's hand on a passport ahead of him. When it was his turn, he slid his booklet and departure card across the counter. The officer barely looked at him. A few keystrokes, a glance at his face, the thud of a stamp. Cleared. Timothy let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. From there, he moved through security again. Shoes off, backpack scanned, laptop tray slid across the belt. Nothing unusual, nothing suspicious. Just another passenger heading out of the country. The pre-departure hall stretched wide, glass walls overlooking the tarmac. Aircraft tails lined the horizon, their logos sharp against the Manila sunset. Timothy walked past duty-free shops selling perfume and whiskey, past travelers lounging in seats with neck pillows already around their collars. He kept moving until gate 114 came into view. He sat down, tapping his foot, the boarding pass clenched in his hand. His mind raced. Singapore wasn't just another country on the map, it was the firewall he needed between himself and the Philippines. A place where $8 billion could arrive without questions, without greedy officials clawing at it. When boarding was called, his chest tightened. Business class lined up first. Timothy joined, trying to look calm like he had done this 100 times. The flight attendant scanned his pass with a polite beep, and suddenly he was stepping into the jet bridge. Inside the cabin, the air smelled faintly of fabric and coffee. His seat, wider than anything in economy, felt like a throne compared to the cramped buses of Manila. He sank into it, tucking his backpack under the seat in front. The captain's voice crackled overhead, announcing the route and expected flight time 3.5 hours. Timothy stared out the oval window as the plane pushed back, engines roaring to life. The runway lights streaked by. Then the nose lifted and the ground fell away. Manila's sprawl of lights glittered beneath him, then shrank, swallowed by cloud and darkness. For the first time in days, Timothy let his shoulders drop. He was airborne. The hours slipped by in a haze of engine hum and restless thoughts. Timothy dozed in fragments, his mind replaying Jensen's voice, the contract, the weight of $8 billion waiting on a bank account that didn't exist yet. When the captain announced their descent, Timothy's eyes snapped open. Outside the window, Singapore's skyline rose from the water clusters of towers glittering against the night, the city laid out in clean order like a machine running on time. Changi Airport was another world compared to NAIA. Polished glass, soft lights, orchids arranged in neat displays. Timothy followed the stream of passengers toward immigration, passport tight in his grip. The officer behind the counter scanned his booklet, glanced at his face, then back at the screen. For a heartbeat, Timothy's pulse thundered. Then came the sharp stamp, entry approved. Timothy stepped past the counter, his chest loosening with relief. He was officially in. No red flags, no questions. The carousel spun, his backpack arriving last. He slung it over his shoulder and walked toward the exit. This was it, the start to getting that $8 billion. Timothy had barely checked into a modest hotel near Clark Quay when his phone buzzed again. The city outside was alive with neon and order taxis gliding in perfect rows, trains humming beneath spotless streets. Singapore felt like another planet compared to Manila's chaos. And for Timothy, this planet was the firewall he needed. If the Philippines smelled sharks circling his money, this place offered gates of steel. He opened his browser and typed, Singapore law firm company setup. Dozens of results appeared. Glossy websites promised speed, discretion, offshore services, nominee directors. It was overwhelming, but one firm caught his eyes, a mid-sized practice in Raffles Place with experience in corporate clients and wealth management. Their tagline read, where discretion meets compliance. That was exactly what he needed. He booked a consultation online for the very next morning. The office tower was glass and steel, air conditioned into silence. Timothy sat in a leather chair, still in his travel-worn hoodie, while across from him a senior associate, Ms. Lim, regarded him with the kind of sharp calm that made him feel both exposed and oddly reassured. "You want a corporate vehicle in Singapore?" she asked, pen poised over her notepad. "Yes," Timothy replied, his throat dry. "A company, a bank account, everything that makes it real." She nodded as if she had heard this request 1,000 times, though maybe never from a 20-year-old student with a backpack. The fastest, cleanest path is a private limited company. Incorporation can be done in a day if all documents are ready. The bank account, however, is what takes time. You understand? Timothy nodded, forcing himself to look calm. She explained it plainly, without dressing it up. Singapore required a local director, someone who was a citizen or permanent resident. For foreigners like him, there were nominee directors, professionals who legally sat in that role while Timothy remained the true owner. It wasn't shady, not exactly, but it came with high fees and the promise that banks would scrutinize every corner of the structure. You will also need a registered address here, she continued, and a company secretary. That's mandatory. We can provide those as part of our service. It was a lot of formality, but Timothy realized it was exactly what gave this city its reputation. Singapore wasn't a place where you could cut corners. Everything had to look and be clean. That was why NVIDIA would trust wiring money here. When the topic of the bank came up, Ms. Lim's expression sharpened. For funds of this magnitude, you cannot simply walk into a branch. The bank will demand full disclosure, proof of identity, proof of address, beneficial owner details. And most importantly, source of funds. Timothy felt the back of his neck heat up. Source of funds. The bank will want documents, contracts, agreements, something that shows the transfer is tied to a real business transaction. A prototype sale, perhaps, intellectual property, something that makes sense on paper. She paused, then leaned slightly forward. If you try to mislead them, you will not only lose the account, you will invite investigation. The weight of her words settled heavily on him. He had been half expecting a magical shortcut, but there was none. It was all paper, process, and signatures, yet that was what would make it legitimate. That was what would make $8 billion look like a business deal, not a lottery win. She didn't stop there. Banks will also want to know what the company will do after the transfer. You need a credible business plan, even 2 or 3 pages, describing your company as an IP licensing or RD outfit. That will make the account stronger. Timothy's pulse quickened. He could do that. He could present himself as a small but visionary RD founder licensing his design. That was close enough to the truth, just omitting the part about a supernatural system. Okay, I can do that. I do have a contract with NVIDIA. A contract with NVIDIA? What kind of contract is that? May I see it? Timothy handed her his phone for her to see. She adjusted her glasses and leaned forward, scanning the first page with a lawyer's precision. The words agreement between NVIDIA Corporation and Timothy Guerrero were bold and unmistakable. Her brows knitted as she read. Then she reached the payment section. Her eyes widened. For the first time in their conversation, her calm mask cracked. $20 billion, US dollars, she whispered. Timothy nodded once, his expression carefully neutral, though inside his chest thundered. $8 billion upfront upon signing. The remainder in structured tranches tied to milestones. She looked up sharply, as though making sure he wasn't joking. That's correct, Timothy said quietly. Silence stretched. The hum of the office's air conditioning filled the room like static. Ms. Lim leaned back in her chair, the contract still in her hands. She regarded Timothy now not like some student playing at business, but like a man sitting on the keys to a kingdom. This, she said slowly, is not a contract. This is a weapon. Timothy tilted his head. So, can it help me open the bank account? Ms. Lim gave a small, incredulous laugh, shaking her head. Mr. Guerrero, this doesn't just open an account. This makes you a VIP client the moment you walk through the bank doors. Any major bank in Singapore would clear entire departments to process you. With these figures, you're not an applicant. Your leverage, your power. Timothy smirked faintly. So they'll take me seriously. The words sank deep. Timothy had thought about hiding from governments, from the BIR, from predators back home. But here in Singapore, with this document in hand, the game shifted. He wasn't prey. He was power. Ms. Lim tapped her pen against the contract, her voice calmer now but still edged with disbelief. I will arrange introductions, not the standard corporate desks. You will meet private banking divisions, DBS treasures, UOB privilege, maybe even HSBC Jade. They will compete for you. Okay, what do I do now? And how much will I pay for your service? Ms. Lim simply smiled. You don't want the poetic answer, she said. You want the practical one. She picked up a slim brochure from the stack on her desk and fanned it out like a dealer shuffling cards for a fully turnkey package. Incorporation, nominee director, company secretary, registered address, basic nominee shareholding structure, and premium introductions to private banking. Our standard fee is S$400,000. That covers the immediate incorporation work and the first year of nominee services. There will be annual fees thereafter for maintenance, nominee retainer, accounting, and compliance, but we'll spell that out in the engagement letter. Timothy stared at the number as if it might rearrange itself into something smaller. 400,000 Singapore dollars. In pesos, it read like small change next to 8 billion, but it was still a lot of money on a student scale. Ms. Lim watched him for a beat, then added, if you want the bank to move as quickly as possible, private banker introductions. A dedicated relationship manager assigned the moment we present your file, upfront KYC pre-vetting. We add a white glove band S$150,000. That buys you top-tier access, the treasurer's desk at DBS, UOB privilege, or the global private bank at HSBC. These are the desks that actually prioritize onboarding. They still won't skip proper KYC, but they will queue your file to the top. She pushed the brochure across the table to him. The paper felt heavier than the price tag. Timothy let out a breath. His mind did the math in the way muscle memory tallied currency when you'd handled small deals your whole life. The law firm's package, even with the bank band, was pennies for what he stood to get. 8 billion up front, and a path to the rest would make S$550,000 a negligible transaction cost. You can do it in a day, he asked. The sentence came out thin. His voice wanted to sound skeptical because it felt absurd to be able to buy a corporate identity that fast. We can incorporate a private limited company within 24 hours, Ms. Lim said, provided you give us everything we need now. Passport copy, proof of residential address, municipal utility or bank statement, something recent, signed beneficial owner declaration. The 2-page business plan I mentioned will draft it with you, but we need the fundamentals company name, proposed activity, authorized share capital, and who will sign for the account. She tapped the contract in front of her. We will nominate a local director. He or she will be a professional, experienced, reliable, and paid for their neutrality. You remain the ultimate beneficial owner. We'll also provide a registered office address. Banks prefer a real presence, even if it's a serviced office. The whole structure is standard. It is legal. It is tested. Timothy's brain ticked through the moving parts as she named them: nominee director, company secretary, registered address, authorized share capital. It all sounded clean because Singapore made it clean. That was the point. And when will the bank transfer happen? He asked. When can NVIDIA wire? That depends on the bank, Ms. Lim said. We will prepare an account opening packet and present it to the bank the moment the company is incorporated. For a client of your scale, the bank will do a bespoke review. They will still insist on the source of funds. The NVIDIA contract is ideal. It explains why a large corporate payment is expected. With the contract, the banks will move faster. But even then, expect face-to-face meetings for signature and some compliance interviews. If you want the absolute fastest path, we can arrange for you to meet the private banker here in Singapore as soon as tomorrow morning. Ms. Lim's expression softened into the professional's version of reassurance. You should understand the risks. Because of the size of the transaction, the bank will flag the transfer to the monetary authority if necessary. There will be due diligence. If any jurisdiction where the money originates or routes through has compliance questions, there may be holds. We can't guarantee transactional secrecy. What we guarantee is structure that is defensible under law and advocacycle and banking channels that minimize the chance of a freeze. Timothy pictured the BIR, imagined frozen wires and headline hunters. What do you need from me right now? Passport and residential proof, she said. A copy of the NVIDIA agreement redacted if you prefer, but the bank will want to see payment terms, amounts, and an explanation of the transaction. Your declaration of beneficial ownership. Proof that you understand the structure, basic acknowledgments, nothing onerous. And the retainer, payment now? He'd expected the retainer, but his fingers still stuttered. We start work upon engagement. Our trust account will hold the retainer. We'll invoice and provide receipts. This is all above board. He pulled his phone from his pocket. The contract with NVIDIA was already open in his email, tabs layered like a set of windows he could step through at any time. He hesitated only for a second, then he forwarded the document to Ms. Lim's secure firm address and handed her a neatly scanned passport photo he had saved earlier. He typed his current Manila address into her form and watched her fill in the fields with a seasoned, steady hand. Ms. Lim left briefly to pull a hard copy of the firm's engagement letter. When she returned, she set the paper on the table and slid a pen toward him. This engagement covers the S400,000 incorporation package, she said, and the bank white glove band if you wish. There are 2 optional modules, setting up a discretionary trust in Singapore should you later want to shield beneficial ownership in a trust vehicle, and an international tax advisory package. Both are useful, but we can add them later. Timothy signed with deliberate strokes. He glanced at the clause about confidentiality, about the firm's responsibilities, about the limits of their guarantee. It read in plain legalese that they would act as agents, that they would represent him to the banks and nominees, that all services were in full compliance with Singapore law. He initialed the fee schedule and authorized the wire for the retainer, a smaller amount, but significant enough to move things immediately. Ms. Lim had arranged for the client intake payment to be processed through a corporate account. The paper trail would show a corporate fee into a Singapore trust account tied to the firm, not a raw personal deposit into a Manila bank. It was a neat separation, exactly what he needed. She put the signed documents into a folder and looked at him with that same sharp calm. We'll incorporate tonight, she said. Nominee director will be assigned and consented. Company secretary procured. Registered address activated. Tomorrow morning I'll introduce you to the private banking team. Bring 2 forms of ID and wear something that suggests seriousness, shirt and blazer. The banking people are still humans. How you present yourself matters as much as the numbers. She wrote a short checklist and handed it to him. Meet me at 9:30 Raffles Place. We'll walk over together. In the Raffles Place, Timothy walked into the lobby of the law firm with a folder tucked under his arm, blazer on because Ms. Lim had told him to take the bankers seriously. His hoodie was folded and pushed into the backpack like a secret from his past life. The reception area smelled faintly of coffee and leather. A junior associate greeted him with the sort of politeness that never reached the eyes. Ms. Lim appeared from a glass-walled conference room, already in motion. She smiled the small, economical smile of people who knew how to make big things happen without theater. "Good morning, Mr. Guerrero," she said, and gestured toward the conference room. "We'll walk through the corporate documents again before we execute. The banker will join us in 30 minutes. Timothy sat and smoothed his palms over his knees. On the table lay the papers he'd signed the night before, the engagement letter, a draft of the company constitution, nominee consents prepared in blank, a model shareholder agreement. Ms. Lim clicked through a slide deck on the monitor, each slide a compact, calm map of the path ahead. "We've reserved the name TG Enterprise T. Limited," she explained. "It's distinct, it's credible, and it reads as a technology R&D and IP licensing company. Good for your narrative with the banks and with it." Timothy said the name aloud, and it landed well in his mouth. TG Enterprise. It sounded like a company. It sounded, unexpectedly, like possibility. She walked him through the essential clauses one more time. The authorized capital, a small number of ordinary shares issued to the initial subscriber, the firm's nominee trustee, pending the share transfer to the beneficial owner, the role of the company secretary, to ensure corporate filings, and compliance, the limited liability protections that separated personal assets from corporate obligations. Ms. Lim emphasized the point a few times. Singapore's corporate law favored clarity, transparency, and clean records. That was the guarantee he was buying, legitimacy that couldn't be easily undone. "When we execute," she said, "we'll submit the incorporation application to ACRA, the Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority. Their turnaround for a clean file is often within hours. With our corporate secretary on standby, we can register TG Enterprise today. I'll prepare the resolution to be signed by the nominee director consenting to his appointment. He will act as the local director until we put in place any alternative structure you prefer." The door opened, and a man in a charcoal suit entered. Banking, clean-shaven, the kind of person who might have been a general in a logistics army. He introduced himself as Adrian, private client manager from DBS Treasures. "Morning, Mr. Guerrero. Congratulations on the engagement. We've reviewed the preliminary file from Ms. Lim and are prepared to proceed with an initial onboarding." He placed a slim folder on the table that contained an account opening checklist, a timeline, and the names of the compliance officers who would handle the case. Adrian's presence was the reality check Timothy had expected. This was where the paperwork became a living thing. The bank would not simply accept a forwarded email and a handshake. There would be interviews, verifications, legal confirmations, the kinds of things that turned fiction into finance. "We will need the fully executed incorporation documents before the wire can be accepted into a corporate account," Adrian explained. "Once TG Enterprise is incorporated and the company board is properly constituted, we'll schedule an in-person meeting for account signatories and compliance interviews." For clients of this profile, the bank issues a dedicated relationship manager and escalates the setup internally. "We can provisionally reserve an account number in the system once the ACRA registration is complete. That reservation helps prevent administrative delays when the wire lands." Ms. Lim called for the nominee director to be brought in. A middle-aged man with a calm, impassive face and a stamped consent form took a seat. He introduced himself, Mr. Lim Wei, a professional nominee director engaged through the firm's network. He spoke in short sentences and signed his name with the practiced calm of a man who had consented to dozens of such roles for clients he would never meet. Timothy watched the signatures like a series of small detonations. One by one, the documents were completed: director consent, the company constitution signed by the initial subscriber, the form that appointed Ms. Lim's corporate secretarial team as company secretary, the resolution empowering the nominee director to open a corporate account in Singapore. "Do you understand the duties this entails?" Ms. Lim asked Mr. Lim Wei quietly, and the director nodded. "You understand your obligations under the Companies Act?" "Yes," he replied, and the words sounded both formal and durable. Ms. Lim turned to Timothy. "We file now. Once ACRA returns the company registration, it will assign a unique entity number. That is the company's legal identity in Singapore. With that in hand, we activate our registered address for you and circulate the company seal." She opened the portal on her screen and finished the online submission. For a moment, the office was a quiet hum of people who had done this many times. The progress bar crawled. Then, within an hour, faster than Timothy had hoped, an email pinged. ACRA had registered TG Enterprise T. Limited. The unique entity number flashed on the monitor like a small, authoritative star. "You're officially a company," Ms. Lim said, voice lighter than it had been this morning. "Welcome to corporate life." Adrian from the bank stood and offered his hand. "Shall we go to the branch? The compliance team has cleared a rapid movement slot for you this afternoon. We'll need your biometric details, verified IDs, and the signed board resolution authorizing the account signatories. We'll also want to see the NVIDIA contract, full redactions accepted, but we need the financial terms to be visible. That explains the source of funds." Timothy felt dizzy with how quickly the world rotated from abstract into legal fact. He'd imagined months of waiting, 1,000 sticky complications. Instead, within little more than a day, TG Enterprise existed in Singapore's registers, and a bank was ready to prioritize him. They moved as an efficient chain, photos taken, fingerprints captured for bank KYC, signatures cross-checked. The bank's compliance officer walked through a series of questions: business purpose, expected transaction volumes, anticipated counterparty jurisdictions. Timothy answered, leaning into Ms. Lim's counsel when he needed a phrase polished. At midday they sat again in the firm's conference room, with printed copies of TG Enterprise's certificate of incorporation and the opening forms. Ms. Lim placed a pen before Timothy. "This is the shareholders' agreement," she said. "We have the nominee shareholder holding on trust pending the transfer to you as the beneficial owner once the bank accepts it. We include a clause requiring any share transfer to be subject to a board resolution, which our firm will manage for you. It preserves order while giving you control under the trust." Timothy signed where his name was needed. When the formalities were done and the folders had multiplied into a neat stack, Timothy's voice found its question. "Can I use TG Enterprise like my company?" he asked. "When I start operating, if I want to sell, license, or even hire engineers, can I just use this company as the brand? Invoice through it, bring in partners, make deals, legally?" Ms. Lim looked at him with a small, almost fond seriousness. "Yes, TG Enterprise is a legal person. It can enter contracts, own property, employ staff, license intellectual property, and sue or be sued. From the moment of incorporation, it is a corporate entity capable of doing business under Singapore law. That is the advantage. You aren't operating as an individual. You're operating through a company that limits personal liability and creates a credible commercial face for your activities. You know, the reason why I created this is to avoid taxes from the Philippines, right?" Timothy said carefully, almost like he was testing the ground. Ms. Lim's eyes didn't flicker. "We understand the context. Our role is not to pass judgment, Mr. Guerrero. Our role is to ensure that what you do here complies fully with Singaporean law. TG Enterprise is a Singapore-incorporated company. That means its tax obligations are here, not in the Philippines, unless you actively remit income back. From this point forward, what matters is how you operate it." Timothy leaned back, processing, then gestured toward the neat stack of signed papers. "But just to be clear, those other names on the forms, the nominee director, the secretary, they're not really part of my company. They won't be taking a slice of anything I do, right? I'm the only one running TG Enterprise." "Correct," Ms. Lim said, her tone even. "The nominees are formal requirements under law. They fulfill statutory obligations, but they have no claim on your business operations or profits. They cannot interfere with your decisions as long as you meet your contractual obligations to them, their fees, their roles, their signatures on necessary filings. Think of them as scaffolding. You are the structure." Adrian added smoothly, "The bank will recognize you as the ultimate beneficial owner. For all practical purposes, TG Enterprise is your company alone." "Okay, that's good." December 10th, 2024. With the creation of the TG Enterprise, Timothy finally had his own shell company where he had received the $8 billion from NVIDIA after signing the contract. But he didn't get the full $8 billion. The reason? There are processing fees associated with holding a shell account, but it was a measly sum, like $50,000. So in total, his remaining balance in that shell company was $7,999,950,000. As for his BDO account, he has 42,560,000 million pesos, or about 750,000 USD, most of which came from his buy and sell business where he still had been doing. For his reconstruction, he has 75 reconstruction available. As for today, it was his final exams week, and using the reconstructed Mentos to a nootropic pill, he aced all the exams. At the end of the class, he alongside Tiffany at the hallway heading towards the exit. "Don't think about it, Tiffany, you did good yourself," Timothy replied, casting a side glance at her. "So it's Christmas break now, what are you going to do?" I plan on dropping out and then focus on business," Timothy revealed. "What?" Tiffany stopped in her tracks and then looked at him with wide eyes. Timothy, who was still walking, noticed she wasn't by his side anymore and was behind him. He paused in his tracks too and walked over to her. "What do you mean you are dropping out?" Tiffany asked, looking him in the eye. "It's simple, I am going to start my own business and focus solely on it." "With what?" "Your second-hand car dealership. I admit your business was booming, but surely your life wouldn't just be about flipping cars, right?" Tiffany's words trailed, her brows furrowed in disbelief. The hallway around them was alive with chatter, students pouring out of classrooms, some laughing, some groaning about exams. But in that moment, it felt like the two of them were standing in their own pocket of silence. "You need a degree and a diploma to secure your future," Tiffany pressed, her tone firm now. "What if your business doesn't work out? What if the market changes? At least if you finish school, you'll always have something to fall back on." Timothy watched her, lips pressed in a thin line. He admired her sincerity. Tiffany wasn't mocking him, wasn't doubting him out of spite, she was genuinely worried, but if only she knew. If only she understood that the numbers in his offshore account made the idea of a diploma look like a paper shield compared to the arsenal he had now. I've thought about it, Timothy said, steadying his voice. And this will be my last semester. Her eyes widened again. You're serious, I am. Tiffany exhaled sharply, running a hand through her hair in frustration. Timothy, you're one of the smartest people I know. You don't even struggle with exams. You could graduate top of the class if you wanted to. Why throw it away? He gave a faint smile, though there was no humor in it, because I don't need it anymore. She blinked, confusion flashing across her face. What does that even mean? Timothy looked past her for a second, watching a group of engineering majors hauling rolled blueprints down the stairs, then met her gaze again. It means I've already decided. School's not where my future is. Business is. Tiffany's expression softened, but her voice was still insistent. At least think it over during the break. Don't just end it like this. You'll regret it. Timothy placed his hands on the side of her shoulders. I'll be fine, Tiffany. She searched his eyes, as if hoping to find even the smallest crack in his certainty. But there was none. For a moment, Tiffany felt as if she were speaking to a man who had already stepped far beyond the classroom walls, someone who had already built a future she couldn't yet see. You always say that, she whispered, her voice quieter now, edged with worry. But this is different, dropping out. It's not something you can undo easily. Timothy gave a faint smile, not mocking but almost wistful. Maybe, but I know where I'm headed. A diploma won't change that. Besides, we're still going to see each other. But you won't be able to tutor me anymore, not that we are in the same class. You aren't sure about that, Timothy chuckled. Now I'm heading back home. I have a meeting with one of the real estate agents that I inquired about. Real estate, Tiffany repeated. Oh, I'm buying a condo unit for my mother. It's time that we move out from Tondo. Condo unit. Tiffany repeated again. She knew condominiums were expensive FR from the kind of thing an ordinary businessman. Timothy nodded as if he had just told her he was picking up groceries. Yeah, I've already looked at a few places, but I think I'll settle for one Sarandra Residences in BGC. Her jaw slackened. One Sarandra? You're kidding, right? That's one of the most high-end condos in Tagwig. Do you even know how much a unit costs there? I live there. Timothy smiled faintly, sliding his hands into his pockets. I know, but it's worth it. My mom deserves better than Tondo. She's put up with enough all these years. It's about time I give her something decent. And it's good since you guys will be neighbors. My mom is a good cook. You will be able to taste it once they are there. Tiffany sighed. She still did not comprehend the changes Timothy had. In their first meeting, he was just this ordinary student with ordinary capability. But there was a sudden change in him, and now he was buying a condo unit in the same condo she was living in. It's so mysterious. Then can I come with you? Tiffany said. What? I'm coming with you. I want to see the unit where your mom and little sister will live. My driver is coming anyway, so I'll give you a ride. Timothy chuckled at the thought, but I already have a car parked, the second-hand Ford Raptor. Isn't that for sale? Yeah, but I'm using it for now for personal purposes. Timothy didn't continue his words as she saw Tiffany giving her the look of he doesn't have a choice. Timothy raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, I'll ride with you then. Great. Inside the black Land Cruiser 300, Timothy scanned the interior of the vehicle. It smelled brand new, that unmistakable mix of leather and factory polish clinging to every corner. The dashboard gleamed with glossy panels, the infotainment screen larger than any tablet he had owned. Ambient lights traced faint lines along the doors, glowing a soft white. The silence of the cabin struck him most, the way the outside noise was almost completely muted once the doors shut, like the world beyond had been sealed away. Timothy leaned back into the seat, still in disbelief. He had driven second-hand SUVs, pickup trucks that rattled when the engine revved, even a Ford Raptor that had plenty of muscle but showed its age. But this was something else entirely. The Land Cruiser didn't just feel like a vehicle. It felt like a statement. This is insane, he muttered, running a hand over the stitching on the armrest. It feels like sitting inside a private jet. Sitting next to him in the second-row seat was Tiffany, who smirked. I told you. My dad doesn't settle for anything less than brand new when it comes to cars. The LC300 is his favorite. He says it's reliable, tough, and luxurious at the same time. How much is this? $5 million, Timothy asked. I don't know, Tiffany said, and then browsed to her phone. Well, it said it cost around 5.7 million pesos, 100,000 USD. We are near the Sarandra, Tiffany said, glancing out the tinted window as the Land Cruiser eased off the main road and into Bonifacio Global City's upscale district. The SUV rolled smoothly into the roundabout driveway of one Sarandra. The security guards saluted the vehicle as it passed, barely glancing at Tiffany's driver once they recognized the plate. The car slowed to a stop beneath the high glass awning, where a young man in a pressed suit stood waiting. That's probably your agent, Tiffany remarked, slipping her phone into her bag. Timothy nodded, trying to mask the nerves he felt fluttering in his chest. This wasn't like buying a used Ford or flipping a second-hand sedan. This was one Sarandra. Each square meter here cost more than entire houses in Tondo. The driver stepped out first to open the rear door. Timothy followed Tiffany out of the Land Cruiser. The agent straightened at the sight of them, holding a leather portfolio against his chest. His practiced smile faltered for just a fraction of a second when he saw Tiffany emerge, and then Timothy stepping out right after her. "Miss Tiffany Coe," the man said with a respectful bow of his head, then his gaze flickered at the man whom he already knew. "Sir Timothy, is that you?" "Oh yeah, Jacob, right. I'm the one who talked with you online about the 3-bedroom unit," Timothy said, extending his hand for a handshake. Jacob blinked, clearly caught off guard. His professional smile snapped back into place as he gripped Timothy's hand firmly. Yes, Mr. Guerrero. "My apologies, I wasn't expecting you to arrive with Ms. Coe, please. Welcome to one Sarandra. She's my classmate and a student," Timothy said. "I just hitched a ride with her because we are coming to the same destination." As they walked inside, Timothy caught his reflection in the towering glass doors, just a young man in his 20s, blazer over a simple shirt, nothing extraordinary. And yet here he was, walking beside a girl from one of the wealthiest families in Manila, meeting a real estate agent like a serious buyer. The marble-floored lobby stretched wide, lined with chandeliers and designer furniture. Timothy's eyes darted from the concierge desk to the lounge where residents relaxed with coffee and laptops. Jacob walked ahead with professional poise, but Timothy didn't miss the occasional glance back, half curiosity, half disbelief. To him, Timothy probably looked like a college kid playing dress-up, but that would change soon enough. "Sir Timothy," Jacob said as they approached the elevators, "the unit is on the 18th floor. 3 bedrooms, fully furnished, 2 parking slots. The asking price is $62 million, though it's negotiable depending on terms. I understand from our messages that you're ready to finance it." Timothy gave a calm nod. Yes, Tiffany's head snapped toward him. Financing. Would the bank even loan him money to finance a $62 million unit? They entered the elevator, and the real estate pressed the 18th floor. Then he glanced at Tiffany. "What floor, Mrs. Coe?" "Same floor, I'm coming with him," Tiffany simply said. "Oh, I see." The elevator chimed softly as it reached the 18th floor, the polished steel doors sliding open to reveal a wide, carpeted hallway. The walls were lined with subtle lighting strips and abstract paintings, giving the corridor a quiet, hotel-like elegance. Jacob led the way with smooth, practiced steps, his leather shoes barely making a sound against the thick carpet. Timothy followed, his pulse quickening as they stopped before a dark wooden door framed with brushed metal edges. A gold-plated number gleamed under the hallway lights. "Here we are," Jacob said, pulling out a slim electronic keycard. He swiped it once and the lock clicked with a quiet beep. 3-bedroom, fully furnished, 2 parking slots. "As I mentioned earlier, it's one of our premium listings." He pushed the door open. Timothy stepped inside and the world seemed to shift. The air smelled faintly of fresh paint and polished wood, with a hint of leather from new furniture. The living room stretched wide, bathed in natural light from the floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the skyline of Bonifacio Global City. Beyond, the skyscrapers glittered under the afternoon sun, each glass tower catching the light like a jewel. The unit was everything Timothy had imagined and more. A modern sectional sofa sat in the center of the living area, its deep gray fabric contrasting against a white marble coffee table. Across from it, a mounted flat-screen television seemed almost too large, dominating the wall without feeling overwhelming. The dining area flowed seamlessly into the space, a glass table with 6 upholstered chairs positioned beneath a hanging chandelier of minimalist crystal rods. The kitchen stood just beyond, sleek and modern with granite countertops, built-in induction stoves, and a double-door refrigerator that gleamed like it had never been touched. "Damn," Timothy breathed, the words slipping out before he could stop himself. "It is indeed worth 62 million pesos, but I wonder, why purchase a condo of that price when you can build a mansion with the same price?" "Well, I'll get there eventually. Condominiums offer flexibility when you want to settle in another place," Timothy said. Jacob smiled at his comment, then turned back to Timothy with his professional cadence. "The developer took care to fully furnish this unit. What you see is included sofa set, dining table, beds, appliances, even the lighting. It's move-in ready, perfect for a family." Timothy walked slowly through the living area, his hand brushing over the back of the sofa before he moved toward the hallway. 3 doors lined the side, each leading to a bedroom. The master bedroom was the first he entered. A king-sized bed sat neatly in the center, dressed in crisp white linens. The room had its own balcony, its own view of the skyline, and a walk-in closet large enough to make Timothy pause in disbelief. The ensuite bathroom gleamed with marble tiling, a glass-walled shower, and a freestanding tub that looked like it belonged in a luxury hotel. "This is," Timothy exhaled, trying to form the right word, but it escaped him. "Perfect for your mom," Tiffany supplied, stepping past him and tugging the balcony curtain aside. Sunlight poured into the room, golden against the polished floors. "She deserves this." The second and third bedrooms were smaller but still spacious. One had a queen bed and a desk by the window. The other fitted with 2 single bedsidle, Timothy thought, for his younger sister. Each room had its own closet space and large windows, letting in more of that skyline view. Jacob followed as Timothy made his way back to the living room, his tone shifting seamlessly back into business. The asking price is $62 million, but as mentioned, the seller is open to negotiation for serious buyers. With outright financing, the process is very straightforward. The title is clean, the documents ready for transfer. Timothy stood by the glass window, looking down at the neat rows of trees and manicured lawns below. The pools and walkways of Sarandra spread out like something from another world. Compared to the chaos of Tondo, this place looked like paradise. This, Timothy said quietly, more to himself than anyone else, this is home. Tiffany glanced at him, her expression softening as if she was beginning to understand just how much this meant to him. Jacob straightened his tie and opened his portfolio. Shall we proceed to the paperwork, Mr. Guerrero? Timothy turned, his voice steady now. Yeah, let's do it. Jacob laid the leather portfolio flat on the glass dining table, flipping it open with the precision of a man who had rehearsed the same gesture 1,000 times. Inside were neatly arranged forms, reservation agreements, financing terms, and a printed breakdown of the $62 million asking price. Timothy pulled out a chair and sat, Tiffany sliding into the one beside him, as if she had every right to witness the transaction. Her presence wasn't lost on Jacob, it was all professionalism, but his eyes flickered once, reading the dynamic between them. So Jacob began smoothly. The standard financing term for a $62 million property usually stretches up to 10 years with bank assistance. But if you're considering a shorter schedule essay, 12 months, we can arrange an internal developer finance scheme. It will be aggressive, but manageable if you're certain of cash flow. Timothy leaned forward, his elbows resting lightly on the table. 12 months. That's good, I want it cleared in a year anyways. Tiffany's head turned sharply toward him, but she bit her tongue. Financing 62 million pesos in 12 months. That was absurd unless he had money she couldn't begin to imagine. Jacob nodded once, hiding his surprise well. In that case, sir, the structure is simple. A 20% down payment up front, and the balance spread over the next 12 months plus interest. Jacob's pen scratched lightly against the page as he did the math. He slid the paper across the table, the figures neatly lined up in bold strokes. Down payment $12.4 million, remaining balance $49.6 million. With the developer's internal financing, monthly amortization will be approximately $4.25 million, inclusive of interest. Tiffany's breath hitched beside him. $4.25 million every month. That was more than her classmates' families earned in an entire year. She stared at Timothy, half expecting him to laugh it off as a bluff. But Timothy only nodded, his face calm, almost casual. That works for me. I'll settle the down payment today. Jacob blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the ease in his tone. Today, sir. In cash or via manager's check? Cash, Timothy replied without hesitation. I'll transfer it directly. Tiffany turned to him, eyes wide. Timothy, do you even know how much 12 million pesos is? He gave her a sidelong glance, the corner of his lips twitching as if he found her concern almost endearing. Yeah, I know exactly how much it is. Jacob cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Very well, sir. Once the down payment is confirmed, the unit will be blocked under your name. We'll execute the contract to sell, then prepare the deed of absolute sale once the balance is fully paid. He tapped the paper gently. Few clients choose such an aggressive scheme, Mr. Guerrero. It tells me you're confident in your liquidity. May I ask, are you sure you want to move this quickly? Timothy signed his name on the reservation agreement with firm strokes, the ink settling against the paper like a seal. I'm sure. I don't plan on waiting years to give my family a better home. Jacob exhaled slowly, his smile widening into something genuine. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance. One Sarandra doesn't just sell units, it sells a lifestyle. And you, sir, are about to become one of its newest residents. Tiffany leaned back in her chair, her mind still reeling. Timothy wasn't joking. He was really doing it, buying a $62 million condo like he was just ticking off a to-do list. Timothy pulled his phone from his blazer pocket. He opened his banking app. The numbers on the screen glared back at him, proof of months of buy and sell hustle and the unspoken fortune that lay offshore. He keyed in the amount, $12,400,000. Tiffany leaned closer instinctively, her breath catching as the digits stacked up. For her, numbers like that belonged in boardrooms or whispered family meetings about inheritances, not casually typed on a college student's phone in the middle of a condo unit viewing. Timothy entered the recipient details. Jacob handed him developer's official escrow account. He double-checked the figures once, twice, then pressed confirm. A small vibration. Transaction successful. The banking app flashed green. Timothy set the phone down on the glass table like it was nothing more than settling a dinner bill. Jacob's eyes flickered to the confirmation screen, then back to Timothy. For a man who had handled countless high-value clients, his composure cracked for just a heartbeat. He quickly retrieved a receipt form from his portfolio and began writing, his strokes sharper now, more deliberate. Confirmed, Jacob said, his tone almost reverent. Down payment received. The unit is officially blocked under your name, Mr. Guerrero. As of today, one Sarandra recognizes you as the buyer of Unit 18B. He handed over a stamped acknowledgement receipt, his signature bold across the bottom. Congratulations, you now own a premium piece of Bonifacio Global City. Tiffany was still frozen, her wide eyes darting from Timothy to the paper, then back again. It was real. He had actually just paid 12 million pesos like it was pocket change. Timothy took the receipt calmly, slipped it into the folder, and exhaled as though a great weight had been lifted. He glanced at Tiffany and offered the faintest of smiles. It's official, he said. This is going to be Mom's new home. She will be proud, Jacob said. I know, I'm going to call her now, sure. Timothy stepped away from the dining table, pulling his phone out again. His thumb hovered for only a second before pressing his mother's contact. The line rang once, twice, and then her familiar voice answered. Timothy, did you eat already? I'm cooking dinner. He smiled faintly, his eyes drifting to the wide windows that framed the skyline. I haven't, I just wanted to tell you. I've got a surprise for you and Angela, something big. A surprise? What kind? You'll see tomorrow, Timothy said. Just be ready. Everything's about to change. Okay, his mother chucked. 9 o'clock in the evening, same day. Timothy parked the 2020 Ford Raptor next to the road curb in Zaragoza Tondo Wet Market. This was the place where his mother worked, and he could see from his seat where she was cleaning the stall she was helping with. The harsh fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a pale glow across the damp concrete. Buckets of water sloshed as his mother dragged them across the ground, scrubbing the tiles with a ragged brush. Her apron was stained, her slippers wet, her arms moving in steady rhythm born from habit, not choice. Beside her, little Angela sat on an overturned plastic crate, swinging her legs idly. She clutched a small school bag against her chest, her uniform wrinkled from the day. Every now and then she yawned, trying to stay awake as she waited for her mother to finish. Timothy leaned back in his seat, fingers tightening on the steering wheel. The sight struck something deep inside him. He remembered nights when he had waited there too, younger and just as tired, watching his mother break her back for a handful of pesos. Years had passed, but nothing had changed for her. Though he could change their life the moment he had gotten millions of pesos from flipping cars, he doesn't have money for the life he had imagined for them. Before this year ended, he planned on changing the life of his mother and little sister. No more working for odd jobs that pay about $3 to $4 per day. After all, he has the money, and they haven't learned about the business he had been doing. He exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing on the stall where his mother bent over the basin. You won't have to do this anymore, Mom, he whispered under his breath. Not after tonight, not ever again. Angela shifted, rubbing her eyes before looking at her mother. Mama, are we done yet? She asked, her small voice carrying across the empty market aisle. Almost, Angela, his mother said gently, her voice weary but still kind. She gave the counter one last wipe, wringing out the dirty rag before tossing it into the bucket. Timothy picked up his phone and dialed the number of his mother. He watched as his mother grabbed the phone from her apron pocket, pressing it against her ear with her damp hand. Timothy, why are you calling? His mother said, her voice tired but still carrying that motherly firmness. I just wanted to ask, when are you and Angela leaving? Timothy asked, his gaze softening as he saw his little sister nodding off on the crate. Soon, Evelyn answered, glancing around the stall. I'll finish cleaning, then we'll go, just a little longer. Timothy opened his mouth, about to tell her not to worry that he'd pick them up when a shadow stepped into view beside her. A man, stocky and sharp-eyed, leaned against the stall counter. He was followed by another, thinner but mean-looking, his hands tucked into his pockets. Their presence was sharp, slicing through the normal rhythm of closing time. Timothy froze, his eyes narrowing. He didn't need to guess who they were. Evelyn, the stocky man said, his voice too loud for the quiet aisle. Another day, another excuse. You've been paying scraps, but the interest keeps piling up. Do you think we're running a charity here? I told you, Evelyn said softly, trying not to wake Angela, who was now rubbing her eyes. I'll pay. I've been paying every day, just not all at once. The thin man gave a mocking laugh. Not all at once. Woman, you've been paying coins while the debt grows legs. It's been months. Don't embarrass yourself. Do you even know how much you owe us now? Timothy's jaw tightened. His mother had told him before that she had taken care of it, that the loans weren't a problem, that everything was under control. He had believed her because sometimes a mother would rather break her own back than let her son carry her burdens. But now, hearing them spit the truth in front of Angela, something inside him stirred. The stocky man slammed his hand on the counter. 50,000 pesos, Evelyn. 50,000, and with your pace you'll be dead before it's gone. Angela flinched, clutching her bag tighter. Evelyn raised her chin, trying to hold firm. I said I'll pay. You'll get your money. The thin one leaned closer, his sneer widening. Really? Because from here it looks like you can't even afford proper shoes. What are you paying us with? Soap water. Timothy's hand slid across the Raptor's ignition. With a low growl, the engine roared to life. Both men paused, turning their heads at the sound. Evelyn blinked, her eyes widening as the headlights washed over the stall. The black Ford Raptor rolled forward, its tires crunching against the damp pavement until it stopped just a meter away. The doors opened. Timothy stepped out, his blazer catching the harsh market light. His eyes met his mother's, hers wide with shock, Angela's mouth forming a tiny O as she whispered his name. The loners exchanged looks. "And who's this?" the thin one asked, raising a brow. "My son," Evelyn said quickly, her voice wavering. The men laughed. "Your son drives a Ford Raptor while you're here scrubbing fish blood, and you still can't pay 50,000. What kind of joke is this?" Timothy's eyes darkened, his jaw set like stone. He stepped closer, the weight of his stare silencing their laughter. "Watch your words," he said evenly. "Tell me straight, how much is the total debt?" The stocky man sneered but answered anyway. 50,000 all in, that's what your mother owes." Timothy's gaze flicked to his mother, who looked away, shame coloring her face. He turned back to the men. "And what are these loans for?" Timothy asked. The thin one shrugged. "Ask her. Groceries, rent, school. You know how it is, living poor isn't cheap." He looked at his mother with a sigh. "Mom, I told you to not rely on these people. If you need money, you can just ask me." "But Timothy, that's your money and you worked hard for it," his mother said in a low tone, embarrassed by the ordeal. Timothy flickered his gaze to the lenders and then said, 50,000 right. Do you accept bank transfer?" The stocky man chuckled, glancing at his partner. "Bank transfer. We usually deal in cash, but money is money." "You really got that much on you, kid?" Timothy pulled out his phone without hesitation, his thumb moving swiftly over the screen. The glow lit up his face as he opened his banking app. "What's your account number?" he asked flatly. The men exchanged looks, their smug expressions faltering at his seriousness. The thin one muttered the details, almost expecting Timothy to bluff. Seconds later, Timothy's phone buzzed. "Transaction complete, 50,000 sent." He raised the screen, letting the green confirmation glow in their faces. "There," Timothy said, his voice cold. "Paid in full. No more excuses, no more harassment. From this moment on, you will never contact my mother again. Look, boy, we will never contact someone who has an obligation to pay us. And since the loan between us and your mom has been settled, this is a farewell." Timothy turned to Evelyn and Angela, his expression softening. "Mom, Angela, get in the car. We're leaving." His mother and little sister got into the car. Timothy, on the other hand, stayed outside for a moment, watching the lenders go, and once they were at a far distance, he got into the driver's seat. The moment he closed the door, his mother asked, "Timothy, how did you have this car? And you just gave them 50,000 pesos. Where are you getting all of this money? Are you doing illegal things? Is it drugs?" "Oh, please, Timothy, you have a bright future ahead, don't waste your—" "Mom, it's not drugs," Timothy had to interrupt. Evelyn blinked, her hands twisting the hem of her apron, her worry etched deep in her face. Angela, seated in the back, leaned forward, eyes wide. "Then what is it?" Evelyn pressed, her voice breaking slightly. "Because no student, no boy your age, suddenly pulls money out like that. If you're hiding something dangerous from me, I'd rather know than watch you throw your life away. I'm not doing anything illegal, Mom. No scams, no drugs, nothing that would put you or Angela in danger. I'm working, just not the kind of work you're used to seeing." Evelyn's brows furrowed. "Work? What kind of work lets you throw away 50,000 like loose change and afford this car? Let's say I have a business, Mom. I have been keeping this a secret for a long time. I just can't bring myself to tell you yet," Timothy said. Evelyn turned to him, her hands trembling slightly in her lap. "A secret business? Timothy, what does that even mean? You're still a student. What kind of business makes this much money? One that works, one that's real, and one that's enough to make sure you never have to scrub floors in a market stall again." "Look, that's all I can say, Mom. I swear I'm not doing illegal things." "I trust you, brother," Angela chimed in. Evelyn had to cave in from the words his son had spoken. Timothy was not the type of man who would do illegal things, especially when she believed she had not failed to raise him. Okay. December 11th, 2024. Morning sunlight spilled across the streets of Manila as the black Ford Raptor rolled smoothly through the wide boulevards of Bonifacio Global City. High-rise towers shimmered against the sky, their glass walls catching the sun, a stark contrast to the cramped alleys of Tondo. Inside the car, Evelyn sat silently in the passenger seat, her hands folded tightly in her lap, while Angela pressed her face eagerly against the window, eyes widening at the sight of manicured trees and neatly paved sidewalks. "Brother," Angela whispered, her voice tinged with awe, "this place looks different. It's so clean, like we're in another country." Timothy smiled faintly as he maneuvered the Raptor into the familiar roundabout driveway of One Sarandra. The security guards at the gate snapped to attention and saluted as the car passed. Evelyn's brows knitted, her unease growing. "Timothy," she began carefully, "why are we here?" "You'll see soon, Mom," Timothy replied calmly, his tone steady, almost too steady. Raptor slowed to a stop beneath the tall glass awning of One Sarandra. A uniformed guard stepped forward to open Evelyn's door, while another politely greeted them with a bow. Evelyn hesitated before stepping out, clutching her worn handbag against her chest, as though the pristine marble of the lobby might reject her presence. Angela hopped out after her, spinning around to take in the vast towers rising above them. "Brother, this place is like in the movies," she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Timothy only gave a small smile as he gestured toward the entrance. "Come on, I have something to show you." Evelyn's suspicion sharpened, her steps cautious as she followed him inside. The grand lobby stretched wide, chandeliers spilling golden light across polished marble floors. Residents in tailored suits and designer dresses passed by, some glancing at Evelyn's thrift clothes and Angela's old shirt with curiosity. Timothy hadn't prepared them to dress nicely since this was a surprise. Well, don't judge a book by its cover, as they say. They don't know the son of the lady they are probably mocking inside their mind has a whopping $8 billion in his account. They reached the elevator. Timothy pressed the button for the 18th floor. The ride upward was silent except for the soft hum of the machine. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest. When the doors opened, Timothy led them down the carpeted hall until he stopped in front of a dark wooden door. He pulled a slim keycard from his pocket. "Timothy, what is this?" Evelyn asked, her voice breaking. Timothy slid the card, the lock clicked, and the door opened. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "This, Mom, is yours." Evelyn blinked in confusion but stepped forward. Angela darted past her into the unit, her squeal of delight echoing through the wide living room. The space was bathed in sunlight from the floor to ceiling windows. A gray sectional sofa sat beneath a gleaming flat screen, a marble dining table stood ready with upholstered chairs, and the kitchen gleamed with brand new appliances. Angela ran to the window, pressing her palms against the glass. "Mama, look, you can see the whole city from here." Evelyn remained frozen in the doorway, her lips trembling. "Timothy, no, don't tell me." Timothy stepped closer, his voice steady but heavy with emotion. "I bought this unit yesterday, paid the down payment. This is our new home, Mom. You and Angela don't have to go back to Tondo, not anymore." Evelyn's eyes filled with tears, her hand flying to her mouth. For a long moment she couldn't speak, only staring at her son like she was seeing him for the first time. "Timothy," she whispered, How could you?" Timothy gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "I told you, I'm not doing anything illegal. I've been building something real, and this is only the beginning. You deserve better, both of you do." Angela came running back, her face flushed with joy. "Mama, brother, can we really live here? Can this really be our home?" Evelyn finally broke, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pulled both her children into her arms. She shook her head, laughing through sobs. "My son, my Timothy, what did I do to deserve this?" Timothy hugged them tighter. "It's not about what you did, Mom. It's about what comes next. From now on, no more debts, no more late nights at the market. This is your new life. And I'll make sure it only gets better." Angela darted from one end of the living room to the other, her shoes squeaking faintly against the polished wood floor. Her excitement bounced off the walls, a stark contrast to Evelyn, who still stood near the doorway, her trembling hands clutching the strap of her faded handbag as if afraid the place might vanish if she let go. "Come on, Mom," Timothy urged with a small smile, gently guiding her inside. "Don't just stand there. This is your home now. Let me show you around." Evelyn finally took a hesitant step forward. The cool air from the central AC wrapped around her, a far cry from the humid, fish-scented nights at the wet market. She rubbed her arms unconsciously, her gaze flicking across the sleek gray sofa, the marble dining table, and the shining appliances she had only ever seen in commercials. Angela pulled open a door on the side hallway. "Brother, look, a big bedroom," she squealed. Timothy chuckled and led his mother after his sister. Inside was the master bedroom, a king-sized bed neatly tucked in white linens, a walk-in closet with sliding glass doors, and a balcony that overlooked the manicured gardens below. Evelyn pressed a hand to her chest, her breath shaky. "It even has an aircon unit," she whispered, her eyes drifting to the sleek machine mounted on the wall. "Split type," Timothy explained, casually as if it weren't a big deal. "Energy efficient, quiet. You won't sweat through the day and night anymore, Mom." Her throat tightened. She had spent years sleeping with a cheap electric fan that clicked every time it rotated, sometimes breaking down in the middle of sweltering nights. Now this, Angela was already tugging Timothy to the bathroom. He opened the frosted glass door and gestured inside. The bathroom gleamed in marble tiles. A glass-enclosed shower stood to the side, opposite a deep soaking tub. Evelyn frowned faintly when her eyes caught the small white box mounted near the showerhead. "What is that?" she asked. "Water heater," Timothy said. "You can finally bathe with warm water whenever you want. No more freezing mornings with cold buckets." Evelyn's lips trembled, her mind flashing to the countless dawns where she had forced herself to grit her teeth and wash with icy water before rushing to the market. Angela twirled happily, her voice echoing against the tiles. "Mama, hot showers every day." Timothy smiled faintly, then ushered them toward the other two bedrooms. One was already fitted with a queen-sized bed, a small study desk by the window, and a built-in wardrobe. "This one's for you, Angela, a proper study space." Angela gasped and rushed to the desk, her small hands running over the smooth surface. "Really, brother, my own desk, my own room. Of course, there's only 3 of us." Timothy said. "Timothy, this is too much," she whispered. Timothy shook his head. "I know, but this is me giving it all the best to you guys." Her eyes glistened again, but before she could say more, Timothy's stomach growled. Angela laughed, clutching her belly. Brother, Mama, I'm hungry. Timothy glanced at his phone. Right, none of us had breakfast. He opened the Grab app and began scrolling. What do you two want? Jollibee, Pensit, or something heavier? Angela clapped her hands. Jollibee, with spaghetti and chicken. Evelyn frowned lightly. Timothy, no, don't waste money. We can just cook once we. Mom, Timothy interrupted gently, smiling at her. From now on, we don't need to count every peso for meals. Relax, let's eat first. Then we can stock the fridge later. Evelyn's lips parted as if to protest again, but she saw the determination in her son's eyes. She exhaled softly and gave a small nod. Timothy placed the order, a family bundle with fried chicken, spaghetti, burgers, and rice. As the order confirmed, Timothy set the phone aside and looked around the unit again. His mother's weary figure standing in the new living room, his little sister giggling as she peeked out the balcony. Then another thought flickered his mind. Angela, you are going to study here also. A private school, Timothy revealed. Angela spun away from the balcony, her eyes widening. Private school. Her voice was nearly a squeal, echoing off the glass walls, like the ones with uniforms and libraries and computers. Timothy chuckled at her excitement. Yes, a proper school not far from here. You'll have better teachers, better facilities, and classmates who actually want to study. No more cramped classrooms with broken chairs. Angela clapped her hands together, bouncing on her heels. Mama, did you hear that? A real private school. Evelyn's breath caught, her heart racing. She shook her head slowly, almost unable to process it. Timothy, do you even know how expensive that is? Tuition fees alone could bury us in debt we can't afford. Mom, I understand that you haven't adjusted yet, but everything is cheap for me. I'll handle it. I'm going to give you a better life. Evelyn pressed a hand to her mouth, her eyes shining with unshed tears. You've already given us this home, and now this. I don't know what to say. Then don't say anything, Timothy replied softly. Just accept it. This is the life you both deserve. Timothy ruffled her hair, smiling faintly. That's all I ask. 30 minutes later. A knock came at the door then, breaking the moment. Timothy glanced at his phone. Grab delivery, right on time. He moved to answer it while Angela and Evelyn lingered in the living room. The scent of fried chicken and sweet spaghetti soon filled the unit, warm and comforting. Timothy laid the food out on the marble dining table, the three of them sitting down together for their first meal in their new home. Later, we are going to buy new clothes, and you are going to meet the one I have been tutoring with. They headed to the dining table, where the scent of freshly delivered Jollibee filled the air. Timothy had ordered a 6-piece chicken joy bucket, still steaming in its red box, and a large pan of sweet-style spaghetti. A 2-liter bottle of Coca-Cola stood tall beside it, condensation dripping down its sides. Angela's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. Before they could eat, Evelyn raised her hand gently. Let's pray first before we eat, she said softly. Timothy and Angela exchanged a quick glance. It had been a long time since they had shared a meal like this, at a proper table, in a place that felt like more than survival. Yet neither of them hesitated. They nodded, reaching out to clasp their mother's hands. Angela's small fingers curled around Timothy's, while Evelyn's calloused hand squeezed his other. Amen, Timothy and Angela echoed together. Angela grinned and quickly reached for a piece of chicken, the crispy skin crackling under her fingers. Mama, brother, let's eat. Timothy nodded and began eating with them. He paused briefly and watched them eat the Jollibee. For a family like them, eating fast food was only reserved for special occasions like birthdays or New Year's. But even on that day, there are times that they couldn't afford to buy. Instead, their mother would simply cook spaghetti and buy a loaf of bread. So he was thankful to whoever it is who has given him the system. Brother, Angela noticed Timothy staring at them instead of eating. A strand of spaghetti hung from her fork as she tilted her head curiously. Timothy blinked, forcing a small smile as he shook his head. Nothing, just eat, Angela, enjoy it. Angela grinned, satisfied with the answer, and dove back into her plate. Evelyn, however, lingered on him a little longer. She had seen that look before, her son holding back something heavy, something he wasn't ready to say. But for now, she let it pass, quietly sipping her Coke as she savored the moment. Timothy finally picked up his fork again and resumed eating. When they finished, Evelyn began gathering the trash instinctively, folding the empty boxes neatly. Timothy stopped her with a gentle shake of his head. Mom, no need, I'll take care of it later. For now, let's go out. Evelyn blinked. Out where? SM Aura, Timothy replied, standing and grabbing his keys from the counter. It's just nearby. We're going to buy new clothes for both of you. If we're living here now, you'll need them. Angela practically jumped from her chair. Really, we're going shopping. Her voice echoed with excitement as she ran to grab her bag, but Evelyn frowned faintly. Timothy, we still have clothes in Tondo. Your uniforms, Angela's dresses, my things, they're still there. We can't just leave them. Timothy's steps slowed, his hand tightening on the keys. A rush of memories came back, threadbare shirts his mother had mended countless times, Angela's hand-me-down shoes, his own old jackets that had survived years of wear. They weren't just clothes, they were proof of how hard his mother had worked to keep them afloat, proof of the life they had endured together. He turned to her, his voice softer this time. You're right, those clothes matter, they're part of us. I'll have someone pick them up and bring them here. We don't need to go back for them. Timothy smiled faintly and gestured to the door. Come on, first stop SM Aura. It's time we buy what you both deserve. Angela's laughter filled the unit as she hurried out ahead of them, her small shoes squeaking against the polished floor. Evelyn followed slowly, her hand brushing once more against the strap of her old handbag, as if still reminding herself that this was real. The Ford Raptor slid into the underground parking of SM Aura, its polished black paint standing out against the rows of ordinary sedans and family vans. Angela bounced in her seat, her nose pressed against the window as she caught sight of the mall's wide glass entrance and glowing signs. "Brother, it's so big," she exclaimed, already unbuckling her seatbelt before the car had even come to a full stop. Timothy chuckled, turning off the engine. "Patience, Angela. We'll see everything." Evelyn stepped out slowly. She glanced around, her eyes taking in the sparkling white tiles and air-conditioned comfort of the entrance ahead. This was a far cry from the crowded, humid markets she was used to. They entered the department store, greeted by rows upon rows of clothing racks, shoes on display, and bright sale signs. Angela gasped, immediately tugging at Timothy's hand. "Can I pick? Can I really?" she asked, her eyes already darting toward the colorful dresses lined up on a rack. "Pick whatever you want," Timothy said firmly. "Shoes, clothes, even accessories. Don't hold back." Angela needed no more convincing. She darted off to the children's section, her little arms filling with blouses, skirts, and a pair of sneakers she had been eyeing from afar. Within minutes, she returned with an armful of clothes, grinning from ear to ear. Evelyn, on the other hand, stood rooted near the women's section, her hands brushed over a simple blouse, price tag dangling. She quickly let go, shaking her head. The price alone could buy groceries for a week in Tondo. She picked out only a handful of cheap shirts and one pair of pants, her brows knitted in guilt. "Mom," Timothy said when he saw her small selection, his tone gently scolding. "That's it, you need more than that." "This is enough," Evelyn insisted softly, placing the few items into the basket. "Your money shouldn't be wasted on me. Angela needs more than I do." Timothy sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Mom, you've spent your whole life putting us first. Let me put you first this time. You're not wasting my money, you're finally getting what you deserve. So please choose more. Dresses, shoes, anything, don't limit yourself." Evelyn hesitated, guilt warring with the flicker of longing in her eyes. She glanced at a dress displayed on a mannequin, elegant, simple, and something she had once dreamed of owning. Her lips trembled, but she shook her head. "I don't know, Timothy." "Then let me pick for you," Timothy said, pulling a couple of dresses and shoes from the racks and dropping them into the growing pile. Angela clapped in approval, holding up a sun hat she wanted. Soon, their shopping cart was overflowing, Angela's giggles echoing as she tried on hairbands in front of a mirror, Evelyn reluctantly agreeing to keep the extra pairs Timothy insisted on, and Timothy himself pushing the heavy cart with a calm satisfaction. By the time they reached the cashier, the pile looked like it belonged to an entire family of 5. Evelyn's face flushed with embarrassment, her hand twitching toward her handbag as if she wanted to contribute. "Timothy, this is too much. The total will be—" "Mom," Timothy interrupted gently, looking her straight in the eyes. "Don't worry about the total. Just be happy that we don't have to count coins anymore. The total is 23,956, sir. Would that be a cash or card?" said the cashier after scanning all the items. "Card," Timothy simply replied and handed the cashier his BDO card, to which she swiped on the terminal. The same day, it was evening. Timothy and Angela were standing next to one another as they looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window of their unit, gazing at the beautiful panoramic view of the BGC skyline. He glanced down where he saw Angela being so mesmerized by the view. He must admit, it was really a beautiful view. To see such a view would be so motivational for anyone, because the view makes you believe that you can be on that building doing important things. You could be the boss there, a high-paying employee, or an owner of a tenant. And that's what he saw himself whenever he stared at the skyline, believing that he could achieve great things. The reconstruction system proved that, and it made him a billionaire overnight by selling a futuristic GPU. It's so ridiculous that a company would pay such absurd money over a technology that they haven't reverse-engineered yet. Such companies must have a vast amount of money that 20 billion is just a coin to them. Wait, a thought flickered his mind. That was it. He wanted to be like Nvidia, a company worth over $1 trillion. It must feel good being an owner of a company with $1 trillion net worth. Now that he thinks about it, $8 billion is more than enough to start his own company. With a reconstruction system, he could be half a decade or even a decade ahead of any companies in the world. The billion-dollar question is, what business should he get into? And that's a lot of enterprise to think about, and the possibilities are endless. He could be in energy, software, transportation, logistics, automotive, literally anything. Well, if anything, how about the GPU itself? There's a lot of money from it, especially since the world is locked on an AI race. What's an AI race? It's like a cold war between top companies in the field. Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia all pouring billions into research, data centers, and chips. Whoever had the best hardware would control the future of AI. And why are the companies racing for it? What's the use of AI aside from generating templates for emails, helping students write essays, or generating a realistic image of a person? The truth was, those flashy uses people saw online were just the surface. Companies weren't competing just to show off chatbots or image generators, they were competing because AI promised control over the future. It can also be personalization and loyalty. The more data it consumed, the smarter it became. It could read human behavior better than humans themselves, tailoring ads, products, and services so perfectly that customers would almost never walk away. A company that had this much control over consumer behavior would own the market. And don't forget the profitability at insane scales. Governments, corporations, banks, every single one of them needed predictive systems to stay ahead. If an AI could save a bank $10 billion in trades, the bank would gladly pay $100 million for access. Renting out computing power became like owning the printing press of the modern age. Whoever had the hardware controlled the gold mine, and most importantly, the future itself. Smarter AI would discover new medicines, engineer energy solutions, design more efficient cities, even command militaries with autonomous drones. That was why every giant was pouring money into GPUs and chips, and the reason why Nvidia had given him billions of US dollars for a futuristic GPU, and it was a good choice that he made. It's not like Nvidia would crack it in months or years for them to start mass producing them through a semiconductor foundry in Taiwan. What he sold to them is the future. So in that case, why not start his own business in the field of semiconductors and start dominating the market with a more advanced GPU than Nvidia or AMD or Intel? Well, it's going to be difficult. A Filipino inventing a more advanced GPU than those countries, not to mention the colonial mentality that still persists even today where local means low quality. Good luck with that. And those companies had been in business for decades. It's not like the customers are going to shift overnight. Trust takes time, and trust in the semiconductor industry was built over decades of proven performance, billions poured into R&D, and global partnerships that stretched across continents. Still, Timothy wasn't naive. He knew brand reputation was a fortress, and breaking into that fortress wasn't easy. But he also knew something else didn't need to play by their rules. He had the reconstruction system. While Nvidia, AMD, and Intel spent years developing a single architecture and billions running simulations, he could reconstruct a working prototype in hours, test it, refine it, and leapfrog them by an entire generation. That was an unfair advantage. That was his weapon. How would he introduce it? A magic word of secret would do, and in front of a great value that promises huge profit, it's enough for them to dig deeper. So what's the plan then? He would start his own company, similar to Nvidia, but unlike Nvidia, which is a fabless company, meaning it doesn't manufacture its own chip but outsource it to TSMC. He would have both, the design and the foundry. And he would establish partnership with Nvidia so that those reconstructed, highly advanced GPUs be then sold under their brand, and the profit would be in the billions. The bottom line is, he is going to turn himself in at the TSMC of Nvidia. He already imagined a semiconductor fabrication facility built in the Philippines churning out advanced GPUs and then exporting them worldwide. And he was not stopping there. There's also another where he'd want to venture next. Looking down below where cars are driving along the road, it's the cars. EV is also another profitable business for him to venture into. A semiconductor and an EV automotive industry. This is going to be exhilarating. Time to plan. Timothy headed back to his personal bedroom while Angela and his mother watched television from the living room. He closed the door behind him as he entered and then jumped to the bed. He grabbed his bag, opened the zipper, and rummaged through his belongings until he found a pill bottle. He opened the lid and popped one pill, and seconds later, he could feel his brain being upgraded again. A cool rush spread through his head, like invisible gears turning faster than ever before. His thoughts sharpened, his focus narrowed. He would need his 100% brain capacity to plan his future business. After that, he pulled out his iPhone and began scrolling through articles and industry reports. Semiconductor manufacturing, GPU markets, fabrication plants. Screen was filled with charts, projections, and endless streams of technical jargon. The more he read, the clearer it became. Building chips wasn't just about design. It meant bleeding billions into research and even more into fabrication plants. Factories the size of entire malls, machines that cost hundreds of millions each, and a supply chain so global that even the most powerful countries struggled to control it. Sure, the reconstruction system gave him an advantage. He could skip years of development in an instant. But then reality struck him. The company that had just given him $20 billion was Nvidia. If he launched his own chip company tomorrow, one that directly threatened their position, what would that look like? Timothy paused, staring at the glowing screen in the dark. It wasn't just business, it was common courtesy. They had trusted him, handed him money without hesitation. To turn around and stab them in the back by becoming their competitor wasn't just bad manners, it was suicide. Companies at that level didn't play fair. They had power, influence, and connections that reached far beyond markets. If he became a threat, they wouldn't let him sleep peacefully at night. Okay, no more semiconductors. It's too risky, Timothy muttered. He then shifted his focus to the one business idea he had thought of, and that was the automotive industry, especially the EV market. Currently, the automotive market has a huge opening. Every country was pushing for clean energy, every government setting deadlines for the end of gas-powered cars. Europe wanted to phase out combustion engines by 2035, California by 2030, and even China was heavily subsidizing EV companies. Billions in grants, tax cuts, and contracts were being thrown around like candy to anyone who could deliver. If he wanted to jump into an industry with insane growth, EVs were the way to go. Tesla had proven that already. From a company on the brink of bankruptcy, they rose to one of the most valuable automakers in the world simply by being ahead of the curve. And yet, Tesla wasn't invincible. The market was still young, and no single company had a total monopoly. Timothy's mind raced as he scrolled through sales numbers and projections. 2 million EVs sold last year in the US, but projections show over 20 million by 2030, he whispered. That was 10 times the growth in less than a decade. And that didn't even count the demand in Asia and Europe. More importantly, EVs weren't just about cars. They were about batteries, software, charging stations, logistics, and even energy storage. Whoever controlled the ecosystem around EVs would control the future of transportation. And with the reconstruction system, he wouldn't just build an EV. He could leap ahead, design a battery with double or triple the energy density, slash charging time to minutes instead of hours, maybe even design motors more efficient than anything on the market. To him, what took companies decades of trial and error could be done in days. According to Wikipedia, companies are eyeing for a hardware called solid-state battery, the so-called holy grail of EV technology. Unlike the lithium-ion batteries used today, solid-state promised higher energy density, faster charging, and most importantly, safer operation. No risk of thermal runaway, no fire hazards. Toyota, BMW, Hyundai, even startups in Silicon Valley were pouring billions into this research. But despite the hype, no one had cracked it yet. Manufacturing was the bottleneck. The materials were unstable, the production methods too expensive, and scaling up for the mass market. Practically impossible with today's tech. So what if he reconstructed a lithium-ion battery into a solid-state battery? That would solve the problem right, plus the manufacturing equipment and machineries to make one. You're wrong. But why? Isn't that the answer for dominating the EV market? Develop a more technologically advanced product years or decades away from the top companies. Yes, that's what an ordinary person would do, but Timothy had already accounted for the risk associated when introducing a solid-state battery. If he were to do what ordinary people do, he'd risk disrupting the entire ecosystem of the lithium-ion battery. Because if there is a perfect solid-state battery that can be mass-produced, car companies who relied heavily on lithium-ion would collapse overnight. Battery manufacturers, suppliers, logistics chains, even mining industries that dug up lithium, nickel, and cobalt into billion-dollar networks would crumble. No government in their right mind would allow one single player to destabilize that much of the global economy in a snap. It wouldn't matter if the tech was real or not. They would crush him before he could even announce it. Even Toyota or other companies developing their own research into the solid-state battery feared cannibalization. If their own design succeeded too soon, it would kill their existing lithium-ion lines, wipe out years of investment, and burn the very partnerships keeping them afloat. That was the danger of being too advanced. Timothy rubbed his temple, the pill making his thoughts sharper, colder. Then the answer isn't solid state. Not yet, he muttered. The safer play was to introduce something believable, an advanced lithium-ion design that looked like a natural evolution rather than a revolution. A battery that was years ahead but not decades. A battery that offered 2 or 3 times the range, cut charging down drastically, and came with almost no fire risk. And not only that, this could be the best starting point in his business career to justify introducing advanced technology. If this automotive venture was a success and grew bigger than BYD and Tesla, well, then he could shift slowly to solid state. Timothy grinned. But before he could do all that, he needed to use his reconstruction system, and there is just a perfect place for that. It was late in the evening. At around 1130 p.m., Timothy had arrived at his dealership store in Tondo, Manila. The street was quiet now, and there were no people to be seen. He turned off the engine of his Ford Raptor and stepped out. He walked over to the small door of a huge sliding gate and then inserted a key. With a twist, he unlocked the door and went inside. Inside, there were 8 newly reconstructed vehicles ranging from hatchback to SUV. He hadn't been focusing on this business since he had gotten $8 billion. and he hasn't put them up into listing yet, so there's not much of an inquiry for the vehicles. And this is perfect because he could now use his reconstruction system to transform a vehicle into a prototype of what would be the lineup of his automotive company. He approached the 2022 gray Corolla Altis GR-S, then he contemplated the prompts he would use to transform it into a highly advanced lithium-ion vehicle. But before that, let's learn first what are the lithium-ion batteries and what top car manufacturing companies use. Lithium-ion batteries, the heart of every electric vehicle. At their core, they work through chemistry lithium ions, shuttling back and forth between the anode and the cathode during charging and discharging. Simple in theory, but in practice, they were complicated beasts. Energy density, charging speed, safety, all of it depended on the materials used and how the cells were structured. Tesla, the king of EVs, leaned heavily on cylindrical cells, most famously the 2170 and the newer 4680 format. They offered good energy density and were relatively cheap to scale, but they weren't perfect. Heat buildup, risk of fire, and slow degradation over time still plagued them. On the other side, BYD and a growing number of Chinese companies favored LF lithium iron phosphate cells. Safer, longer-lasting, cheaper to produce. But the trade-off was clear: lower energy density. They made cars affordable but not groundbreaking, and that was the problem. They all sucked in one way or another. Tesla's cells were powerful but carried risks, while BYD's were safe but lacked the punch needed to truly revolutionize range and performance. That's where I'll step in. He had the system, and with it, he could push lithium-ion design further, higher energy density without the fire hazards, longer cycles without losing capacity, and charging times slashed to the point where range anxiety would be a phrase of the past. Now, how would he prompt a perfect EV vehicle? Again, the reconstruction system reminded him to be specific with his words. The deal is in the details. He began to type the prompt in his mind. Reconstruct this 2022 Corolla Altis GR-S into advanced EV sedan prototype. The specifications are: battery, next-generation lithium-ion architecture with triple energy density, 1,200 km range, 10-minute ultra-fast charging, zero fire hazard risk, 15-year lifespan with minimal degradation. Motors, dual high-efficiency electric motors with combined 650 horsepower, instant torque, and AWD intelligent distribution. Safety, reinforced crash structure with aerospace-grade alloys, AI-controlled stability, adaptive crumple zones, 360-degree collision detection. Driver assist, full autonomous driving suite, LiDAR, radar, and vision fusion, capable of hands-free operation in any environment. Interior luxury-level comfort, noise-canceling cabin, AR heads-up display, AI-powered personal assistant. Design, aerodynamic body overhaul with sleek, futuristic styling, premium LED lighting system, panoramic glass roof. Lastly, the schematics and a detailed blueprint of the vehicle. Timothy whispered the final confirmation. Execute. The system pulsed, and suddenly the Corolla shimmered before his eyes. Its frame glowed faintly as parts bent, shifted, and restructured. Panels smoothed into a more aggressive silhouette. Headlights morphed into razor-thin LED strips, and the faint hum of a newly forged electric powertrain resonated in the air. Within moments, the plain Corolla Altis was gone, and in its place was an aesthetically looking vehicle. Timothy circled the car slowly, scanning the exterior of the vehicle. This is damn. Timothy opened the driver's door. The handle slid out automatically at his touch, smooth and effortless. Inside, the cabin glowed with a soft ambient light. The seats were wrapped in leather-like material that adjusted firmness as he sat, while the panoramic glass roof revealed the stars above. Then he found the key of the vehicle on the center console and tried starting it. Unlike the internal combustion engine cars where you'd hear the growl or rumble as it comes alive, the EV responded with silence. A soft chime echoed in the cabin, the dashboard lighting up in a futuristic display. The AR heads-up system projected holographic menus directly on the windshield, crisp and clear, almost like something out of a sci-fi movie. System online, the AI assistant's voice greeted him. Battery at 100%. Estimated range 1,200 kilometers. Timothy grinned. He wrapped his fingers around the steering wheel. It felt different from her, yet responsive, as if it had been designed to anticipate his grip. He shifted into drive and gently pressed the accelerator. The response was instant. The car glided forward silently, smooth as air. Inside the dealership, he maneuvered it slowly around the open floor space. Even at low speed, he could feel the insane torque waiting under his foot, restrained only because he wasn't pushing it. The 360-degree collision detection flashed on the display as the car automatically slowed near a wall, sensors outlining the distance in real time. The AI stability system even adjusted steering slightly when he turned too sharp, preventing oversteer. It was like driving with an invisible co-pilot who refused to let him crash. He parked it back at the center and leaned back in his seat, staring at the glowing interface. This is it. This is the start of my automotive business, Timothy muttered to himself, and then he grinned. He looked around him, his eyes landing on each car on the lot. Pickup trucks, SUV, hatchbacks, MPV. If he was going to start his own car company, he needs to have a lineup of EV vehicles for each segment. He got out of the reconstructed EV vehicle with the blueprints and schematics that he had grabbed from the backseat. There, he saw an elaborate detail on how the vehicle was built from raw materials to a fully functional unit. Every part, from the alloy frame to the last circuit board, was laid out like a manual written by the future itself. The car's design was unlike anything from an existing brand, so he definitely had no fear of lawsuits for copying. But what stunned him most was the battery. According to the reconstruction system, this new technology was called lithium-X composite battery, a hybrid evolution that combined the best of today's lithium-ion with cutting-edge ceramic and graphene-based solid separators. It is triple of that of Tesla's 4680 cells. Where Tesla promised 600 km, lithium-X could deliver over 1000 km on a single charge without adding extra weight. Had zero thermal runaway, no chance of ignition, even when punctured or exposed to extreme heat. As for charging, traditional lithium-ion needed 30 minutes on superchargers for a decent top-up. Lithium-X compressed that into under 10 minutes for a full recharge without degrading the cells. In terms of durability, BYD's LFP packs were long-lasting, but Lithium-X boasted a 15-year lifespan with over 10,000 cycles, barely losing 5 of capacity even after a decade of use. And lastly, and most importantly, temperature. Unlike Tesla's batteries that struggled in extreme cold or heat, this design functioned perfectly from 40°C to 70°C, opening markets in places where EVs were impractical before. Timothy's hand trembled as he skimmed through the schematic notes. This wasn't just a better battery, it was the endgame of the EV industry. A technology that could dethrone every giant in the game, Tesla, BYD, Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes. Now he needed a lineup. He now has a sedan, but it's mid-sized. He needed a compact design and a full-sized one. For SUV, the same mid-size and full-sized. An MPV, crossover, a hatchback, etc. But he'll do that in the future. For now, he needed to plan his automotive business, starting from how to start one. Timothy exited the dealership and got into his parked Ford Raptor. The streets of Tondo were quiet at that hour, lit only by scattered lamps and the occasional headlight from a tricycle still prowling for passengers. He drove back to Bonifacio Global City. By the time he pulled into one Sarandra's underground parking, it was already past midnight. He stepped out of the truck, carrying the blueprints and schematics tucked under his arm, and made his way to his unit. Inside the condo, silence greeted him. The television in the living room was off. Angela and his mother had gone to bed early, worn out from the day's surprises. Timothy peeked briefly. Angela curled up under her new blanket in her room, Evelyn asleep in the master bedroom. A faint smile crossed his lips before he finally headed to his own room. He closed the door behind him, set the documents on his desk, and flopped onto the bed with his iPhone in hand. Sleep could wait. His mind was racing too fast. He opened his browser and typed, "How to start an automotive company." Dozens of articles filled the screen. Requirements, regulations, licensing, supply chains, legal structure. It was overwhelming, even for someone with billions in his account. He read line after line: incorporation papers, government clearances, import and export permits, environmental compliance, safety standards, crash testing approvals. Each one sounded like another mountain to climb. But then he remembered something. He already had a holding company established in Singapore. His eyes narrowed. That was the answer. Instead of starting from scratch in the Philippines, where bureaucracy was a nightmare, he could simply create a subsidiary under the TG enterprise dedicated to automotive manufacturing. Singapore offered lower taxes, cleaner paperwork, and credibility in the eyes of international investors. From there, he could expand operations into the Philippines, using it as the manufacturing hub. And as for a manufacturing hub, if he wanted to dominate the EV industry, he needed a factorino, a gigafactory, not a warehouse with a few lines and forklifts. He pictured a city inside a fence: stamping halls, body shops, paint tunnels, pack lines, end-of-line dynos, test tracks, battery cleanrooms, materials silos, water treatment plants, works. Cars in on one side as raw metal and chemicals, cars out the other side as quiet, lethal range monsters. He opened maps, zoomed north of Manila, and his finger hovered over the water. Subic, deep water port, wide roads left behind by the American base, existing power and water corridors, away from Metro Manila traffic and flooding, and most important, Freeport incentives. He typed fast: Subic Bay Freeport incentives. Page after page said the same thing in different words. Subic's SBMA gave PEZA-like benefits: income tax holidays, a 5 gross income tax in lieu of all national and local taxes after the holiday, duty-free importation of capital equipment and raw materials, 100 foreign ownership allowed inside the zone, simplified customs at the Freeport gates. Exactly what he needed for high capex, high throughput manufacturing. Subic it is, he murmured. Timothy sat up in bed, his phone's glow reflecting in his eyes. The excitement of Subic and the Gigafactory plan was still buzzing in his veins, but reality tapped him on the shoulder. Before steel, robots, and assembly lines, he needed the skeleton, the company itself. He swiped back to his Notes app and started drafting the foundation. Step 1, he must rename the TG Enterprise into a TG Mobility Holdings T. Limited, he was told he can use the shell company to be a proper company since it's already a proper one. Then he'd establish a subsidiary, TG Motors Philippines, Inc., which will be the main operating company for automotive, build the electric vehicles, and run factories. Step 2, find suitable candidates for C-list executives, which would help him run the holdings and the TG Motors. Step 3, fund a construction of a gigafactory, preferably a 20 GWh factory that can manufacture up to 300,000 cars. It will have an area of about 140 to 180 hectares. Battery park, vehicle plant, supplier park, logistics yard will be there. Now, he doesn't know how much would it take for him to build a gigafactory, but it's definitely in the hundreds of millions and even possibly billions. But with the $8 billion in his company account, capital won't be a problem. December 17, 2025, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Raffles Place in Singapore. Timothy had just arrived 3 hours earlier, restless to begin his automotive company as soon as possible. For that, he needed to meet the person who had originally helped him form his shell company. The office door opened, and Timothy quickly rose to his feet, extending his hand. "Good afternoon, Ms. Lim. It's a pleasure to see you again," Timothy greeted politely. "It's a pleasure to see you as well," Ms. Lim replied with a warm smile, shaking his hand. "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, but I did read your email. You wish to change the nature of your business, from a shell company to a legitimate automotive company." "That's correct," Timothy confirmed. "Please take a seat. I'll pull out the files from my drawer," Ms. Lim said as she moved gracefully behind her desk. Timothy sat, his briefcase resting neatly by his leg. Ms. Lim retrieved a thick folder, opened it, and slid it toward him. "Your company, TG Enterprise, is currently classified as a general shell, as you know," she explained. "But with your request, we will restructure it into a full operating entity. You want the new identity to focus on automotive and electric vehicles, correct?" "Yes," Timothy replied firmly. "TG Mobility Holdings, that will be the new name. It will carry all patents, trademarks, vehicle designs, and intellectual property rights under one roof. From now on, TG Enterprise ceases to exist. It becomes TG Mobility Holdings." Ms. Lim jotted down notes with precision. "Very well. The transition will require amendments to your articles of incorporation and filings with the Singaporean registry, but it's straightforward enough. Given the scale you hinted at in your email, gigafactories, battery production, exports, am I right to assume you're positioning yourself to rival Tesla or BYD?" "That's exactly the plan," Timothy said with quiet confidence. "Then you'll need more than just paperwork," Ms. Lim replied, folding her hands together. "Fortunately, our firm also offers executive headhunting services. Not many know this, but we specialize in sourcing C-level talent for companies undergoing rapid transformation." Timothy tilted his head. "You mean CEOs, CFOs, COOs, CTOs?" "Precisely. Individuals with proven track records in the automotive or energy sectors, some from global giants, others from rising EV startups. They're always open to strong offers, especially when serious capital backs them." Timothy's gaze sharpened. "And the fee for such services, a standard headhunting commission," Ms. Lim replied smoothly. "But in your case, I'd recommend a retainer model. We'll shortlist 3 to 5 candidates per role within 2 months. You'll interview them, choose who aligns with your vision, and we'll handle the contracts. Speed, not bargaining, is the key here." Timothy nodded slowly. "Interviews then. I'll need this sooner than later. But before we get to that, let's focus on today's matter first." "Of course," Ms. Lim said, closing the folder neatly. "Let's finalize the transformation of TG Enterprise into TG Mobility Holdings. From here, your business empire begins." Ms. Lim pulled another folder from her drawer, this one slimmer but stamped with the insignia of Singapore's Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority ACRA. She set it down between them and flipped it open, revealing neatly tabbed documents. "These are the amendment papers to your articles of incorporation," she explained. "The first form is the Notice of Change of Company Name. It formally records the transition of TG Enterprise into TG Mobility Holdings. Once you sign, we submit it electronically, and the new name becomes effective within 24 to 48 hours. Timothy leaned forward, scanning the lines. The words TG Enterprise T. Limited were crossed out in bold, and underneath was the sleek new title, TG Mobility Holdings T. Limited. Just seeing it written there made his chest tighten with anticipation. "And here," Ms. Lim continued, sliding the second stack forward, "are the amendments to your company's objectives. Currently, TG Enterprise is registered as a general-purpose entity, meaning it has no defined operating scope. With this change, it will explicitly state your focus: automotive design, manufacturing, electric vehicles, energy storage systems, and mobility-related technologies. She tapped her pen against the page. This protects your intellectual property and ensures that, should you enter into contracts or seek investors, your entity is legally recognized as an automotive and energy firm, not a hollow shell. Timothy nodded. Makes sense. I don't want anyone questioning legitimacy later. Exactly. Finally, the shareholding declaration. She turned to the last section, crisp and formal. Currently, you hold 100% ownership of TG Enterprise. Do you wish to maintain this for TG Mobility Holdings or restructure to accommodate potential partners? For now, Timothy said firmly, keep it all under my name. Ms. Lim allowed a small, approving smile. That simplifies matters. She handed him the pen. Mr. Guerrero, once you sign these 3 forms, your holding company will officially transform. From that point forward, all legal filings, bank accounts, and contracts will bear the new name. He signed each page with clean strokes, and after that, he handed it to her. Ms. Lim gathered the signed papers carefully and slid them into a sealed envelope. Congratulations, Mr. Guerrero. TG Mobility Holdings is now in motion. Within days, it will be publicly recognized in the registry. From there, we can begin drafting your executive search strategy and structuring your subsidiary network in the Philippines. Timothy returned to the same glass tower at Raffles Place, Ms. Lim's office once more. This time, she already had a folder prepared on her desk, its dark leather cover standing out against the neat stack of documents beside it. Mr. Guerrero, she greeted him with her usual composed smile. As promised, we've begun shortlisting potential C-level executives for TG Mobility Holdings. Inside this folder are profiles of 5 candidates, each carefully vetted for their experience in automotive, EV technology, or large-scale manufacturing. Timothy reached for the folder but stopped just short of opening it. His fingers brushed the surface, feeling the weight of what was inside. These weren't just resumes, they were the future architects of his company. He leaned back, deciding not to open it yet. I'll take this with me. Some decisions need the right frame of mind. Ms. Lim nodded knowingly. Wise choice. Also, I already sent the payment to your corporate account, Timothy said. I'll give you a call once I have decided. December 17, 2025. Evening. San Marina Tower 1, Floor 40, Unit 89. Timothy swiped his hotel card against the lock and stepped inside his suite. The city lights of Singapore sprawled beyond the wide windows, glowing like a sea of diamonds against the night sky. The room was quiet, save for the faint hum of the air conditioning. He set his briefcase down, shrugged off his coat, and walked toward the sleek black table by the window. There, waiting for him, was his newly purchased MacBook. Its polished surface reflected the cityscape behind him as he sat down. Timothy placed the leather folder Ms. Lim had given him on the table, hesitating for a moment. He had told her earlier that some decisions needed the right frame of mind, but now that he was alone, there was no reason to delay. He opened the folder. Inside were neatly bound profiles, each with a crisp headshot and bold titles. Jonathan Keller, CEO candidate. Former vice president at BMW's EV division. Oversaw expansion into Asia-Pacific and led the launch of their I-Series. Known for strategic partnerships and scaling production lines quickly. Mei Lingtan, CFO candidate. Ex-chief financial officer of a Southeast Asian logistics conglomerate. Specialized in structuring billion-dollar projects with tax incentives and PEZA-like frameworks. Experienced in working with both Singaporean and Philippine regulatory systems. Robert H. Vaughn, COO candidate. American executive, former head of operations at Tesla Shanghai Gigafactory. Hands-on, ruthless with efficiency, and familiar with setting up gigafactories under tight deadlines. Dr. Akira Sato, CTO candidate. Japanese engineer, previously with Panasonic's battery division. Co-authored research papers on next-generation lithium-ion and solid-state hybrids. Known for his quiet brilliance and strict work ethic. Angela Cruz, CMO candidate. Filipino executive, ex-marketing head for Toyota Philippines and later Southeast Asia region. Recognized for building brand loyalty and consumer trust in difficult markets. Reading all of their background, he could tell that they have really high stats. He felt a bit embarrassed because his only achievements in his life was that he was a college student, a dropout at that. He wondered how they would treat him as the boss. He pulled his iPhone out of his pocket and dialed Ms. Lim's number. He pressed the phone to his ear, listening to the soft click before Ms. Lim's composed voice came through. Mr. Guerrero, good evening. I trust you've reviewed the folder. Yes, Timothy said, his eyes still on the profiles spread across the table. These candidates, they're impressive, but I need to know something. Are they actually available? I mean, do they have no current work affiliations that would prevent them from joining? I can't afford people who are locked into 5-year contracts with other corporations. Ms. Lim's tone was steady, professional. I anticipated that concern. All 5 candidates we shortlisted are in transitional phases. Jonathan Keller left BMW 2 months ago after a board restructuring. Mei Ling Tan recently stepped down from her CFO role. Vaughn is on extended leave from Tesla and has not renewed his contract. Dr. Sato left Panasonic's research division to pursue consulting, and Angela Cruz has been independent since her contract with Toyota ended last year. Timothy exhaled, feeling tension leave his chest. So if I were to ask for a meeting with them, would they actually show up? They will, Ms. Lim assured. Some are already in Singapore, others can be flown in within 48 hours. All it takes is my call. The question is, Mr. Guerrero, do you wish to meet them individually or as a group? Timothy hummed in thought. I was wondering if they are available tonight for a video meeting. Okay, I'll give them a call and see if they are available now for a call. I will text you if they are available with their contact address. He rose to his feet and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out of the window. The skyline of Singapore was more impressive than the BGC's. It's really motivating and uplifting when you gaze on such views. He waited and waited until there was a vibration on his phone. Timothy grabbed his iPhone off the table and checked the message. It was from Ms. Lim. Ms. Lim, Dr. Akira Sato is available now. He has agreed to a Zoom call within the next 10 minutes. Here is the meeting link. Please be prepared. Timothy's eyes narrowed slightly. Out of all the candidates, Dr. Sato intrigued him the most. If his company was going to stand out, the battery technology had to be its backbone, and who better than a man who lived and breathed advanced energy research. He quickly opened his MacBook, booted up Zoom, and copied the link. The waiting screen popped up, reflecting his own slightly nervous face against the glow of the laptop. He straightened his shirt, rubbed his palms together, and muttered, "All right, let's do this." A chime sounded. The window shifted, and there he was, Dr. Akira Sato. His hair was flecked with gray, glasses perched low on his nose. Behind him was a minimalist office, shelves lined with neatly stacked binders and research papers, and from his face alone he could tell he was perplexed or confused. "Mr. Guerrero." "Yes, that's me. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Akira," Timothy confirmed politely. "You are Timothy Guerrero. You are the one who wants to start an automotive business." "I am indeed. Weren't you informed by Ms. Lim?" "I was told, but I just didn't expect to be a young man." "How old are you?" "I'm 20 years old." 20 years old, Akira repeated with a shocked face. "How are you able to?" "Who? What?" "Mr. Akira, you are 20 years old. How would you be able to start your automotive business? Do you even have an academic background?" Timothy understood what's happening here. Mr. Akira was doubting him, and it was understandable given the nature of circumstances. No one would actually believe a 20-year-old man would start an automotive business, not to mention someone who has no notable background. "I don't, but I do have prototypes for the battery and the electric vehicles," Timothy said. Mr. Akira was silent for a moment but then spoke. "Okay, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, because I'm sure Ms. Lim wouldn't make a mistake. I apologize for my behavior." Timothy saw him bow his head. "Oh, don't worry, I don't mind." "Why don't we get started with our discussion, or technically interview, if you are willing to work as a CTO for my company?" "I can agree with that, Mr. Guerrero," Akira said, "and I want to ask you first before we can proceed with your business of yours. What do you know about the automotive market? Am I the one being interviewed?" "I thought I was the one who are doing the interviewing," Timothy said, his brows narrowing. "I want to know if you're adept in the field you are entering, and there's still doubts in me about your capabilities and the prospect of your startup." "Well, we haven't got into that part, which we are supposed to be doing now. Look, I know this is not the usual thing that happens when a young man owns a startup company that will rival big corporations like Tesla or Toyota or BYD, but I have a weapon in me that can put me on top of the list. So I know the business I am entering, and I am committed to my goal of becoming the world's largest automobile company in the next 10 to 15 years. And since I am already talkative, yes, I know about the market. The world is shifting towards green energy. There are timelines set by countries to reduce greenhouse emissions. Europe wants all combustion engines phased out by 2035. California is pushing for 2030. Even China is aggressively subsidizing EVs. Billions are being poured into green initiatives, and automakers who can't keep up will be left behind. Dr. Sato leaned back in his chair, folding his hands together. His expression remained unreadable, but his eyes never left Timothy. Timothy pressed on. "Tesla might be leading, but they're not invincible. They're stuck with limitations in batteries, supply chains, and scaling. BYD has numbers, but their tech doesn't match their volume. Others like Volkswagen, Toyota, Hyundai, they're all scrambling, but none of them have the breakthrough needed to dominate the next decade." He tapped the folder beside him's schematics from the reconstruction system. "That's where I come in. My edge is the battery. A design that triples energy density, charges in under 10 minutes, and lasts 15 years without degradation. It's not fantasy. I already have the prototype." For the first time, Dr. Sato's expression shifted, his brows raising slightly. "Triple energy density, fast charging, long-lasting. Can I see it?" "Of course, I'll send you a digital copy of it." Timothy dragged the schematics into the Zoom window and shared his screen. A A full 3D model of the lithium X composite battery, a pyramid-layered cross-sections showing the graphene ceramic separator, the high-density anode and cathode stacks, and the intricate cooling system woven seamlessly into the pack. Dr. Sato leaned forward instantly. His eyes widened, his fingers tightening around the edge of his desk as the images rotated slowly on the screen. This is, his voice trailed off. Timothy clicked to the next file, the EV sedan prototype. A sleek model filled the screen, with highlighted notes on its dual-motor AWD system, AR heads-up display, and ultra-fast charging port. Dr. Sato's breathing quickened. This is not a mere concept drawing. These are engineering-ready schematics. The tolerances, the layering, the heat dissipation model, it's flawless. Who designed this? I did, Timothy replied simply. That's impossible, Dr. Sato muttered, trembling slightly as he enlarged the blueprint of the battery pack. No company in the world has solved this. We've struggled for decades with dendrite formation on the anode during fast charging, and yet your design eliminates it. How did you create a new electrolyte? Timothy leaned back in his chair, calm. Not a new one. A hybrid composite electrolyte, stable under extreme conditions, non-flammable, and efficient in ion transfer. That's why there's no thermal runaway and no degradation even under fast charge conditions. Dr. Sato shook his head in disbelief. But the solid separators, they shouldn't be this flexible. In every experiment we conducted at Panasonic, they fractured under repeated cycling, and yet your model shows perfect structural stability. Timothy smiled faintly. That's because the material is reinforced with graphene layers at the microscopic level, strong enough to withstand thousands of cycles. I have a working prototype running in Manila right now. It powers a sedan with over 1,000 kilometers of range. Dr. Sato's jaw dropped. He removed his glasses, rubbing his eyes before leaning forward again. If this is true, Mr. Guerrero, you're holding what the entire industry calls the Holy Grail. Holy Grail, huh? Timothy repeated, chuckling. You can say that. Now do you see the future of what I am making here? With this battery technology, we will be years ahead of what's currently available on the market. Still, I don't know how you were able to design and create one. You don't have an academic background. But I have an actual product, and that's the most important thing, right? Timothy interrupted. Akira was silent for a moment, probably thinking. And then, moments later, he spoke. I will join your company, Akira declared. So with just the technology, I was able to make you join me, huh? Well, I am intrigued by your technology, Mr. Guerrero. I can be your chief technical officer. Okay, would you like to discuss how you want to get paid? See, executives are not like middle managers, Mr. Guerrero. We are hired to steer the direction of an entire company, and compensation reflects that. In my previous role at Panasonic, my annual package was close to USD 1.2 million base salary, bonuses, housing, travel allowances. If I were to accept a CTO position in a new venture of this scale, it would need to be comparable. Perhaps higher given the risks of a startup. Timothy leaned back, unsurprised. He had anticipated numbers like this the moment Ms. Lim mentioned headhunting. I see. And what's your expectation? Base salary of USD 1.5 million annually, Akira said firmly and continued. And stock options. No executive of my level joins a high-risk company without ownership. I would want at least 2% equity in TG Mobility Holdings, vested over 5 years. Okay, how does 3% sound to you? 3%? Akira repeated, then pondered for a moment. Moments later, he spoke. I'm fine with 3%. Good, then welcome aboard, Mr. Akira. Once the call ended, Timothy sighed in relief. He now has the CTO. Now there's still, but technically, there's only 3. He doesn't need the CEO candidates. He will be the CEO. With the CTO secure, there's only 3 left to go. CFO, CMO, and COO. Where's the CEO, you ask? Well, Timothy doesn't need to hire a CEO to run his holding company. He could do that. After all, it's only one subsidiary and he could focus on it. He may not have any experience, but he has the pill and all the time he needs to study. And since this is his company and has a vision for it, he would make sure it sticks to that. Because usually hired CEOs would divert from the path. He doesn't want that happening. Now, he hoped that tomorrow the remaining candidates would be available for contact tomorrow as Christmas is getting near. And he told his mother and little sister that he was on a business trip and would be back before Christmas. Seconds later, his stomach grumbled. I guess I'll have to eat, he muttered to himself. There was a restaurant that he passed by that looked appetizing to his taste. What was the name of it again? Yardbird Southern Table Bar. After all, he liked Western foods. Chickens, meat, beef prepared in a Western style. Timothy slipped on a clean shirt, grabbed his wallet, and made his way out of the suite. The elevator ride down from the 40th floor was quiet, his reflection staring back at him in the mirrored panel. He stood straight and made sure it stayed that way. He is a CEO of a startup automotive manufacturing company, no more hunched posture. The elevator dinged and the doors slid open to reveal the bustling hotel lobby. Timothy stepped out with a steady stride, his shoulders squared and chin held high. He passed the reception desk, the staff offering polite nods, and exited into the humid December air of Singapore. Neon lights reflected off glass towers, and the streets hummed with life, cars gliding smoothly, tourists snapping photos, and business people still in suits despite the late hour. A short walk later, the warm glow of Yardbird's Southern Table Bar came into view. The scent of fried chicken and smoked meats drifted out the door, making his stomach growl again. Timothy pushed inside, greeted by a cozy atmosphere of dark wood, soft lighting, and the low murmur of conversation. "Table for one," the hostess asked with a smile. "Yes, please," Timothy replied. He was led to a corner table by the window where he could see the skyline twinkling in the distance. The waiter arrived shortly with a menu, but Timothy already knew what he wanted. "I'll have Llewellyn's fine fried chicken with mashed potatoes and cornbread, and a glass of iced tea." "Very well, sir. Serving time is about 20 minutes. Please enjoy our complimentary snacks while you wait." The waiter jotted it down and left. Timothy leaned back, allowing himself to take in the moment. 2 minutes later, a small wooden tray was placed in front of Timothy. On it sat a basket of warm cornbread bites with a side of honey butter. The aroma of freshly baked bread mixed with the faint sweetness of the butter made him realize just how hungry he was. He picked one up, spread the butter across it, and took a bite. Soft, buttery, with just the right amount of sweetness. It was simple but comforting. Time passed, and Timothy scrolled absently through his phone, occasionally glancing outside at the glittering Singapore skyline. Exactly 18 minutes later, his main course arrived. The waiter placed the dish before him with practiced care: golden fried chicken stacked neatly, steam rising from the mashed potatoes, and a side of cornbread still warm from the oven. "Llewellyn's fine fried chicken, sir. Please enjoy." Timothy picked up his fork and knife, sliced into the crispy chicken, and took his first bite. The crunch was followed by juicy, tender meat that nearly melted in his mouth. He exhaled a deep sigh of delight. "Damn. This is good," he muttered, savoring the rich flavor. He finished his meal in under 7 minutes and then hailed the waiter for a bill. Moments later, the waiter arrived and then showed him the bill. It cost him 70 Singapore dollars. Timothy didn't flinch at the amount. Instead, he pulled out crisp $100 bills from his wallet and handed them to the waiter. "Keep the change," he said with a small nod. Timothy stood, adjusting his shirt and slipping his wallet back into his pocket. He stepped out of the warm interior of Yardbird into the cool night air. He took 2 steps onto the pavement before it happened. Someone bumped into him. The impact wasn't strong, but it was enough to make him pause. Timothy turned instinctively, ready to say something, but the words froze on his tongue. It was a girl, a beautiful one. She stood before him, her hands nervously brushing down her skirt as she bowed slightly. Sorry. "I wasn't looking where I was going," she said bashfully, her soft voice carrying a faint tremble. Timothy's eyes widened for a brief moment. Her long dark hair cascaded past her shoulders, catching the light of the street lamps. She wore a cream blouse with lace detailing, delicate yet elegant, tucked neatly into a fitted brown skirt that hugged her figure with subtle grace. Her complexion was fair, her almond-shaped eyes were beautiful, framed by long lashes that made her gaze almost magnetic. Gold drop earrings swayed lightly as she moved, adding a touch of refinement to her appearance. For a heartbeat, Timothy was starstruck. "No, it's fine," he managed at last, offering a faint smile. "Just be careful next time." She looked up at him then, her eyes meeting his, and for a moment it felt as though the noise of the city had faded into silence. Timothy nodded, still caught off guard by her presence, unsure whether to continue walking or try to say something more. "Okay, I'll get going," Timothy said. "Me too. I'm very sorry for the disturbance," she said, bowing her head low. They parted ways. He caught a glimpse the moment the collision happened. It was because she was looking at her phone, reading something. Well, it's not like you get bumped with a beautiful lady. It's sad that he hasn't asked her name. At his age, men would have a girlfriend at this point. He wondered if he would have his first one. Oh shit, what am I thinking? I have a business to run. I might not have time to do that. Still, if I'm going to get a girlfriend, I hope she'll be as pretty as that girl. Meanwhile, the girl that bumped him fumbled with her phone as she steadied it. The phone was vibrating as there was an incoming call. She quickly answered it and brought it up to her ear. "Yes, Aunt Lim, I am at Marina Bay Sands. I'm heading over there." December 18th, 2025. San Marina Tower 1. The next day came quickly. Timothy woke early, spent a short time reviewing notes on his MacBook, and prepared himself mentally for what was ahead. It wasn't just about ideas anymore today. He had to convince the rest of the candidates to join him. By 9 in the morning, his phone buzzed with Ms. Lim's text. She had arranged the meeting separate calls for each candidate. Timothy straightened his collar, sat by the window where the morning sun poured in, and clicked into the first video call. Mei Ling Tan, the CFO candidate, appeared on screen. Her voice was clear and direct as she asked about finances and capital backing. Timothy answered with confidence, explaining the funds he already had, the Freeport advantages of Subic, and the breakthrough of Lithium X. She listened, nodded slowly, and finally said, "I like clarity, and you've shown me enough. If you want me, I'll join as your CFO." Next came Robert Vaughn, the operations man from Tesla Shanghai. He grilled Timothy about gigafactory timelines and manpower. Timothy outlined his Subic plant's land, the incentives, the logistics. Vaughn leaned back, smirked, and said, "All right, kid, you've done your homework. I'll take COO." The last was Angela Cruz, the marketing strategist. She was enthusiastic, speaking about how the Philippines and Southeast Asia could be prime grounds for branding TG mobility, and she couldn't even believe that a fellow Filipino has a fund to construct a gigafactory for a startup automotive company. "I'm in. Let's build this brand from the ground up." When it was over, Timothy exhaled deeply. CTO, CFO, COO, and CMO secured. He dialed Ms. Lim immediately. "They're all on board," Timothy said. "All of them accepted." "That's excellent news," Ms. Lim replied. "But Mr. Guerrero, you haven't spoken about a CEO candidate yet. May I ask why?" Timothy hesitated only a moment before answering firmly. "Because I'll be the CEO. It's my vision. I don't need someone else steering the company away from it." There was a pause, then Ms. Lim chuckled softly. "Fair enough. You'll be CEO then. If that's your decision, I'll respect it." She added, "Now, I'll need you at Raffles tomorrow. We'll draft the contracts and complete the onboarding paperwork for your executives. Once signed, TG Mobility Holdings will officially have its leadership team." "Understood," Timothy replied. "I'll be there." December 19, 2025. Raffles Place, Singapore. The following morning, Timothy arrived at Raffles Place dressed in a fitted navy suit. He wasn't used to this kind of attire, but he knew he had to look the part. By the time he reached Ms. Lim's office, she was already waiting. Calm as always, she gestured for him to sit. "Good morning, Mr. Guerrero. I trust you're ready," she said, sliding a neat stack of files across her desk. Timothy nodded. "Let's finalize everything." She opened the top folder. "We'll begin with compensation. As we discussed preliminarily, C-level executives won't come cheap, but you must understand they are the backbone of scaling your company. Their networks, their expertise, their credibility. Without them, you'd be running blind." Timothy leaned forward. "I understand. Lay it out for me." Ms. Lim's tone remained steady as she read off each file. "Dr. Akira Sato, CTO. His expected package is 1.2 million SGD annually, plus stock options amounting to 2 equity, vested over 5 years. Considering his background and what he's already seen of your technology, this is a modest ask." Timothy nodded firmly. He needed Akira more than anyone else to scale Lithium X next, Mei Ling Tan, CFO. 900,000 SGD yearly, 1.5 equity. She specializes in structuring billion-dollar deals, and her local regulatory expertise is unmatched. Timothy smirked. "She'll make me back 10 times her salary." Robert Vaughn, COO, 1 million SGD, 2 equity. He's blunt, but he knows gigafactory operations inside and out. Efficiency is his specialty. Angela Cruz, CMO, 750,000 SGD, 1 equity. She's asking less, but her strength lies in branding and consumer trust. You'll need her to sell TG Mobility as not just another car company, but a revolution. Timothy skimmed the documents. The numbers were high, but not impossible. He had believed this was an investment, not an expense. Ms. Lim folded her hands. "That leaves you. As founder and CEO, you can choose whether to draw a salary or live off dividends and equity. Most founders take a modest salary for optics." "What's your preference?" Timothy thought for a moment. "I'll take the minimum. I don't need it. My focus is growth." Ms. Lim allowed herself a small smile, spoken like someone who understands scale. She tapped the contracts. "Once you sign, I'll notify each candidate. Then tomorrow we'll arrange for them to meet you in person here at Raffles for formal onboarding." "So how much am I going to pay you for your service?" Timothy asked. Ms. Lim adjusted her glasses, her smile faint but professional. "My firm charges a retainer fee for executive placement, 2% of each executive's annual package. That comes out to approximately 84,000 Singapore dollars for the first year. After that, we only charge for additional placements or replacements. Considering the caliber of talent we've secured, I would say it's a fair arrangement." Timothy nodded. "That's reasonable. Send me the invoice, I'll settle it today." "Of course," Ms. Lim replied, making a quick note on her pad. She was about to continue when a soft knock echoed at the office door. Timothy glanced at it, then back at her. "Expecting someone?" "Yes," she said, almost amused. "It's personal business. Would you be comfortable if they came in? We've more or less finished our business for today." Timothy leaned back in his chair, curiosity sparking. "No problem. Go ahead." Ms. Lim pressed a button on her desk phone. "Come in." The handle turned and the door opened slowly. Timothy shifted slightly in his seat, wondering who would step through. After all, in a place like Raffles, anyone walking in could be a potential investor, client, or partner. Then a woman stepped inside and Timothy's eyes widened. It was her. The same girl who had bumped into him outside Yardbird last night, only now, she wasn't dressed in modest cream lace and a brown skirt. She wore a black off-shoulder dress with golden ruffled patterns across the chest, the fabric hugging her form with a kind of refined elegance. A slit on the side revealed just enough of her legs to catch the eye, while golden earrings and a slim bracelet added a shimmer to her appearance. Timothy was momentarily starstruck. He had told himself after their brief encounter that he might never see her again, yet here she was, standing in Ms. Lim's office like it was the most natural thing in the world. The girl blinked, equally surprised. Her lips parted slightly as recognition dawned. You, Ms. Lim tilted her head to the side, flickering her gaze between Timothy and the girl. You two met before, the girl simply nodded. Ms. Lim looked at Timothy. How did you meet my niece? Niece. Timothy rose to his feet, so she is personally related to Ms. Lim. Still, he has to answer the question. We met her but not in a way intended. She bumped into me. Ms. Lim looked at her niece then asked, was that true? You bumped into Mr. Guerrero. Mr. Guerrero. She tilted her head to the side. He is Mr. Guerrero, the young man you told me about starting an automotive company. The woman looked at Timothy with mouth open partly as she was surprised at the revelation. The man that she bumped into was not an ordinary person. Mr. Guerrero, Ms. Lim spoke. Let me introduce you to my niece, CEO Hana. Hana Timothy Guerrero, CEO of TG Mobility Holdings. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Guerrero. She bowed her head politely. The pleasure is mine. Timothy bowed his head back politely. Maybe this is how Koreans greet one another. Are you in the middle of business, auntie? If so, I will excuse myself. No, stay, Ms. Lim said, holding her by the arm. We are just finishing, Ms. Lim said firmly, guiding Hana toward the table. Come, sit here. Hana sat from the vacant chair 1 meter apart from Timothy's seat. Timothy adjusted his posture, his hands resting neatly on the polished wood of the desk as Hana sat down to his right. The distance wasn't much close enough that he could catch the subtle scent of her perfume, light and floral, but far enough to keep everything proper. She sat with perfect posture, her clutch resting on her lap, her eyes lowered for a moment before glancing his way. Ms. Lim laid out the documents in front of Timothy, flipping through each section with practiced precision. All right, Mr. Guerrero, these are the final contracts. We'll go page by page. Please sign here, here, and here. She tapped her pen lightly against the designated lines. Timothy picked up the pen, the black ink flowing smoothly across the pages as he signed his name. But every so often, his eyes betrayed him sliding sideways to where Hana sat. Her hair caught the light in soft waves, her earrings swaying gently as she shifted. She seemed aware of his occasional glance, though she said nothing, her gaze resting politely on the table. Ms. Lim continued speaking, explaining clauses about equity, executive compensation, and retainer services. Timothy nodded at the right times, his voice steady when he replied, but he couldn't deny the way his focus kept splitting half on the paperwork, half on Hana's quiet presence beside him. The final page slid forward. Ms. Lim smiled faintly. And here, Mr. Guerrero, is the last signature required to formalize TG Mobility Holdings' executive structure. Timothy exhaled, signed, and set the pen down. Excellent, Ms. Lim said, collecting the documents neatly. From this moment forward, your company is fully staffed at the executive level. Tomorrow we'll proceed with introductions in person. That's great to hear. Timothy smiled and then glanced at Hana, who was smiling at him. Oh my God, even the way she smiled at him was so mesmerizing. He couldn't help but feel a tickle in his cheeks, and his heart was beating fast. Then, you seem to be interested with my niece, Mr. Guerrero. Hearing that, Timothy snapped back to reality and jolted in his seat. Well, to be honest, Ms. Lim, I'm just surprised at these circumstances. Who knew I would meet the girl who bumped into me yesterday? Hana lowered her gaze shyly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. I am sorry again about that, she said softly, her voice carrying the same warmth as the night before. I wasn't paying attention. I should have been more careful. Timothy shook his head quickly, forcing a polite smile. No harm done. If anything, it was memorable. He realized too late how that might have sounded and cleared his throat, sitting straighter. Hana's lips curved faintly at his words, a polite, almost bashful smile that only made Timothy more aware of her presence. It's strange, isn't it? Yesterday, I only thought I bumped into a stranger. And today, I find out you're a CEO already building a company. Life is unpredictable. She spoke again, tone careful but genuine. Ms. Lim watched the exchange with mild amusement before placing the neatly stacked contracts into her folder. Indeed, unpredictable, but perhaps not without reason. She folded her hands on the table and looked directly at Timothy. You're probably wondering why Hana came with me today. Timothy glanced between the two women. The thought did cross my mind. Ms. Lim nodded. The truth is, Hana has been looking for work. I asked her to come by today because I thought it might be good for her to see how business is done at this level. Exposure, if you will. Timothy blinked, then looked at Hana again. Her expression was calm, though a faint blush touched her cheeks as if slightly embarrassed by the situation. I see, Timothy said slowly, choosing his words carefully. Well, I hope she finds her luck with you, Ms. Lim. And given with the help you have done for me, I'm sure you'll find a job for her. Ms. Lim leaned back in her chair, studying Timothy for a brief moment before a spark of thought lit her expression. Mr. Guerrero, she began, a startup company is not as glamorous as it sounds from the outside. Especially with you taking on the CEO role, the paperwork alone will drown you if you're not prepared. Endless contracts, logistics files, financial reports, meeting minutiae executives will expect you to stay on top of it all. Timothy raised a brow. I'm aware. It's part of the responsibility, isn't it? Yes, Ms. Lim agreed, but it's also something that eats into your time, energy, and focus. You need someone to stand at your side, not a C-level executive, but someone who can keep you grounded, organized, and free to focus on the bigger picture, which is why I think Hana could work for you as your secretary. Timothy flickered his gaze to Hana, who was also shocked at the suggestion. She has the qualifications. Let me be frank, Hana graduated in the top 5% of her class at Yonsei University, business administration, with a year abroad in London, fluent in Korean and English, conversational in Japanese and Mandarin. She's sharp with numbers and logistics. Timothy's gaze shifted to Hana, who straightened unconsciously under the weight of his attention. She has work experience too, Ms. Lim continued. 1 year as an executive assistant in her father's trading company, where she learned how to handle supplier contracts and import-export paperwork. After that, she deliberately stepped out of her family's shadow to join an automotive parts supplier. There, she managed negotiations with Japanese and Southeast Asian clients successfully. Her words hung in the air, matter of fact yet laced with pride. Timothy found himself at a loss for a moment. He didn't expect Hana would be such an amazing person, too. He felt a bit dwarfed because she accomplished so much despite her age. If not for the reconstruction system, they wouldn't have met. I see, Timothy said finally, leaning back slightly in his chair. That's an impressive resume. Hana lowered her gaze modestly, but her lips curved into the faintest, polite smile. Well, now that I think about it, a secretary would be a vital personnel to my company. It is as you said, there's a lot of paperwork, but it's up to Ms. Hana if she would be willing to work with me. What do you think, Ms. Hana? Hana cleared her throat, then faced Timothy with a firm gaze, composing herself. As someone who is looking for a job, I would love to take the opportunity to apply as your personal secretary, Mr. Guerrero. I swear to you that I will do my best to help you build your company from the ground up. Timothy was taken aback by that sudden determination. She looked so serious. Great, Ms. Lim clapped her hands. You have your executives and a personal secretary. I will work on the paperwork for her application. Timothy rose to his feet and then approached her. Hana did the same, and he learned that she's about 1.64 meters in height. He extended his hand, offering a handshake. Hana grabbed his hand, and he immediately felt the softness of her hand. Tomorrow there will be a meeting with the newly hired executives in this building. I want you to be there as well. Hana nodded with a determined expression. I will. But before that, let's get to know each other. How about dinner later? Hana blurted softly. As a secretary, you must have to know everything there is to know about me, right? We can discuss that over dinner. You should go for it, Hana, Ms. Lim said. You should know about who you are working for. Hana was thinking about it, and seconds later she looked at Timothy. Very well. Give me your contact details. I'll inform you of the place. She nodded. Timothy just finished his business in Raffles Place, and it seemed as though he had gotten himself a date with his new personal secretary. Who would have thought that the lady who bumped into him was his future secretary? Still, he reminded himself, this wasn't a date, not in the romantic sense anyway. It was business. A dinner discussion with his soon-to-be secretary was necessary. She needed to understand what she was walking into, the expectations he had for her, and maybe even the quirks he didn't know he had until someone pointed them out. If they were going to work closely, better to set the tone early. He pulled out his phone, thumb scrolling quickly through restaurant listings. If he was going to do this, he might as well make an impression. A secretary wasn't just another employee. She would be his shield against chaos, the one person who knew his schedule better than he did. If she saw him as sloppy or careless, it would set the wrong tone. Luxurious but not overbearing, Timothy muttered under his breath, scanning through options. Somewhere with ambience. He paused at one listing, Spago Dining Room by Wolfgang Puck. Located at the top of Marina Bay Sands, the restaurant offered sweeping views of Singapore's skyline. Private, elegant, expensive enough to be impressive without being tacky. Perfect. He sent a quick reservation request for two, and then once the reservation was confirmed, he sent the details to Hana's email. Moments later, she read the email and acknowledged it. With the restaurant confirmed, Timothy now had to dress the part. A CEO couldn't just show up in the same suit he'd been wearing since morning. Dinner at Spago demanded something sharper, something that projected both elegance and authority. He pulled up Google Maps and searched for high-end boutiques near Marina Bay Sands. One caught his attention immediately, Hugo Boss at the shops, a short walk away. Perfect, so he went there. The polished interior of the boutique greeted him with soft lighting, polished marble floors, and racks of suits arranged like pieces of art. A sales associate in a crisp black uniform approached him with a practiced smile. Good evening, sir. Looking for something special tonight? Yes, Timothy replied without hesitation. A suit, something fit for a dinner meeting. I need it tailored to fit properly. They guided him toward a section displaying Hugo Boss' latest collection. Timothy's eyes scanned over dark grays, navy blues, and sleek black ensembles. One in particular caught his attention, a Hugo Boss navy slim fit wool suit, paired with a crisp white shirt and a deep burgundy silk tie. He slipped into the fitting room, changed, and when he looked into the mirror, almost didn't recognize himself. The lines of the suit hugged his shoulders perfectly, slimming his frame while giving him the presence of someone far older and more experienced than a 20-something who had just started a company. This, Timothy said under his breath. This is what a CEO looks like. The associate smiled approvingly when he stepped out. Excellent choice, sir. That suit is from our premium line. The jacket and trousers together retail at 1,580 Singapore dollars, the shirt at $220, and the tie at $160. Shall I prepare the set for you? Timothy didn't even blink. Yes, I'll take all three. Moments later, he handed over his card, the total flashing on the machine, 1,960 SGD. Later in the evening, 7 o'clock, at the rooftop, Timothy was already seated inside Spago dining room by Wolfgang Puck. The city stretched endlessly beneath the glass walls, Marina Bay's shimmering skyline painting the night with gold and blue. Soft jazz played in the background brought such a nice vibe that he was on a luxurious restaurant. Timothy adjusted his cufflinks, his new Hugo Boss suit fitting him like armor. He exhaled slowly, trying to settle the nervous energy in his chest. This was supposed to be business, just business, but a part of him couldn't help but feel the weight of expectation. Then the maitre d' turned toward the entrance and Timothy followed his gaze. There she was. Hana stepped into the restaurant, and for a moment, Timothy forgot to breathe. She wore a cream and black ensemble, her cropped tweed jacket paired with a ruffled black skirt and patterned tights, a beret perched lightly atop her flowing hair. Small designer bag hung from her shoulder, understated yet elegant. The lighting caught her just right, highlighting the softness of her features, the confidence in the way she carried herself. She didn't look like a secretary reporting for her first job, she looked like she belonged here. Timothy's heart skipped once, twice. Beautiful doesn't even cover it. Hana scanned the room, and when her eyes found him, a smile curved across her lips, warm, polite, but enough to make Timothy's chest tighten. He quickly stood, pulling out her chair as she approached. Ms. CEO, right on time. Mr. Guerrero, she replied lightly, her voice carrying that same calm tone, though he thought he caught the faintest nervous flutter beneath it. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. Timothy shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips despite himself. Not at all. I was just taking in the view. He wasn't lying, but the view he meant wasn't the skyline anymore, it was her. Hana sat on the chair, and then after that, Timothy returned to his chair and sat across from her. His eyes were on her and her outfit. Do Koreans always dress that nice? She has a great fashion taste. How about we take our order first so we can proceed with the discussion, Timothy suggested. Hana simply nodded with a smile. No problem. Timothy hailed the waiter, who approached promptly with menus in hand. The leather-bound book was placed gently before each of them. Timothy opened his and skimmed through the options. The menu was full of dishes he'd only heard about in passing: grilled iberco pork chops, Japanese sea bream sashimi, and signature dishes designed to impress. He looked up at Hana, who was politely scanning the menu with careful restraint. She seemed hesitant, as though worried about appearing excessive. Timothy noticed the way her eyes lingered on a few items, then moved away too quickly. Don't hold back, Timothy said, his tone steady but reassuring. I was the one who suggested this dinner. I'll be covering the bill, so order whatever you'd like. Hana's lips parted slightly, surprise flickering in her expression before she smiled softly. That's very kind of you, Mr. Guerrero. In that case, I'll try something I haven't before. The waiter stood at attention, pen poised. For me, Timothy said, I'll have the Snake River Wagyu ribeye medium rare and a glass of red wine. Hana closed her menu gracefully and handed it back. I'll have the Japanese sea bream sashimi to start, followed by the Maine lobster with Singapore-style chili sauce. And just sparkling water, please. Excellent choices, the waiter said before gliding away. Timothy leaned back in his chair, watching her. She carried herself with elegance, unshaken by the luxury surrounding them. Definitely not just any secretary, he thought. When the waiter left, a momentary awkward silence settled between them. Though both of them had noticed it, they waited for the other to speak first. Timothy felt the weight of responsibility pressing on him. He was the one who extended the invitation, the one who brought them here. If she felt uneasy, it was on him to ease that tension. He straightened slightly, meeting her gaze across the table. So, Ms. CEO, he began with a warm tone. I must say, your resume was impressive. The languages you've mastered alone, that's a skill set any executive would envy, but perhaps you should consider adding Filipino to that list. Since you'll be spending quite a lot of time by my side, it would help. Not mandatory, of course, but Filipinos love it when foreigners speak even a little of their language. Hana's lips curved faintly, her eyes softening. Yes, I will do my best to learn Filipino, she replied with quiet determination. I believe it will help me understand not only the people, but also the culture behind the company I'll be serving. Timothy nodded approvingly. That answer told him she was serious, not just treating this job as a placeholder. So he leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table. Tell me about yourself again. I've read the file, but I want to hear it from you, not the paper versioneer version. Hana paused for a moment, as though collecting her thoughts. Then she lifted her gaze to meet his directly. Well, she began, her tone steady but laced with a hint of shyness. I was born and raised in Seoul. My father runs a logistics and trading company. My mother teaches economics at university. I studied business administration at Yonsei University, graduated in the top 5% of my class, and spent a year abroad in London. That was my first real taste of independence, of doing things away from my family's shadow. She adjusted slightly in her chair, her hands folding neatly over one another. After that, I worked as my father's executive assistant for a year, but I wanted to prove myself beyond being just the daughter of the owner. So I joined a Korean automotive parts supplier. That was where I first got to handle negotiations with Japanese and Southeast Asian clients. It was difficult at first, but it taught me that I was capable of standing on my own. Timothy listened intently, his eyes fixed on her. She wasn't boasting, her tone was calm and almost humble, as though she were simply recounting facts. And now Hana continued, her voice softening, I moved to Singapore to start fresh. I see, but those details, I already heard it from Ms. Lim. I want the real personal you, like what do you enjoy doing, what are your hobbies, etc. Hana blinked, surprised at his follow-up. For a second she hesitated, her expression shifting from composed professionalism to something more uncertain, almost vulnerable. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her beret tilting slightly as she leaned back. The personal me, she repeated softly as if testing the words. Timothy gave her a small nod, a faint smile tugging at his lips. For a moment she seemed caught off guard by his earnestness. Then slowly she let out a small genuine laugh, breaking some of the tension. All right, she said, her eyes softening as she rested her chin briefly on her hand. Well, I enjoy reading, mostly novels, Korean authors, but also English ones. I like books that explore people's emotions, their choices, because choices are what shape us. Also, I love to travel and visit a lot of places. I cook a lot, too, mostly Korean food, but I try other cuisines whenever I can. Cooking is relaxing for me. It's something that reminds me of home. Perhaps I'll get to taste your cooking, Timothy said, chuckling. Hana chuckled too. I can prepare you a dish if you would allow me soon. She added, and I suppose I have a weakness for sweets. Cakes, macarons, ice cream, if it's sweet, I'll probably like it. That's my guilty pleasure. Timothy chuckled at that, the tension between them dissolving little by little. So books, travel, cooking, and sweets. That's the real Ms. Seo. Hana tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze. That's the more personal me, yes. Very well, that's nice. Now for me, what do you want to know about me? How did you start this company? I heard from my aunt that you are the one who was doing the funding and then you have your own card design, Hana asked. Well, how do I start? To be honest, I'm quite a hidden genius, Timothy began, though on a technical side, especially science and technology. And that genius is mine, is what made me design a revolutionary chip design that I then sold to NVIDIA, who gave me money to start this automotive enterprise. And as for why automotive enterprise, well, I kind of liked cars and I have a buy and sell business back in Manila and I'm thinking, what if I sell cars but under my own design? So that led me to create the company. So you did that despite having no academic background and other records digitally that you were involved in chip making, Hana said, doubt flickering her features. Yes, you can say I'm an enigmatic person, so you must expect that I will hide things from you, but those things wouldn't affect the business, so there's that. I see. Then how about you? The personal you? Hana smiled, intrigued at his background. So based on that, what did you learn about me? For sure you have done your research before this trip. Hana lowered her gaze for a moment, her fingers brushing the edge of her water glass before she answered. Yes, I did some research, she admitted softly, though not much I can find. You're mysterious, Mr. Guerrero. No LinkedIn profile, no academic record, no interviews, nothing about your personal life. But after talking with you, even if it's short, I learned that you're very straightforward. You don't try to impress with complicated words, you just say things the way they are. Confident but not arrogant, direct but not cold. Her gaze lifted from the rim of her glass to meet his eyes again, and I think that makes you different from the kind of CEOs I've seen in Korea. Most of them talk in circles. You don't. Timothy blinked at that, surprised by her observation. He expected polite agreement, not such a sharp analysis. Hana smiled faintly, almost teasingly. I also noticed something else. You like to keep a little mystery about yourself, but at the same time you reveal just enough to keep people curious. It's effective. Timothy chuckled under his breath, shaking his head slightly. So you're already profiling me. It's part of the job, isn't it? Hana replied lightly, her tone playful but edged with truth. If I'm going to be your secretary, I should learn to read you well. Their food arrived just then, the waiter carefully setting down the Wagyu ribeye in front of Timothy and the lobster dish before Hana. The aroma filled the space between them, but Timothy found his attention still locked on her words. Not bad, Ms. Seo, he said, a hint of amusement in his tone. You've already got me figured out. Not quite, Hana said softly, picking up her fork with elegance. But I think I'll learn more soon enough. Well, let's enjoy our dinner. December 20th, 2024, Raffles Place, Ms. Lim's office. It was 10 in the morning and Timothy sat at the long conference table. Today was important. For the first time, he would meet the full executive team of TG Mobility Holdings. The door opened. Dr. Akira Sato came in first, dressed in a gray suit. He gave Timothy a small nod and sat down quietly. Next was Robert Vaughn. Broad, tall, and serious, he carried a notepad in hand and immediately sat with his arms crossed. Then came Mei Ling Tan, calm and professional with her folder of documents. She greeted Timothy politely before taking her seat. Angela Cruz followed. She looked approachable, smiling as she entered, her cream blazer making her stand out. Last came Seo Hana. She wore a lavender blouse and black skirt, holding a tablet and notebook. She sat beside Timothy, right on his side, ready to take notes. Timothy glanced at them all. These were no longer just names on paper, they were his executives, his team. Ms. Lim spoke first. Everyone, this is the first official meeting of TG Mobility Holdings. Mr. Guerrero will open the session. All eyes turned to Timothy. All of them nodded, aware of the financial standing of the company. I could have spent it all to live a lavish life without worrying about running out of money. However, I have an ambition, and that is to use that money to start a business, and that business is the automotive industry. My vision for this company is it to become the top automotive in the world, rivaling the established giants. The world is shifting, ladies and gentlemen. Countries around the world are pushing for green energy solutions. I believe my technology that I have shown to you will be the vital piece to achieve the goal of every nation around the world. He paused as his gaze swept on them. Now my task for you, my executives, is to prepare a plan to build a gigafactory in the Philippines, preferably in Subic. Not only a gigafactory, but a lithium refinery plant, cathode and anode plant, data centers. We are going to build the first EV manufacturing infrastructure in the Philippines. I want to know how much it would cost us, the potential partners to construct it. Dr. Akira Sato was the first to respond. He adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. For a facility of that scale, battery plant, vehicle assembly, and supporting plants, we are easily looking at $3 to $4 billion in capital expenditure. And that is only for the initial build. We also need to secure long-term contracts for lithium, nickel, cobalt, and other rare materials. Without a steady supply, even the most advanced gigafactory will fail. Robert Vaughn leaned forward. Construction alone will take at least 3 years, even if we move fast. Subic is a good location, deep water port, wide roads, free port incentives, but the manpower and equipment will have to be mobilized quickly. We'll need thousands of workers and several major contractors. Tesla built a gigafactory in China in just 168 days. I want it completed in 1 year, Timothy said, looking at Robert, who was the chief operating officer. You worked with them right. Mei Ling Tan nodded in agreement. Angela is right. The Philippines will bend rules for this project. The key is to frame it as a national achievement. Once we do that, both local and foreign investors will pour in. I can already see financial institutions offering low-interest loans just to be associated with us. Loans, but we have an $8 billion capital. Timothy tilted his head to the side. I don't want loans. Loans are not bad, Mr. Guerrero, Tan replied. Even if you have the capital, leveraging outside funds gives you more breathing room. It also spreads the risk. If we use only your money, all the burden is on you. But if we involve banks and institutions, they'll have a stake in making sure this project succeeds. Timothy tapped his fingers on the table, thinking. So you're saying let them share the risk while we keep control? Exactly, Tan said with a slight nod. We don't need to take on large debt, just enough to involve them. It will make governments and financiers more cooperative. They'll see us not as a private project, but as a shared investment in the Philippines' future. That makes sense, Timothy admitted. Okay, included in the presentation. Understood, Tan replied. Dr. Sato cleared his throat. Aside from financing, we must move quickly on technology licensing. If we want to produce in a year, we need machinery orders placed within the next 2 months. The equipment alone will take months to ship and install. I'll start contacting suppliers this week, Robert added. Japan, Korea, Germany will need all of them. Good, Timothy grinned, seemingly satisfied with the potential of his executives. Mr. Guerrero, if I may, Angela chimed. You are going to set up a subsidiary under the Mobility Holdings, is that correct? Yes, the TG Motor Philippines, it's going to be the operational headquarters. All the EV cars manufactured in that plant will then be exported to our ASEAN neighbors, the European Union, United States, East Asia, basically everyone. Why do you have a problem with our model? I just wanted to raise it because setting up a subsidiary means we'll need another set of executivist country-level leadership, HR, legal, compliance, plant directors. TG Mobility Holdings is your umbrella, but TG Motors Philippines will need people on the ground making daily decisions. That's the intention, Timothy said and flickered his gaze to Hana. Hana, as my secretary, you are to set up a meeting between me and the top headhunting firm in the Philippines to locate the executives that we need to run the TG Motors Philippines. Hana took down notes and acknowledged. Yes, Mr. Guerrero. Do you have a preferred date? Timothy hummed in thought, then answered. I want you to set it up after Christmas, and you are going to the Philippines to accompany me. Understood. Okay, you ladies and gentlemen know each of your roles. I want a detailed presentation by the first day of the year. Good luck. Singapore Changi Airport, same day, afternoon. Timothy arrived at the main entrance of the Changi Airport. He stepped out of the taxi, which was a Toyota Alphard, with his luggage. Hana followed after and were now standing side by side. Hana, Timothy said, this is the time I will leave. Let's keep ourselves in touch through calls and emails and update me on everything while I'm in Manila, Timothy finished. Hana nodded, holding her tablet close to her chest. Understood, Mr. Guerrero. I'll organize the executives' reports and send you a daily summary. If something urgent comes up, I'll call you immediately. That's good. Timothy gave a small nod of approval. He adjusted the strap of his carry-on and glanced at her. You handled yourself well back there in the meeting. Keep that up. The two of them walked together toward the departure hall. Travelers streamed past, some rushing for their flights, others dragging luggage slowly. Timothy stopped briefly near the glass doors, turning to face her. This won't be easy, Hana, he said seriously. We're building something that has never been done in the Philippines. People will doubt us, competitors will try to crush us, and the workload will be overwhelming. Are you ready for that? Hana met his gaze, her expression steady. I am Mr. Guerrero. I wouldn't have agreed yesterday if I wasn't. For a moment, Timothy felt the sincerity behind her words. He gave a faint smirk. All right then, I'll be counting on you. Safe flight, Mr. Guerrero, she said softly, bowing her head slightly. Timothy gave her a short wave before turning toward the security gate. His luggage rolled smoothly behind him as he walked, blending into the crowd of travelers. Hana stood by the entrance for a while, watching as he disappeared inside. Then she let out a quiet breath, straightened her posture, and left the terminal, already pulling up her tablet to review the notes she had taken from the meeting. Timothy came out of the arrivals gate with his carry-on. He spotted Evelyn and Angela right away. They were holding a white placard that said, Welcome home, Timothy, with little doodles of stars in a tiny car. Angela waved it excitedly over her head. Brother, Angela ran up and hugged him. Timothy smiled and hugged her back. Missed you. Evelyn stepped forward, eyes a little watery. Welcome back, Tim. He pulled her into a quick hug. I'm home. They headed to the Burger King near the exit. Trays down, Whoppers, fries, nuggets for Angela, and iced tea for Evelyn. Evelyn asked, how was Singapore? Timothy kept it short, productive, a lot of meetings, all good. He didn't add more. Angela leaned in. Did you see the big boat hotel? Timothy shook his head, amused. No sightseeing. Next time we'll go together, I promise. Anyways, you'll have to enroll next week in your new school. I'll accompany you. Okay, brother, Angela said with an eyes beaming with joy. Mother, Christmas Eve is coming soon. Where do you want to celebrate? Timothy asked. I'm thinking of celebrating it at our new home, Evelyn replied. The condo hut, and you are going to cook? Evelyn nodded. Yes, and this Christmas it won't be like the past Christmas celebration. There will be a lot of dishes. Timothy smiled. Even though the celebration was simple, as long as you made it, Mom, it will be special for us. Evelyn smiled warmly. Do you have any requests? I will buy ingredients from the supermarket. Timothy hummed in thought. I'm fine with fried chicken, spring rolls, spaghetti, and maybe your special care. Angela's eyes lit up. And lech flan, don't forget dessert, Mom. Evelyn chuckled. All right, I'll prepare those. Timothy leaned back in his seat, smiling faintly. He could see how excited his mother and sister were. For years, their Christmas dinners had been modest, sometimes just enough food to get by. Now Evelyn was talking about a full spread like they hadn't had in years. Angela munched on her fries happily. Brother, can we also get gifts, like a real tree with presents under it? Of course, Timothy said without hesitation. We'll buy a big Christmas tree tomorrow, and gifts for both of you. Angela's grin widened ear to ear. Best Christmas ever. Evelyn shook her head lightly, though her smile betrayed her happiness. Don't spoil us too much, Tim. Just being together is already enough. Timothy looked at her, serious for a moment. You've both been through a lot. If I can make things better now, I will. That's a promise. Evelyn reached out and squeezed his hand gently. We know, son, and we're proud of you. The rest of the meal passed with easy laughter and simple conversation. For tonight, Timothy let go of the heavy business matters on his shoulders. Here, with Evelyn and Angela across the table, he wasn't the CEO of a company planning a multi-billion-dollar factory. He was just a son and a brother, home for Christmas. The next day, Timothy and Angela were at SM Aura. The mall was alive with Christmas decorations, giant red ornaments, twinkling lights hanging from the ceiling, and carols playing faintly through the speakers. Families bustled around, children tugging their parents toward toy displays, couples snapping photos in front of the giant Christmas tree in the atrium. Angela's eyes sparkled as she looked around. Wow, brother, look at all the Christmas trees. Timothy smiled faintly. For years, they had never managed to build their own tree. It was always either too expensive or too impractical for their situation. But this year was different. Money wasn't a problem anymore. They walked together into the section filled with artificial Christmas trees of every size and design. Slim trees, full trees, white, green, even ones with fake snow sprinkled on the branches. Angela circled them with wide eyes, stopping at a tall, full green one decorated with simple gold ribbons. Brother, this one looks perfect. Timothy studied it for a moment, then nodded. 7 feet tall. Yeah, it's big enough for the condo. What do you think? Mom will like it. Angela grinned, nodding eagerly. She'll love it. It looks like something from the movies. Then we'll take it, Timothy said. They moved on to the ornaments. Angela picked out a box of red and gold balls, then pointed at a silver star. Can we put this on top? I want to be the one to place it. Of course, Timothy replied. He let her choose most of the decorations while he handled the purchase. Soon they had carts filled with lights, garlands, ribbons, and the big tree boxed up and ready to be delivered straight to their condo. Angela skipped a little as they left the store, clearly excited. Timothy couldn't help but smile at her joy. For the first time in years, they would have a real Christmas tree at home. As they walked past the gadget stores, Timothy slowed down. Angela had no idea, her eyes still darting between other Christmas displays. He excused himself briefly, saying, "Wait here for a minute, I just need to check something." Angela nodded, distracted by a nearby toy store display. Timothy slipped inside the Apple store. The glass counters gleamed with the newest devices. He didn't hesitate. iPhone 16 white, 128 GB, he told the staff. Minutes later, the box was in his hands, neatly bagged. He paid in cash without blinking. He thought to himself, Angela doesn't have a phone, and there will be times I won't be by her side. She needs a way to contact me or to have something of her own. When he rejoined Angela, she didn't suspect a thing. The Apple bag was tucked into his larger shopping bag, hidden under the ornaments. Christmas Eve, 1 Sarendra, Unit 18B. By late afternoon, the condo felt alive. Boxes were stacked near the living room wall on tall carton-marked tree, 2 flatter boxes of lights, and several bags of ornaments Angela had picked. The balcony curtains were drawn back, letting the sunset wash the room in orange. Bonifacio Global City's skyline glowed outside like it was dressed up for the night too. Brother, can we start? Angela bounced on her toes, already tugging at the tape on the big box. Timothy smiled. Go ahead, I'll help you lift it out. Evelyn poked her head out from the kitchen, a wooden spoon in hand. Careful with the floor, and don't block the hallway. I still need to pass with the plates. The kitchen smelled like a real feast, garlic and onions sizzling, a hint of peanut sauce from the care, and something sweet from the lech flan cooling on the counter. Pots clinked, oil crackled, and the oven hummed. It was busy, but it felt warm. It felt like home. Timothy cut the tape and opened the tree box. Together, he and Angela pulled out the segments, base, middle, and top. He screwed the stand on and set it in the corner between the window and the TV, then lifted the bottom section into place. Angela fluffed the branches with both hands, determined, face scrunching with focus. It looks real, she said, stepping back, like the ones in the mall. Wait until the lights are on, Timothy replied. They slotted the second and third segments. The 7-foot tree stood tall now, bare but full. Angela circled it once, nodding like a tiny judge. Approval granted. Timothy opened the light string box and tested them first. Soft, warm bulbs blinked to life. Okay, he said. Lights first. Start from the bottom, wrap evenly. I'll go around with you. They worked slowly, moving in rhythm, Angela passing the strand, Timothy looping it across branches, checking spacing. Every few minutes, Angela stepped back, squinted and pointed. A little more there, he adjusted without complaint. From the kitchen, Evelyn called out, Tim, taste this. He walked over and dipped a spoon into the simmering care. Rich, nutty, and soft from the oxtail and tripe. How is it? She asked, eyes searching his face. Perfect, he said honestly, just like always. Evelyn's shoulders loosened. Good, I'll fry the chicken next. You two keep going. Back at the tree, Angela had opened the ornament bags and lined everything up on the sofa. Red and gold balls, ribbon swirls, tiny bells, and a silver star still in its box. Rules, Timothy said, half teasing. No 3 reds in a row. Angela grinned, copy. They started hanging. Angela took the lower branches while Timothy handled the upper half. Every so often, she stretched on tiptoe and he steadied her, hand light on her shoulder. He tied the long ribbon in wide curls, letting it drape like a simple cascade. The tree filled up slowly, evenly, until it looked balanced. The star, Angela said at last, lifting the small box-like treasure. Can I? Timothy nodded and lifted her. She reached up and set the silver star gently on the top spike. The lights caught it and it shimmered. He set her down. They stood together in quiet for a second, just looking. It's beautiful, Angela whispered. Yeah, he said, it is. He clicked off the ceiling lights. The room fell into the tree's glow, soft, golden calm. The reflection of the lights showed in the window glass, doubling the shine. Angela clasped her hands, smiling to herself, then hurried to plug in the second strand along the window rail. Evelyn came out with an apron on, hair tied back. She stopped when she saw the tree. For a heartbeat, she didn't speak. Ma, Timothy asked. Evelyn blinked and smiled, eyes getting wet. It's beautiful, she said, voice small. We never had one like this. She wiped the corner of her eye quickly and laughed at herself. I'm getting sentimental. Okay, go set the table. We'll eat after midnight, but we can put the plates out now. They moved together. Timothy laid out plates and cutlery. Angela folded paper napkins into little triangles. Evelyn carried out a tray of fresh lumpiang Shanghai to cool. The dining table looked ready, a big bowl for spaghetti, a spot reserved for fried chicken, a platter for kerker and bagawong, a plate for ham, and space for the lech flan. Timothy slipped into his room for a moment and came back with two neat boxes hidden behind his back, one slim and white, the other orange with a ribbon. He placed them quietly under the tree side by side. Angela noticed. "Brother, what's that?" "Gifts," he said lightly. "Open later." She pouted playfully but let it go. She went back to arranging forks. Evening settled in. The condo filled with the sound of small ThinkSpin lids, timers, Angela humming a carol off key. Outside, BGC streets glowed with moving taillights and the slow build of Christmas Eve traffic. The hours thinned. 9 o'clock, 10, 11. They sat on the sofa for a while, half watching a cheesy Christmas movie. Angela dozed on Timothy's shoulder for 10 minutes, then popped back up when Evelyn called from the kitchen that the last batch of chicken was done. The table was complete now. Evelyn took off her apron and smoothed her simple blouse. "It's almost 12, she said. "Let's take a picture by the tree." They stood in front of the glow, Evelyn in the middle, an arm around each child, Angela with a peace sign up, Timothy with a small, real smile. They took a few shots, then a timer photo on the TV console that caught all three laughing at nothing in particular. And then the clock on the oven beeped midnight. "Merry Christmas," Evelyn said, pulling both of them in. Her voice shook just a little. "Merry Christmas, Mom," Timothy replied, hugging her back. "Merry Christmas, Angela. Merry Christmas." Angela chirped, bouncing away. "Gifts, gifts," Timothy nodded toward the tree. "Okay, you first." Angela skidded on her socks to the two boxes. She looked between them, eyes shining, then picked the slim white one with the quiet Apple logo. She tugged the ribbon free, slid the lid off and froze. "What is this?" She looked up, stunned. "Open it," Timothy said, trying not to smile too wide. Angela lifted the phone carefully out of its cradle. "Phone," the words came out in a whisper. "For me?" Timothy nodded once. "It's yours. Use it to call me anytime," he said, steadying her. "And for school, we'll set it up later." Evelyn watched, hand over her chest, a soft smile on her face. Timothy gestured at the orange box with the ribbon. "Mom, yours." Evelyn blinked. I have one too." She picked it up gingerly, like it might be too much. She tugged the ribbon loose and opened the lid. Inside lay a simple, elegant bag-smooth leather, classic shape, the kind that would last forever. Evelyn's fingers hovered, then touched it with gentle care. "Tim, this is so pretty. It suits you," Timothy said. "You don't have to use it today, but it's yours, for church, for anywhere." Evelyn shook her head lightly, overwhelmed. "You shouldn't have. This looks expensive." "It's just a bag," he replied gently. "Don't worry about the price." She didn't know the brand. She didn't need to. What mattered was the look on her face, surprise melting into happiness, relief, something like pride. Angela was already peeking at the camera, holding her phone box like a trophy. Picture with gifts. They posed again, laughing. When they were done, Evelyn glanced around. "Where is yours, Tim?" He shrugged. "Honest, I don't need one. This is enough." Evelyn hesitated, then reached behind the TV cabinet and pulled out a small paper bag. "I have something for you," she said, almost shy. "It's not much." Timothy took the bag and opened it. Inside was a simple watch, brown strap, plain face, no brand he recognized. He looked at her. She watched him closely, worried he might brush it off. "It's perfect," he said, and meant it. He slid the watch onto his wrist and tightened the buckle. "I'll wear it every day." Evelyn exhaled and smiled, the kind that shows the years behind it. "Good, so you won't forget the time when you're too busy." Angela giggled. "Brother, now you can't be late." "Never," he promised. They sat down to eat. December 26, 2024. Niniakino International Airport, Terminal 3 arrivals. Timothy sat on one of the metal benches inside the arrivals hall, scrolling absently on his phone while passengers and families bustled past. The air smelled faintly of coffee and fried food from the nearby kiosks. He checked the time. Her flight should have landed by now. He opened Messenger and typed quickly, "Timothy, are you on your way out?" The dots appeared almost instantly. "Hana, yes, walking now. Just a few more minutes." He leaned back, pocketing his phone, and scanned the flow of people coming from the sliding doors. Businessmen in suits wheeling carry-ons, families dragging boxes of pasalubong, students with backpacks. And then he saw her. Hana stepped out of the crowd, and for a moment she stood out without even trying. She wore a white blouse with a bow at the collar, tucked neatly into a fitted coral pink skirt that fell just below her knees. A small white handbag dangled from her hand, and pearl earrings glinted under the bright airport lights. Timothy couldn't help but pause. She always carried herself well, but today she looked even sharper, like someone who could walk straight from the airport into a boardroom and command attention. Hana spotted him quickly. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she approached, lifting her free hand in a small wave. "You've been waiting long?" she asked when she reached him. "Not really," Timothy replied, standing and taking her luggage from her without asking. "Flight okay?" She nodded once, smooth, no delays. He glanced at her outfit again as he adjusted the handle of her luggage. "You're dressed different today." Her smile widened just slightly. "I thought I should look professional when I arrive." "First impressions matter, right?" Timothy gave a small chuckle. "Fair enough, you succeeded. My ride is at the parking lot, so let's go there. But first, have you eaten?" "There's a lot of restaurants here that you can choose from." I see, then let's go. Timothy led the way out of the airport and walked across a pedestrian crossing that connected the airport to the open parking of Terminal 3. In the parking, Timothy walked to the place where he parked the Ford Raptor. The black pickup stood out among the sedans and vans, freshly washed, its chrome details catching the afternoon sun. Hana followed beside him. When they reached the truck, Timothy opened the rear door first and slid her luggage inside. Then he moved to the passenger side, pulling the door open for her. Timothy circled around and got into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life with a steady hum. He pulled the seatbelt across his chest and glanced at her. Comfortable. Yes, she replied with a nod, placing her handbag neatly on her lap. She looked around the spacious interior of the truck. What is it? You like my ride? Timothy said. Yes, I do like it, she said and added. Is this your personal vehicle? Yes, it's secondhand. In the future, I will be only using TG cars. This is temporary. Now this is your first time in the Philippines, right? It is my first time, Hana confirmed. Great. I would love to show you around, but today is not the time. Have you already finished the task I gave you? The headhunting firm has already replied to me, Hana said, folding her hands over her handbag. I've completed the task. They agreed to help us locate executives for the subsidiary of TG Mobility Holdings TG Motor Philippines. Timothy gave a faint nod, his eyes still on the road as he merged into traffic. Good, though technically, TG Motor Philippines isn't formalized yet. That's what I was concerned about, Hana admitted. I wasn't sure if I should proceed with the firm since the company isn't official on paper. Timothy smirked slightly. Don't worry about that. I already handled the paperwork these past few days. The registration is in motion. By the time we're ready to announce, TG Motor Philippines will exist legally. What's the name of this firm? Robert Walters Philippines, Hana answered. Robert Walters Philippines, Timothy repeated, tapping the wheel lightly. Sounds reliable. They've already booked us an appointment this afternoon, Hana continued. Their office is in Bonifacio Global City. They're expecting both of us. Timothy raised an eyebrow. This afternoon? That fast? Yes, Hana replied. They said their senior consultant cleared his schedule for us. They want to understand the positions we need filled and the type of executives you're looking for. I thought it was best to accept right away. Good call, Timothy said and added. That means no time to rest. We'll go straight there after dropping your luggage. That's fine, Hana said without hesitation. I came here to work, not to rest. Timothy glanced at her briefly, noting the firm look in her eyes. She really did mean it. Traffic thickened as they entered Bonifacio Global City. The streets were lined with Christmas lanterns strung across light poles, malls glowing with holiday decor, and families walking on the sidewalks with shopping bags. Despite the festive atmosphere, Timothy's mind was locked onto the next step of the plan. Here's what I need from them, he said, his tone turning sharper. A chief executive officer who can run TG Motor Philippines independently, but still reports to us. A chief financial officer to keep the books tight, and a chief human resources officer who can manage thousands of employees. For the wrist operations, supply chain, marketing we can build step by step, but those three are the priorities. Hana nodded, already pulling out her tablet. I'll make sure those requirements are the first thing we discuss with Robert Walters. I've prepared draft job descriptions and benchmark salary ranges for executives in Manila. Good, Timothy muttered. I don't care if we have to pay top of the market rates. I want the best. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the building where the office of Robert Walters was located. They entered the underground parking, but was stopped at the gate where they were handed a parking ticket to which they will have to pay when leaving the premises. He drove through the basement and searched for a parking spot, and there was one. He parked the Raptor and killed the engine. He unbuckled his seatbelt and glanced at Hana. We're here. Hana tucked her tablet back into her handbag and straightened her blouse. I'll lead us up. I confirmed with their receptionist earlier. Timothy stepped out of the vehicle, and just as Hana was about to do the same, he was already on the other side and opened the door for her. Hana was a bit surprised by that action, but she smiled and spoke. I know, but it wouldn't hurt to act gentleman to a lady, as I am a gentleman myself, Timothy said. Hearing that, Hana's cheek reddened slightly. Let's go. They are waiting. Hana walked forward with her head facing downwards. She whispered, Mo, why are you acting cool, dummy? Timothy didn't hear that and simply followed her to the elevator. December 26, 2024. Robert Walters Philippines Building, BGC. Timothy and Hana stepped into the elevator, the polished metal doors sliding shut behind them. The hum of the air conditioning filled the silence as the floor numbers lit up one by one. Hana held her handbag close to her chest, her tablet tucked neatly inside, ready for the meeting. Timothy leaned against the side panel casually, then glanced at her. By the way, Hana, since you'll be spending a lot of time here, have you arranged everything for your stay? You know the Philippines has restrictions. Most tourists can only stay 30 days. Hana looked up and faced him with a composed look. Yes, I handled it before I came. I applied for a special visa through the Philippine Embassy in Seoul. It allows me to stay longer for work-related purposes. I won't have to worry about leaving after 30 days. Timothy nodded thoughtfully. Good. That means you've prepared yourself well. He paused, tapping a finger lightly on the chrome railing. Still, this won't just be about you. We'll be working with foreign partners, soon Japan, Korea, even European firms. Their executives and specialists will have to come here too. The last thing I want is for visa restrictions to slow us down. That can be handled by the Philippine government, so there's no need to worry about it. We can only meet them once we finalize the TG Motors subsidiary, Hana coolly explained. I wonder how they will react when a Filipino is investing more than $4 billion. It will be on the headline, Hana simply said. The elevator dinged, interrupting their conversation. They were now in the lobby floor of the building. They stepped out of the elevator and walked over to the receptionist's desk, who looked at them pleasingly. Good afternoon, how may I help you? Receptionist asked with a pleasing smile. Good afternoon, we have an appointment with Robert Walters. For CEO Hana, she said. The receptionist checked the monitor quickly, nodding. Yes, Mr. Guerrero and Ms. CEO, I have confirmed your appointment. Please take the elevator. The office is located on the 30th floor. I'll be informing the receptionist on that floor for a smooth transition. Someone will be waiting for you upstairs. Timothy gave a short nod before leading the way back toward the elevators. Hana walked beside him. Inside the second elevator, Timothy pressed the button for the 30th floor. The panel lit up and the doors slid shut. 30th floor, Timothy muttered, leaning slightly against the wall. They really like the view up there. Hana gave a faint smile. High floors always impress clients. It's part of the image. Timothy smirked. Well, I'm not here for the view. The ride was quick. When the doors opened again, they were met with a brighter lobby, decorated with modern furniture-esque couches, indoor plants, and framed photos of executives and events. The logo of Robert Walters Philippines was displayed on the glass wall ahead. They were guided down a short corridor, the glass walls on either side revealing open workspaces with recruiters busy at their desks, phones pressed to their ears. Eventually, they stopped at a conference room with frosted glass panels. Receptionist pushed the door open. Inside, a man in his late 40s stood up from the head of the table. His suit was sharp, his expression professional but approachable. Timothy shook his hand firmly, Hana doing the same right after. Of course, Reyes said with a small smile, Please have a seat. Do you want refreshments or anything? This building has a restaurant and a coffee shop that we can call for an order. In that case, I'm feeling a bit hungry. I'm craving for French fries. Would that be okay? Hana, do you want something for yourself? It's on us, Reyes assured with a wave of his hand. He glanced at the receptionist still standing by the door. Please get an order of French fries and an iced tea for Mr. Guerrero. The receptionist nodded and stepped out, leaving the three of them inside the conference room. Reyes sat back down. Please take a seat. The two of them took their seats. Now, before we proceed to business, our customs require 15 to 30 minutes of chit-chat before we dive into the actual business. Think of it as our kick Know Your Client, Reyes explained, his tone light but professional. Timothy leaned back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other. Fair enough, go ahead. Reyes smiled. First, I have to say, this is my first time having a client of your age. How old are you, sir? I'm 20 years old. This lady next to me is 24 years old. She works for me as my secretary. You have a beautiful secretary, Mr. Guerrero. I thought you two were a couple, Reyes chuckled. Timothy and Hana were both shook at those words. She's not my girlfriend. Our relationship is purely professional. Timothy was the first to clarify. Reyes hummed, leaning back slightly with a knowing smile. Forgive me for the assumption. It's just that you two look very comfortable around each other. Hana straightened in her seat, her cheeks faintly red but her voice composed. It's as Mr. Guerrero said, strictly professional. Reyes raised his hands lightly. Of course. No offense meant. I just like to break the ice. Now 20 years old. Please tell me about your business. I'm the CEO of TG Mobility Holdings Inc. It's based in Singapore. Our goal is to manufacture mainstream premium electric vehicles that will rival Tesla and BYD, and even the old giants like Toyota and other European brands. Hearing that, Reyes tilted his head to the side. Wait, am I hearing this right? You plan on competing with the top automotive companies in the world, and you have the product. We do have a product, and we will soon tease it once we start constructing our factory in the Philippines. Reyes hummed again in thought. He looked up to them and spoke. So you set up a holding company in Singapore, and you plan on making the Philippines the operational headquarters. That's correct, Timothy confirmed. I understand why you would do that. A holding company in Singapore would provide you with better access to foreign investors, international credibility, and favorable tax treaties, Reyes explained. At the same time, having your operations based in the Philippines gives you lower costs, government incentives, and direct access to Southeast Asian labor and resources. A smart move. But an automotive company requires a lot of capital. Is your holding company 100% yours? No, I gave small shares to my C executives. They are seasoned veterans from different countries. One of them is Filipino. She's my chief marketing officer. They are in Singapore as we speak, preparing their presentation for me. I understand. One last thing, you guys are not doing anything illegal, right? I mean, it's just odd for me to have a client who is only 20 years old, not to mention an automotive company at that. Mr. Guerrero is not doing anything illegal. I know this is just a chit-chat, but please be respectful towards him as he is our CEO, and we can just look for another company that will help us find executives for our subsidiary. Hana chimed in, surprising Timothy and Ray's. Why was she so worked up? Timothy thought to himself, though she appreciated her standing up for him. I apologize, Ms. CEO. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. It's fine, Hana, Timothy said. I don't mind it at all, and it's only natural for them to doubt me. After all, I'm just a 20-years-old college dropout student. But one day, people will forget about it, because of the legacy I'll be making. Still, Mr. Guerrero, Hana spoke firmly, her eyes steady on him. You have to remember, you are a CEO. No matter your age, no matter what others say, you carry the weight of this company on your shoulders. You have dignity to protect. If people see doubt in you, they'll use it against you. Timothy glanced at her, caught off guard by her tone. She softened only slightly and continued, stand strong always, even in casual talk like this. Respect isn't given, it's claimed. And as the head of TG Mobility, you can't afford to appear uncertain. I'll keep that in mind, Ms. CEO, Timothy said. Okay, I think that'll do, Ray said as he saw the receptionist already approaching them with a tray that has a bowl of fries and a cup of tea on it. Let's get down to the real business. Timothy followed the movement of the receptionist, who had carefully sat down the bowl of fries and the cup of tea. The way the fries was plated made it look more like something out of a cafe than a simple snack. Golden brown, still steaming lightly with just enough salt dusted on top to make anyone's mouth water. Timothy reached forward, picked one up and bit into it. Crispy outside, soft inside. He nodded. Delicious. He turned slightly toward Hana, holding the bowl closer. Want some? Hana shook her head quickly. We should conduct business now, Mr. Guerrero. Mr. Ray's already said it's time. Timothy smirked, picking up another fry and holding it out toward her. Just one bite. Come on. Her eyes darted to the fries. For a split second, Timothy caught it, tiny glitter of interest in her eyes, the way she lingered just a moment too long. He raised an eyebrow knowingly. You want it, Timothy said lightly. Hana's lips pressed together, and she tried to look away. But then she sighed, leaned forward, and with a quick motion, grabbed the fry straight from his fingers. She popped it into her mouth without a word. Timothy chuckled softly. See, delicious, right? In moments like this, we shouldn't always look stiff and tense when it comes to business, am I right, sir? Reyes leaned back in his chair, watching the exchange with an amused expression. You're not wrong, Mr. Guerrero. Business doesn't always have to be stiff. Sometimes the most productive meetings are those where people loosen up a little. It helps us see who we're really dealing with. Hana, still chewing, gave Timothy a side glance before swallowing quickly. All right, fine, it was good. But that's the last one, she said firmly, adjusting her blouse and sitting straighter in her seat, trying to regain her professional composure. Timothy smirked, setting the bowl back down in front of him. Fair enough. Reyes cleared his throat lightly, the smile still on his face. Well then, shall we move forward? You said you wanted a full roster for TG Motors Philippines, a subsidiary of TG Mobility Holdings. Well, we can do that. I have here a list of executives that have a history in the automotive industry. Are you going to be the CEO of TG Motors, or you will delegate? Timothy leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. I'll remain CEO of TG Mobility Holdings in Singapore. TG Motors Philippines will need its own CEO, someone local or at least someone who understands the Southeast Asian market. I want them to run operations here with independence, but still report directly to me. Reyes nodded, flipping open a leather portfolio. That makes sense. Many multinational firms structure it that way. Local leadership tends to work more efficiently with regulators, suppliers, and labor groups. We already have a short list of candidates who have worked in Toyota Philippines, Mitsubishi Motors, and even Ford's assembly operations before they closed down. Experienced people who know the landscape. He continued. Do you want me to show you the list of candidates for a CEO position? Timothy gave a short nod. Reyes slid a few printed profiles across the table. Each had a headshot, past experience, and key achievements. These three are our strongest options. One is a former VP of Toyota Philippines, another managed operations for Mitsubishi in Laguna, and the last one worked closely with Ford's exit strategy here, so he knows both the strengths and weaknesses of the market. Hana leaned forward, her tablet in hand as she quickly scanned through the profiles. What about adaptability? TG Motors won't be a traditional car maker. We'll be pushing electric vehicles, and the market here isn't fully ready yet. Do they have any record of handling transitions or disruptive technologies? That's a good question, Reyes admitted. The former Toyota executive has experience pushing hybrid adoption programs, which required educating dealers and consumers. The Mitsubishi candidate spearheaded an internal shift in supply chain strategy when parts shortages hit. The Ford candidate has mostly restructuring experience, though not expansion. I'm thinking of the Ford candidate here, Timothy said, tapping the paper with his finger. Hana turned her head slightly, curious. Why him? You just heard what Mr. Reyes said. High strength is restructuring, not expansion. We're trying to build, not close. Timothy leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as if he was piecing something together. Exactly. He was there when Ford pulled out of the Philippines. He saw firsthand the reasons why manufacturing collapsed: high operating costs, unstable supply chains, government bureaucracy, even weak local demand. If anyone knows the pitfalls that killed Ford, it's him. That knowledge is priceless. Reyes nodded slowly, clearly impressed with Timothy's reasoning. That's true. He was in the thick of it. He negotiated with both the government and Ford headquarters during the shutdown. It was a tough role, but it gave him rare insight into what not to do. Timothy tapped the sheet again. That's why he's valuable. I don't need someone who only knows how to ride the wave of success. I need someone who has been through failure, someone who understands why it happened and how to avoid repeating it. If he can recognize the traps, then we'll know exactly how to sidestep them with TG Motors. Hana's brows softened as she studied the profile again. That does make sense. In a way, he'd be the best candidate to build something new because he knows where the cracks are. According to his file, his name is Carlos Mendoza, Reyes said, adjusting his glasses as he glanced at the document. Former director of operations at Ford Philippines, 20 years in the automotive industry, 12 of those in managerial positions. He was heavily involved in Ford's assembly plant in Rosa until the shutdown in 2012. After that, he moved into consultancy for supply chain optimization. Companies still call on him when they're considering large-scale moves in or out of the country. Timothy ran a thumb along the edge of the profile sheet, nodding slowly. According to his file, his name is Carlos Mendoza, Reyes said, adjusting his glasses as he glanced at the document. Former director of operations at Ford Philippines, 20 years in the automotive industry, 12 of those in managerial positions. He was heavily involved in Ford's assembly plant in Rosa until the shutdown in 2012. After that, he moved into consultancy for supply chain optimization. Companies still call on him when they're considering large-scale moves in or out of the country. Timothy ran a thumb along the edge of the profile sheet, nodding slowly. Mendoza sounds like the kind of person who already knows where the landmines are buried. Hana added, and if he's been advising companies since Ford's exit, then he's had a front-row seat to how the industry has been shifting over the past decade. That perspective could be exactly what we need. How do we contact him? It's easy. We give him a call and then you can meet wherever you like. Okay, call him. December 26, 7 p.m. In the BGC High Street, Friday's restaurant. The restaurant buzzed with the usual evening crowd. Families gathered around platters of sizzling fajitas, office workers unwinding over pitchers of beer, and couples sharing desserts by the windows that overlooked the lively street outside. Timothy sat with Hana in a booth by the glass wall, menus spread open in front of them. He ran a finger down the list of dishes, eyes lingering on the steaks before shifting toward the seafood section. Too many choices, Timothy muttered, leaning back slightly. Burgers, pasta, ribs, everything looks good. Hana sat close beside him, her posture neat and composed even in the casual setting. She was scrolling through her tablet when suddenly her phone vibrated on the table. The sharp sound of the ringtone cut through the background chatter. She picked it up quickly, glancing at the screen. It's him, she said, looking at Timothy before answering. Hello, Mr. Mendoza. Yes, we're here already. At the booth by the glass wall. You'll see us when you enter, Hana said politely. It's good that he was available for today, Timothy said. It's good that he was available for today, Timothy said, closing the menu and resting it against the table. Before Hana could respond, the glass doors at the entrance swung open. A man stepped in, scanning the room with practiced ease. Carlos Mendoza was in his late 40s, his presence immediately commanding attention without effort. His hair, neatly combed back, carried streaks of gray that gave him a distinguished look rather than age. He wore a dark navy blazer over a crisp white shirt, the collar open with no tie, paired with tailored slacks and polished leather shoes. His build was steady and strong, the kind that spoke of long days in factories as much as boardrooms. His gaze swept across the restaurant until it landed on Hana and Timothy by the window. With a subtle nod, he made his way toward them, weaving through the crowd with deliberate, unhurried steps. Hana straightened, slipping her phone back into her bag. Timothy leaned back slightly in the booth, watching the man approach. When Carlos reached them, he extended his hand first to Timothy. Mr. Guerrero, I presume. Timothy rose from his seat, shaking his hand firmly. Yes. And this is Ms. Seo, Hana, my secretary. Carlos turned to Hana, offering the same polite handshake. A Korean, a pleasure. Likewise, Mr. Mendoza, Hana replied with a respectful nod. Carlos slid into the booth opposite them, his blazer settling neatly against the seat. He adjusted his cuffs once before resting his hands on the table. No, don't worry about it, Carlos said, waving his hand dismissively. So you are the man Reyes told me about, a young CEO of an automotive company. I can't believe it. Do you already have a lineup of cars I can see? I have the designs but no picture yet, Timothy said. Now, the reason why you are here is because we are offering you a CEO position for our subsidiary, TG Motors Philippines, who will then produce high-tech premium electric vehicles that will put us into a ring against giant automotive companies. Yes, I was told about it. But before that, how are you going to do that? We have plans on constructing a 20-gigawatt factory in Subic. It will produce 300,000 EV cars annually. A gigawatt factory. In the Philippines. Like Tesla. Timothy nodded his head. Like the Tesla indeed. But first we need your insight about this. I read in your file that you were deeply involved in Ford's exit from the Philippines, Timothy said. Tell me, what exactly forced them to shut down? Was it purely economics, or were there deeper issues? He took a sip of water from the glass the waiter had just set down, his gaze steady on Timothy. To put it simply, the Philippines became an expensive place to build cars while neighbors like Thailand were cheaper and more business-friendly. Ford wasn't losing money everywhere, it was losing money here. Timothy absorbed the words carefully. And do you think those same pitfalls apply today? If we build a gigafactory here, will history just repeat itself? Or can it be avoided? It can be avoided. The difference lies in what you're building. Ford was manufacturing traditional vehicles in a crowded market with thin margins. You're proposing something disruptive, a gigafactory for electric vehicles. The government today is desperate to attract future-facing industries, green energy, EVs, batteries. That means stronger incentives, tax breaks, and less resistance. On top of that, Subic has the infrastructure Ford never had. A deep water port, highways, power facilities, even special economic zone benefits. He leaned forward now, voice firmer. So yes, the investment is worth it. But Filipinos still have this colonial mentality that you have to watch out for. Everything made in the Philippines would be seen as low quality. I don't mind that. I can guarantee that the lineup of TG Motors will be more advanced than what is on the current market. We have the technology and the money. What we only need right now is the one who knows is the one who will look over the operations. If you accept the offer, you will receive shares of the company, about 3% and an annual salary of $250,000. Carlos raised his brows slightly, clearly surprised by the package. That's generous, more than generous, actually. Hana added, it reflects the level of responsibility you'll be handling. This isn't just another local car company. TG Motors Philippines will be the foundation of an industry that died. Carlos exhaled slowly, tapping a finger against the table as if weighing the offer in his head. For a man who had seen the rise and fall of the automotive industry in the country, it was no small decision. Finally, he leaned forward, resting his hands flat on the table. Mr. Guerrero, Ms. CEO, I'll be honest. After Ford closed, I promised myself I wouldn't go back into this industry. Too much blood, sweat, and in the end, it still failed. But hearing your vision, seeing how bold it is, maybe this is the chance to do it right this time. He straightened his blazer, his voice carrying more conviction now. All right, I'll accept your offer. I'll take the position of CEO of TG Motors Philippines. Timothy's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Good, then from this day on, you're with us. Hana gave a small approving nod, already opening her tablet to log the agreement. Do you want something to eat, Mr. Mendoza? Timothy asked, handing him the menu. Let's celebrate your acceptance of our offer. Yes, from Robert Walters, Timothy confirmed. Why do you ask? I was hoping that I can come and help you choose the right people, Mendoza finished, resting his elbows on the edge of the table. Resumes can look impressive, but sometimes the reality is different. I've seen executives who looked perfect on paper but collapsed the moment they were faced with real problems. If I'm to run TG Motors Philippines effectively, I'd like a say in who joins the team. Timothy and Hana looked at one another. Hana nodded, believing it was a good idea. That's reasonable. After all, they'll be reporting directly to you once operations begin. Not to overstep, but because I know the industry here. I know who has the skill and who's just been coasting off their title. If we want TG Motors to succeed, we can't afford dead weight. Timothy leaned back against the booth, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Good, that's the kind of initiative I want from a CEO. You'll have a seat at the table when we decide. In fact, tomorrow we're scheduled for a follow-up with Robert Walters. Consider yourself invited. Mendoza gave a satisfied nod. Then it's settled. Once all the executives have been chosen, they will attend the presentation that will be presented by my executives in Singapore. It's online, so don't worry. There we will talk about the Gigafactory, who we are going to contract to construct it, the suppliers, the numbers, and the lineup of the cars. After that, we will approach the Philippine government to help us speed up the process for PZA accreditation and all the necessary permits. Timothy finished. The sooner we secure PZA status, the faster we can lock in tax incentives and import privileges. That alone will shave millions off operational costs. Mendoza's eyes sharpened with interest. That's a smart move. Subic is already a Freeport zone, but PZA accreditation will make us untouchable compared to other manufacturers trying to get a foothold here. And if we get government backing, the perception of TG Motors will change overnight from some ambitious startup to a national project. That's the plan. 2 hours later, it was 9 o'clock in the evening and Timothy and Hana were walking along the high street. Some of the stores were already closing and the number of people around was diminishing. This place looked like Singapore, Hana said as she looked around the skyscrapers around them. Is it the first time you noticed it? Timothy asked. It's because I am so focused on the work, which is why I haven't noticed my surroundings. Timothy chuckled and then pointed his finger at one of the buildings. You see that building over there? Hana looked to where he was pointing. It was a building, and written on top of it was Shangri-La. Hana read. Timothy nodded. Yeah, Shangri-La at the fort. For now, that's where you'll stay. I've already arranged for a temporary suite so you don't have to worry about anything tonight. Hana blinked in surprise, clutching her handbag a little tighter. A hotel? That's too much. I could have just managed with something simpler. You're my secretary, Timothy said firmly, his tone leaving no room for debate. You'll be meeting executives, attending high-level discussions, and representing me at times. Image matters. You can't exactly show up from a rundown apartment. She looked at him, about to protest, but his gaze was unwavering. After a moment, she sighed softly. All right, but only because it's temporary. Exactly, Timothy agreed with a nod. While you stay here, I'll look for a proper condo unit you can rent long-term. Somewhere close to BGC or Makati. That way you'll have your own space while in the Philippines, but still be within reach of the offices. Speaking of offices, I'm planning on leasing an office space so that's where we can work, but we also have to be on the site when the construction starts. Timothy paused as he realized something for the moment. Hana, how many trips abroad will I make when we finalize the contractors, supplies, etc. to build the gigafactory? Hana hummed in thought, calculating. Seconds later, she answered. It's hard to determine, but it's going to be a lot. You'll be signing contracts from different countries within 5 to 7 days. I see. It's going to be a hassle if we use commercial airlines for it, and the transportation system here in the Philippines sucks. The distance between Subic and the BGC office is quite far too. What are you thinking? Hana looked up to him, though she already had a general idea on what might that be. In his free time, Timothy was watching YouTube Reels, and then he encountered a video talking about private jets, like how important it is for a businessman who is always abroad because of their business. And hearing from Hana that he'll make a lot of flights this coming year, a private plane might be a good investment for him. What do you think about private jets or helicopters? Timothy asked, looking at her, watching her expression. She simply smiled cutely and replied, honestly. I was wondering when you'd bring that up. I knew you'd come to that conclusion sooner or later. Timothy raised a brow. So you're saying it's not a bad idea? It's not just not bad, it's practical, Hana said, her voice shifting into her professional tone. If you're going to be flying to Japan, Korea, Singapore, or even Europe for contracts, wasting hours on commercial schedules is inefficient. A private jet isn't just luxury, it's a tool. You control the timetable, the routes, and the convenience. As for helicopters, that would solve your domestic problem, so you agree we should consider it. Well, you have billions of dollars of money so you can own one easily, Hana answered. Then in that case, I'll browse for a private jet, and I know just the person to contact, Timothy grinned. First, let me take you to your hotel, Timothy offered. They both headed to the parking space of High Street. They arrived 10 minutes later where Timothy opened the door for her. Hana climbed up into the passenger seat, adjusting her skirt as she settled in. Timothy closed the door behind her before circling to the driver's side. The Ford Raptor's engine rumbled to life, its headlights cutting through the dimly lit parking structure as they rolled out onto the road. The streets were calmer now, most of the crowd from earlier having dispersed, leaving only the glow of restaurants and bars still alive with customers. As they turned toward Shangri-La, Timothy's eyes stayed focused on the road. Hana, he began, one hand resting on the wheel while the other tapped the armrest lightly. Starting tomorrow, I want you to find us an office space here in BGC, something suitable for an executive headquarters. Hana nodded, already pulling out her tablet. Understood. How many square meters are you thinking? At least 500 to start with, Timothy said. It should have a proper conference room, private offices, and space for at least 30 staff. Her stylist scribbled quickly on the screen, notes already taking shape. Budget range, Timothy smirked faintly. I'll leave that to you. I'll narrow it down by tomorrow afternoon and give you 3 options, Hana replied. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Shangri-La at the fort. Timothy slowed the Raptor to a stop by the drop-off lane, the guards already approaching to assist. Timothy stepped out first, the cool night air brushing against his face. He walked around to Hana's side and opened the door for her. Timothy gave her a short nod before turning to one of the uniformed guards nearby. I won't be long. Mind if I leave the truck parked here for a few minutes? The guard glanced at the Raptor, then back at him. That's fine, sir, as long as it won't take too long. Appreciate it, Timothy said, slipping the guard a polite nod. Together, he and Hana entered the hotel lobby. The marble floors gleamed under the chandelier lights, and the scent of fresh flowers lingered faintly in the air. Behind the reception counter, staff in neat uniforms greeted them with polished smiles. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? The receptionist asked. I have a booking under CO, Hana, Timothy said smoothly. Suite reservation, tonight onward. The receptionist quickly typed into her computer, then looked up with a confirming nod. Yes, Mr. Guerrero. Ms. Sio, we've prepared a suite for you. Everything is in order. Timothy turned slightly toward her. This is where we part ways. Get some rest. You're not coming up, Hana asked, tilting her head. Timothy shook his head. No need. You'll be fine from here. All right. Good night, Mr. Guerrero. Good night, Hana. With that, Timothy stepped back, watching briefly as the receptionist handed Hana her keycard and guided her toward the elevators. Only when the doors closed did he turn and head back out to the entrance, where the Raptor was waiting. Inside, Timothy quickly left the drop-off point of the hotel and went back to the main road. He parked it right next to the curb and pressed the hazard lights button. He had something on his mind. About the private jets, he told Hana. The fact that he can own one made him feel excited. It's a private jet after all. So he browsed from his iPhone for the models of the private aircraft from the jet business. It showed on the results, and Timothy tapped the first site that appeared. On the official website, he tapped the exclusive jets and checked what's available. There were private jets that were a decade old, ranging from Embraer, Dassault, and Gulfstream. But there is one aircraft that his eyes immediately caught on. 2023 Gulfstream 700. Timothy tapped the listing, and the screen filled with high-resolution photos. Sleek, polished white fuselage with sweeping lines, and an interior that looked more like a penthouse suite than an aircraft cabin. Wide seats that could fold into beds, conference-style tables, a galley, even a private suite with its own shower. He scrolled down further, his eyes widening slightly as the specs appeared. Range 7,500 nautical miles. Cruising speed Mach 0.9. Passenger capacity 19. Price $75 million. Timothy let out a low whistle, leaning back against the driver's seat. $75 million. It won't even hit a dent on his balance. He could afford this aircraft. He pictured it already, leaving Manila in the morning, arriving in Tokyo by noon, signing a contract, then flying straight to Singapore for another meeting, all in the same day. No delays, no waiting in lines, no relying on unreliable schedules. He has complete control in his time. Time is money when building a business empire. Yeah, Timothy said to himself quietly. The G700 is the one. Now who do I contact for this? Timothy scrolled further down the site until he found the Contact Us section. It listed a London headquarters address, but also a direct inquiries email and a 24/7 phone line for prospective buyers. A simple note underneath read, private consultations by appointment only. He copied the email address into his Notes app, then saved the number as the jet business sales in his phone. For a moment, he hovered over the call button, tempted to ring immediately, but he stopped himself. It was already late evening in Manila, which meant it was still mid-afternoon in London. If he called now, he might get routed to an assistant, and that wasn't how he wanted his first impression to go. Better to plan it. He'd draft an email tonight, something short but direct, and then follow up with a call tomorrow when his schedule was clearer. Timothy locked his phone and leaned back in the driver's seat, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. The idea of stepping onto his own Jethai's company's jet suddenly felt less like a dream and more like a plan already in motion. December 27, Morning 1, Sarandra Residence. Sunlight streamed softly through the half-open blinds of Timothy's bedroom, casting faint lines of gold across the modern furnishings. Timothy stirred awake, stretching slightly before reaching for his phone on the nightstand. A new notification glowed at the top of the screen. The jet business replied to inquiry. He sat up, the drowsiness fading instantly. Swinging his legs out of bed, he padded barefoot across the polished floor to his desk where his MacBook rested. Opening the lid, the email appeared crisp on the screen. Timothy cracked a small smile. That fast, he muttered, fingers already typing. He replied that he was available immediately, attached his contact details, and hit send. 10 minutes later, the MacBook pinged again a meeting link. He clicked it without hesitation. The Zoom window opened, and the feed came alive. Across the screen appeared a familiar face. An older gentleman in a tailored suit, sitting in what looked like an office lined with jet models and sleek furniture. Mr. Guerrero, the man greeted. My name is Steve Varsano, founder of the jet business. A pleasure to finally meet you. Timothy blinked once, surprised recognition flickering across his expression. He knew this man. He'd seen him in countless YouTube reels breaking down the luxury jet market, explaining why billionaires chose one aircraft over another. The salesman who could sell dreams with facts. He leaned forward slightly toward the screen. Steve Varsano, I've seen your videos. Good, then you already know I'm here to make sure you choose the right aircraft for your needs. So let's talk about the Gulfstream G700. Yeah, let's do that, Timothy said, adjusting the laptop slightly so the camera framed him better. Varsano leaned back in his leather chair, fingers steepled together. The Gulfstream G700 is currently the flagship of Gulfstream's lineup. What caught your eye? Was it the performance, the cabin, or simply the reputation? Timothy smirked faintly. All of the above. I need an aircraft that can cover long distances: Tokyo, Seoul, Singapore, even London or New York without worrying about range. At the same time, I'll be using it as a mobile office. Comfort is secondary but still important. And reliability, well, that's non-negotiable. Then you're looking in the right direction, Varsano said smoothly. The G700 offers 7,500 nautical miles at Mach 0.85, though most of my clients cruise at Mach 0.9. Cabin altitude is the lowest in the industry, which means less fatigue, and the jet can comfortably accommodate 19 passengers. Timothy nodded slowly. What about delivery time? If I were to place an order soon, how long before I actually take possession? Varsano opened a folder on his desk, glancing at his notes before looking back at the camera. Standard delivery slots right now are 2 to 3 years out. However, he let the word hang with a knowing smile. There are pre-owned units barely used with under 200 flight hours. Some clients take delivery and then decide to move into different fleets. Those can be available within months, sometimes weeks. That's what I want, Timothy said directly. Something I can put into use as soon as possible. I don't have the luxury of waiting 3 years. Varsano inclined his head. Understood. Then what I'll do is prepare a short list of available aircraft, including their service records and current locations. We'll go over operating costs, crew arrangements, and financing options. I'll pay cash, Timothy said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Varsano's brows lifted slightly, but he didn't miss a beat. That certainly simplifies matters, Mr. Guerrero. With a direct purchase, we can skip the financing paperwork and focus on due diligence. Ownership transfer, inspection, and registration will be the key steps. That alone could cut the process down to weeks instead of months. Good, Timothy replied. I want speed. The factory, the contractors, international meetings. I can't waste time relying on airlines. The sooner I have the jet, the sooner I can push this company forward. That mindset is exactly what the G700 was built for, Varsano said with a hint of satisfaction. I'll have my team send you a curated list within 24 hours. Each option will include flight hours, cabin configuration, maintenance logs, and asking price. From there, you can decide if you'd like to send your representatives for a physical inspectioner if you prefer. We can bring you directly to the aircraft. Timothy leaned back in his chair, his arms folding across his chest. Send me the list today. Once I review it, I'll decide how to proceed. But I want the jet operational for me no later than Q1 next year. Varsano gave a slow nod, his eyes gleaming with professional confidence. Consider it done. You'll have the list before your evening. The Zoom call ended, the jet business logo fading from the screen. Timothy closed the MacBook gently, rubbing his temples as he leaned back in his chair. Everything was falling into place faster than he expected. Before he could even stand, his phone buzzed loudly on the desk. Hana's name lit up the screen. He frowned slightly. It was still early. He picked it up. Hana, good morning. Did something happen? Her voice came through, calm but faintly tired. Mr. Guerrero, I've already compiled a list of office spaces in BGC. 3 viable options that fit your requirements, each over 500 square meters with proper facilities. Timothy's brows shot up. Already, I only mentioned it last night. I stayed up working on it, Hana admitted. I wanted it ready for you first thing in the morning. I cross-checked pricing, locations, and lease terms. I'll send the file to your email now. Timothy was silent for a moment, processing her words. Then his tone shifted, concern slipping through the usual firmness. Hana, you didn't sleep, did you? There was a pause. Not really. I had coffee. He sighed, leaning forward on the desk. You can't keep pushing yourself like that. I need you sharp, not exhausted. Take care of yourself first, Hana. Don't do it again. She hesitated before answering softly. Understood, Mr. Guerrero. Timothy's voice gentled a fraction. Good. Now send me the list, but after that, get some rest. Clear. Clear? Timothy hung up the phone. Once their office was settled, he'll have to go back to his dealership in Tondo, where he'd finalized the lineups of the TG motors. He'll have to show them what the cars would look like in the presentation in their upcoming meeting in the first day of the year. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, same day. Timothy panted as he jogged on one of the treadmills of the One Sarandra residences. It was his first day of hitting the gym, and the reason for that was because he believed that a healthy body was just as important as a sharp mind in running a business empire. Sweat rolled down his forehead, his shirt clinging slightly to his back as the numbers on the treadmill screen blinked steadily. After 20 minutes, he slowed to a walk before stepping off. He grabbed a towel from the rack, wiped his face, and made his way to the free weights section. A pair of dumbbells caught his eye, and he started a set of curls, his muscles burning slightly with each repetition. 7, 8, 9, he muttered under his breath before lowering the weights with a grunt. He moved next to the bench press, loaded the bar with moderate weight, and lay back. With steady breathing, he pushed the bar upward, locking his arms before lowering it slowly. The rhythm of the exercise grounded him. Push, hold, down. By the time he finished 3 sets, his arms trembled with fatigue, but his expression showed quiet satisfaction. Timothy ended his session with a few pull-ups and sit-ups, determined to set a routine. As he was drying himself with the towel, his phone buzzed on the bench beside him. He picked it up and saw Hana's name on the screen. Mr. Guerrero, have you chosen an office? Hana's voice came through. Timothy sat down, opening his email app with one hand while still holding the towel in the other. He quickly scanned through the file Hana had sent earlier. 3 listings, all within BGC, with pictures, floor plans, and lease details neatly organized. His eyes lingered on the second option, spacious, modern interiors, already fitted with conference rooms and executive offices, located just a short walk from Shangri-La. Yes, Timothy said after a pause. I've checked the file. We'll go with the second option. Noted. I'll inform the agent. Shall we meet there today? Hana asked. Timothy glanced at the wall clock in the gym. Yes, 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'll drive us there and we'll discuss the details directly with the agent. Understood. I'll be ready by then, Hana replied. Good. See you at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Ford Raptor pulled up once again at the entrance of Shangri-La at the fort. Timothy leaned back in the driver's seat, engine rumbling softly as he spotted Hana waiting just outside the lobby doors. She wore a neatly pressed blouse tucked into a navy skirt, her tablet in one hand and her handbag slung over her shoulder. The hotel staff opened the door for her as she stepped out. Timothy immediately climbed down from the truck, circling around to open the passenger side. You're early, Timothy remarked as she climbed in. I didn't want to keep you waiting, Hana replied, settling into the seat and setting her tablet carefully on her lap. Timothy shut the door behind her, slid back into the driver's side and steered the Raptor out of the driveway. Their destination wasn't far. Timothy turned down Fifth Avenue, the truck rolling to a smooth stop in front of the Finance Center, one of BGC's most prominent towers. Here we are, Timothy said as he shifted the gear to park. Hana glanced up at the sleek glass-covered skyscraper that loomed above them. They are on the 15th floor, but the agent will meet us in the lobby, Hana said. Have you told them that we need the office in an instant? Yes, they are ready for occupancy, Hana confirmed. Timothy nodded, satisfied with Hana's reply. Instead of stopping at the driveway, he guided the Ford Raptor toward the underground parking entrance. A guard waved them through, and the ramp curved downward into the brightly lit basement levels of the Finance Center. Concrete pillars lined the space, each row marked with bold letters and numbers. Timothy found a slot close to the elevator lobby and eased the truck in, cutting the engine. The rumble died, leaving only the muffled hum of other cars and footsteps echoing across the garage. He stepped out first, straightening his jacket, then circled around to open Hana's door. Let's go, he said simply. They crossed the parking area, the cool air-conditioned draft of the elevator lobby washing over them as they approached. Timothy pressed the button, and within moments the stainless steel doors slid open. They stepped inside, Hana tapping her tablet to double-check the agent's details. The elevator doors opened again at the ground lobby, revealing the soaring ceilings of the Finance Center's reception area. Polished marble floors reflected the warm glow of designer lights, and the glass walls framed the BGC skyline beyond. Near the reception desk stood a woman in her mid-30s, wearing a sharp blazer and holding a slim leather portfolio. Her posture was confident yet welcoming, her eyes scanning the arrivals until they landed on Timothy and Hana. She stepped forward, offering a professional smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Guerrero, Ms. CEO. I'm Clarice from Lichu Property Consultants. I'll be assisting you today with the space on the 15th floor. Timothy gave a firm nod, shaking her hand. Good afternoon. Let's get straight to it. Clarice guided them to the elevator. The elevator ride was smooth, the polished walls reflecting their silhouettes as Clarice tapped her keycard and pressed the button for the 15th floor. Hana stood beside Timothy, already scrolling on her tablet to match the listing details with what they were about to see. Timothy, hands in his pockets, watched the numbers tick upward. Ding. The doors opened to reveal a wide corridor with muted gray carpeting and recessed lights. Clarice led the way, heels clicking softly as she guided them to a glass double door with a frosted sign that read available for lease. With a practiced motion, she unlocked the door and pushed it open. This is the 515 square meter unit I mentioned, Clarice began, stepping inside. It's fully fitted, no need for construction delays. Conference rooms, private offices, a pantry, and an open floor space for staff are already in place. Timothy and Hana followed her in. The office stretched wide, with floor-to-ceiling windows wrapping around the corner, offering a sweeping view of the BGC skyline glass towers gleaming under the late afternoon sun. The Tagwig traffic below looked almost distant, muted behind the double-glazed glass. This is impressive, Timothy muttered, moving toward the windows. He placed his hands in his pockets, surveying the panoramic view. You can see all the way to Makati from here. Yes, Clarice said with a smile. The unit faces west, so you'll get sunsets over the skyline every evening. It gives a professional yet inspiring atmosphere, perfect for an executive headquarters. Hana had already broken off to examine the rooms. She peeked inside a large conference room with a long oak table and ergonomic chairs still wrapped in plastic. A mounted screen was already fixed on the wall. She scribbled quick notes on her tablet, then checked another room, an enclosed office with frosted glass walls, clearly designed for C-suite use. Mr. Guerrero, Hana called softly. There are 5 private offices, 1 boardroom, 2 smaller meeting rooms, and an open floor that can hold about 30 workstations comfortably. There's also a pantry in the back with its own sink and built-in cabinets. Timothy walked over, nodding at her summary. Good. That's the kind of setup we need. Clarice flipped open her leather portfolio and slid a brochure across a nearby counter. The asking rate is 1,500 per square meter, all in. That's competitive for this building and its location. Monthly, you're looking at around 772,500. Terms are flexibly on year minimum, renewable, with standard 3 months deposit and 3 months advance. Timothy glanced at Hannah, who was already running quick calculations. She gave him a small nod. It's within the market average. Some nearby spaces are going as high as 1,800 per square meter. Utilities? Timothy asked. Separate, but the building has fiber internet providers already in place. Security and maintenance are covered by the association dues, which are included in the rate. Timothy leaned against the counter, crossing his arms. How soon can we move in? Clarice's smile brightened. Immediately. The unit has been vacant for only 2 months, so everything is ready. Once the contract is signed and the initial payments are settled, you could start operations here tomorrow. That's what I like to hear, Timothy said. He looked at Hannah, who had been watching him carefully. Well, what do you think? Hannah glanced around the space one more time before answering. It checks all the boxes. The location is ideal, the layout works for our current scale, and the fact that it's ready for occupancy saves us weeks, maybe months. It's practical. Timothy gave a short nod, then turned back to Clarice. All right, let's sign it. 6 o'clock in the evening. Timothy and Hannah were back on the basement parking where they left the Ford Raptor. Timothy opened the door for her and she climbed down carefully, but her heel caught the edge of the curb. Ah, Hannah gasped, losing balance. Before she could fall, Timothy's arm shot out, steadying her by the waist. Her tablet nearly slipped from her hand, but she clutched it tightly while his grip kept her upright. For a brief second, time seemed to slow. Hannah's eyes widened, her face tilted up toward him. Timothy's gaze locked on hers, his hand firm against her side. Their breaths mingled faintly. Hannah's cheeks turned pink, while Timothy, usually composed, found himself staring longer than he meant to. Then, almost at the same time, they snapped back to reality. Sorry, Hannah muttered quickly, straightening herself and brushing her skirt with her free hand. Timothy let go, clearing his throat. You should be careful, don't rush. Yes, Mr. Guerrero, she said softly, though she avoided his eyes as she adjusted her tablet. He gave a small nod, pulling the door open wider. Come on, let's get going. Hannah climbed into the passenger seat properly this time, sitting stiffly as Timothy rounded to the driver's side. As the Raptor's engine rumbled back to life, the awkward silence lingered between them. Hannah looked out of the window, hiding her face that was all beet red. Oh my God, Hannah, what did you do? It's so embarrassing. She inwardly screamed. Timothy kept his eyes on the road as they eased out of the basement parking, but the silence was noticeable. He glanced at her briefly, then back at the traffic ahead. You all right? Yes, Hannah replied quickly, though her voice was a little too fast. She forced herself to look forward, clutching her tablet tightly on her lap. I'm fine, Mr. Guerrero, just careless. Timothy gave a small nod but didn't press further. Good, I thought you might have twisted your ankle. No, nothing like that, Hannah said, shaking her head lightly. The truck rolled past the BGC intersection, the city lights starting to glow as the evening crowd filled the sidewalks. Timothy shifted gears smoothly, then broke the quiet again. So what's your plan for the evening? I need to go back to Shangri-La, Hannah answered. The paperwork for the lease needs to be finalized tonight. If we want the office to be operational by January 1st, I can't afford to delay. Timothy exhaled slowly, almost like a sigh. I see. His hand drummed lightly against the steering wheel. I was going to invite you to dinner. Hannah's head tilted slightly, but she smiled faintly, eyes lowering. That's kind of you, Mr. Guerrero, but I'll just order something from the hotel restaurant. I need to work through the night if I have to. The paperwork is more important right now. Timothy's brow furrowed. He didn't argue, though part of him wanted to. Instead, he said simply, don't overdo it again. You already skipped sleep once. I need you functional, Hannah, not worn out. I'll manage, Hannah replied and added. It's only for a few more days. Once everything is settled, we'll be in position to move forward without delays. Timothy gave a short nod, letting the conversation end there. The Raptor rolled into Shangri-La's familiar driveway, the hotel staff already moving to assist as the truck slowed to a stop. Timothy shifted the gear into park and turned slightly toward Hannah. We're here. Hannah gathered her tablet and handbag, pausing just long enough to glance at him. His brow arched faintly. Just be careful next time. A flicker of pink touched her cheeks again before she pushed open the door. The hotel staff quickly stepped forward, one of them bowing slightly as he held the entrance open for her. Timothy watched her until the glass doors closed behind her. For a moment he lingered, his hand resting on the steering wheel. Then he exhaled through his nose, twisting the key and bringing the Raptor back to life with a deep rumble. No time to waste. He eased the truck out of the hotel's driveway and merged back into the BGC traffic. The neon signs and sleek buildings of the district slipped past the windows as he headed toward C5. His next destination lay further north, away from the polished streets of Tagwig, to Tondo, the dealership. He needed to finalize the lineup of TG Motors before the year ended. As the Raptor merged onto the highway, Timothy's expression hardened with focus. Hannah had her paperwork and he had his. Things are getting close and he could feel his heart racing from excitement. 1.5 hours later, Timothy arrived at his dealership in Tondo, the flawless auto resale. It had been a while since he last visited the dealership. To think that this would be the place where he'd reconstruct an average car into a high-tech electric vehicle that is way more advanced than Tesla and BYD. He parked the Ford Raptor to the curb and turned the engine off. He got out of the driver's seat and walked over to the huge gate of the dealership. Obviously, it was closed since Timothy had stopped operating on it since he set his goals of starting his own automotive company. He inserted the key to the small door of the huge gate and then pushed it open after unlocking it. Inside, the cars were still there, along with the electric vehicle design concept that he had reconstructed using the Altas. He will use the remaining cars to transform them into a TG lineup: hatchback, subcompact to full-size sedan, crossover SUV, mid-size SUV, full-size SUV, and a pickup truck. He already had the design in mind and the prompts required to materialize them. It will all be top-of-the-line model of the car. After all, once he has the top-of-the-line models for each car, making a different variant of each would be easy as it is just stripping off some of the features. Timothy activated the reconstruction system, and the user interface appeared before his eyes. Let's begin. Timothy had 7 cars in his dealership, and he planned on reconstructing every single one of them to prototype electric vehicle models for TG Motors. Now, starting with the Toyota Vios on the far right of the dealership, Timothy approached it and began thinking what type of car he should reconstruct it into a subcompact sedan. No, he already had one, reconstructed weeks earlier. His eyes shifted to the corner where the finished sedan gleamed under the workshop lights, proof of what his system could accomplish. That meant the Vios had to become something different, something fresh, a hatchback. He pictured it in his mind, a subcompact electric hatchback that could rival the Honda Brio, Toyota Wigo, BYD Dolphin, Suzuki Espresso. Compact yet futuristic, affordable but packed with technology, a city car for the new generation. He cracked his knuckles, pulled up the system interface in his mind, and issued the command: reconstruct Toyota Vios subcompact hatchback EV Lithium-X battery premium spec models. A soft pulse of blue light shimmered across the car. The old Vios body began to shift, metal creaking and bending as if guided by invisible hands. Panels folded, the trunk shortened, and the silhouette shrank into a more compact frame. Headlights slimmed into sleek LED strips while the grille vanished entirely, replaced by a smooth, aerodynamic face. The wheels grew sharper in design, optimized for efficiency. Within seconds, the transformation was complete. Where the Vios once stood, a brand new hatchback gleamed beneath the workshop lights. Smooth pastel paint caught the glow. Its design were both modern and sharp. He opened the vehicle and found a brochure on the driver's seat. He picked it up and read: TG hatchback model, body chassis. Class compact car C segment. Body style 5-door hatchback. Layout: front motor FWD, rear motor RWD, dual motor AWD configurable. Wheelbase 2,770, 109 in. Length 4,337, 171 in. Width 1,860, 73 in. Height 1,572, 62 in. Curb weight 1,420, 1,450 kg, 3,130, 3,197 lb. Powertrain Lithium-X platform. Electric motor system, dual permanent magnet synchronous motors, front rear with torque vectoring. TG dynamic drive control for instant power distribution. Power output standard variant, 300 HP 224 kW single motor FWD. Dual motor performance, 520 HP 388 kW AWD with launch boost. Track addition, 600 plus HP 447 kW peak with overdrive mode. Transmission, next-gen 1-speed TG direct flow reduction with regenerative braking up to 0.3 G. Battery pack Lithium-X ultra density, 50 kWh urban, 80 kWh standard, 110 kWh long range, 130 kWh performance, 70 lighter than conventional Li-ion packs. Fast charge 1080 in 12 minutes. Range 601,000 km, 372, 621 miles. Exterior features. Slim full-width LED headlamps with sequential turn signals. Frameless flush door handles, 18-inch Aeroflow alloy wheels, standard 19-inch dual-tone sport premium. Panoramic glass roof with electrochromic dimming. Active front aero grille shutters for optimized airflow. Interior comfort. Minimalist dashboard with 15-inch floating central touchscreen. Fully digital 12-inch driver instrument cluster. Multi-zone climate control with HEPA air filtration. Vegan leather seating with memory foam inserts. Flat folding rear seats with 1100L cargo capacity max. Wireless charging pad plus 6 USB-C ports. Ambient lighting with customizable color presets. Infotainment connectivity. TG SmartOS powered by AI interface. Over-the-air OTA software updates. Integrated voice assistant. Apple CarPlay Android Auto Wireless 12-speaker premium sound system, TG Audio Pro. Safety ADAS Advanced Driver Assistance Systems. TG Pilot Assist Level 2+. Blind Spot Monitoring BSM. Lane Departure Warning LDW plus Lane Keep Assist LKA. Adaptive Cruise Control with Stop Go. Forward Collision Warning plus Automatic Emergency Braking AEB. Rear Cross Traffic Alert 360 Surround View Camera plus Parking Assist. Driver Attention Monitoring. Reading all of that specs, Timothy couldn't help but smirk, so this was going to be the top-of-the-line hatchback, huh? And the fact that it got its own operating system, which means that he would definitely need a data center and software for it. Well, that can be reconstructed. Now the hatchback is done. It's time for the mid-size and full-size SUV. Timothy closed the hatchback's door, the blue glow of the system interface still lingering faintly across the workshop. The specs brochure slid back onto the seat, but in his mind he was already moving forward. 1 down, 6 more to go. His gaze shifted to the other side of the dealership, where the remaining vehicles sat in neat rows, each one an empty canvas, each one a future pillar of TG Motors. First, the mid-size sedan. All right, Timothy muttered. This one will be our mid-size sedan, something that competes with the Tesla Model 3 Hyundai Ioniq 6, but with Lithium-X at its core. The command was issued silently in his mind. Blue light rippled over the Camry, its structure reshaping into sharper lines and a lower stance. Timothy crossed his arms, nodding as the sedan finished its shift. Another brochure appeared on the driver's seat, detailing its specs, but he didn't open it yet. He didn't need to know what it represented. Next, the full-size sedan. Larger, more executive. A flagship saloon that would rival the Mercedes EQS and BMW i7. So he reconstructed one. After that, Timothy turned next toward the SUVs. 2 crossovers stood waiting, compact and mid-size frames. Ideal foundations for the fastest-growing segment in the EV market. Families wanted them, city drivers needed them, and competitors were already rushing to flood the space. For you too, one will rival the Toyota Corolla Cross and BYD Atto 3. The other, Hyundai Ioniq 5, Kia EV6, but better, always better. He lifted his hand and the system pulsed twice, sweeping over both vehicles in unison. The air shimmered as their bodies compacted and reshaped into crossover silhouettes. Timothy smirked as the light dimmed. That's 4, only 3 left. His eyes landed on the full-size SUV, the largest car in the lot, a Toyota Fortuner. Heavy, imposing, built for tough conditions. Exactly what he needed to prove TG Motors could deliver not just city cars, but machines capable of long journeys and rugged demands. This will be our monster. The family hauler, the luxury cruiser, the endurance king. The reconstruction process was slower this time, the bulk of the vehicle reconfiguring itself with a deep hum. Panels thickened, the base widened, giving it a more commanding stance. Timothy exhaled in satisfaction as the glow faded. Next came the MPV, a minivan-sized vehicle that every Asian and family market demanded. He walked over to the Toyota Innova and then reconstructed it into a luxurious MPV that would rival the Toyota Alphard. Finally, the pickup truck, the workhorse. Parked in the shadows of the garage was an old Hilux. The glow erupted one last time. The Hilux shuddered as its chassis reshaped into something bolder, stronger, a pickup built to outlast anything else on the road. After reconstructing his desired lineup, Timothy took a step back and gazed at all the cars he reconstructed. They were all aesthetically beautiful in design. He grabbed his iPhone and took a picture of them one by one. This is what he was going to show at the presentation. He wondered how they would react. January 1st, 2025. The date had finally come for the presentation of his executives. Timothy and Hannah were on their way to the new office located along 5th Avenue. The Ford Raptor rolled down the ramp into the underground parking of the finance center, headlights sweeping across neatly painted slots. The polished concrete gleamed, almost empty at this early hour, with only a few high-end sedans and SUVs scattered across the area. Timothy eased the truck into his reserved slot, engine rumbling to a stop. He unbuckled, turned briefly toward Hana and said, "Ready." Hana, already dressed in a crisp white blouse and navy blazer, her hair tied neatly, glanced at her tablet and gave a small nod. "Everything is set, Mr. Guerrero. The executives have already logged into the call. The conference room is prepared." "Good." Timothy stepped out, walking around to open her door. Together, they made their way toward the elevator lobby. Hana tapped her ID card against the elevator panel, and the doors slid open smoothly. They entered, the silence broken only by the faint hum of machinery as the elevator ascended to the 15th floor. When the doors opened, the TG Motors office greeted them in full. Hana walked briskly toward the conference room. Timothy followed. Inside, the long oval table was already prepared. A large screen dominated the far wall, showing the login interface of the upcoming presentation. Microphones were neatly arranged, bottles of water lined the table, and folders with the TG Motors logo were stacked at every seat. Hana set her tablet down, immediately checking connections. All systems green. "The Singapore team is already online. We're just waiting for your signal to start." Timothy adjusted his jacket, scanning the room. The executives he'd chosen, Carlos Mendoza included, were already present physically, seated on one side of the table. Others were joining remotely. "Happy New Year, Mr. Guerrero," Carlos said with a firm nod. "This is it. Happy New Year," Timothy returned. He stepped up to the head of the table, resting one hand on the surface as his gaze swept the room. "Please introduce me to the executives that you have chosen for this subsidiary." Carlos straightened in his seat, flipping open the folder in front of him. "Of course." He gestured toward the man seated 2 chairs down. "This is Luis Santiago, our chief financial officer." He spent 10 years with Toyota's regional division before moving into independent consultancy. He knows the ins and outs of production cost, taxation, and how to squeeze margins in this environment. Luis gave a respectful nod. "Mr. Guerrero, it's an honor. I've reviewed your outline. If executed correctly, TG Motors can leverage incentives far more efficiently than previous players." Timothy's gaze shifted to the next person as Carlos continued. Samantha Estola's Chief Operating Officer. She oversaw operations for Mitsubishi's plant in Sta, Rosa before it was closed, knows plant floor logistics and has experience managing a workforce of more than 2,000 employees. Samantha leaned forward slightly. "I'll make sure your factory runs without waste, Mr. Guerrero." And finally, Carlos said, gesturing toward a younger woman seated near the end, Dr. Melissa Tan, Head of Research and Development. She's a chemical engineer who spent 6 years in Singapore working with advanced battery tech. Her focus will be on adapting your LithiumX platform to local conditions, heat, humidity, and infrastructure challenges. And also, she'll coordinate with the CTO of Mobility Holdings to make sure it is a success. Melissa adjusted her glasses. "For such a young man like yourself to be in possession of an advanced battery, I must say I'm intrigued and impressed." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Guerrero." Timothy allowed himself a small smile. "Impressive choices, Mr. Mendoza. I can see you didn't waste time." Carlos inclined his head slightly. "If we're building something this ambitious, I wanted a team that won't collapse under pressure." Timothy turned, glancing at Hana. "Log them into the Singapore presentation." "Yes, Mr. Guerrero," Hana said, her fingers moving across the tablet. Within moments, the large screen flickered, and the faces of the Singapore executives came into clear view. Akira Von Tan Cruz. Timothy clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward as he stood. "Everyone, I would like to introduce to you the executives of the TG Mobility Holdings in Singapore. Akira Sato, our Chief Technology Officer." Akira gave a small bow. "Next," Timothy said, turning slightly, "is Robert Vaughn, our Chief Operating Officer." Robert bowed his head politely, acknowledging their presence. "And then we have Mei Ling Tan, Chief Financial Officer." "It's a pleasure to meet you all," Tan said with a bow of her head. "And last but not least, Angela Cruz, our Chief Marketing Officer." Angela's confident smile was the kind that could win crowds. "Good morning, everyone, especially to my fellow Filipinos over there in the Philippines. Let's build this company together and make it to the top." Timothy allowed himself a faint smirk. "Good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Timothy clapped his hands. "Now that's all for the introductions of our team. I hope that each and one of you will work together for the best. After all, we all have great ambitions for this company, and that is to become the top 1 car manufacturer in the world. We will begin the presentation by hearing what the executives from Singapore have to say. I have given them a task to research what companies we should contract with to build the gigafactory in the Philippines, where to apply loans and how we would fund the project, the supply chains, and how we are going to market it." He continued, "You, executives of TG Motors Philippines, will make sure that their plans will align with our ground operations. Whatever they propose from Singapore, you will adapt and execute here without delay. This is how we will stay synchronized as one company." The Philippine team nodded, their expressions serious. "Now, let's begin the meeting." The moment Timothy said the meeting was about to get started, the executives' faces turned serious. He could see the determination on their faces and how they prepared for this meeting. We should start with who we are going to work with to build the Gigafactory, Timothy said, looking at Vaughn, who was assigned to handle it. Vaughn cleared his throat as he began. The companies we shortlisted fall under EPC engineering, procurement, and construction firms that specialize in large-scale industrial projects. Each has the experience and resources to deliver a gigafactory, but the trade-offs will matter. He tapped a key and the screen displayed the first name, Fluor Corporation. Vaughn's voice was steady. American firm, one of the largest EPC contractors globally. They have the technical expertise and manpower to build a facility of this scale in record time. Their record in Asia includes refineries, power plants, and advanced manufacturing facilities. Trade-off, they're expensive. Their bids are usually 20 to 30% higher than competitors, but if speed is your top priority, they can put the shell of the gigafactory up in as little as 12 to 15 months. The slide shifted. Next, Samsung CT Vaughn continued. They're South Korean and have extensive experience in high-tech industrial construction. They built semiconductor fabs, battery plants, and even large-scale infrastructure in record time. They also have the advantage of being closer to the Philippines, which means lower logistics costs and faster mobilization. However, their contracts tend to be rigid. Change orders or design adjustments during construction will cost heavily. He switched again. Then there's Bechtel. The company's logo appeared on the screen. American again, but more flexible in terms of partnerships. They've been involved in large projects across Asia and the Middle East. They can handle complex multi-phase builds, and they're willing to joint venture with local firms to reduce cost. The downside, timelines are longer. With Bechtel, we'd be looking at 20 to 24 months before full commissioning. Timothy leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the screen. Vaughn pressed on. Finally, Hyundai Engineering Construction. Vaughn's tone sharpened. They've recently expanded into EV-related facilities in Southeast Asia. They're aggressive, competitive in pricing, and fast. They can deliver a plant in around 18 months if everything goes smoothly. But their weakness is quality control. Several of their projects had issues with post-construction maintenance and equipment calibration. The slides faded, and Vaughn folded his hands on the table. So the trade-off is clear: Fluor for speed but at high cost, Samsung for advanced expertise but rigid terms, Bechtel for balance but longer timelines, and Hyundai for competitive pricing but higher risk of post-construction issues. He paused, letting the weight of the options hang in the air. In short, if we want a plant operational by late 2026, Fluor or Samsung are our best bets. If we're willing to compromise on time for cost savings, then Bechtel or Hyundai could work. But in my professional opinion, for a battery gigafactory, precision and speed are non-negotiable. My recommendation leans towards Samsung CT. They've built similar facilities in Korea and China, and they know this industry better than most. Timothy hummed in thought. If you think they are the best bet for a gigafactory, then we will go for them. But what about the lithium refinery, the cathode and anode, the data centers? First, lithium refinery. Vaughn pointed to a schematic of a processing plant. The Philippines doesn't have existing facilities capable of refining lithium carbonate or hydroxide to the purity required for Lithium X. We'll have to import raw concentrate, most likely from Australia, Chile, or Argentina, and refine it locally. Two firms stand out for partnerships. Ganfeng Lithium China, one of the largest lithium refiners globally, highly advanced but politically sensitive due to potential geopolitical risks. Albemarle USA, strong reputation, stable supplier but slower in committing to overseas joint ventures. He tapped again. Trade-off: Ganfeng can deliver equipment and expertise fast, but we risk heavy dependence on a Chinese supplier. Albemarle is safer geopolitically but slower, which could delay ramp-up. Timothy's expression hardened as he absorbed the information. Vaughn pressed on. Second, cathode-anode production. The slide switched to images of chemical reactors and coating machines. For cathodes, we need to process nickel, cobalt, and manganese into NCM compounds, adapt to Lithium X's proprietary mix. Anode side requires high-purity graphite or silicon blends. Options here include POSCO Chemical from South Korea and BASF from Germany. POSCO already supplies to multiple EV manufacturers in Asia, while BASF has advanced R&D into silicon anode integration. Both can license tech and set up joint facilities. He looked directly at Timothy. These can be built in parallel with the gigafactory, but it adds complexity. Samsung CT can oversee integration, but will need to decide whether to cluster all of them in one industrial park or spread them out to hedge risks. Third, data centers. Vaughn changed slides again, this time showing a futuristic render of a server facility. Since Lithium X batteries come with integrated software for smart charging, monitoring, and AI-driven optimization, we need local data centers. These won't be as massive as the factory, but they're critical. Candidates: ST Telemedia Singapore, reliable, already expanding in the Philippines. PLDT Enterprise, local, strong in infrastructure, but slower in scaling high-demand cloud computing. Amazon Web Services AWS can handle the global load, but costlier and dependent on external hosting. He leaned back, folding his arms. In my assessment, Samsung CT for the Gigafactory, POSCO or BASF for cathode-anode, Albemarle for lithium refining, and ST Telemedia for data centers would form a strong backbone. The room went quiet again, everyone digesting the scale of what was being proposed. And the equipment and materials needed, Timothy asked. I worked with our CTO, Dr. Akira Sato, and he suggested that we work with Panasonic Energy as a technical partner, Vaughn explained. They already have a deep background in cell manufacturing equipment coders, mixers, formation machines, quality control rigs. Their machinery is proven, reliable, and tailored for high-yield production. Trade-off is cost. Panasonic charges a premium, and they'll insist on embedding their own technical staff during commissioning. The screen shifted again, this time showing a list of machinery suppliers. For alternatives, Vaughn continued, we could approach Wuxi Lead Intelligent Equipment from China. They're aggressive on pricing and have supplied half the world's EV battery factories. They can ship equipment fast and set it up in under 12 months. But the trade-off is intellectual property risks and overdependence on a single market. He gestured toward the next slide. On the European side, Mance AG from Germany. Smaller scale but top tier in automation. They provide precision equipment, laser notching, electrode stacking, and advanced robotics. Their integration is cleaner, but they don't have the manpower to roll out multiple production lines quickly. Think quality over speed. Vaughn folded his hands, glancing toward Akira on the big screen. Dr. Sato is clear if we want LithiumX to work. We can't cut corners on equipment calibration. His recommendation leans toward Panasonic for core lines, supplemented by either Mance or Wuxi depending on budget and timeline. Akira gave a short nod on the video feed. LithiumX is not conventional chemistry. Variances in coating thickness, drying time, or electrolyte filling will cause major yield losses. If you want a stable 90-95 yield from the start, Panasonic is safest. Cheaper suppliers will get us up and running faster, but we risk early failures that could cripple our reputation before we even launch. The weight of his words settled over the room. Timothy pressed his palms against the table and leaned forward slightly. So Samsung CT for the build, Albemarle for refining, POSCO or BASF for cathode and anode, ST Telemedia for data, and Panasonic for core equipment. That's the ecosystem we're laying out. Mei Ling Tan, the CFO, interjected. That combination will cost north of 4 to 5 billion USD by conservative estimates. And that's just the construction of itself. It doesn't cover the raw materials required. Timothy sighed. Very well, proceed with your report. Mei Ling glanced at Vaughn. Before I dive into financing, I'd like Vaughn to finish his section. He's prepared an overview of raw material sourcing. That will define much of the cost base. Timothy gave a short nod. All right, go ahead, Vaughn. Vaughn tapped the remote again, and the screen filled with a world map, dots marking key mining and processing hubs. For LithiumX to work, we need stable, long-term contracts for lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese, and graphite. These are the lifeblood of the Gigafactory. He zoomed the map into South America. Lithium primary suppliers are Australia, Chile, and Argentina. Australia dominates hard rock spodumene supply, while Chile and Argentina hold massive brine reserves in the lithium triangle. Albemarle already operates in Chile, and if we contract them for refining, it makes sense to tie our upstream supply with their operations. Trade-off, higher cost, but cleaner logistics and political stability. The slide shifted to Southeast Asia. Nickel. The Philippines actually has the world's largest nickel reserves, but most exports are raw ore. Indonesia, on the other hand, has developed refining capacity after their export bans forced foreign firms to build local plants. For cathode-grade nickel sulfate, Indonesia is leading, with companies like Tsingshan and Vale Indonesia. To reduce costs, I recommend we split sourcing, Philippine ore for domestic value add, and processed nickel sulfate from Indonesia. He flipped the screen again. Cobalt mostly sourced from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Risk, unstable politics, questionable labor practices. Our alternatives are smaller suppliers in Canada and Australia, but they don't have the same volume. We can hedge this by signing mid-term contracts with Glencore's largest producer while simultaneously investing in cobalt recycling tech through our RD wing. That would reduce reliance on Congo over time. He pointed to the map again, shifting to South America and Africa. Manganese mainly from South Africa, Gabon, and Australia. This one is less volatile than cobalt. South 32 in Australia and Aramit in Gabon are reliable suppliers. We can lock in 5 to 10-year contracts with them for stable cathode production. Finally, the slide zoomed into China and Africa. Graphite for anodes. Natural graphite is primarily from China, but there's growing production in Mozambique and Madagascar. China controls over 60% of the world's supply. Given geopolitical risks, I recommend we diversify. Mozambique's Syrah Resources has proven quality and is already supplying Tesla, while we maintain a secondary line with Chinese suppliers as backup. He lowered the remote, folding his arms. In summary, for raw materials, lithium, Albemarle linked supply in Chile, Argentina, possibly some Australian contracts. Nickel, split between Philippine ore and Indonesian sulfate. Cobalt, Gloncor from Congo with long-term recycling development. Manganese, South 32 Australia and Aramid Gabon. Graphite, primary from Mozambique, secondary from China. This mix hedges political risk, stabilizes cost, and ensures we're not overly dependent on a single country. Butite will require aggressive contract negotiations starting immediately. The window is small. Every automaker is trying to secure supply before 2030. All eyes turned to Timothy, the CEO of the company. He could feel the weight of their gaze, the responsibility he has to shoulder as he was the leader of this company. Well, let's do everything you just said. It's a sound proposal to me. It's sad that nickel here is for exports only and not for refining. In the future, we'll make our own nickel refinery. Now, with the construction and raw materials secured, though not yet, I wonder how local companies will get into the action. I'm sure the government of the Philippines would want a local company to help construct the gigafactory, right? That's right, we can also contract EEI Corporation, Vaughn said, tapping again to bring up another slide. The logo of the Philippine construction firm appeared on the screen. EEI is one of the biggest local EPC contractors in the country. They've handled major industrial, energy, and infrastructure projects. Their advantage is compliance know Philippine labor laws, building codes, and how to navigate government permits. Pairing them with Samsung CT could smooth approvals and give us political goodwill. Carlos Mendoza nodded in agreement. It would also silence critics who might accuse us of favoring only foreign firms. If EEI gets a subcontract civil works, foundations, Utilitisit gives us local visibility. And you can bet the administration will highlight it as proof the gigafactory isn't just foreign money, but also Filipino jobs. Timothy leaned back in his chair, expression thoughtful. Good, that's important. This project isn't just about baterias, it's going to be a national symbol. We'll use the best the world has to offer, but the Philippines must see its own hands building it too. Vaughn clicked forward again, showing a split diagram, Samsung CT as lead EPC. EEI as domestic partner for civil works and auxiliary construction. Oversight by our internal project management office. That way we retain control, meet global standards, but still check the local participation box. Okay, that's good. Now, how will it look financially? I already figured this would be a huge investment on our part. Timothy looked at May. Mei Ling straightened her posture, flipping open her folder as the screen behind her switched to a breakdown of figures. I've run the numbers based on everything Vaughn presented: construction, refining, cathode and anode facilities, data centers, equipment, and raw material contracts. Factoring in contingencies and inflation buffers, the total capital expenditure will fall between 7.8 billion and 8.5 billion USD. A sharp intake of breath ran through the Philippine side of the table. Timothy, however, kept his expression calm. This includes, May continued, pointing at the slide, 3.2 billion for the gigafactory, build itself under Samsung CT with EEI as local subcontractor, 1.5 billion for cathode anode plants, 900 million for the lithium refinery, 400 million for data centers, 1.2 billion for equipment procurement and installation, and around 1.8 billion for securing 5-year raw material supply contracts. Add another 300 million buffer for contingencies. She let the numbers sink in. So yes, Mr. Guerrero technically have the personal capital to cover this outright with your 8 billion reserve, but doing so would not be wise. You drain liquidity, overexpose yourself, and lose leverage. Timothy folded his arms. Go on. May clicked forward, the slide changing to a financing model split into 3 blocks: equity, debt, strategic investors. Option 1, we fund 100 internally. Fast, clean, but leaves you financially vulnerable. No serious businessman burns all his capital at once. Option 2, structured financing. We take 40 from your capital, roughly 3.2 billion, and use it as equity seed. That demonstrates your commitment and gives lenders confidence. Then we secure 40, about 3.2 billion, through syndicated loans. Development banks like ADB and JBIC, as well as commercial banks like HSBC or Standard Chartered, are already lending aggressively into Southeast Asian EV projects. The remaining 20, about 1.6 billion, we raise via strategic investors. She tapped the final column. Option 3, bring in a cornerstone partner. Temasek from Singapore, SoftBank from Japan, or even sovereign wealth funds like GIC or Mubadala. They'd be eager to get a slice of LithiumX, but this comes at the cost of equity dilution and influence. She turned back to Timothy. In my professional judgment, the balanced approach is best. You anchor the project with your own money, proving this isn't smoke and mirrors. You leverage debt to spread the risk and secure favorable terms, while bringing in at least one strategic investor to strengthen credibility. That way, your personal stake remains intact, but TG Motors gains global confidence. The Philippine team exchanged glances. Carlos Mendoza leaned forward. That would also ease government scrutiny. If local regulators see international banks and sovereign funds involved, it signals legitimacy. Less chance of political attacks branding this as a vanity project. May gave a small nod. Exactly. It also means we keep a war chest from your personal reserves, Mr. Guerrero, for unforeseen costs or for expanding into that nickel refinery you mentioned. Timothy stayed quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the numbers. Everyone in the room could feel the weight of his decision. Finally, he spoke. So $8 billion on the table, but not all from me. I'll commit 40% personally. The rest are sourced from loans and investments. Very well. That means I'll be flying in and out of the country a lot. That's correct, sir, May confirmed. As the CEO, you will be the one signing those contracts. I really need that private jet, Timothy muttered under his breath. Okay, summarize it again, starting from construction to loans and investments, what countries and companies we need to approach. Hana flipped open her notebook, scanning her neat handwriting before speaking. Let me summarize everything, Mr. Guerrero. For construction, Samsung CT will lead, with EEI as local partner for civil works and compliance. For refining and components, Albemarle for lithium, POSCO or BASF for cathode and anode production. Data centers handled by SD Telemedia. Equipment will come from Panasonic for the core lines, with Mance or Wuxi to supplement if needed. She turned a page. Raw materials, lithium from Chile and Argentina under Albemarle, nickel split between Philippine ore and Indonesian sulfate, cobalt from Glencore with recycling RD, manganese from Australia and Gabon, and graphite primarily from Mozambique, with China as backup. Finally, she glanced up. Financing total cost is around $8 billion. You'll commit 40%, about $3.2 billion, as equity. Another 40% through syndicated loans from banks and development lenders. The last 20% came from strategic investors like Temasek or GIC, of course, none of which are final. I see, okay, we'll take a short break from here. With the break underway, Timothy and Hana excused themselves and were just outside of the conference room. This is going to be a massive investment on our part, based on the reports the executives just made, Timothy said. Yes, sir, I am already aware of that, Hana replied. Though what did you wish to speak with me? Well, we're going to hail the Philippine government on this matter. They have to know we are making a significant investment in the Philippines. I want you to work with our Filipino executives here after the meeting, Timothy said. Very well, sir, Hana answered with a short nod. The two stepped back into the conference room. Conversations hushed as the executives realized the meeting was about to resume. Timothy moved to his seat at the head of the table, Hana standing slightly to the side with her notebook in hand. Timothy glanced down the line of faces and spoke firmly. Let's proceed. We've covered construction, raw materials, and financing. Now let's hear from marketing. Angela, the floor is yours. She gestured at the screen. These vehicles are our main selling point, and make no mistake, they are not just cars. They're statements. The slide shifted to an interior view, minimalist dashboards with wide infotainment screens, customizable ambient lighting, ergonomic seating. Then Anna Thurslick pastel hatchbacks designed for city driving, followed by bold crossovers aimed at families. Angela leaned forward slightly, her tone deliberate. Filipino consumers have long been stuck with outdated, bare-bones vehicles sold at inflated prices. We changed that. TG Motors will launch with EVs that are aesthetically pleasing, modern, and packed with features rivaling Japanese and Korean imports but at a price point that undercuts them. The screen split into two, TG's hatchback prototype versus a Toyota Wigo and BYD Dolphin. The differences were stark. We're not just competing on technology, Angela continued, we're competing on aspiration. People don't just want an affordable car, they want one that looks good, feels premium, and makes a statement when parked in their driveway. That's what will win the Philippine market. Her fingers slid across the screen, now showing sample ads mocked up by her team, bright cityscapes, families smiling in their driveways, young professionals charging their cars in sleek urban hubs. The tagline read, "Drive the future, built at home." Local pride is also part of the message, Angela said firmly. These cars won't just be imported. They'll be built here in the Philippines by Filipinos. That resonates. It ties the product to the national identity and gives us the edge over every foreign brand that still treats this market as an afterthought. Timothy tapped his knuckles lightly against the table, his eyes on the screen. Can I ask a question? Dr. Akira Sato raised his hand. Yes. Colonial mentality, Timothy muttered under his breath. The room went still. A few executives exchanged knowing looks because they all understood the weight of those words. Dr. Sato, that is indeed the biggest hurdle. Filipinos have been conditioned to believe foreign brands equal quality. It's why Japanese, Korean, and even Chinese cars dominate the market. but that perception can be challenged through proof, through visibility, and through pride. She flicked to another slide. A simple phrase appeared in bold letters: global standards, Filipino hands. Our strategy, she continued, is to position TG Motors as both global and local. We highlight that our engineering is backed by international experts like yourself, Dr. Sato, and our supply chain comes from the same Tier 1 partners that supply Tesla, Hyundai, and Toyota. Buter assembly lines, our workforce, our final product, those will proudly bear the mark of Filipino craftsmanship. We don't run from it, we embrace it. Luis Santiago, the CFO of the Philippines subsidiary, interjected. But Angela, consumers are cynical. Ads alone won't change minds. What if the first batch has even a hint of defect? That could cripple us before we even start. That won't happen through quality control, Angela simply replied. That is an important part, and I am sure that the engineering team won't mess it up. Well, time will tell, and I'm betting a huge amount of money on it, Timothy said. Now, executives from the TG Motors Philippines, do you have any questions from our executives from the holding company? Silence settled for a moment as Timothy's question hung in the air. The Philippine executives exchanged glances, weighing whether to probe further, but the presentation had been thorough: construction, raw materials, financing, and now marketing. The foundation was clear, and the risks were already acknowledged. Carlos Mendoza spoke first. On our side, Mr. Guerrero, I believe the reports covered everything we needed to understand. It was comprehensive. At this stage, no further questions. Luis Santiago gave a short nod in agreement. I concur. The financial frameworks and supplier strategies are ambitious but solid. No additional concerns from me. Samantha Estolas leaned back in her chair, her hands folded neatly. Operations will adjust accordingly once construction is finalized. For now, I have no questions. Finally, Dr. Melissa Tan pushed her glasses up and spoke with a small smile. Marketing was convincing. As long as quality assurance is non-negotiable, I believe the perception challenge can be overcome. No questions. Timothy let his eyes sweep the table once more, satisfied by the unified response. He gave a sharp nod. January 8, 2025, Malacanang Palace, Manila. The ceiling fans in the presidential study turned lazily, though the air was already chilled by the palace's air conditioning. President Ferdinand A. Marcos sat behind his ornate desk, papers stacked high, a glass of water resting on one corner. His chief of staff, Secretary Ramon Villanueva, stood opposite him with a slim folder in hand. Mr. President, Villanueva began carefully, we've received a formal request for an audience. A CEO wishes to speak with you directly. Marcos didn't look up immediately, his pen scratching across a document. Another one of those businessmen looking for tax breaks. Who is it this time? Villanueva hesitated, then answered, a Mr. Timothy Guerrero. The president stopped mid-stroke, finally raising his eyes. Guerrero? He frowned. I don't know that name. Some old money clan. No, sir, Villanueva said, voice measured. Not old money. He's very young, barely in his 20s according to the file. Marcos leaned back in his chair, chuckling under his breath. A 20-something CEO wants a meeting with the President of the Republic. And why, pray tell, does this boy think he deserves my time? Villanueva opened the folder and slid it across the desk. Because, Mr. President, he says his company is going to build a gigafactory in Subic. The chuckle turned into a laugh. A gigafactory in the Philippines, Subic no less. Do you have any idea how absurd that sounds? But Villanueva did not laugh. His expression remained grave as he tapped the folder. With respect, sir, it appears to be legitimate. We were given the company profile. The holding company TG Mobility Holdings was incorporated in Singapore last year. Their Philippine arm, TG Motors Philippines, is fully registered with all clearances. No hiccups in their paperwork. They even have a complete organizational structure in place. Marcos's amusement faded into a curious frown. He flipped through the documents, gleaning incorporation papers, executive profiles, and preliminary plans stamped by lawyers and accountants. And this, Timothy Guerrero, Marcos asked slowly, who is backing him? Foreign firms, oligarchs? Or is this another startup scam waiting to burn out? Just him, sir. I think it's best if you entertain this one with a meeting. If he is sure that he has the capital to build a gigafactory to produce electric vehicles, then you can use the project to make your image stronger, Villanueva explained carefully. Marcos raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. My image? Yes, Mr. President, Villanueva replied. Energy transition, electric mobilities are buzzwords in the international community. If a Philippine-based gigafactory project really pushes through, you could present it as your administration's win. The president tapped the folder with his knuckles, still skeptical. You're saying I should let this boy stand next to me and claim he's about to transform the country's industry. I can't believe this, but seeing is believing, send him in. Villanueva gave a short nod. Understood, Mr. President. I'll have the presidential management staff arrange the schedule. He's already in Manila. Marcos leaned back, folding his arms. Already here. 2 hours later, a convoy of black SUVs rolled into the palace grounds. Security men in barongs and dark sunglasses stood at attention, their eyes sweeping over the vehicles as they came to a halt at the front steps. From the second SUV, Timothy Guerrero stepped out in a dark navy suit. Despite his youth, he carried himself with calm confidence, his gaze steady as he adjusted his tie. Hana followed closely, a folder in hand, her sharp professionalism making her look every bit the executive aide. Is this escort even necessary? Timothy asked, looking over his shoulder where the SUVs and men stood. They were just a rental, by the way. They do it projects aura, Mr. Guerrero. People tend to respect someone who comes in style. Inside, they were escorted through the marble halls by a presidential usher. The grandeur of Malacanang, chandeliers hanging from high ceilings, oil paintings of past presidents lining the walls was hard to ignore. This was his first time in the Malacanang Palace and the experience was surreal. This is something he would never experience in his average life. Sir, she whispered, remember, his first instinct will be skepticism. Speak clearly, show the numbers, and let the scale of the project speak for itself. Timothy gave a short nod. I know. This isn't about mates, about what the factory means for the country. Moments later, the double doors opened. President Ferdinand A. Farcos sat behind his ornate desk, looking up as Timothy and Hana entered. His expression was guarded, somewhere between curiosity and disbelief. Mr. Guerrero, Villanueva announced formally, the president will see you now. Farcos leaned back, studying the young man before him. He didn't take the hand immediately, instead letting a smirk tug at his lips. So, you're the one who claims he's going to build a gigafactory in Subic. Yes, Mr. President, Timothy confirmed. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Timothy Guerrero and this lady next to me. Seo Hana, I'm the personal secretary of Mr. Guerrero. I'm from South Korea. It's a pleasure to meet you. She bowed her head respectfully. Farcos scanned the two for a moment before speaking. So young, I wonder how you will pull off your ambitious project, Farcos said. Timothy couldn't help but feel inwardly disgusted at the president. He was after all a son of a previous dictator who plundered billions of money, and he has the audacity to even ask how he will pull off his project. Let me show you the documents, sir. Timothy shook off his thoughts and beckoned Hana to hand him the documents. Hana stepped forward, sliding a neatly bound folder across the polished surface of the presidential desk. Timothy opened it halfway, turning it so that the president could see the first page clearly, a consolidated financial statement audited and notarized. These are the books, sir, my personal financials, not projections, not borrowed capital, liquid assets under my control. Farcos raised an eyebrow, leaning forward. His eyes scanned the numbers, and for a brief moment the usual mask of political confidence slipped. The figure stared back at him in bold, 7.9 billion USD. Villanueva cleared his throat, almost nervously. We already verified the documents through secondary channels, sir. They're legitimate. Farcos set the folder down slowly, his fingers drumming against the desk. His smirk was gone now, replaced by something harder to disguise, surprise. You're telling me, the president said at last, his voice low, that this money is yours, not some investors. Timothy met his gaze squarely. All mine, Mr. President. And I intend to use it here in our country to build something that will outlast both of us. The study fell silent. For once, Farcos had no ready remark, no sardonic quip. He leaned back in his chair, one hand pressed against his chin, weighing the young man before him. Timothy closed the folder with deliberate calm and slid it back toward himself. Then, with a faint but confident smile, he said, Now, Mr. President, let's talk business. The moment Timothy said they'd get into business, the president's face hardened into something more official. Go on, Farcos said, folding his hands on the desk. Farcos arched a brow. You're asking me to cut through the bureaucracy. I'm asking you to clear a path, Timothy replied evenly. We're ready to move fast. Construction can start within the year. But if we get buried in red tape, the whole project slows, and so does the benefit to the country. The president leaned back, tapping a finger on the desk. And in return, what do I tell the Filipino people? What do they gain from this factory of yours? Jobs, lower-priced cars, prestige. Timothy nodded once, all of the above. Tens of thousands of jobs during construction and operations. A real EV industry built here, not imported. And vehicles that Filipinos can actually afford. We'll make sure it isn't just another foreign brand setting up shop to take money out of the country. This is local, Mr. President, built here. By our people, and whatever legacy this could bring, it will be synonymous with your administration. Think about it. Farcos narrowed his eyes, weighing the words. Flattery is cheap, Mr. Guerrero. Tell me what you really want. The room went still. Farcos exchanged a quick glance with Villanueva, then looked back at Timothy. You're asking me to waive billions in taxes for you. You realize how that sounds to the public. Timothy shook his head, not waive a defer. Give us corporate tax breaks and exemptions in the early years when we're pouring capital into construction and operations. Once the factory is running and the cars are rolling out, the taxes you collect from payroll, suppliers, consumer sales, and exports will more than cover it. Think long-term revenue, not short-term collection. Villanueva spoke cautiously. Mr. President, incentives are standard for foreign investors. If we don't match or at least approximate what other countries offer, projects of this scale usually go elsewhere. Farkos drummed his fingers on the desk, eyes never leaving Timothy. And you're saying that without these tax breaks, this gigafactory of yours doesn't happen? Timothy's answer was calm but unyielding. I'm saying it would be harder to justify keeping it here. We could build in Vietnam, Thailand, even Indonesia are already courting EV companies with aggressive incentives. I want this factory in Subic in the Philippines, but we need the government to meet us halfway. After all, we can't do this alone. The president leaned back in his chair, lips pressed thin, thinking. The benefits of constructing a gigafactory in the Philippines would put the country into the global spotlight, a feather in his administration's cap. Jobs, technology transfer, exports, all of it sounded good on paper. Timothy gave a short nod. That's good to hear, Mr. President. But then Farkos raised a finger. On one condition. Timothy's eyes narrowed. And that is, the president's smirk returned, though his tone was laced with seriousness. A project of this scale in my country, under my administration, it would be foolish not to secure the national interest. I want a share of the company, not on paper through taxes, but a direct equity stake for the government. The room chilled. Hannah shifted beside Timothy, her hand tightening slightly on her folder. Timothy shook his head immediately. That won't work, Mr. President. Farkos arched a brow. Why not? It's fair. I give you political cover and resources. The country gains ownership. Timothy's voice stayed steady but firm, because government shares mean government influence. The moment you or any future administration have a stake, decisions stop being about efficiency and innovation. They become political. Budgets get redirected. Appointments get compromised. Corruption seeps in. I won't risk this project becoming another state-controlled boondoggle. Villanueva shifted uneasily, but Timothy pressed on, leaning forward. I'll give the Philippines far more than a token shareholding ever could. Jobs, local supplier contracts, tax revenue once the factory is running. That's real benefit, not a seat on the board that will only drag the company into political games. If you want national interests safeguarded, do it through regulation, not ownership. For a moment, silence stretched in the room. Farkos studied him, clearly not used to being told no. Look, we really want to build the gigafactory in the Philippines because this is my country. But if you were to suggest that again, I would be compelled to look for another country to build my gigafactory. I don't care if my fellow countrymen call me a traitor, but I just have one response to them if they so demand an explanation. He offered it here first. You turned it into politics. The words landed heavy in the room. Hannah kept her eyes low, but a faint smirk tugged at her lips. Timothy had spoken with finality, and he meant every word. Farkos leaned back in his chair, silent for a beat, then let out a low chuckle. You've got teeth, Guerrero. Most men your age would be begging at this desk, not threatening to walk away. I'm not here to beg, Mr. President, Timothy replied evenly. I'm here to build something that will last. The president's smirk softened into a half-smile. He gave a slow nod. Very well. No shares. I only wanted to see if you'd fold under pressure. You didn't, and that tells me you're serious. Villanueva exhaled quietly, the tension in the room easing. Farkos leaned forward now, voice lower, more measured. Then let's proceed on your terms. Incentives, clearances, land, consider them guaranteed. A week later in the Malacanang Palace, a polished table stood at the center, two folders neatly arranged on its surface. President Ferdinand A. Farkos sat at one end, Secretary Villanueva by his side. Across from them, Timothy and Hannah took their seats, both folders already within reach. This, Villanueva said as he slid the documents forward, is the Memorandum of Understanding between TG Motors Philippines and the Republic of the Philippines. It outlines the incentives, the land use, and the government's commitment to fast-track permits and clearances. Before we sign, Mr. President, I want one condition clear, Timothy said evenly. Farkos raised an eyebrow. And what is that? No leaks, no public announcements, not yet. The president leaned back in his chair, almost amused. You really want to keep this quiet? A multi-billion-dollar project like this could make waves instantly. It could give Mindanao headlines across the region. Why sit on it? Timothy didn't hesitate. Because I haven't signed contracts with the consortium that will build the gigafactory. Samsung CT, Albemarle, POSCO, Panasonic, they're still in final negotiations. If word gets out too early, it complicates everything. They'll push for higher terms or worse, doubt that the Philippine side can control the narrative. I won't risk destabilizing the project before it's secure. Farkos's eyes narrowed, so it will be a consortium of foreign companies. For a moment, the president studied him, as though testing whether he truly believed his own words. Then he gave a short nod. All right, no announcements. We'll keep this between us until you're ready. Both men picked up their pens and signed the papers. When the documents were done, Farkos closed his folder and looked at Timothy with a faint smile. You've got yourself your incentives, Guerrero. Now let's see if you can deliver on all these promises. Timothy returned the look without flinching. We will. That's why I wanted this private first, so that when it goes public, there will be no promises, only facts. January 22nd, 2025, NAIA Terminal 2, Manila. The convoy rolled through the side gate of Ninoy Aquino International Airport, bypassing the crowded commercial terminals. Security waved them through into the executive hangars, where sleek jets stood lined up under the morning sun. Timothy stepped out of the SUV, sunglasses shielding his eyes from the glare bouncing off polished fuselages. Hana followed closely, tablet in hand, already scrolling through the specifications she had prepared. "Sir," she said as they walked toward a gleaming white jet parked at the far end of the apron, "this is the Gulfstream G700 demo unit flown in by the jet business. They brought it in specifically for inspection. No commitments yet, they are waiting for your decision." Timothy slowed his steps as they approached. The G700 dwarfed the smaller business jets around it, its elongated fuselage and raked wings giving it a commanding presence. The silver lettering gleamed across its tail. "Where is Steve?" Timothy asked. "I'm here, sir," came the reply. From the open air stairs of the Gulfstream G700, a tall, sharply dressed man descended with an easy confidence. Steve Varsano, the CEO of the jet business, adjusted his suit jacket as he approached, his polished shoes tapping lightly on the metal steps. His expression carried the kind of charm only a man who had closed billion-dollar deals could wear. "Mr. Guerrero," Steve greeted warmly, extending his hand. "Welcome. I thought it best I come personally. When someone is considering a jet of this caliber, it deserves more than just a sales rep." Timothy shook his hand firmly. "Good to finally meet you, Steve. I've read about the jet business and how you sell jets straight out of your London showroom. Didn't expect you'd fly all the way here." Steve gave a small grin. "For a man like you, I'd fly twice as far. You're not just looking for a jet, you are laying down infrastructure, building an empire. If you're moving at that scale, you don't need an airplane. You need this airplane." He gestured toward the sleek fuselage behind him. Hana glanced at Steve briefly before speaking. "We've already reviewed the specs. Cabin configuration, range, avionics. What Mr. Guerrero needs the jet to be used now. We have a strict deadline for signing contracts across the globe. Don't worry, she is ready to be boarded," Steve said and continued. "Do you want a tour inside, Mr. Guerrero, to see what your private jets look like inside?" Timothy gave a short nod. "Yes, let's see what she can do." Steve motioned toward the air stairs with a polished smile, "Then step aboard. The cabin has been configured in a standard demonstration layout, but of course everything is customizable." Timothy climbed the stairs with Hana close behind, her tablet already recording notes. Inside, the air was cool and subtly perfumed. The cabin stretched longer than any business jet Timothy had ever set foot in. Wide aisles, tall ceilings, and 4 distinct living zones divided by sliding partitions. Steve gestured around as they entered. Up front, you have the executive lounge, fully reclining seats, swivels, conference tables. Then a dining area that doubles as a workspace, a full galley, and in the back your master's suite with an en-suite shower. Hana paused by one of the leather recliners, her fingers brushing across the stitching. "The craftsmanship is impeccable. What about connectivity?" "Ka-band satellite internet," Steve replied smoothly. "Seamless video conferencing, anywhere in the world. You could be flying over the Pacific and still host a board meeting without a single drop in quality." Timothy ran his hand across the conference table, then looked toward the rear of the jet. "Range, 7,500 nautical miles at Mach 0.85, Steve answered without hesitation. "That's nonstop Manila to New York or Manila to London with reserves. If you're serious about global contracts, this jet eliminates layovers entirely. How about the cruise? Do you provide it?" Timothy asked, glancing back toward Steve. "Of course," Steve replied smoothly. "When you purchase through us, we arrange full crew sourcing and training. Pilots with Gulfstream-type ratings, flight attendants trained specifically for long-haul VIP service. You'll have a complete flight department ready to operate as soon as we sign the contract." "Very well, let's sign it," Timothy said without hesitation. January 23, 2025, Gulfstream G700, cruising at 41,000 feet. The faint hum of the twin Rolls-Royce Pearl engines filled the cabine, a low, smooth resonance that somehow sharpened Timothy's focus. The jet's digital display traced their path in pale blue across a dark map: Manila, Seoul, Tokyo, Perth, Pohang, Manila. Across from him, Hana flipped through the week's itinerary. Construction, materials, equipmental within 7 days. If we pull this off, Subic will officially become the most advanced industrial project in Southeast Asia. Timothy leaned back in his seat, his eyes fixed on the window where the curvature of the earth shimmered beneath morning sunlight. It's not if Hana, it's when. The intercom crackled. "Mr. Guerrero will be descending into Incheon in 40 minutes. Incheon, South Korea, January 23. Snow dusted the tarmac as the Gulfstream touched down. The cold air bit sharply as they stepped onto the runway, a convoy of Genesis sedans already waiting. At Samsung CT headquarters, a team of executives led by Vice Chairman Kim Seung-woo received them in a glass-walled boardroom overlooking the Han River. Timothy wasted no time. Samsung CT will handle full EPC responsibility, engineering, procurement, and construction. We need foundations poured in Subic by mid-year, structural steel by November, and the roof completed before the next monsoon season. Kim frowned slightly. That's an accelerated timeline, Mr. Guerrero. Even with imported heavy machinery, local permitting and soil preparation might delay progress. Not this time, Timothy replied. I've already secured presidential backing. Every permit, every clearance will be prioritized. You'll have a dedicated government desk assigned to this project. Kim exchanged looks with his colleagues. And the design specifications. You'll coordinate with POSCO for steel grades and Panasonic for the interior industrial systems. I'll send the master layout tonight. There was silence, followed by the quiet sound of pens clicking open. Contracts were signed within the hour. Samsung CT was officially in. As their car pulled away from the glass tower, Hana glanced at Timothy. You didn't even hesitate, he smiled faintly. There's no time to hesitate when the whole world is still watching in silence. Tokyo, Japan, January 24th. The next morning, the Gulfstream glided into Haneda Airport under a gray winter sky. By mid-morning, Timothy and Hana stood inside Panasonic's headquarters in Minato, the walls lined with screens displaying battery assembly lines and robotic automation. We're not here to buy batteries, Timothy began once the meeting started. Lithium-X will be built in-house. What we need is your machine remixers, electrode coaters, formation chambers, and dry room automation systems. We'll handle the chemistry, but we want Panasonic engineering to anchor the process. The senior executive leaned forward, intrigued. So you plan to build your own cell technology from scratch? Timothy nodded. Exactly. Lithium-X will outperform conventional lithium-ion. Higher density, faster charging, better thermal efficiency. But to build it efficiently, we need your precision and your automation systems. Hana slid a folder across the table. This outlines a 5-year technical partnership. Panasonic provides equipment, systems integration, and training engineers at our Subic facility. In exchange, TG Motors guarantees exclusivity for future upgrade phases. The Japanese engineers murmured among themselves. One finally looked up. This level of cooperation, it's unusual. You're asking for access to our full automation suite. Timothy's answer was calm. Because I'm not asking for favors, I'm paying for the best. You get guaranteed volume and co-branding rights in every technical release. You'll have your name in the world's newest gigafactory. There was silence, then a slow nod from the lead executive. Agreed. Panasonic will deliver. By the time the meeting ended, Timothy had locked in a contract worth over $600 million in manufacturing equipment and automation systems for Lithium-X's next stop, Hana said as they returned to the jet, Perth, Albemarle. Timothy smiled. Time to secure the source. Perth, Australia, January 25th. The midday heat hit them like a wave. From the window of the convoy, the Australian outback stretched for miles-rid earth, rugged hills, and endless mining roads. Inside Albemarle's regional office, the atmosphere was all business. The company's global lithium director, a grizzled man in his 50s, wasted no time. You're requesting a dedicated supply stream from our Greenbushes operation. That's half our Asian quota for next year. That's right, Timothy replied calmly. We're offering a 10-year fixed purchase agreement for lithium hydroxide volumes guaranteed. Prices indexed to production cost, not market speculation. The director raised a brow. You're effectively asking for control of your own lithium channel. I'm building an ecosystem, Timothy said simply. I don't want to buy from traders. I want to trace every atom from mine to cell. We'll even establish an Albemarle technical office inside our Subic complex to coordinate shipments and refining processes. You'll have presence and prestige without risk. The director leaned back, impressed. You're not thinking small, are you? No, Timothy replied. The Philippines won't just assemble EVs. We'll manufacture the heart that powers them. By sunset, the agreement was finalized. Albemarle would supply Lithium-X grade lithium hydroxide exclusively for TG Mobility's gigafactory operations in Subic. That night, as the jet prepared to depart Perth, Hana leaned against the cabin window, watching the lights below. 3 partners down in 4 days, she said softly. Timothy simply replied, 2 more, and we close the circle. Pohang, South Korea, January 27th. The Gulf Stream descended over Korea's industrial coast, its gray skyline dotted with smokestacks. Timothy's final meeting took him to POSCO's headquarters, where the scent of steel and oil hung in the air. Seated across from the company's chairman, Timothy laid out the final piece of the puzzle. We need high-grade rolled steel for EV frames and battery casings, he explained, but we're not importing everything from Korea. I want a fabrication line established in Subic, POSCO-owned, but locally operated. Exactly, Timothy said. TG Motors will provide the land and logistics. In exchange, POSCO supplies the technology and personnel to train a Filipino workforce. You'll get tariff exemptions and first priority on supply contracts. The chairman smiled slightly, understanding. You're binding all of us together. Construction by Samsung, materials by us, systems by Panasonic, lithium by Albemarle. Each dependent on the other. That's the point, Timothy said. Mutual interest ensures commitment. If one fails, all fail. By the time the meeting ended, the final contract was signed. POSCO was in. January 29th over the Pacific, returning to Manila. The cabin lights were dim, the sky outside dark except for the faint curve of dawn. Hana sat across from Timothy, reviewing digital copies of every agreement. In 1 week, she said quietly, we've secured everything: Samsung for EPC, Panasonic for manufacturing systems, Albemarle for lithium, POSCO for steel. The entire supply chain for LithiumX is in place. Timothy leaned back, staring out into the dark horizon. Good. Because once we land, we start Phase 2 acquisition of land, import permits, and construction mobilization. Hana looked up from her tablet. Do you think President Farkos will keep his word about keeping everything quiet? He will, Timothy said with quiet confidence. Because when this goes public, it won't be a promise, it'll be history. The jet sliced through the morning sky toward Manila, sunlight slowly breaking over the horizon. Below them lay the Pacific, and ahead Subic, the future site of the world's next great industrial revolution. Timothy looked out the window. This is it, the beginning of my empire. April 15th, 2025, Subic Bay, Philippines. 2 months had passed since the Gulfstream's world circuit. In that short span of time, the impossible had been set in motion. The once empty industrial expanse along Subic's coast was now a sea of scaffolding, earth movers, and men in hard hats. Tower cranes loomed over flattened ground, carving out what would soon become the largest industrial complex in Philippine history. The foundations for the assembly hangar stretched across the horizon, massive concrete grids reinforced with imported POSCO steel. From the air, it looked like the skeleton of a new city. Timothy stood at the center of the site, wearing a white safety helmet and a dark suit rolled up at the sleeves. The morning sun glinted off his sunglasses as he surveyed the heavy machinery crawling across the property. Behind him, Hana approached with a clipboard. We just got confirmation from Samsung CT, she said. All pre-foundation work is ahead of schedule. The first pile driving will begin this weekend. Timothy nodded, his eyes still fixed on the cranes. Good, I want that done before the rains start. Tell them no delays, every day counts. Hana tapped on her tablet, already relayed. Panasonic's engineers are also arriving next week for the first batch of dry room calibration. They'll be coordinating with EEI for the local fit-out. Perfect, Timothy said quietly. Everything's in place. A few meters away, a group of local contractors watched in quiet awe as foreign supervisors guided the setup of massive precast molds. Trucks rumbled in and out, carrying rebar and aggregate from the nearby port. This was no longer a dream. It was real. By noon, Timothy and Hana were back inside a temporary field office, a sleek glass-walled structure overlooking the bay. The room was filled with blueprints, environmental compliance reports, and 3D renderings of the finished gigafactory. On the main screen, the entire project timeline was displayed. TG Gigafactory, project timeline, February 2025 completion target, Q2 2026. Engineering, procurement, construction, EPC, Samsung CT. Steel framework, structural components, POSCO. Battery manufacturing systems, automation, Panasonic. Raw material supply, lithium hydroxide, Albemarle. Lithium refinery processing plant, TG LithiumX refining division, in partnership with Albemarle. Cathode production facility, TG Materials Division, joint venture with POSCO Chemtech. Anode production facility, TG Carbon Tech Division, utilizing graphite supply from Mozambique and China. Civil Works Local Contracting, EEI Corporation. Projected output at full operation, 28 GWh annual cell production capacity, LithiumX cells. Supporting production of 450,000 plus electric vehicles per year. Fully integrated mine to battery to vehicle ecosystem, the first of its kind in Southeast Asia. Everything we need to go public is here, Hana said. Press kits, financial summaries, environmental clearances. The communications team has drafted a full media package. Once we coordinate with the palace, we can announce the groundbreaking. Timothy crossed his arms. Has the president responded to my message yet? His office replied this morning, she said, handing him a printed letter. They're ready when we are. They just need your final confirmation on the date. Timothy read it silently, then set it down. Tell them we'll do it 1 week from now, April 22nd. That's Earth Day. Let's make it symbolic. Hana smiled faintly. Fitting, the start of a clean energy empire. Exactly. April 20th, Malacanang Palace, Manila. The air was heavy with anticipation. President Ferdinand A. Farkos sat behind his desk, flipping through a briefing folder stamped with the TG Motors insignia. Secretary Villanueva stood nearby, looking both relieved and amazed. So it's true, Farkos muttered, scanning the document. they actually did it. Every company he mentioned signed on. Construction has already started. Villanueva nodded. Samsung, Panasonic, Albemarle, POSCO, all confirmed, sir. Subic site has been cleared and prepared. Mr. Guerrero wants you to attend the groundbreaking personally. The president leaned back in his chair, exhaling a small chuckle. That young man is rewriting how business is done in this country. 2 months ago, I thought he was bluffing. He's not the kind who bluffs, Villanueva said with a wry smile. It's impressive that a man of his age are contributing much to the country. Farkos closed the folder and stood, pacing toward the window that overlooked the Pasig River. Very well, prepare the official announcement, but I want the press briefed only on the day of the event. No leaks, not even a hint. Yes, Mr. President. He turned, a faint grin forming. When this goes public, it'll make every headline in Asia. A Philippine-made gigafactory. No one will see it coming. April 22nd, 2025, Subic Bay. The sun rose golden over the Zambales Mountains, casting long shadows over the construction site. The usually quiet coast buzzed with activity, camera crews, security personnel, foreign delegates, and reporters gathering near a temporary stage, adorned with banners that read TGMOTORS Philippines. Gigafactory Groundbreaking Ceremony. Building the Future, powered by Lithium-X rows of white chairs, faced a polished wooden stage flanked by flags, the Philippine tricolor on one side and TG Mobility's blue and silver emblem on the other. At the front row, reserved seats bore the names of key guests, President Ferdinand A. Farkos, Secretary Ramon Villanueva, and the CEOs of Samsung CT, POSCO, and Panasonic Asia. Helicopters circled above, capturing aerial shots for national television. Timothy stood backstage, dressed in a dark navy suit and tie. His expression was calm, though his pulse carried the weight of everything that had led to this moment. Hana adjusted his earpiece and handed him a note. Media presence confirmed, she said. Major outlets are live: CNN Philippines, NHK, Yonhap, Bloomberg Asia, and Reuters. The international coverage is already trending. Timothy nodded. Let's give them something worth reporting. He stepped forward as the presidential convoy arrived, escorted by motorcycle outriders. Cameras flashed as President Farkos emerged from his limousine, waving to the crowd before walking toward the stage. When they finally met near the podium, the president clasped Timothy's hand firmly. Well, Mr. Guerrero, he said with a grin, looks like you're about to make me look very good. Timothy smiled faintly. With all due respect, Mr. President, this isn't about either of us. Out proving that Filipinos can lead the charge into the future. Farkos chuckled, spoken like a man who knows the cameras are rolling. Timothy only smirked. That too. The ceremony began. The national anthem played, followed by opening remarks from Secretary Villanueva and foreign partners. Samsung's vice chairman spoke of Asia's new industrial dawn, Panasonic praised the technological alliance, and Albemarle's representative highlighted the project's global sustainability. Then it was Timothy's turn. He stepped up to the podium, looking out across the sea of faces, workers, press, engineers, politicians, and local residents. Behind him, the massive Subic landscape stretched wide, waiting for the first ceremonial dig. He took a breath. 2 months ago, he began, his voice amplified across the field. This was nothing but empty land and potential. Today, it becomes the foundation of something greater, a Philippine-built revolution in energy and technology. He paused, glancing briefly toward President Farkos. This gigafactory will not only power electric vehicles, it will power lives, creating jobs, building industries, and showing the world that innovation doesn't belong only to the West. It belongs to those who dare to build. The crowd erupted in applause. Cameras flashed from every direction. Even Farkos laughed quietly at that, clapping along with the crowd. Moments later, the ceremonial shovels were handed out, polished chrome handles engraved with the TG Motors insignia. Timothy, Hana, the president, and the foreign executives stood in a neat line. At the cue, they plunged the shovels into the freshly turned soil. Cameras captured the moment, a young Filipino CEO beside the president of the republic, breaking ground on the nation's largest industrial project in decades. Flashbulbs went off like sparks. Applause thundered. Hana leaned toward Timothy and whispered, "You've done it." Timothy exhaled softly, looking at the ground where the shovel had struck. "No," he said, "we've just begun." Every major news outlet had gone live. "Historic moment for Philippine industry," announced CNN Philippines in bold letters on screen. TG Motors Philippines, a subsidiary of TG Mobility Holdings Co., officially breaks ground on what will become the country's first electric vehicle gigafactory. Clips from the ceremony filled the broadcast's President Ferdinand A. Farkos shaking Timothy Guerrero's hand, the synchronized shovel drop, and the camera sweep of the sprawling Subic site. The anchors spoke with excitement that bordered on disbelief. This project, worth an estimated $7 to $8 billion, will place the Philippines among the top EV-producing nations in Asia. Construction is expected to finish by mid-2026, creating tens of thousands of jobs during and after completion, said anchor Carla Reyes, turning toward her co-host. Her colleague added, "It's not just a car factory, it's a vertically integrated gigafactory." That means they're building the lithium refinery, the cathode and anode facilities, and the battery assembly lines all in one complex. The kind of infrastructure you'd usually see in China or the US, and it's happening here. Behind them, the screen displayed the sleek renderings released by TG Mobility's media team, a futuristic complex of steel and glass rising along the coast, solar panels glinting on every roof, and autonomous cargo trucks weaving between buildings marked Lithium X refinery, cathode plant, and EV assembly hall. According to TG Mobility Holdings, the Subic Gigafactory will have an annual capacity of 28 gigawatt-hours, enough to power 450,000 vehicles every year, Carla continued. This makes it the largest renewable energy manufacturing investment in Philippine history. The camera cut to a short interview with an energy economist. "This move is unprecedented," said Dr. Ernesto de la Peña from the University of the Philippines. "For decades, we've imported technology and watched neighboring countries like Vietnam and Thailand dominate manufacturing. What TG Mobility is doing changes that dynamic. It's an inflection point that could define the next 20 years of industrial growth." Social media lit up like wildfire. TG Gigafactory trended at #1 within hours. Hashtags like LithiumX, Subic Rising, and Filipino Innovation spread across X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. One post showed a clip of the groundbreaking with the caption, "For the first time, it's not just another BPO or mall. It's industry, real industry, proud Filipino." Another went viral almost instantly. TG Motors is about to do for the Philippines what Tesla did for Nevada. From call centers to car baterías, what a leap. Within a day, Timothy Guerrero's name was everywhere. "Who is Timothy Guerrero?" asked an article from Rappler. At only 20, he has secured deals with Samsung CT, POSCO, Panasonic, and Albemarle giants in global manufacturing. Under his leadership, TG Mobility Holdings is poised to redefine the country's industrial future. Another outlet, Business Mirror, ran a front-page story. From vision to reality, TG Mobility's Gigafactory positions Philippines as ASEAN's EV hub. The article detailed how Guerrero's team completed negotiations with global suppliers in under a month, leveraging a private consortium structure that bypassed bureaucratic delays. It mentioned that the project would create up to 35,000 jobs during construction and another 12,000 direct employees once operational. In the comments sections, the reactions were mixed but electric. "Finally, something we can be proud of. I'll believe it when I see the first car roll out. Hope this doesn't end up another government photo op. Private funded, bro. No pork barrel here." Meanwhile, on TikTok, short clips of Timothy's speech circulated rapidly. His lines were quoted in thousands of posts, set to dramatic background music, often accompanied by clips of workers in hard hats and shots of Subic's sunrise. Malacanang Palace, 9:45 a.m. Inside the palace press room, the air buzzed with reporters. President Marcos had just finished a meeting when Secretary Villanueva entered, holding a tablet showing live coverage. "Mr. President," he said with a grin, "it's everywhere. Local, international, Bloomberg, Nikkei, Reuters. Everyone's running it on the front page." Marcos chuckled as he adjusted his tie. "I figured as much. I checked my feed this morning, half of it was Guerrero's face. The kid's become a celebrity overnight." Villanueva nodded. "He's earned it, and the public's reacting better than expected. Stock sentiment's positive, peso slightly up, and foreign investor chatter's heating up." "Yes, sir," Villanueva said. "He's requested the palace stay quiet while he handles the next phase, public-private integration." "Fine by me," Marcos said. "We gave him the ground. He's building the mountain." Inside the same glass-walled field office overlooking the coast, Hana scrolled through headlines projected onto the digital wall display. CNN Asia, Nikkei, Bloomberg, all confirmed coverage, she reported. Public sentiment is overwhelmingly positive. Every major outlet is referring to TG Mobility Holdings as the first Southeast Asian EV conglomerate. Timothy stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the massive screens showing the factory layout. Outside, cranes continued lifting steel beams into place, the hum of construction never ceasing. "Let them talk," he said quietly. "The noise is good. It builds confidence, but we still have to prove it." Hana smiled faintly. "You realize you've just made the president look like a visionary. Then it's a win for both of us," Timothy replied. "This project isn't about ego, it's about momentum. Once the world believes it's possible, investment follows." She handed him a fresh report. "Local banks are already reaching out. BDO, Metrobank, even land banks, they all want in on infrastructure loans. Some international investors are also asking if TG will open equity participation." Timothy shook his head. "Not yet. We're keeping control tight until operations stabilize. No shares, no interference. We build first, then expand." They are also waiting for the images of the EV cars lineup. The marketing team is still working on a website. It'll take some time before we release it to the public, Timothy said. Then there was a call from his phone. Timothy grabbed his iPhone and saw the caller ID. It was Evelyn, his mother. Hannah, please excuse me for a moment. As you wish, Mr. Guerrero. Hannah excused herself, leaving Timothy alone in the office. Once he was alone, Timothy answered the phone. Mom, I made it.